Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Manila Major. Day number 4 of the main event is upon us. We had 16 teams at the start of the week. We are now down to just 8 remaining. And by the end of today, we'll be trimming them even further. We'll have just 5 teams left. Yesterday, of course, saw 2 teams in particular have some great plays and fantastic fights. OG and Newbie have progressed to the upper bracket final. But today we'll be focusing on the lower bracket as we see 4 teams take on each other in the lower bracket semi-finals. Waiting them are FNATIC and MVP. 3 series ahead today, but first, before we get to today's matches, let's take a look back at day 3 where the fantastic fights and perfect plays were definitely in evidence.
Previously on the Manila Major.
With the Metamorphosis, it's a lot of damage ripping through this Roshan. DC, they're getting into the neighborhood. They are close. They may have a chance of going for this. They'll jump in onto DDC. Raw, so strike, he's down. Roshan is still alive here. Can DC get themselves over to the pit? Roche falling low. Can they get the steal? It's been taken down on the dive. Aegis on the ground. End will pick it up here. But they've already lost a second one. End, he's going to get taken around as well. Huge combo. No, he lives through it. The Sunder. End keeps himself alive here. DC may have found 2. It's a good cast, a good death fort as well. Can they get these follow-up kills? Chasing down the Terrorblade. Axes fly through, they'll pop the Aegis. Can they kill this man a second time here? Misery doing his best to keep Yang away. The Sunstrike straight down onto the man and trying to turn and fight him with it. Oh, he's gonna do it! He's gonna do it! Terrorblade fighting through, he doesn't give a damn that the dude's down onto a triple kill. The Mega Creeps exorcism coming out as well. How did DC stop this? They're a man down for 40 seconds. And VGR take the tier 3 move, looking for the initiation, jumping at Misery to follow through. There's a combo coming out. Wrong Weehart. DDC will be brought down here, but at the same time, Yang crawled out Resolution with the lasso and punching into them. 4 down. There'll be a buyback from Resolution, but this is looking like the potential end of the line for Digital Chaos. And GG is called.
That dying like that is not even bad for your team.
LGD do have a roar though, and they're going to use it here. Blinking forward, working on Scandal. Xiaowei starts it up, and Momoy follows, and then the BKB comes out for maybe, but Ramses gets on the set, brings that Phoenix down. Fire burn no more. Now he wants a piece of the Blue Dragon too. Chasing after him, but slowed down, getting kited a bit. The Necro Bolt working him. The BKB is going to wear off. Does not want to give him that second kill. Ramses will have to back away, but LGD on the hunt. There's the Hex. They got to protect this Slark, and they will after life. Combining with Kinar to turn the fight, and Ramses now confident, moving in, but it's into a Dragon Tail. The 4-step pushing it forward, but he gets off the ultimate. They can't kill this Slark. He's a real problem. Aggressive, but maybe though do survive. And he's a little low, and the Slark has to run away. Ramses lives, but at what cost? 4 others drop. Under siege. Ember's in deep behind enemy lines. Maybe looks to go. He gets hit by the Sunray. The Chrono gets dropped, but it doesn't catch out. Maybe it's a full HP Xiaowei that's getting worked on with Afterlife melting to the crits, being driven back. The egg gets dropped, and maybe he's just gonna work it down with auto attacks in the Ember. Can he finish this time? Oh no, he's gonna have to run away. LGD diving towards the well. They might have overextended a bit here. The Aegis will get popped. Xiaowei working on Kinar, trying to finish him off. They've got a fresh life on the Ember. Kinar sliced up and spit out. Maybe continues to not die. This Ember Spirit absolutely sensational. He gets another. Empire just can't withstand the punishment. Another kill. Give this man an ultra. He wants the rampage. Diving to the well. Will he get the clean? The GGs come out. They don't want to die to the rampage, but they might give it up anyway. Maybe.
Nice play with a Vengeful Spirit just barely outside the Chronosphere, and again, nice combo with the Tornado EMP, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. MVP Phoenix knows there's a lot on cooldown here for OG, and they could try and fight this one, but OG comes storming in through the back line, and now the stomp and hits on 2, and MVP are going to be left to die here as QO. Oh, and managed to get off the armlet toggle just in time. Crit managed to dodge the tornado, though. Somehow OG keeping all their heroes alive. QO gets popped, and Femi underneath the tier 1 tower. Doesn't matter. OG will take it all. God Strength come forward instantly. Hexed up. Nice play by Febby. Tornado EMP. BKB is going to be used by No-Tail. Now they turn towards Forev, trying to force out that Ravage. Well, the BKBs are still up. He doesn't even use it. Instead, he holds on to it as he's going to buy back and try and go round 2. OG can just try and back away if they want to, but they're going to stay and fight with No-Tail, holding the line there. Managed to get a Stormbolt and a 3-man Chronosphere from Moon. Their Ravage is going to be able to zone back some of the heroes, but they still have to follow from Crit. Long-range counter initiation is managed to hit the ultimate just on time. Mass buybacks now for an MVP Phoenix as they have yet to pick up a single kill. They just don't look to it all. Crit, he might even die, but the Ult Scepter goes down. QO can't even get him as OG swarm into him. Crit hiding in the trees. MP wants it bad. He's going to look for it with the EMP. Still not enough, and the GG goes down. A flawless game from OG as they move on in game 2. BKB over the wave of terror, 3-4-3. He is so low, and how shreds him apart. DJ as well underneath the tier 2 tower. He's going to drop, and there it is. GG will be called 3-15. FNATIC starting to buy out as Monkey Kingfire as well. FNATIC drop, and the Raw comes forward, looking for Hal. He's low, but can they kill him off? No, the Infest will save him. Bakaka as well as KP. They're also dropping down low. Mushi, he can't afford to die right now. Mushi's gone. A minute and a half without him. Can they hold the line? The Ghosts are allowing him to kite. 3-4-3, the stun from Sean. 3-4-3's gone. Ohio, the Deafening Blast pushing him back. KP's right behind them. Sprout, it can't stop anything. You've lost the Prophet. No buybacks. FNATIC, they could lose their base right now. Oh, they've got 20 seconds still without the Slug. Ohio's so close to having buyback. DJ's gone as well. Newbie, they are ransacking this FNATIC base at the moment. Everything they want. You can ensnare, you can control up that Slug. He has to shadow dance himself away, but you're up against Megas practically. You can't defend this. The Song of the Siren, they call it. FNATIC are out. GG. Newbie will actually 2-0 FNATIC here in the best of 3.
Some utterly brilliant plays from yesterday's day 3. We're expecting more of the same here in day 4 as we head into our first of 3 series. Before we get to our first series, let's introduce our panel members for day number 4. We'll start with Charlie, Black, and Winter. Good morning, all of you. How are you doing?
Great. Good morning, Paul. You know what I love about this tournament is that every team has been elevating their play as we've progressed. You saw MVP, and then OG tops that. FNATIC and DJ, Newbie tops that. I can't wait to see what we get next.
Winter, we had some fantastic performances yesterday, not least of which from OG, of course, but also Newbie looking very strong, and even LGD really starting to show us what they're made of.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the winners bracket final game.
Yeah. You have to wait for that, though. You have to be patient, Winter. We can't do that until tomorrow.
Yeah. There'll be so many games as well today, and first series, Nami versus Liquid.
Pretty good start.
Yeah, looking forward to that too.
Yeah. And you've got some friends left in this tournament still?
I do, my German friends of course, but I'm scared for everybody who has to face OG. They just look like... The last time they looked that strong was in the loser bracket in Frankfurt Majors, where they didn't drop a single game after that. I'm really scared for all the teams they're facing now, and they just look to be, in championship form.
Yeah, one of the teams that we haven't mentioned is VICI REBORN, and they won yesterday, 2-1 against DC. Perhaps a little unexpected, Charlie.
Yeah, I think their performance coming in has been a little unexpected. A lot of unexpected things here, but VICI REBORN has shown that they're the North American Slayers. Yeah, and they're the outsiders, I guess, of the teams left, of the 8 that we've got left. But you wouldn't put it past them to make a run in that lower bracket. We can't ever rule it out now. Now we've seen what OG did in Frankfurt. You sort of get that nervous feeling that you just can't count any team out.
Yeah, I'm just a bit nervous for them because they said they really hate playing against Chinese teams, and LGD is like a Chinese powerhouse right now. So I hope they did the homework and they can put up a good fight against them.
Yeah, indeed. Okay. Let's take a look at the brackets and update you as to exactly where we are. We are halfway through the main event, 3 days down, 3 days ahead of us, including today. You'll see the upper bracket has OG and Newbie already through to the final. 2 previous winners of Valve events, of course, looking to make it 2 for the first time ever. OG will take on Newbie tomorrow. At the bottom half of the bracket, we're down into the round 3 right now. Team Liquid Na'Vi is our first game up today. We'll also see VICI Gaming REBORN versus LGD later on. And the third game of the day will feature DJ's FNATIC, as they will go up against the winners of either Liquid or Na'Vi. That's what we've got ahead of us. I also want to update you on the rankings, boys, because the predictions have been okay so far. I think you've been getting better and better, and Winter currently is doing very, very well as well. So that said, when you compare it to the top 16 that the community came up with and the top 16 that the talent came up with, how are we doing right now? Because the talent, I think, are slightly ahead.
Yeah, we are. Hey, look at that, guys. We sort of know what we're talking about. Just a little.
Yeah, no surprise to see Liquid, OG and Newbie in there. I think probably the biggest one of both votes was probably seeing Wings go out, but EG have gone, Secret have gone, and DC have now gone as well. The community actually had them at number 8. Other than that, English talent still have VICI Gaming REBORN in there in the top 8 as well. So I find that a bit surprising. I mean, consider their group stage performance, Charlie. It was really poor. They're still 3 and 5 in the tournament, which is actually a worse record than Alliance, who have already gone.
Yeah, I think they found very favorable matchups coming into this tournament. They faced up against a very weak EG and a DC that may have underestimated them.
And Na'Vi, obviously the lowest of all of the ranks in there in terms of both community votes and English talent, still here, still kicking strong.
But can they kick strong today against... Wait, who are they playing against?
Liquid.
Oh, against my German boys, of course. Yeah.
Yes.
And, well, I personally put Liquid top 1. I still think they're the favorites for this match for sure. And it's going to be relentless aggression against calculated aggression of Liquid, and we'll see which of the two is better.
Today's like the true test for them, whether they can actually do very well against this opponent.
Yeah, biggest test by far, you would say, wouldn't you? Even though they've had a big
even
run in the top
though even though they had a very tough series against
Yeah.
Alliance, but this round is way harder than that round.
Yeah.
So.
And Liquid, Charlie, do you think they'll be okay with this? They'll look at the draw and think, actually, we're okay with Na'Vi right now.
Yeah, I think they'll definitely be happy with this. Na'Vi, though, has found some magic in this tournament, but they're going to need a lot more to beat Liquid.
Yeah. Okay. Let's before we get into our first series today, let's talk about the 2 super teams from yesterday, and we'll start with OG. The shutout is one talking point. Miracle is another talking point altogether on his own. But really, yesterday was the performance of No Tail, which was probably the most outstanding part of the fact that OG have really risen back to the top.
Yeah, man, absolutely. It's so good to see him be back in form. He got a lot of flack when he initially moved to the carry position. It was a departure from when he was playing the 4 position on Team Secret. I think during that time, he was one of the best players in the world. And it's really good to see him come back and not just perform well, but be the star of those series.
Yeah. You know what? He was like farming too little before. Like he was trying to control the pace of the game, way too much for his team. And right now he found a balance, controlling the game at the right points and farming when he needed to farm.
What I really like about OG as well is they're so unpredictable now. They pick a Magnus for Miracle because they trust NOTAIL to just carry the game for them. Before they would just pick a hard carry for Miracle. Yeah, they would just pick a hard carry for Miracle, trusting him to carry the game. But now there's like, it just feels like they found themselves again, and the Frankfurt Major form is back, and that is like really scary.
Are they better than Frankfurt, Charlie?
I would say, yeah, they are. They have 2 weapons now. Back then, it was still very much the Miracle show, and now you have to worry about 2 different players.
4 Protect 1 back then. Now it's like they have 2 guys that can actually take over the game, and not to mention their supports were doing so well.
Yeah.
Back when they won Frankfurt, you noticed everyone stepped up at least at different points for them to win that tournament, and this tournament is going to be no different.
We're still searching for that second Valve major winner. OG and Newbie obviously in that top bracket. Newbie, you'd have to say, also performed exceptionally well yesterday, Winter.
Yeah, they did. they totally dismantled FNATIC, which I thought the game might been closer, but FNATIC went for a much more greedier playstyle. Both games they were really, really greedy, and Newbie just destroyed them.
What do you think about that Shadow Fiend pick? That's
Yeah.
really
It was a bit out there, wasn't it?
He was telling me that if RTZ cannot make the hero work, no one can.
I don't agree with that.
I rephrase that. Even if Arteezy will even admit that hero is bad, so you know if he doesn't like it this patch, it's not a good pick.
Yeah, I would also say if Miracle can't play on that, then no one can either. I mean, he played a Morphling yesterday.
I mean, the Morphling game, I would say, his team set it up so easy for him. Like the four other players just basically destroyed the enemy team, and he was free farming all the time. And he came to the fight 40 minutes Lincolns.
So what are you saying? You're saying you don't count that game because it was easy?
Sort of. Like he had a straightforward game.
He did have a straightforward
But
game.
we spoke about it before, right? When VGR picked the Morphling, the team couldn't make space for him, and then the hero is completely worthless. And then we look at OG, and the team made like a lot of space for him. He had a minute 14 Lincolns, and at that point, he's literally unkillable.
Yeah.
And they just took over the game from there.
Is there anything that we can't see him playing, Winter? I mean, it's almost disturbing for the other teams.
He plays everything.
Meepo.
Oh,
I've not seen Miracle play Meepo yet.
I mean, because they have another Meepo player
Yeah,
doesn't
they do
mean
have a
he
Meepo.
don't.
Fair enough, but I have not seen him play Meepo yet. So maybe that's just like weak point.
Weak point.
Yeah,
Like
I don't know.
everyone-
I think we're searching.
How many players can play Meepo
Needles
Black?
in a haystack here, right? Needles in a haystack, Charlie.
It really is. I mean, you search for things that he's weak at, and before the tournament, maybe you'd say he was weak at playing Space Creators, but he played Magnus to almost perfection in that last game. So
Yeah,
I really don't know what that guy's weak point is.
It's been a week since he's died in a professional Dota match.
Yeah, that's insane.
It's been a week. It's insane. 4 matches, 4 different heroes, no deaths. What can you do against him? Teams are going to have to find something, aren't they?
Yeah, most players count themselves lucky if they don't die at all in one match. Miracle's done it for a week now.
Yeah,
Let's just pick Lich against that guy. Deny his creeps.
Pick Lich Enigma mid and just deny half his wave.
Just focus on him the entire game just to see if you can get a kill. All right, we're going to get more from all three of you in just a moment, but it is time, ladies and gentlemen, for our first series of the day, and we need a couple of teams.
Silent but deadly, much like their team captain Kuroki, this is a squad of reserved players with a formidable playstyle. Hyper-aggressive, against even the stiffest opposition, they overwhelm their enemies. They are the European team of the moment. They come to Manila on the back of 3 consecutive grand finals. They are the definition of all for one and one for all. Welcome on stage, Team Liquid! After constant rebuilding, Na'Vi have finally found their mojo. Runners-up in their 2 last international events, they are well on the road to recovery. This new and improved roster has kept the team's trademark playstyle, reckless aggression with high-class entertainment. They will come out guns blazing, and with the first-generation boy wonder Dendi back at his best, these daredevils are here to compete, making their first appearance at a Dota 2 major. Welcome on stage, Na'Vi!
getting pretty good at that handshake thing now, aren't they? Na'Vi and Team Liquid will take to the booths. We'll get the thoughts of our panelists right now. We'll start with Charlie, and we'll start with Team Liquid. They were the #1 ranked team in the world when we came into this. They have perhaps slipped down the pecking order right now, but there are 8 teams left, and they're still in with a shout.
Yeah, absolutely. The key for them here is they need to build up confidence back up. I talked to a lot of pros yesterday, and they actually felt that Cole should have won the first series against Liquid. They felt that it was just Cole playing not quite to perfection, but you know, it does show signs of weakness for Team Liquid. It shows signs that they're not feeling as confident or as comfortable with their current way of playing.
I mean, I can agree they have a lot of weaknesses right now, but I think that's more because everybody wants to beat them. They were the team, the best team in the world coming into this tournament, and we spoke about it before. They got a target on their back. Everybody's trying to figure them out. And I think Cole figured them out, but they didn't have like the skill and team play to back it up in the end.
Yeah, but they did pick very differently compared to the other series. Liquid, that game, they picked very differently. They prioritized different heroes. They had a different system.
Yeah, if you've noticed, they actually picked a lot like MVP in that last series. I think a lot of people noted that, especially a lot of the pros after the game noted that after MVP did that to Liquid, Liquid thought, hey, maybe this is the way to play. Maybe we should be playing like this instead.
But what's also something to note is they have Heen, a Korean player himself, and also Blitz, who was in Korea for a very, very long time competing against MVP. I think Liquid definitely has the players and versatility to make it work, like the plays that MVP plays. And maybe they have some say in that. They like, pick that, it's really good, and it fits your style. So I'm not sure why they changed it, but that might be
But don't
why.
you think it's a bad thing that they changed towards how MVP are playing?
I think you shouldn't change your style mid-tournament, but sometimes you need to make adjustments, and maybe they felt like it was time.
But it was too big of an adjustment for, like, it was so different the way that they are playing.
I completely agree, and I'm not totally sure why they did it. Maybe they were like, Cole is maybe not the best team, let's just try something out, but you also can't do that in
They almost lost the first game.
You can't do that in an elimination match. I was like really surprised when I saw them play like that, because I was in the talent lounge and everybody was like, Cole has this game, they should win this game right now. And then like, something didn't work out and then they lost, but they really had the upper hand in both games.
Isn't that the key, Charlie, though, to Team Liquid's success, as well as the great play that they've played, is that they've minimised the amount of mistakes that they make and they've capitalised on them when other teams have given them. Yeah,
not just Team Liquid, but or Cole, but every team here. That's just the key to success for Dota. So I think both teams are going to have to clean up their play here.
Okay, let's talk about Na'Vi now. They've had a very good tournament, and I guess if you'd said to them, you can have top 8 Na'Vi at the next major, they probably would have taken that 6 months ago. But the fearsome determination of Dendi in particular is extraordinary when you think of the success that he's had and how long it's been since he's enjoyed TI success, and yet he's still there driving the team forward, wants to win majors, wants to win big events.
He has so much motivation to win, and yes, he's such a team player. He works very hard. You know, what else can you say about that guy? Just such a hardworking chap. Right? Everyone wants him to succeed.
Yeah.
What I want to say about Dendi is, you know, a lot of pros have a lot of haters and a lot of fans. But it feels like with Dendi, he only has a lot of fans and very, very few haters. Like when you compare it to...
I don't think he has any black. Are you trying to come out now as a Dendi hater?
No,
is that what you're doing?
We are really good friends. I love him. And whenever we meet each other, he takes a weird camera shot of me, making like a weird face or
I
something.
think he does that with a lot of people as well. I noticed that in TI last year. Yeah, he's like, can I have a selfie? And I'm like, what? Yeah.
I'll show you how to pick up girls. And just like...
Do you need that kind of help? Is that?
Nah, not anymore.
No, he doesn't need it anymore.
This guy. This guy. Charlie,
put him
outside
in
of
the
Dendi,
Macho Man contest.
We should put him in the Macho Man contest. Dendi's 1 of 5. He said that all along. He said it in his interview. He's a very humble guy. He's even got the crowd to stop chanting Dendi and start chanting Na'Vi now as well. How important, though, is he as a GL person in that team?
Very. But, you know, like he said, he's only one cog in a 5-man machine. For Na'Vi this series, what's going to be really important is not only for them to do well in the laning stage, but I feel like they need to get ahead in the laning phase and really put pressure on Liquid. If you know.
That depends whether they get the channel enchantress, whether they want to go down that route.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, do you feel like Liquid is going to ban both the Chen and the enchantress?
They probably won't. Do you think they will even ban?
I think they'll ban one, but not the other.
I think they'll ban Enchantress because it has much more aggressive potential than Enchant.
All right. Well, let's talk about bans in a moment. I want to talk about the mid-matchup as well because it's going to be really crucial for both teams in this one that these guys play well and do their best. Fana, we've spoken about him a number of times already. Dendi, we know his strengths, we know his weaknesses, but how well does Fana have to play in this game, in this matchup? How important is it to Team Liquid as a whole?
Doesn't he
to
need
get a
to
good
just
start?
be stable, do you guys think?
Yeah,
he just
I
needs
agree.
to do his job.
Fata is always the most stable on Team Liquid. He is on his mid lane. He never really loses. He never really wins. He just does what he has to do, and I think that's what he will have to do this game as well.
It's been far more stable as well in the last 6 months or so, Charlie, and that's really helped the team.
Yeah, and that's something that he just needs to continue to do. Out of all the players on Liquid, Fata, we talk about how they don't have egos, how they're all very calm and humble people. Out of all of them, maybe Fata is the one to most likely buck that trend. But, you know, during his time on Liquid, in contrast to his time on C9, he has adopted that much more, that, I guess, Kuroki culture of very calm play, team-oriented, not overextending, not tilting, not being cancer within the team.
That's a good summary, Charlie. I like that. It's very fulsome as well. Nice words. What is going on with you this morning? Did you sleep or something last night?
Yeah, got a lot better rest.
He woke up on the right side of the bed this morning, it seems. He hasn't even flamed Winter yet on the panel.
Well,
thanks,
don't
Charlie.
worry, don't worry.
It's
it'll
coming.
come.
It's
Yeah.
coming. Okay. Black, in terms of the way that your two German friends in Liquid have played so far, how do you rate them?
Well, for me, I played with both of them in mouse sports back then, and Kuroki left for Na'Vi. And during the time where I played with him, I always thought he's like an amazing captain. The only reason mouse sports back then was so successful was because of his leadership. If you trust him, he will make it work. And for Fata, I can say he had a lot of attitude issues back then, but he's worked them out completely. He's a completely different player now, and I really like what he has become.
I gave him a lot of credit, but I don't want to say completely just yet.
Okay, maybe.
Oh, you know something, dude.
Do you know something?
Yeah, I think he knows something.
If you know something, come out now.
All I'm going to say is that winning solves everything, right?
Right.
But you know, we'll see how long they can win for.
It also masks everything as well, though, doesn't it?
It does. But you know, at the same time, change, growth, learning is something that takes a lot of time.
Yeah. Okay. In terms of their recent events and tournaments and the results that they've had, do you feel like they maybe have peaked too soon? With obviously the major now and then TI not too far away? We had this issue with Secret last year where they dominated and then got to TI and got figured out. Is Team Liquid on the same kind of road?
I'm hesitant to really talk about things like peaking and whatnot. I don't think it's so much of an issue of peaking. It's more of a issue of can teams maintain that level of focus, or do they develop the right habits to continue that level of play? Because I hate the term peaking because it makes it sound like there's an inevitable fall off, and it doesn't have to be that way if you just do the right things.
All right,
not just inside the
as
inside
we've got
outside.
the ex-manager of Evil Geniuses on here and a TI winner of himself as well. Talk to us about that last year, because Evil Geniuses, they won DAC and then they went quiet a little bit through the summer, and then they came into TI. They weren't really anyone's particular favourites. Everyone was talking about Secret. EG were kind of in there in the mix, but they weren't considered the favourites, and yet they played so well and they won TI. Was that not part of a bigger plan?
Yeah, I mean, it's just about, we had all the right pieces coming into the tournament. We grabbed Bulba, got a lot more support staff come in to help with the tournament, and I feel like during that moment, the entire team was very focused on what they needed to do. It was a little stressful, but I feel like that stress also helps.
Right. But was it a plan earlier on? You know, did you think 2 months, 3 months out from TI? Okay, how do we win TI? What's the plan?
I mean, that's always the
now and
plan.
then?
That's
Yeah.
all
Is it the
anybody
whole
ever
year?
thinks about. Yeah, for the entire year, not just 2-3 months out.
Yeah. Okay. Winter, in terms of their opponents today, Na'Vi, they've made a bit of a comeback. Last year was very miserable for them in terms of not reaching majors and not qualifying for tournaments. By the turn of this year, they started re-qualifying for tournaments. Then they've started being invited. Now they've started winning as well. How far away are they from that top 3 or 4 teams?
Maybe there's still quite a gap. I'm not sure. We'll have to see after this game, but they definitely improve a lot. When sometimes when you keep winning, you need like a period of time where you lose and you you have roster swaps. You know, you need time to think about how you can keep moving forward. And that's what they have done.
Yeah.
They have a few roster swaps and they're improving, and they got here. Like, people might have just sometimes counted them out, but they proved that their hard work paid off.
Yeah. And group stage-wise, Black, they played exceptionally well, qualified at the top of their group. Did that surprise you?
It honestly didn't, because for me, they're like a wild card. Their relentless and reckless aggression, like, their enemies have to be really afraid, but they themselves, I'm sure they're also really afraid of it, because whether it works out or not, we can only see in the game, but it's always like a 50-50. If it works out, they will roll you over. If it doesn't work out, you will like pretty much automatically lose. And I think that's why they're so scary here too. That's why I think they could take the series against Liquid. But if everything goes as planned for Liquid, then I think they're the big favorites here.
Okay, Charlie, did you detect anything on the walkout? I know we've talked about this psychology thing, whether you see the players walking out. Some are nervous, some are really into it, some are cheering, some are waving. I mean, when you saw Liquid come out, you saw them waving, they're pretty chill. Jerax looks like he's just got out of bed.
I mean, that's how he always looks.
He does. And then Na'Vi come out, and I have to say, they genuinely looked a bit more nervous to me. I don't know, maybe I saw something.
I mean, it's elimination day. You're against the favorites. It's natural. It's natural. I wouldn't put too much stock on the walkout.
But don't you think if you look at the previous series both teams played, Na'Vi got more confidence from their win against Alliance than Liquid was just called, because Liquid looked more scared. And they were supposed to have a much easier series, but they almost lost the first game. So they would have lost confidence, and Na'Vi would have already gained more confidence from their previous series.
At the same time, you are facing against Liquid. I think, yes, series do give you confidence, but at the same time, players are always going to be realistic about who they're facing. But I'm glad you guys brought up confidence, because that's going to be super important for Na'Vi here. I feel like they need to get out ahead on laning stage and make Liquid feel that pressure, make them feel afraid, and give themselves confidence.
Okay, prediction time. Black, we're going to start with you. Which way is this series going?
The overall series is going to be taken by Liquid.
He's so boring, Winter. Come on, give us something fun.
I think Na'Vi's
Why
gonna.
are you looking at me?
I think Charlie's gonna pick Na'Vi. So
do you think Charlie's? This is like some sort of psych out going on there.
I have this feeling that they'll be riding on their confidence today. So I'm going for Na'Vi.
Oh man.
Okay, one for Liquid, one for Na'Vi. Charlie.
I think despite Liquid's maybe shaky performance against Cole, I think one of their big advantages in the last few months has been their pickup of Blitz. He does a great job of calming player mentality and really getting everybody on the same page. I think he did his homework last night. I think he's just done a great job with these players, so I'm going to pick Liquid.
I agree with Blitz too, but we can't forget Heen. He has been coaching Liquid at the last tournament as well, and they did spectacular there as well.
Okay. Most stable roster in NA DOTA right now, Blitz said last night. Just saying that,
Wait. Blitz said that Liquid is the most stable.
Veggies.
Oh. Hey, I'm on that team right now.
That's why I brought it up. Okay, so 2 Liquid, 1 Na'Vi. How does social media measure up Na'Vi versus Team Liquid? I've got a funny feeling that Na'Vi might just get some support here. What do you know? Look at that. Twitch 64-36 in favour of Na'Vi. Twitter 66-34 in favour of Na'Vi, yeah. So, don't discount that either, because the community have been right many times already this week and outshone the analyst at times, so I have to say, you guys have sucked this week at times.
Sometimes we overthink it.
Kind of put yourself into a totally different area.
Sometimes we just suck.
Yeah. Thanks, Charlie, for just making that plain and simple. We're going to head into the draft. It is up and running. We haven't had any bans yet. What are you expecting, Winter? Anything funky early on? Is game 1 the perfect time for Kuroki just to experiment a little bit?
I don't know, man. I don't feel they will experiment anything. After their series against Complexity, I think they're just going to pick whatever they're most comfortable and confident.
Just one thing I think we haven't addressed about Liquid yet is, in the last 4 tournaments they attended, they always reached the grand final, I think.
Last 3.
Or the last 3, they always reach the grand final. So I think confidence is definitely not an issue for them, or it should not be, because they have faced elimination many, many times.
I don't know, Charlie, sometimes you get to that point though, don't you, where, can we make another one?
But
the more you make, you start wondering whether you can make another one.
Case in point, Evil Geniuses. Yeah. I don't know how many final placements that they had, podium finishes, but they just couldn't get that that #1 spot again after TI5.
Slaughter first pick. We've had a Chen banned out by Team Liquid. That's a respect ban, I guess, for Na'Vi.
Yeah.
Something
Something.
Chen over Enchantress.
You guys expected the Ench.
Yeah, we
instead
did.
of-
We did.
Instead of the Chen.
Speaking of sucking,
And the Lifestealer Lycan. Two very powerful heroes so far in this particular tournament.
Matumba's Lycan is like probably the best in the tournament, so it would be foolish not to ban it.
But are you guys surprised that they actually went for the Slaughter instead of the Beast for Liquid?
I actually am, because I haven't seen Liquid play Slaughter that much, and I felt like they're really confident in their Beastmaster.
Wait, will they ever actually run safe lane Slaughter
No,
on Matumba Man?
It's usually the offlane Slaughter for
Yeah.
mind control,
it's
and then a hard carry for Matumba Man.
Has Matumba Man played safe lane Slaughter?
No.
I don't think so.
But I think that I actually favor that a little more with the current playstyle. I feel a few teams like a good example would be MVP has found a lot of success with a safe lane Slaughter.
I think what we've seen out of a lot of offlane Slaughters is that they tend to get really, really far behind, and then after that Blink Dagger, maybe they pick up a 4-staff, but after that they can't pick up farm, and they don't get those pickups.
Yeah, if you do offlane Slaughter, you have to rely on your supports to make a rotation, or even like a core. When you get ultimate on your core, like let's say a Juggernaut with Omni Slash, you have to go to his lane and help him. Otherwise, he's going to have a very bad timing on his blink, and it affects the whole gameplay.
And what is really important with Slaughter is exactly what Charlie said. You cannot just try to kill heroes all the time. You need your time to farm up, because you need that BKB eventually. You need to be able to initiate. And if you don't have to farm a Slaughter, you will just become like a burden for your team in the end.
So you would actually be the guy that gets a Midas after his blink. This Slaughter.
You know what Black's thinking right now.
I actually think that's one of the best builds. and I
Please
think
don't tilt him again.
Moon does that a lot from OG actually. He always goes Blink into Midas, and then he transitions into like a semi-carry that's really good for his team in the mid-late game. And I really like that build because he doesn't fall too far behind.
You just want to see more Midases, don't you?
I love Midas, and we have a Phoenix as well. It's going to be 2 in one team.
Oh, man.
I feel
Is the crowd cheering you for buying Midases?
I feel like someone's hypnotized him and just put the word Midas in his head.
This guy buys Midas, buys Battle Fury, buys Radiance. What do you expect, Paul? This guy,
It's disgusting, Winter.
he just farms everything on your map. If you're on his team, you just basically get nothing from this guy.
Oh, but just
Defense
listen,
of the farmers.
just listen to the sound when you kill a creep. The sound is so soothing. You're like,
I worry about you, Black, sometimes. I really do. There's an Elk and a Brood banned out, and a Drow from Team Liquid. Not a big surprise.
The
to see
Brood is
Drow go,
the
but
Brood is weird,
the Brood,
though.
odd,
Yeah.
isn't it? They've not really gone that way before, so why would they do that now?
Maybe they have something in mind that just gets countered by Brood and they don't want to deal with it.
banning the Tinker, one of Dandy's best heroes.
I mean, Brood usually does very well against like Drow Ranger type of lineups.
Well, they banned out a Drow first, though.
Yeah, so
I guess it also says that they're not too worried about Dendy on the Windrunner, I guess, without the Drow.
But Drow in general with Beastmaster is always very, very strong, though. You have to be so afraid that if you lose one team fight, you might just lose your whole base, because they push so quickly.
there's still the Enchantress though. I mean, you guys talked about
Yeah, I'm surprised it hasn't been touched
especially
yet.
Charlie mentioned about how important it is for Na'Vi to seize control of the early game.
Especially Enchantress with Disruptor, they're like, that's a really, really strong support combo.
Yeah, because you can't run away
Yeah.
with Glimpse.
Like, you smoke into mid lane, he might see it coming at the end, you just get glimpse back and just die. And I go for the Juggernaut.
5 men, I guess.
Yeah.
They have Jug, they have Beastmaster. They're on the dire side.
Beast plus Jug together is a very strong push combo. You can go Roshan pretty much whenever you want to. You have Necro 1, you can just sneak that Roshan in, and it's really hard to contest. And of course, one of the best heroes against Slaughter, when you get Manta, then you have Battle Fury as well as Manta to get rid of the amplified damage.
Yeah, good versus the egg as well.
Yeah. What is so funny?
Yeah,
right
what's
now?
Well, what are you laughing
just
about?
Winter, like, every time we talk about it, it reminds me that he hates your builds, that's all. Every time.
Oh my
Oh,
god,
yeah,
the Manta!
yeah.
Oh.
Winter mentioned that I hate Lincolns and Black hates Manta.
Yeah, I think we found your kryptonite between you.
Tilted.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Well, DK for Team Liquid?
That's interesting that they picked their mid that early.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when you guys talk about, remember during the role comparison, you talk about Fata, we all mentioned that he just needs to play stable.
Yeah.
So DK is one of those like stable heroes. And you know, the difference between Na'Vi and Liquid, maybe Na'Vi would actually rely on Dandy to actually move around. I think I spoke about this before. When you have DK, you wish the enemy mid laner is running around so you can actually take the tower. So maybe this is like the distinct idea that they want to have in this game where they're expecting Dandy to move and they want a mid hero that can actually take advantage of it.
It's like Dandy Puck, Dandy Windrunner, he's going to TP to the safe lane, try to kill their heroes, and then DK is just going to activate ult and push the tower. Maybe 1 or 2 support rotations.
But why wouldn't you pick Death Prophet in that scenario instead? It's better at taking the tower. It's also just a better laner overall. My worry with DK is that he can lose so many matchups, and I think that's like very key here for Liquid is to at least come out even in the laning stage.
The only reason why might be because they want to pick a hero as carry that can push that well and that doesn't have disables necessarily, because there's not many mid heroes that have a disable right now. There's like Puck, there's DK, Windrunner.
Maybe it's also the cooldown. They do not want to play too much on cooldowns because DP you have to play your game around your ultimate.
They've also said effectively by putting that DK in the mid that they're not really that worried what Dendy runs right now. And the 3 most popular he's been running recently, Windrunner, Invoker, Queen of Pain. They're not going to really worry too much about any of that, are they?
I think Queen might be the most suitable. I don't actually really like Puck that much against DK because once you move, you have a high chance of losing your tower, and it's really bad for your team when you lose that mid tower very early.
And mid-late game, DK is a hard counter to Puck. You get that instant initiation on. You generally don't have a lot of HP on Puck, and you will just die. But the same goes. Oh, they do go back to the Enchantress.
Okay.
Finally. But I mean, they weren't really scared that Liquid would pick it up because they usually don't run it. Yeah.
Oh, safe lane Lone Druid.
Going back for the Matumba Lone Druid.
Okay.
That is like a very, very strong push.
I understand the Dragon Knight pick a little more here now. They just want a bunch of tanky cores just to face rush towers. So they are going back to their old style. Instead of, trying to run around and get pickoffs, they're trying to just push.
It's very slow though.
Yeah, it makes sense though against a team like Na'Vi who do like to jump in.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's very slow. Their pace of the game will be really slow. Think about it. If you talk about the offlane Slada, you need to wait for him to get his blink, and he's not going to get a blink fast. Phoenix needs a lot of levels. DK is not going to get too much tempo done in the game unless he gets a haste rune. He gets a good rune. Otherwise, he's going to be static. He's going to be sitting in his lane. Lone Druid, you're going to wait for his Radiance. Midas Radiance at 18.
I think it's a little different here because the way Matumba Man plays it and the way Liquid plays the safe lane Lone Druid is they don't wait for the Radiance.
They just go.
Yeah, they just, the moment everybody hits their level timings, they just go run at towers.
Lone Druid for them before Radiance plays more like a tank. I'm going to disrupt it with the bear kind of role. And then after the Radiance, he transitions into that regular hard carry role.
It feels like they are pushing him into this Windrunner because the DP's banned now.
I really like the Windrunner, but what I would also really like to see is the Timber Saw. It is incredible against the lineup.
It's great. It's super good.
They have 3 strength cores, and Lone Druid, DK, Slada, they're not...
That is actually a super good pick here. That is super good for Na'Vi.
I agree.
It's way better than the DP, I think.
Hasn't played it in the last 3 months.
That might be an issue. Like we don't want him to run the Timber Saw just because it's good. We have seen it yesterday on Wii.
Yeah, we saw it.
It was an amazing pick, but if you're not confident on a hero, you shouldn't draft it. Yeah. Then rather just pick a Windrunner that you really like.
The things that he has been running are things like the TA. Even a Zeus.
TA is not that great here, I think.
Yeah.
It's real bad against 5-man.
Zeus might be good, but...
It's a really out there kind of pick, though. It hasn't been picked in this tournament yet.
I don't like Zeus that much.
He's going to die repeatedly, though, Zeus, against this lineup.
And you can double pipe as well. Like, the double pipe really nerfed Zeus into the ground.
And I think that Zeus versus Slada, it used to be good because you can disable his blink easily, but not anymore.
They changed the static,
They go for the Venge to amplify their push.
So the only things really are the Windrunner or the Invoker.
Maybe Invoker, Crossworks, but I still think Timber is better than Invoker.
You have Beastmaster to set up your ganks, and you have Enchantress to secure your laning phase. And
Invoker, if he feels confident.
Yeah, he's confident on Invoker for sure.
Yeah. It's probably going to be Invoker. Or I would really like to see the Timber Saw. I hope he can play it, and
this really is the perfect Timber game. There's not too much like silence for him. Not a lot of magic damage either.
Yeah, hasn't played Timber in the last 12 months. Instead,
that is unexpected. I feel like they're going to have DPS problems late game.
But it's the same issue with the Puck. Bat Rider wants to move, and when he moves, DK is going to take his tower.
But on top of that, they simply don't have the damage right now to kill their 3 tanky cores.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a really hard draft for Na'Vi to execute. They can't make many mistakes, or they lose all their towers and the whole control of the game.
Okay, all right. Good stuff from all 3 of our panel members once more. We'll hear back from them again at the end of Game 1. For now, we're going to our commentary desk, though, where Toby 1 is waiting.
Luckily, I'm also here with Merlini, ready for Na'Vi versus Team Liquid. Game number 1. How are you feeling for this one, Merlini?
It's a classic push track coming out from Liquid. They could end it before 20. Let's see.
I'd like to see if that happens, especially up against Na'Vi. We want to see how much pressure they can also apply. We're going to find out in just a bit because the game is about to start. Enchantress, Batrider, the panel were talking about a couple of other heroes to maybe replace the Batrider. Okay, actually looks like we're good to go, so let's go straight to the game.
Team Liquid versus Na'Vi.
And we are here to get underway. Team Liquid versus Na'Vi. Game number 1 of this best of 3 elimination is the lower bracket. Round 3. Winner will face up against FNATIC. The loser will get to watch the game.
So early game, looks like JerAx has already smoked up, used a dive to get deep into Na'Vi's territory, dropping that sentry ward to block Enchantress's spawn. A lot of Na'Vi's strategy hinges upon this Enchantress getting kills early, making sure that Batrider can get his early blink dagger because their anti-push is not strong at all.
Well, Seneko gets to win a small little battle, finds that Observe Ward, which is planted by Mind Control. Thanks to the Observe Ward, they also planted up next to the Radiant Secret Shop. They could see Mind Control making that run, waited perfectly in the tree line, and then just a simple D-Ward. So vision-wise, now Team Liquid actually only have 1 Observe Ward on the lane, and that's actually on the bottom lane, blocking the Beastmaster pull.
So Enchantress does have a smoke, no sentries on her, but after that 1 Observer Ward is already taken down, she should feel pretty safe.
Matavaman going to try and contest this bottom rune. Farda's here as well, going to walk in. Ziggy napalms up with a dive forward. A lot of damage already coming out. JerAx is dropping down low, but Dendy, he's been focused down by Team Liquid. He will get back up the hillside, whilst actually the Phoenix will be the first blood. Taken by Na'Vi. Art Style killing off JerAx. And they're able to bail back out. So first blood goes the way of Na'Vi after Liquid really tried to contest Na'Vi heavily for that bot rune.
And Dendy ended up getting the bounty rune too. Napalm just makes engagements like that really difficult to chase down in a hero.
So the bounty rune still ended up being split because the top one went the way of Mind Control. But we go into our laning phase now. So Dendy could feel very happy, able to obviously get bounty rune. So how is this matchup meant to work? Like you got the last pickup from Na'Vi. Batrider was their last one. So they have to feel confident that this hero is going to have a big impact.
I think he has pretty good kill potential on the Dragon Knight. I think they definitely want something that's tempo control and not as farmy on him. It's just struggles if you, let's say you blink in, you get stunned by DK, or you get Savage Reward instantly, or they have the Vengeful Spirit swap. Like any of these things can interrupt his flow. And if you have a bad team fight, you can lose 1-2 towers and then Roche. So it's just a very high-risk hero from Na'Vi.
Well, they have to have something that will help them pay off and get ahead in this game.
Art Style looks like he's heading down to the bottom. There are no wards. He didn't smoke for this.
No, he's just here to try and make sure there's no easy farming of any kind of neutrals. And obviously, like with his presence on bottom lane with the double boars, Kuro can't easily just zone out general if you've got that help from the Enchantress. And it could also make Farda look behind him, because right now Farda's actually got 5 sticky napalm stacked on him from Dendy, and actually turn on the Firefly. Let's just force Farda back behind the tier 1 tower and give Dendy all the space in the world to farm up.
And JerAx may have a difficult time searching for his levels if Art Style's constantly in the jungle. I don't think these two heroes can.
Kuro is actually going to go down for the bot rune. You guys, Sophos had a blast. The ball's not going to get in range, or maybe it will try and slow down Kuro. The attack actually hits uphill, which means R-Style's got a chance right now. That Static Blast is back off cooldown, but he needed to actually commit to one hero. Very difficult to do when you got sprites coming out from JerAx.
JerAx going with the level 2 Fire Spirit, much better at dealing with this one-on-one situation against the Enchantress.
As opposed to what we've normally seen, which is like that heavy man into Sunray early on.
I don't know how much access he has to that right camp. I think the Observer Ward blocks that one, so he doesn't have that many camps to work with on the right side of the map.
Still want to keep my little side eye over on Mind Control. He's managed to find a couple of levels. Okay.
Nice snipe from Enchantress.
With Mind Control up on this top lane, the Snake is going to start to pose a bit of a threat. With the combination of Diddy Ra, it's just either a simple glimpse or wall, and then allow for a full spin against mind control, something which he can't really just crush his way out of.
Yeah, he might need phase boost just to ensure it versus, let's say, a level 2 sprint for mind control.
So he can actually keep up.
In art style, his camp will be unblocked at this point. JRX placing that sentry very, very early. And he will have a troll. This might be a smoke from art style.
So right now, obviously we had first blood, but after that everything started to simmer down. There's been a couple of rotations, but not much more beyond that. Is this really favoring one team? Like, I know Winter was saying, like, it's a slower paced game for Team Liquid. Hello, top lane, mind control. The spin from Diddy Ra. He's trying to get into the tree lines. Mind control keeps the run going. Snake also rotates over. Not cancel off the Sal, but the double crush. Mind control. He's just going to sprint his way out. Can he get through the wall? No, he can't. He's controlled and locked, but Diddy Ra still does not have the damage, and he doesn't have that movement speed. The phase boots aren't there yet. So Slaughter is able to escape. But this will force mind control all the way back to the well.
Yeah, very nice moves by Slaughter. Without the ceiling salve, he would have definitely been a dead fish.
Well, Fada might be up a little bit too far. Arstyle's going to start his rotation. He needs that troll trap to come. You've got the actually the purge creep as well, slowing him down. Fada trying to reach that tier 1 tower. He just can't do it. The sticky napalm, Firefly's there, and Dendy will take the kill in the mid.
Nice movement by Artstyle. And kind of maybe waiting to save his Arcane Rune for that level 6 push, and yeah, this is already putting a dent into Liquid's timing. You want to be able to push the tower down, or at least get some damage on it 6 minutes in. I don't think Fada's going to be level 6 by then. And the supports are really struggling to keep bottom lane stable for Matumbamun.
You still have Matumbamun with the highest amount of CS on the board, and this Lone Druid, like, you've played a lot of Lone Druid safe lane in your time as well. How do you even shut it down, and can you shut down a safe lane Lone Druid? Like, he's still going to hit a sweet time with the Radiance, right?
Right, but you can just make all of his teammates pretty useless. If he's the only one that's really farmed, you can kite the bear. They have reward to lock it down if they really want to at some point, but they have a lot of right-click damage. They can't really poke at towers without fear of return damage.
That's what Liquid always likes to do with the Lone Druid. They want to poke in when they hit a half-decent level timing, at least.
They never have eyes on this Enchantress. I think that Observer Ward at the start really hurt them. Now they can't really foray into Navi's side of the map, and Artstyle can feel very comfortable running around.
Especially when you're able to de-ward another Observer Ward. In fact, it's going to be a smoke maneuver. Artstyle and Snako together. Artstyle, however, is bone dry when it comes to mana, so don't look for any kind of slow, don't look for any kind of heal. But Dendy starts his Firefly, but it's mind control, rotates over, breaks the smoke of Artstyle. Kuro's still here, but they're going to glimpse Fada back over underneath Dendy's Firefly. Fada, however, stands his ground up against Dendy. The burst damage is there. The Sunray will also arrive, making it so Na'Vi is a little bit more cautious about this, but then again, Diddy Ra runs forward. He's got Spin of Babel. He'll focus onto the Phoenix. The wall locking in Kuro as well, allowing Arstyle's army to move forward underneath the T1 tower, but Dragon Form is up, and Fada wants to fight. The stun's on Diddy Ra, thanks to that Slaughter Crush, and now the Omni Slash! He's hit level 6 during the engagement. Will bounce back out, and Diddy Ra, on 60 HP, will retreat behind his Tier 1 tower. Heavy committal from both teams, but not a lot of blood spilt.
And Dragon Knight picked up 2 early points in the Dragon Tail. That combined with the Arcane Rune, 7.7 cooldown on that stun. And that's a value Arcane Rune coming out from him.
And that's still your first Dragon Form triggered, and you haven't done any damage to the Tier 1 tower. Obviously, you still survive the fight with a 1-1 trade.
It was a little obvious from Na'Vi. Once they drop the Sentry Ward, they know the supports are around, because it's rarely going to be given to the mid hero to de-ward. And then it's very common to Sentry, make sure they don't have vision of you, and then smoke. So the supports were positioned right around the Ancients to pop it from the north side.
Interesting this lane switch. Dendy's actually moved down to bottom lane now. He's got 1k gold banked up, so obviously you're still looking for that Blink Dagger timing. But straight after the fight happens, and they switch General into the mid. He's hit his level 6 as well. But is shy of mana to actually have Raw.
Still need a few more stacks out for him. The supports have been very, very busy trying to slay Liquid's heroes. There is a 3-stack in the Radiant safe lane. Let's see if Dendy can get that for a Blink Dagger. He's at 1150 gold right now.
Waiting for this group up in mid. Looks like Team Liquid are going to bring in the extra help. Kuro's got smoke as well. Looks like he's just doing a bottom maneuver for now, as Mind Control wants to loop around. There's no dire Observer Ward thanks to Team Liquid, finding that Na'Vi Observer Ward sitting on the high ground of the Na'Vi side. they know that Na'Vi doesn't have great vision around the river.
The timeline of Enchantress's strength is expiring soon. These heroes are getting pretty tanky. Dragon Knight, level 7 with 1000 HP, with just treads.
Is that why Outstyle now is transitioning himself into Hand of Midas, realizes he can just become this damage dealer in the mid game?
Yeah, I think he did enough damage in this early game. I think if you force it too much at this point, then you're not going to get kills and you're going to fall way too far behind. And they need the damage output from him later. He can be a pretty good anti-push if he's sitting on the high ground throwing spears at the DK or at the bear. It can really hurt their push. They have some sustain in the defense.
Denny's a very happy man. He just took that triple stack, which is on the top lane on his Dire side. So he's now sitting at 1900.
And as I kind of mentioned, as soon as Denny leaves the lane, mid tower getting pressured very hard. Dragon Knight with a DD rune on.
But there's no one to defend it because Denny leaves and General, in fact, just rotated down to bottom lane. Now the TP support's coming with Fortification as well, just forcing him away. That's a double damage from TK. You do not want to fight into it. Just dissuade him from taking your tower.
And they didn't even try for the glimpse, so they probably only know that there's 2 heroes there. If there were more, they would have at least
double TPs are on their way. Tanako, he's got Storm up and running. He's going to pull Fada back into it, however. Waiting for that glimpse timing is not really going to happen for him, but the spin damage, then he's going to get hit out of that Firefly. It's actually Dirax with that Sunray doing the work. Fada, can he actually get out of here? Not with a double crush from Mind Control. Na'Vi, they've lost 3 heroes here. A triple kill for Dirax. Nat Phoenix causing absolute havoc for Na'Vi, coming from behind the lines and giving no way to retreat.
Man, no one was really ready for that. I don't know if like Seneko had just hit level 6, but I think they should have engaged right after they used a glyph. They could have isolated the Dragon Knight close to the
top lane as well. Seneko may not escape from this one. He'll glimpse Mind Control out of here. And that will allow him to get a little bit of distance, but Kuro's also rotating up. He's got swap available, so he can pull Seneko back over again. Exactly what he does with the stun, and with the basic attacks, Wave of Terror, there's almost no armor on Seneko, but Denny wants to try and punish now the Team Liquid drafter. Kuro on the run, Artstyles behind him. They can slow him down. He's dragged the creep wave too, so Kuro understands that he is most definitely dead, but he's wasting time here of Denny and Artstyle.
And that will be Denny's Blink Dagger immediately picked up after that. It was just a really strange engage at that T1. Seneko had missed his kinetic field on the 2 heroes. They weren't locked inside the static storm yet. He kept chasing forward, and that just led so many heroes to be hit by a Sunray and the eventual crush by Mind Control. You can't make mistakes like that if you want to defend against Liquid's push.
Yep. And that gives Liquid a good momentum. In fact, it was Na'Vi who was leading the way. They had about 2k gold advantage, about 1700 in the experience, and all of that was just negated after the last fight in the mid lane.
So let's see if there is a smoke. So Nico has one on him. Denny does not have one in his inventory. Drop a sentry, make sure that there's no vision, and now it's time.
Dira, staying close. You can smoke up from Denny and Seneko, but they've got to ping and realize the attack. Yeah, they've cottoned onto the fact, and Dira cuts through the tree line until they can see each other. The lovers tunnel up on top lane. And now Dendy, smoke's going to break into the Firefly. He's still got that blink, lasso on Mind Control, but no, the glimpse from Seneko actually breaks the lasso of Dendy.
Kuro's like, I didn't even need to swap there. They were ready for that. Even if that hadn't happened, Kuro would have swapped, and then Sara would have been able to get a crush off. So that was just a little bit hasty by them.
It just exposes the problems here in game 1 for Na'Vi. Like, things are not synergizing properly.
They should have better vision with the Beastmaster. I feel like they haven't been able to scout out Liquid's movements. They didn't know that 2 heroes were there. They plopped the Observer Ward down as they were making that move. And now with the recently acquired Supernova, Jerax just ate that Tome not too long ago. And another Arcane Rune for Dragon Knight.
Just Dragon Form after Dragon Form when he can do this kind of jazz. This smoke maneuver, they're going to find him. It's Didira. He's got his own Observer on the other side of the tree line, so Mind Control smoke will break. But Didira, he knows he's in trouble. Spin TP out. In comes Mind Control. No point up in bash, but you got the swap from Kuro. And Didira, he'll go down on the top lane. Kuro taking the kill, and this means Tier 1 Tower will fall straight after. It's already injured.
And everything pretty much going according to Liquid's plan at this point. Matama Man closing in on that Relic quite soon. He's been very quiet on the bottom lane.
Well, that's the reason why Dendy's probably down here. They're trying to do something about it, but Liquid, they feel something's coming. Either that or they want to just move from tower to tower. The Tier 1 Tower's already lost on the bottom lane. Okay, General will commit Raw to kill off that bear. Anything he can. Actually, Matoma doesn't have mana at the moment. He can't even resummon his new bear yet. It is off cooldown, and he's got a clarity, so he's fine.
Dragon Knight wasn't even forced to commit Dragon Form for that T1 tower, so they can keep on knocking on the T2s. And Juggernaut's really not fight ready at this point. He didn't get that early kill on the Slardar, and he just has a ring of health right now. If he goes Vanguard, it's not going to be good at stopping the push at all. But if he farms for the Battle Fury, they might lose all the T2s before he can dish out any damage.
So is that just when you have to make space? Like you put Arnstyle out in the front lines, he's going to have his Dragonlance pretty soon, and get better initiations with Seneko as well as Dendi. Combine them up properly.
They need the Roar. I think they need the Beastmaster there for damage. I feel like he hasn't been present in any of Navi's engagements.
Well, he might be present for this one. TP is in, but because he used the Roar on the Bear on the bot lane, it's not available. But Dendi this time around, Flame Ray pushing Mind Control away. The Sun Ray already being burnt out here by Jirax, but then Dendi jumps in, lasso. This time it's on Mind Control. They try and glimpse back with Phoenix into the Nova. And Na'Vi, they will wait this one out. Their initiation did not work, and he still gets hit by this. But while all this is going on, you've got Matumbaman taking the tier 2 tower on bot lane. They want to stop these TPs out of here. Arnstyle's able to get his one out in the mid lane.
Kuro's been in near perfect position for these fights, though. He's sitting just in swap range of a potential lasso, and then he just cannot find any sort of jump on Liquid. And this is before the bear comes. If they try and go in the Vengeful Spirit, which they might try and do later, they can just Savage Roar.
Sorry, Raw from General in the mid, going to trigger the Necro Books as well. Then he jumps forward, there is no lasso available with Mind Control. They glimpse him back into the Storm, and with the Sun Ray, it's not enough protection. In fact, it's Diddy Rahu has to start walking away from Jirax. But that's the first pick which Na'Vi have taken fairly convincingly away from the rest of the Liquid lineup.
Yeah, they can do Roche with Healing Ward and with the Beastmaster Aura if they can ever clear out Liquid from that side of the map. However, looks like Matumbaman will be closing in on maybe even earlier than 18 minutes. He will have his Relic money right now.
It was a Vanguard from Didier, so it's not the heavy farming build.
I think they're going to have severe damage issues. Jirax does have max Sunray at this point.
How else do you get around that? Like, can you just go raw damage output over on Didier from now on?
I think it's mostly Dendi. Dendi has to get... He has level 3 Flame Break, so don't break on a few heroes with a couple of Napalm stacks. Firefly, I think he's maybe relying a little bit too much on the lasso.
How do you actually get those sticky napalm stacks off unless Liquid are going to commit to a long drawn-out fight? Then you also need the ability to start kiting. Unless you can get like a couple of sticky napalms off, and then the glimpse will allow you to capitalize on it.
Yeah, I think he should just try and run in and you just start napalming everyone. If they turn to face him, your teammates can come in with the Static Storm, and then you go for the lasso. They're looking for just the easy initiation, the Blink Lasso, and then they're already looking for that. Maybe even a Roar on a different target. They have to control multiple targets at once and not just rely on the lasso.
Well, they can give it a crack for now. It's back to the farming. Because this is just a fantastic time for a Lone Druid. Already up at 8.2k in his net worth. The DK is in the second position for the net worth board at 6.6k. So Fada with his armlet. Another difficult way just to execute this Dragon Knight. But the fact that Fada can just start toggling his way through it all. And there's no instant burst damage. You're not looking like a Queen of Pain being on the field, or that sharp spike of damage we saw from Templar Assassin yesterday.
And the new Blink on Mind Control will hail the smoke from Liquid.
They look for their opening, a 3-man maneuver. They see Seneko, or do they? They're coming up top lane. They're searching for Didier. Mind Control actually goes for the blink. He misses it. The swamp will be there, but Didier now making a break for his tier 2 tower. General triggers the Necro Books. He's got Roar available, and the rest of Na'Vi are coming. The whole 5-man lineup. They're burning up the mana here of Fada. So Dragon Form is still protecting him. He doesn't have the armor turned on. They glimpse him back into the wall. And the Storm. Can they hold him there? Yes, they can. Liquid, they're actually cutting their losses. They understand this DK is gone. They just want to bail out and go straight back to the other lanes to farm and push him out.
They had to commit a lot to go in this Juggernaut. And Liquid also had pretty good vision in that area with the Observer Ward. I guess that was placed after the initial jump. And now it looks like the Radiance is online for Spirit Bear.
That it is. So now we have to start worrying about all that little bit of chip damage coming their way, not to mention the missed chances. So life gets a little bit more difficult for Na'Vi. It's just this Lone Druid. Matumbaman time and time again has just destroyed so many teams with it. And this looks to be the same kind of case. They're going to slip themselves inside the pit. Now Na'Vi, They don't have Storm available for 30 seconds.
They have the Observer Ward. They see the Phoenix, so they know that something is going on in the pit.
Well, that's when we look towards Denny then. He's got a Firefly and getting closer. Like Roshan, with that amplification, you know you can't properly contest it, but they're taking so long to get here. The Roshan's at 1.5k. Now the Sun Ray is out. Denny with the Flame Break. He might be at a cliff. He actually cliffs Matumbaman, but Matumbaman quickly TP's out. He's already got the Aegis Immortal. So Na'Vi a little bit too late to the party.
Wow, that was a really nice play by Jerax. He used a Sunray to stop the Batrider blink. Without the Batrider being able to blink in the pit, there's no chance that they can snatch or take the Roshan kill. And Na'Vi just a little bit late to that. Timeline is so small when you have to deal with Amp. And Na'Vi, I think they would have been in a pretty good spot had they been able to contest the Roach or take it for themselves.
Here they come again. Smoke it up and try and look for the opening.
Wow, what a scan.
It looks like they see everything. That tier 1 tower in mid lane is what Na'Vi wants to go for, but Liquid hit the scan perfectly and Na'Vi walks straight under it, and this pushes Liquid up to their own ancient area. Hilariously enough, Seneco's already put down an Observer Ward, which will now, Kuro sees it because he put down his own sentry, and Na'Vi, they just keep coming up the hill. They're looking for an opening. General, he actually started the axis for the Roar. There's your lasso over on Kuro, but then he's stunned up. The Nova is down, and Dandy so deep with no friends.
I think at that point you just take the T1 tower instead of chasing up that hill. If they're all going to retreat there, you can get better positioning
the
by
rotation.
hiding around the tower.
Matumbaman's coming in from behind. He's looking for an opening. Snake puts the wall up. He might just have to glimpse Matumbaman away and get that bear off the front lines, but okay, not going to happen. They get back to the tree line while the rest of Liquid mop up the Necro books of the Beastmaster. And the tier 1 tower remains healthy.
And now with Lasso on cooldown, with the Aegis in possession of Liquid, I think the tier 2, maybe even a tier 3 siege starts right now. They're incredibly strong relative to Na'Vi.
They still have to be careful though. Even if you do have Lasso on cooldown, Na'Vi still have a decent AoE controller. If you commit too heavily, then the glimpse will make sure you get punished for it. And Na'Vi don't even want to try and contest the mid lane. They're taking the tier 1 tower on the bot lane. So they get some level of trade-off. But with this maneuver, Team Liquid, like they go up towards the top lane, this will, at the end, leave only one outer tower for Na'Vi, and that one's already down at about 1/3 of its normal life.
I think Na'Vi should just commit to split pushing a lot more, maybe get BOTs up on Dendi, and Liquid have been as 4 for most of the game until Matumbaman got his radiance. Now they're going to be sitting as 5. Just sack your towers and get towers of your own. Because now Liquid have a much more push-oriented lineup, so if you're trading 1-for-1 against a push lineup, it should be okay as long as you can hold your team 3s.
Well, they're doing it right now. That tier 2 for tier 2 tower. Liquid could go for the tier 3s. They could potentially TP back to defend their tier 2 on bot. No, General and Didier Ra will manage to take it. The fortification will slow this up. The Balls can finish the job, so they're going to TP back now. They have to defend as Liquid. The fortification from Na'Vi will hold them out.
Got to watch out for Glimpse. They have to back out as a team.
They're able to do so. So, yeah, that wasn't even trade. That's still tower for tower. I think the only thing which Team Liquid held on to, and actually, no, they burned it too. They burnt their glyph, so both teams burnt their tier 2 tower glyph.
It would have been a lot more dangerous had General not TP'd there. He still had his Necro 3 up, and he can even just throw his Necro 3 plus the plus his summons at the T3 or his hero there, but then they might have been in a compromising position at that fight. I think he could have maybe
Na'Vi
waited on
coming
for
again. This smoke maneuver, Matumbaman's going to walk straight into it. The Observer Ward and Sentry, but Na'Vi, they walk away. They see him, but don't want to fight. The rest of Team Liquid are also coming down. They'll come underneath the Obs and Sentry. So all the movement is being watched by Na'Vi.
That's their only Observer Ward out. They had a Hawk near the top room, but no idea where the rest of
Courage got sentries. He's going to think there's some kind of vision around here. I'm wondering if he... does he? No, he's going to walk it off.
He's probably wondering why they didn't jump.
They're pinging. They're pinging. Yeah, he found it out. So both the Obs and Sentry are gone.
General's setting up for maybe a wraparound onto Matumbaman. He does have a little bit of extra damage output coming out from Seneko. The Roar on the summons might make this a very difficult kill, though.
Father, you're not going to find anything with this one, even with the Shadow Blade. Everyone from Na'Vi is back at home.
He's gotten so many arcane runes.
This is the new DD.
So looking at net worth, it looks like art style has transitioned to the number 2. He is far ahead of Dendi in terms of farm with the Dragon Lance and the Axe Scepter complete. I think that will make it very difficult for Liquid to push high ground. maybe Sunray on the Bear. They could do a decent amount of damage.
Didira, Bada, under the Shadow Blade, runs forward. They're just done. Snako gets a good ulti off. Then he jumps in too. Lasso on Kuro, and Didira spins up and gets back into the base safely. He'll end up surviving this one with Aurora. Matumman, he's caught underneath the tier 3 tower. The healing wood will come forward, allowing Navi to survive through this one. With Slaughter down, Matumman will join him. Kuro will go down too. The damage is arriving from Navi in the form of Arstyle. Impetus damage over to Fada with a spin too. Fada's gone too. They've lost 4. Navi will defend the high ground, and this is why Liquid were being so patient. They understood there's still some bite to Navi's lineup.
I think it was actually impatience that caused that array of events. The Aegis expired as they killed Matumma, man. It was maybe 2 seconds before they killed him, maybe even 1 second before, and without 2 lives on a lone druid, and when you hear that sound from Navi, you know that you win that fight.
Oh, they're going to take a tier 1 tower to boot. Take that momentum, continue the push. It was a 3k lead roughly for Liquid in the gold, as well as a little bit in the experience. This is going to start to skyrocket down for Na'Vi.
I didn't agree with the Vanguard at the start, but it won them that fight, and if Artstyle can get this sort of farm, you don't really need too much damage from your Juggernaut.
It's the perfect replacement. It's like, well, I don't have enough from the Juggernaut, so let's give all the space to Artstyle. You were mentioning it just before the fight. They purposely put that money into Artstyle to get him to the point where they could defend against Liquid.
Yeah, he's #1 on net worth on Na'Vi, and just a few thousand behind Matumma, man.
It seems to be the perfect hero to also put damage on in this game. Like, you're going up against like 3 melee heroes. As long as he can keep that range, he can keep the kite going while still inflicting heavy damage.
Yeah, he did. He's played really well in the early game. He just output the right amount of threat with the smokes that the supports had to play really defensively, and then after that, you transition into farming build, so the supports are still wondering where the Enchantress is. He could be farming, but he also could be smoked up. So it hurts their farm, and then he's just A-OK in his own jungle.
So overall, okay, this didn't go well for Liquid. The mid push didn't really function for him, and they gave a lot over to Na'Vi. How is the balance now on the map? Because right now, it doesn't look like either team still is in control.
Liquid have better 5-man, but I think Na'Vi just have way better pick. They have the Beastmaster. He can go for BOTs or Blink. Not sure what he's going to go for. He has 2150. Batrider also could go for BOTs, and then they have superior fight around the map. However, if they commit to that sort of build, then Liquid might just 5-man with the next Aegis if they get their hands on it.
So how do you then approach this Liquid? If you want to 5-man the entire time, do you want to go up? Do you want to try and do what you did like before and try and assault the base of Na'Vi?
They do have good picks with the Dragon Knight, with the Shadow Blade, and that would have worked out if it weren't right under the T3. So they can still look for picks. I don't think they're that desperate at the moment. It was just one fight.
Well, their Obs is able to see Seneko next to that tier 2 tower on bot lane. And Na'Vi hovering around Roshan. It's another maybe 10-15 seconds until he has the potential spawn time. So this will be in the back of the minds of the teams. Not to mention Liquid are pinging out the top lane. The fact that no one is defending that tier 3 tower on top makes him just wonder where the hell Na'Vi is. Artstyle will now show himself underneath that Obs as well on bottom.
But they have a gem now on Dendi, so that will make Dragon Knight's Shadow Blade not as useful as before. Still can turn that into, let's say, Silver Edge. Pretty good versus Enchantress, both at killing her and limiting her impetus damage.
Dendi actually walked straight past the Observer Ward with the gem, but he had no vision on the hillside. So the gem gets to remain alive for a while.
Yeah, they need the Hawk to follow the gem carrier. This is generally why the Beastmaster carries the gem rather than the Batrider, although Batrider is pretty darn good.
Yeah.
So looks like Roshan's going to be a very quick respawn, 1 minute and 10-ish.
Well, Liquid are going to smoke up. Okay, that's not even okay. We've got like 20-25 seconds until Roshan's on the field. So if Liquid actually lose this fight, then Na'Vi potentially can grab Roshan after, but if Liquid also win this fight, they're looking at a Raxing.
So scan peeked out exactly where the boar was, and it did catch Kuro with that.
Now, where do you want to go? Okay, Liquid can't find the heroes. They go for the tier 2 tower on bottom.
And let's see if that Hawk catches the tail end of the Roshan respawn. If Na'Vi know that it's up, and Liquid might.
It will.
If they know that it's up, they have to go around that pit. They can't just fall back after the T2.
There it is. They see it.
Yeah, so now I think they might be forced to fight outside of base. If it weren't up, they could just sit up in T3, but Liquid very likely to check Roshan after that pit, and they have superior vision with those 2 Observer Wards that have not yet been taken down.
They still haven't looked yet. Liquid are focused pretty heavily on just the lane. It would take like a wave of terror from Kuro to have a peek.
Or Bear. Or
Bear, yep.
Anything.
And there it is, wave of terror. They know Roshan's up. At the same time, the Hawk also gets scouted out, moving over towards the pit.
Yeah, and Liquid now, they can't leave the pit. Matama man TP to the left side, but if they want to contest Roche, he needs to be there for this fight. And they scouted him out with the Observer Ward. They know he's not there.
Na'Vi actually have an opening now because Liquid have left. So if they can actually get rid of the Observer Ward, is Beastmaster carrying around the gem? No, he's not, but he triggers the Necrobooks, and with the axes he gets a vision on the ward. So he'll get rid of it that way. Then there's still the committal of Necrobooks to get rid of that ward, but it might be worth it. Liquid are coming back over.
And there's also a gem on the Phoenix. Let's see if they get the dire
The bear
Observer
makes
Ward.
the run. Na'Vi, they're looping around. They want Liquid to try and find them. That's why Denny, BKB lasso, catching out Kuro, taking that Vengeful Spirit out of the play already. And Matumman caught down the river, roared up. The spin's going to happen. The Nova's also down. Fighter is dropping low. Enchantress pumping up the damage with a crush from Mind Control, stopping the inflicting of it. And Fighter, with a Sunray, he actually just heals up so quickly, combining up with the Armlet. Na'Vi are bailing out this one. They lost two. The Savage Roar a little bit too late there. But that's two heroes down from Na'Vi, and now Liquid will be taking Roshan.
And they did get Kuro with the lasso, but then their other damage dealers are just wailing onto Dityara. Dityara, he spun, even with his Vanguard, he died during his spin, was not able to get his Omni Slash off, and that will be a free road.
Dendy, oh, he attempts the steal. But Roshan is still killed by the Radiant, and the Lone Druid has the Aegis, the Immortal. Dendy does not have buyback available. A 50-second window has just been opened up. But the upside for Na'Vi is all the creep waves are already pushed out. So by the time Liquid arrive, Dendy will be back.
And at least he had the presence of mind and dropped his gem before he went into the pit, or else just would have been suicidal.
He needed the slot to get the Aegis anyway. Trying to make the next fight a little bit easier for them.
And now with Aegis in tow and a lot of auras on the Spirit Bear, he was what, maybe like 3,000 ahead of the Enchantress. Now he's 7,000 ahead.
Yeah. And increasing.
So who do they need to kill in fights? Dendy needs to lasso Kuro so he doesn't get a swap off, but then Phoenix gets like a full Sunray off on these huge strength cores or tanky core like Lone Druid.
It also seems like Slardar is causing them the most amount of problems. Like Mind Control crushes are always catching 2 or 3 heroes of Na'Vi, stopping them from like art style. He almost had that kill over on Fighter until the crush came from Mind Control.
And they have no armor on Na'Vi, so you have the amp damage and the minus armor from the Assault Cuirass, and everyone's just getting ripped to shreds.
Na'Vi are coming out. Matamaman, he's the closest one, and well, this should be a guaranteed kill. With the lasso back, they try and take their distance here, and Matamaman, well, impetus damage. Arstal, you need to actually throw that into Matamaman, but he doesn't do it. In fact, even one of those impetus went over towards the bear. So Matamaman will survive for now, and you're seeing the Mind Control trying to punish Na'Vi as they come out.
And now it's clear that damage output is severely lacking. Need at least one more item with Juggernaut before they can take a straight 5-on-5. I don't think Liquid's going to give them that much time to farm, though. Na'Vi drawing arrows towards the bottom lane, knowing that they need to get all the lanes pushed out so Liquid can't approach their T3.
Oh, Dityara's going to find Mind Control. It's a little too close to the Ancients for him just to commit a complete solo Omni Slash.
And DK's being pretty smart and not showing on the map. He's farming the newts, he's relatively close to his team, but everyone's going to be scared to push out the lanes. Dityara has to back off the bottom lane because they don't know where Fada is.
Liquid. They were healing up Matamaman with Sunray. And now they're just staring down the barrel of that mid lane, but Na'Vi, they were able to hold this once before. Underneath the tier 3 towers, Liquid will not make the same mistake again. And again, they are a lot stronger than they were back then. With BKBs over on Fada. Got actually 3.5k gold on Jirax. I'm assuming we're just going to go straight to Shiva's.
Shiva's pretty good. Ags is fairly reasonable, especially with the single target from the Batrider and the Beastmaster.
Haven't seen Ags Phoenix in a while. Wouldn't mind it.
Looks like just Shiva's will be his build. I still think Na'Vi are not doing a very good job of pushing the lanes out at all. No BOTs up, and they're falling way behind in terms of farm right now. It was pretty close until 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, and then everything just started going horribly wrong after the fight, and then Roshan. Team Liquid, they are grouped up. Funnily enough, Na'Vi still have 3 players down on the southern part of the map. They'll have to come back to base now. And Liquid, they're also smoked, looking for an opening. Kuro, he's kind of like the primary guy for that one. The level 2 swap, some really good range. but they don't have vision inside the base either. And now the Glimpse actually dragging Fada back, but no committal. Potentially looking to maybe force out a BKB charge for him, but Fada doesn't care. He goes Dragon Form, and they're coming up high ground. You are still not having Juggernaut here. He's too far away. The stun comes in over on R-Style. Remember, he's a big source of damage. He'll turn it around, now trying to hit into Fada, who seems to be okay with this when G-Rex is there holding his hand with Sunray, a full medic frontliner. Diddy Raj, mind control. Okay, he came up. Yeah, I don't know if he was looking for a real stun, but Fada's able to get one. The nice storm over on Kuro. He's actually dropping really, really low. Fada walks back into it under the cover of his BKB, but the Raw will also control him. R-Style just pumping out the cannon damage from the rear end. Fada, he's going to go down. They've lost 2. The stun comes out from the bear. R-Style so low. The flame ray trapped by space. R-Style with the Sunray from G-Rex. He'll kill him at the end. And Dendy as well. He's burning in the pit. The 4-star will allow him to retreat. The bear may go down, but a fresh one gets summoned up here by Matumbaman. Now the Crush General still on the front lines. He's going to get entangled as well. General! RNG is against him this time around. Matumbaman keeps going onto the racks. The bear is just so damn strong. R-Style wants something with the help of Denny. Maybe he can claim Matumbaman's down low, but mind control initiates in. R-Style locked in by the bear, and with the Sunray, the heal starts coming in, and Denny has to force-start himself away to save him. There's just no place to be safe. Liquid are all over this Na'Vi base. They take the top racks out. And now with a Glimpse, maybe they can catch out mind control. In fact, they will be able to with a spin out from Didier Ra. But the damage is done. Team Liquid have taken the top racks.
And another fight where he had the Aegis, it ticked down, and then he got hit by a Firefly, so he couldn't heal it from the Aegis, and then he just died like a second after. It's a sad life for mind control, or from a double man rather.
You're still happy if you're Liquid. You still hold a huge advantage. You're about 10k net worth in front now. You got a top racks going your way with such a great push lineup with Lone Druid as well as DK. Just that enough would make you very happy.
The Phoenix is just left unchecked in all these fights, just channeling Sunray and dealing all the damage that Didier Ra could do.
Well, how are you meant to check him? Like, he's always so far back, you can't stop it.
They committed 2 ultimates to Kuro. They had the, I think, BKB, Blink, Lasso, and then they dropped the Static Storm on top of it. That's just way too much for it. I think the Disruptor can hopefully control the Phoenix if you're Na'Vi, and Batrider can deal with the Ventral Spirit, or maybe even just roar the Ventral Spirit and lasso someone else. They cannot commit 2 ultimates like that to the Ventral Spirit.
We'll see how Na'Vi approach it next time around, because it won't be too long until that happens. We can check out Roshan's about a minute and a half away from potential spawn time.
I think Didier Ra really needs Manta. I think that's the second time he's just died very early on instead of fight. Howl of Terror on top of the other minus armor. He needs to be able to dispel those to live. It's much better than just building 1 armor item.
Well, he's not too far away from getting it. And in fact, when I say not too far, he's got it. 36 minutes in, didn't realize the recipe was over on the courier. But this is a buyout for this. As far as buybacks go, like obviously he doesn't want to save any of his money. You had to buy back on both the Juggernaut as well as the Enchantress for Na'Vi to attempt to hold that top lane before. So right now it's only Dendy as well as General who have the buybacks.
Enchantress can still dish out the damage in team fights once she completes her Moon Shard. I just don't know if she's going to be that safe. You saw how deeply they committed into the Fountain to make sure that she was dead, and at least had to commit their buyback to that fight.
Yeah.
So I think Liquid realized that she's a very high priority, wondering how these heavy armor, like few thousand HP heroes are just melting. And it's all because of Enchantress. Even Matumbaman near the end, he realized that he just needs to run towards her. If they can get in her face and force her to either run away or hit them while they're in melee range, she's not a problem.
It's amazing how well this is working for Na'Vi on bot lane. General pushes the lane almost to the tier 3 tower. Team Liquid for the last 30 seconds been all holding hands as a 5-man group.
I feel like he should have been doing this most of the game, though. I think he should be much more farmed than he is. He's number 5 on net worth, but he's very, very scared. Sometimes you just have to take the risk. Yeah, there could be a DK there, Shadow Bladed, but if there's just one hero, you can just roar them and kill them. At this point, his Necro 3 is not that strong. I think he had Necro 3 sub 20 minutes. He hasn't been able to get a solo pick with it.
It's also the safety of having Didier Ra. Like the fact he has that mana style, he was using it to scout out and see what was going on. Maybe you could find Team Liquid right now. If they're going to find Liquid, they have to go to Roshan. But Roshan currently has negative 18 armor, and he drops so quickly. If Na'Vi has any intention of trying to compete up against that, like they had to be there before it started. Which they were not.
And Cheese will go to Slarnar.
With the immortality into the hands again of the Lone Druid.
So for Na'Vi this fight, they have to get like a multiple engagements at once. One hero roared, one hero lassoed, or one hero lassoed and then another hero static storm. It's going to be insanely difficult versus the BKB though. No scepter up on the Disruptor. They cannot prevent those from being popped.
I love this last little item from Sparta. Enjoy Heaven's Halberd, man. Invasion and everything else, so Na'Vi. Do you want to try and come out and fight, catch Liquid off guard?
I don't think so. It's too risky. They don't know where they have vision. Denny hasn't been able to sweep the area free with his gem.
But still with a pickup lineup, you need to get something. I suppose Liquid aren't really giving you any openings either.
They have to force Liquid to split apart. They're not split pushing out the lanes, so Liquid are just okay with going mid. They have the low Druid Bear too, and he hasn't even been forced to put the Bear into other lanes just because the lanes aren't pushed out. Still no BOTs out from Na'Vi.
There's no easy way just to split push it. Diarra is actually walking up on this top lane. He's going to pick up a TP scroll. If he sells his Ring of Aquila, he'll be able to grab it now, which he will do. Liquid stare down the barrel of the mid lane. Diarra will reveal himself on top lane in just a bit. So it relieves pressure, but it won't be enough for Team Liquid to come back.
Not at all.
And Arstar's like a cannon with that Moonshot. If the Lone Druid Bear loses half of its life in a very, very short span of time.
And Liquid have to feel very comfortable. 3 minutes until the Aegis respawn, so no Aegis death shenanigans.
Sparta, there's a jump in mind control, right on top of General. He's going to go down low, but he actually gets his roar off in time. That Phoenix Egg is in the perfect spot. Na'Vi had nowhere to go apart from down. Diarra will be lost as well. A trip buyback right now from Na'Vi to defend their mid lane, but they don't have their sources of damage. They don't have Ench, they do not have the Juggernaut, and they don't have this game. GG! Na'Vi will lose game 1 to Team Liquid, as Liquid just really solid. Maybe a bit of a hiccup with that mid lane push, but apart from that, they were in control.
Their only hiccups were with the Aegis, maybe a little bit from the early game, but that's to be expected with Art Styles Enchantress. Overall, I think they went in with a game plan. Na'Vi just lacked damage output on a lot of fronts, did not control the Phoenix, even though Phoenix has a really low win rate. In the hands of Jerix, it looks very powerful and worthy of first pick.
And Na'Vi, I know there's a lot of fans here in the crowd who are cheering them on, trying to see like a quality game from them, but they've had some really hard matchups. Like you get OG as your first one, and then you get Liquid as your second one. Hey, come on, it's a hard life if you're a Na'Vi fan right now.
I also think it was really smart for Liquid to kind of draft like against the crowd. Like if they have a push strat, they're not really smoking that much, and like the smokes aren't really that big of a deal. I think that might have been affecting their draft a little bit.
Oh, so you're hoping for the non-Mineski effect, like the non-hey,
well,
the crowd is
like
your
if you were
ops.
playing Na'Vi's lineup as Liquid,
yeah.
Every time there's a Bat Rider coming around.
Very true. Very true. Well, that's game number 1. Game number 2 is just around the corner. Before we go there, we'll get the thoughts from the panel.
Thank you very much. Yes, Toby 1 and Melini on game 1. We'll return to them, of course, for game 2, but we will get the thoughts from our panel right now on a win for Liquid in game 1. But they didn't have it all their own way. Na'Vi putting up a good fight. And Charlie, impressed with the way that Liquid played out?
Yes, but who I really want to hear from is Winter. Winter, I know you want to flame here. I know you're disappointed. I know you want to flame that Bat Rider. I know you want to flame the Juggernaut play. Winter, show me your disappointment.
Come on, it's not the Bat Rider's fault. They picked the Bat Rider into the bench.
Okay. You spent that entire game with your head in your hands, Winter. Come on, give it to me.
Well, that was not the first thing. Like we were talking about the last pick. Like Bat Rider was just
He's goading you, Winter.
Winter, you are the secret flamer on this panel. Come on, bring it out. Black's nodding his head.
Bat Rider wasn't a great pick here. It was really bad to pick the Bat here, in my opinion. I thought the Invoker, and Black even thought the Invoker would have been great. Better scaling to the late game. And you know, that when there's a bench, you're always forced to even lasso the bench, which is not ideal for the Bat in team fights. There's just so many more important heroes that he needed to focus. And I know Black wasn't a fan of his. I wasn't pretty much of a fan of the build that the Jug went this game as well. He went for a Vanguard, even though it saved him in one crucial fight. But they severely lacked damage when they needed the Jug to actually deal a lot of damage this game when they lasso and started the fight. But even though Enchantress was so farmed, but it's like what, 8 minutes minus?
Yeah.
Na'Vi did recognize that they have a severe lack of DPS. The Ench did opt to go for the Midas because he knows he needs a transition to be a carry. But I really didn't like the Bad Rider pick at all. They knew they do not have DPS at all, and they pick it into a hard counter. We all thought they would pick a DPS hero for last, and they didn't. They picked the Bad Rider, which you want to be really active with and get a lot of things going, and that it just doesn't work against 3 really tanky core heroes.
You could see it from their play, yeah. You could see it from their play. They were like really nervous about getting ganks done in the lane because they know if the game progresses without kills, it's really, really bad for them, and they were nervous. They made like the first 2 blink ganks were unsuccessful. They had a few miscommunications. They had a glimpse when he lassoed the target. Like everything wasn't going too well for Navi in the early game.
In the very early game, though, a few kills, they seemed to be pressurizing mid, looked okay. It wasn't great, but it looked okay.
It wasn't at the pace that Navi wanted. If you notice that was...
It was not enough.
No, it wasn't. For the early mid-game, the kill score was relatively low. Navi wants a high-paced game. They want a lot of kills, a lot of skirmishes, but it was really just Liquid pressuring every point on the map. Liquid took so many towers early, and Navi didn't.
Just look at the Lone Druid. He was untouched completely. He was 0-0-0, minute 17. He had a Radiance. From that point on, it's all Liquid. They can't teamfight anymore. The Lone Druid is just too massive. Although Liquid made a really crucial mistake in that one fight in the mid lane. I think we see it here. He swapped in the Lone Druid to save his own life, and at the same time the Aegis ran out, and that fight just was a catastrophe for them because of that. Yep. It was a bit unlucky with the timing, but I don't think you should ever really swap your Lone Druid in there.
Yeah, this game only went this long, no thanks to Artstar being so farm on the edge. If he wasn't that farm this game would have been over for Navi like very long ago. Like I think his decision to go for the Midas was really, really good this game.
Yeah, he channeled his inner black and bought a Midas.
We saw 3 Midases here.
Yeah. Well, Liquid do pull it out in the end. Those
yeah, I mean, what else
cores.
can you say about the play that they had? Because I felt like they played very patiently, Charlie. They weren't going to rise to the bait that Navi was trying to lay down for them. They weren't going to get involved with team fights they didn't want to get involved in. Yeah. Maybe probably one bad team fight mistake in that mid throughout the whole game. And that's what we were talking about before the match, wasn't it? The limited amount of mistakes that Liquid made.
Yeah, it was a little sloppy on both sides with Liquid's high ground push there, and Winter mentioned that they did have those 2 early failed ganks with the Bat Lasso. Navi really needed those to increase the tempo of the game. And when your early ganks aren't successful, those are the most crucial ones because it pressures the enemy and allows you to get your snowball rolling. But if you mess it up yourself,
you got no one else to blame.
Yeah.
Basically, I can understand why they went for the bat, even though I felt it was really bad. It's maybe because they wanted to have a hero that can actually deal damage against the DK when the Enchantress came in, because he had a lot of damage with Firefly, Napalm. But if you make a mistake when you're trying to gank, it's just so bad for the whole pace of the game for you.
One thing that I feel we didn't address yet is DK actually went for Heaven's Halberd. It is like the perfect item against Enchantress in this game. Enchantress is going to have a lot of mishits on him when they siege high ground. And on top of that, if he ever gets into the range, which is I think 600, then he just can't attack for 4 seconds. Ench doesn't want to go BKB, and he's their only damage they have. Juggernaut didn't go for a damage-oriented build. He went for Battle Fury 3rd, so his farm was really slow. And I think that item build actually made it so easy for them to just pressure the high ground.
That was a very good point. Just because of how much damage came from the Ench, and having that item means that now there was no way Navi could have done damage in the fights.
Okay, let's talk about Phoenix. Hasn't had a particularly good tournament, Charlie. Very low win rates right now, 30%. But in the hands of Jarak, suddenly, it looks like the perfect hero again.
Well, it was really good in this draft because Liquid had tanky cores to sit in the front line and push down towers, and Phoenix can just sit in the back and just Sunray heroes and heal up the Bear, heal up the Dragon Knight. It worked, it synergized really well in this draft. And I think that's the difference that you've seen here versus other games where Phoenix is just picked just because people think he's good. You still have to make that hero work within the confines of your playstyle.
I did have one question, which was, do you think Dendi should have gone with the Nyx in the mid?
No,
It's a little
I
bit
think
out there, isn't it?
they
I mean,
needed
we've seen him do it, but
they needed a hero that scales and has DPS.
They need
core.
DPS for sure.
I
Yeah.
mean, the Invoker would have been a better pick, surely.
Yeah, and it would have lain fine against the Dragon Knight. They could have set up Sunstrike ganks with the Beastmaster as well, and the Lasso. Or sorry, no Lasso.
Beastmaster, bro. Only the Beastmaster, bro.
yeah.
We spoke about it. We wanted to see either Timbersaw, which he played last 2 years ago, so obviously not the best choice for them, or an Invoker, but they definitely needed DPS. Maybe even Windrunner is better than Bad Rider, but you know, Invoker was just the optimal choice there.
Do you think there was a bit of juking going on in the draft there? Because of the way that Liquid picked in and the way they banned, it looked like they were saying, yeah, take the Windrunner. We've got a plan for it. It was almost like they wanted Dendy to take the Windrunner.
They were really focused on building up their plan, like which is like what Charlie mentioned, having heavy cores and with a Phoenix sitting behind. That's what they wanted to do, and with a defensive support and mind control.
Yeah.
No doubt the MVP there.
He played amazingly. In all fights, he always stayed alive. He had 4-staff blink. He really played around them perfectly. He always amped the right heroes. He jumped back in when he had to, even with low HP. I think he made it really easy for them in team fights.
What I really like about his play this game is that he didn't wait to get a Blink Dagger to get active. You know, even before he picked it up, he got it relatively late in terms of like how many engagements he was taking before the dagger.
He got many early items, like he got a magic wand early, and he got raindrops. He got tranquils. He had many. He didn't like rush the blink. Basically.
Yeah. And then before that, he was running around, still contributing to fights, especially that early mid-team fight.
This is how you want to play Slada because of the sprint. You don't want to just sit and farm. You want to be able to run around, control runes. That is extremely important for Slada. Secure the runes for DK. Run around. Try to set up kills if possible for your team.
As soon as he hit 6, he ran to middle and assisted Dragon Knight, and they got a kill out of it, and he actually saved Dragon Knight as well. That was a really big game changer.
Yep.
Liquid just back to their booze on their way back right now. Na'Vi are already back in there. You probably heard the cheers from the crowd. We're getting used to that right now. How much of an impact was that in that game, Winter? Because the crowd are cheering for Na'Vi, and they're getting behind their team, they're getting them cheered up, but actually, most of the cheers at the end of the game were when they were actually very deep inside their own base. They were pushed right back and still getting massive cheers on kills that really didn't matter.
They were really far behind though, like we said. If they don't get a lead with their early game, Bat plus Beastmaster and Enchantress, you're just in so much trouble after that. They lost the tier 1 tower so early. I mean, it was really difficult game for Na'Vi after that.
Yeah, Liquid seemed to be able to cope with that pretty well. It's just like, no problem.
Yeah, these guys have been in these booths for a while now. They're all, I mean, some of them are newcomers, but at this point, they all have experience with crowds.
What's Kuroki saying going into draft number 2?
Same thing he always says, right? Be calm, player. Let's stick to our game plan, and everything should be okay.
One thing I do want to address though is Na'Vi, despite being behind severely, they had really brilliant plays. Even at the end, they won team fights they shouldn't have won, and I think if they draft a bit better to their strengths, they will actually be in a lot better shape than what we just saw from them.
Okay, so what we're going to see draft 2 from Na'Vi then?
Well, I hope what they usually pick, which is a lot of damage, because this game they had a lot of control, but only one real damage dealer, because the Juggernaut opted for a tanky build, which I didn't agree with at all. I think if they just stick to their guns, because usually we would have seen that in Invoker. I don't know why they picked the Bad Rider. Maybe they thought they needed more disable or something.
And going back to the opening as well, Black, they open up with Beastmaster Disruptor. That's why we always talk about Beastmaster plus Lion instead, because of the burst. You have much more damage for the roll. This game, they were severely lacking of that.
Yeah, Disruptor has been one of those heroes, Charlie, that's just become much more popular as the meta has changed throughout the whole tournament. We didn't see it at all day one, but it just started to creep in the group stage. And then at the main event, it's been one of the most popular heroes picked.
Yeah, a lot of credit to not just the hero, but the players playing that hero. You've seen so many like really good disruptor ults. You've seen Glimpse used really well to punish out of position heroes. Like even in that last game, that fight near the Roshan, it started out really, really good for Na'Vi, where they picked off Kuroki in the very beginning, and then they had a great disruptor ult that zoned out the other 4 heroes on that on Liquid.
Also, what we need to talk about is Slardar. MVP used to first pick him, and Alliance as well. Now a lot of teams start first picking him, because even if you have a hero that doesn't have a lot of damage naturally, when you amp someone, you will like double or triple your damage. And he's just a really good all-around hero. He has stun, he has slow, damage amplification. There's nothing the hero doesn't have.
He's fast. Like I think that's one of the things that's really underrated of the hero, because he runs around so quickly that he scouts the map. He does a lot of things for the team that goes unnoticed. That's why the hero is actually so good.
Yeah, like what we have seen from Mind Control. I think he blew up like 2 smokes for the mid lane. Like just stood there, he sprinted there. Oh, you're actually coming. Oh, okay, I'm just gonna sprint back, and then the whole smoke game was useless.
Yeah, 8th most picked right now in the LAN finals here at the Manila Major. Lifesteal is still out front. Got the ban in the first. Do we see it again?
Probably.
Most likely.
Seems to be the popular ban right now, doesn't
I
it?
mean,
For most?
if they let it through, they must have some plan to deal with the hero.
But both teams run it pretty consistently. It's an incredibly strong opener, and you can pick it with so many other different heroes as well.
I mean, both Ditya and Matumba play an amazing lifestealer, but also their mids, they play heroes, like their comfort heroes are heroes that go really well with a lifestealer. We see the Puck, DK from Fata. We also see the Puck from Dendi.
As well as the Bat Rider.
As well as the Bat Rider, yeah.
Or even the Queen, like Dendi plays a lot of Queen.
He plays a lot of Queen too.
Okay, draft 2 underway.
So
we do get the lifestealer ban, we do get the IO ban.
Navi's first pick this time, so...
You think they're going to go Disruptor again?
Nah, I don't know.
Well,
I don't like it.
I actually think they might pick up Slaughter themselves. They had a lot of success with it.
There are a lot of players and professional players here that really don't like the Disruptor first pick. Really, what was that team that first picked it?
FNATIC.
It was FNATIC that picked it, started first picking it in their series, and it got a lot of flack from some of the pros backstage.
Even though they actually ended up winning.
Oh, I like this first pick. This is a key hero
I really
for
like the
Liquid.
first pick, but I also like the ban of Slaughter from Liquid, because I think Navi would have picked that for sure. And Lycan?
And Slaughter is very good versus Lycan, so now he makes the Lycan first pick really, really good for Navi.
I mean, Navi play really amazing Lycan themselves, and they block it from Liquid, who always first phase it if they can.
Yeah, I'm thinking now whether Liquid takes away the Venge or the Beastmaster. Like, those are the heroes that go really well with Lycan and makes the Lycan so good. Like we talk about the combo, Lycan plus Beastmaster. Really, really good.
They can take both here.
They could take both. Beastmaster is a direct counter to Lycan, and Venge is just, like an all-around support. You can do whatever you want with it.
And both those heroes have great synergy with each other with those auras.
Right. And very easy Roche, of course. You have the Vengeful Terror, as well as the auras.
Yep, they're taking their time though, so they're thinking about it. Block pick, or they have something else in mind.
Wow.
No,
there
goes
goes
the Beast. There's no surprise there. Very hotly contested hero.
Yeah. We have even seen Kuroki jungle it, so they might even pick another offlaner for Mind Control, like a Prophet, something like that.
Yeah, the last time they were successful with the Beastmaster was when Kuroki picked it up.
Do you prefer it that way, where they actually run a jungling Beast?
It depends on the rest of their lineup.
Or the Death Prophet instead.
Almost assuredly going to get a second phase ban.
I mean,
yeah, one of the strongest mid heroes right now. Like,
but
like I mentioned, but it's the same with the Beast. She influenced so much of the game. You push, you have good laning phase, you have good late game, you have good Roshan.
But what you really need is you need heroes to save her. And I'm afraid that Navi might just steal one of those and then ban
the bench
2
is
more.
the normal one, right?
Right.
Because they have the Lycan.
Like there's Venge, Oracle,
Dazzle.
And Dazzle.
Yeah, and I think that's probably why they picked
Or
the DP now,
there's-
isn't it? Because they have 3 choices. There'll be 2 bans and possibly 1 pick against them. So they're likely to get one of those 3.
Yeah.
Yep.
There is the option of also counter-initiating to save the DP. What we've seen in a lot of the matches where DP loses is because she gets gone on immediately and then bursted, and the team doesn't have anything to sort of counter that initiation.
Yeah. So they actually go with the BH, so a lot more early aggression. I mean, Soneko likes the hero a lot.
I mean, they do what Navi always does. They need to find a lot of early pickoff with a bounty hunter. If you don't, you're going to be very far behind.
I mean, if they don't get Queen though, it's very hard to get a lot of pickoffs with Dandy. Like, I think Queen is one of the heroes that Liquid are going to look to ban out in the second phase here with the BH being picked by Navi.
Queen BH is also very risky against DP. I feel if you blink on top of the DP and you get siphon both of your heroes and then another support rotates in, the Queen is in a lot of trouble.
Well, Queen has always been a very risky hero, very high risk, high reward.
Well, we have seen Na'Vi ban out the Tide Hunter, so the counter initiation from Liquid is not going to be there that easily at least, unless they want to offlane a Void and jungle the Beastmaster, something like that. Would be pretty good against Lycan too. Void is a hard counter to Lycan.
Yeah, but would you want to jungle a hero when there's BH though?
There's always a big
very
question.
dangerous.
Yeah.
I mean, you can still do it. I saw a few games where people they still jungle despite having a Riki. Yeah, despite having a Riki, and he got slowed down by maybe a minute off his normal time where he ganks at level 6, maybe a minute or 2 minutes. But the hero still shows up in the game. Like he still dictates the pace of the game despite being slower.
And but I'm a bit afraid of the Void offlane because Lycan, if he gets a good early game, Void doesn't offer damage.
Void is not only that, like Void is really good against Lycan in the laning phase because Lycan can't zone him out of the lane
at all.
And there's BH, so there'll be only one support in the lane.
And there's a lot of synergy with the Death Prophet here with a Void pickup.
Seems very juicy to run Beastmaster jungling this game, just to fit in the Void.
What do you think they would run safe lane then? Because usually we see Matumba run safe, like
maybe
melee carries.
Even a safe lane Void might work, you know.
But they usually don't run that.
No,
I haven't seen Liquid run that.
I don't think he's ever played safe lane Void. Oh, we got the Jerax Tusk.
Well, to save the DP, we spoke about the save being needed, and I really like that. Can save the DP up to 4 seconds.
And it's offensive as well. Yeah. This is a very stable Jerax hero where he can also gank mid. He can, set up a lot of fights.
Yeah, we talk a lot about DP plus Earth Spirit, but DP plus Tusk basically is the same thing.
It can be even better in some situations because you block them off completely and they can't move around anymore.
Yeah, but I would still have think that Earth Spirit is probably your best choice with the DP for sure. Like Tusk provides more in different situations.
Yeah.
Like the Sigil, like in some fights, Sigil would have actually been better than what Earth Spirit has to offer for your team.
The thing is with Earth Spirit, before level 6, Tusk needs level 6 to do that. You can get kills on those heroes. Quap, you have a silence, you have a stun, you have a slow, you have like everything you want.
That's true.
Tusk only offers like, a block and like a very, very short stun.
Not so good versus the Queen in the early game. So this is like
pick up the Sven.
A very, very traditional combination. But armor for the DP.
Yeah. Now I would really like the Void last pick though. It goes really, really well with the draft. Like I think now we should ban it for sure because it's really good against Quap too.
Whether they can pull it off is another thing because it's going to be really, really greedy.
If Liquid pick Void, they need to play almost perfectly.
Because it's like all melee heroes right now. If they do like Void, they have Beastmaster jungle, Tusk plus Sven dual lane, I mean your safe lane. So, I don't know.
And then Tusk would be running mid constantly.
Yeah, it'll be greedy.
Incredibly greedy. Sven would basically be on his own against whatever Na'Vi puts in the offlane.
Yeah. They're probably going to go back to the mind control Beastmaster. He has had a lot of success on the hero.
Yeah, most likely. I would expect that to happen for Liquid. For Na'Vi, they want to amp up the aggression, so there's still the Chen and the Enchantress available for them. But they already have a BH, so maybe less likely that will happen. We might see just a Witch Doctor for Artstar, which is a staple hero.
I think what Na'Vi lacks right now is control. They have no stuns at all. They only have slows.
But they don't play Lion though.
Yeah, they do not. But like this game, they have damage for sure. Last game they had control, but lack damage. This game they have damage, but lack control. Let's see how they make up for it.
It'll be on general, and I think Artstar goes back for his the bench this time.
I liked it with Lycan a lot.
They still need a lot more control. It's definitely going to come from their last pick.
I mean, what offlanes with a lot of control are the left? Like Tide is banned, Void is...
Void is a possibility, but it doesn't have the greatest synergy with Lycan.
Especially with Lycan, yeah.
You think they might go for like their Mirana offlane? I know Na'Vi likes to run Mirana offlane.
That's
but not very unreliable.
Much control either.
That is unreliable. Yeah.
But what else can be reliable here?
I mean, there's Void.
There's Darkseer is like great for the early game, like the Iron Shard with the BH and Lycan, but there's not much control.
There's no follow-up after a vacuum wall either.
Sonic Wave is okay, but no stuns basically.
Like, how do you kill this DP if you can't stun him? He can use himself, and then Tusk can run in and snowball him. You can't stop it. You have nothing to stop it. Then they need like, if they really do not pick another stunner, they need to wait for the Quap Sheepstick.
Yeah.
And that is very late into the game.
It's very, very difficult to pick here, the last one, because there's not many good heroes left for offlane that you can initiate well with.
I mean, there's a Puck, but we haven't seen offlane Puck in a while.
Puck is very rare, but it definitely does fit the criteria that what they need right now.
Yeah, it does.
And you might have a very good laning phase against the Sven, like because you can dodge the stun. So it might work. I don't know.
It depends on the last pick of Liquid, because one support can really bully out the Puck. Puck is not the best offlaner, unless there's a bounty helping you. But then DP gets like free reign.
Yeah, but Na'Vi is going to pick here first, so they're not going to be able to wait for Liquid's last pick to decide. They have to decide after this. So they're going to ban out the Darks here.
They're worried. A lot of time though.
Yeah, they're worried about the early aggression, like I mentioned, the Iron Shell on the BH and the Lycan. Even though there's not much disable if they have Darks here.
I mean, if you get overrun, you don't need disable.
Yeah, you just kill them. Yeah, you just kill them.
So. I really like the Darkseer ban.
But even then, you're trying to overrun a Sven, Beastmaster, Tusk. That's a tall task.
It is.
Yeah, but if you do very well in the early game, that's what Na'Vi wants, then that goes into their playstyle.
I mean, especially Bounty Hunter. If you get a fast 6 and you start snowballing, then you start snowballing for real with that hero.
So what are the stunts?
Well, I like the Witch Doctor ban though. Witch Doctor is really good for them. They need a defensive strong support. Maybe even a Dazzle for Liquid.
Yeah. One of the problems I see for Na'Vi right now is that these aren't the easiest lanes for Bounty Hunter to gank.
They're not.
Yep.
It's very hard to gank this Sven. Death Prophet is a natural Bounty Hunter counter, and that you can just Soul Siphon him.
Yeah. Like the only hero you can really kill right now is the Beastmaster. But like
even then, Beastmaster has so much armor in the early game as well.
Yeah, well, if you have 2 more heroes there, like Venge, Bounty, Lycan, they're gonna kill him for sure. But is he gonna be out of position? Is he gonna be right there when he's out of position?
He's going to be Iron Talon jungling black. Let's be real, come on.
Yeah, probably. I agree. Everybody does that.
But the last pick here definitely going to be really tough for Na'Vi. I mean,
I actually think if Liquid pick a Dazzle, it's gonna be incredibly hard for them. Although Na'Vi might even pick an Axe. Axe is not bad at all for them, because counter Helix is pure damage now, so he doesn't care about the Warcry of Sven anymore.
So they're just going to go all out for the lanes though. I haven't seen them play Prophet recently. Yeah, not that much anymore, but it does feel like they are deciding that it's going to be all out on the early game. They're going to try to pressure, and because they banned the Witch Doctor, there are not many supports left that deal with the Treants very well in the laning phase. But Sven is actually quite good versus the Prophet Treants.
In general, yeah.
Yeah, because you just get the Quelling Blade plus the Great Cleave.
What are we going to see here? Like a Dazzle? I would like another defensive support. Or Timbersaw? So they do run the Jungle Beast. They do run the Jungle Beast.
Master.
And the offlane Timbersaw.
Yeah, well, if you've noticed, Na'Vi only has 1 stun here. There's not a lot to lock down the Timbersaw at all.
Yeah, this is a perfect Timber game, especially against Prophet and Lycan.
Definitely creeping back in. Charlie, very quickly. Who's had the better draft?
I'm going to go with Liquid.
I think Liquid's too greedy here. I'm going with Na'Vi again.
I think Liquid is very greedy, but Na'Vi can't really punish that, so I go with Liquid.
Okay, fairly definitive, I think, this time round on the panel for game number 2. Can Liquid take the clean sweep, or can Na'Vi make a comeback? Let's head back to the commentary desk with Toby 1.
Thanks, Paul. Yes, I'm here with Merlini. We go on to game number 2, Liquid versus Na'Vi. The panel was saying it's a little bit of greed, but lack of punishment. What do you think, Ben?
I really liked it, Iraz Lycan. I think he can carry them this game.
Really? We'll see if it's going to be possible. Did he rock? Can he do it? Can the Lycan be enough? Can Na'Vi actually do the push strat? We're going to find out. We're headed into game number 2.
Team Liquid versus Na'Vi.
Well, I know as far as this crowd goes, they definitely want to see Na'Vi put up one hell of a fight, if not being able to push it into its 3rd game. But Team Liquid, they've come out with a draft. They weren't quite sure exactly what was going to be the last hero from Liquid, and all of a sudden we get ourselves a Timber, Ben. A Timber. How is this guy meant to function in this game?
He has a lot of armor, which is incredibly good versus all their heroes, I would say. And combine that with the Sven Warcry, he is going to be nigh unstoppable. Yeah, and he also just chops through Lycan in general. Very good versus Nature's Prophet. Sprout is not an issue at all, so Sven won't have to keep his Quelling Blade around.
Ooh, it's a trap. It is a trap. A Sentry Wall has been placed down by Team Liquid. They want to know if they can get... Okay, yeah, they just saw it with the Hawk. They know Snake is just around the corner. He's got to walk over that green line, however, and get himself into the range of Team Liquid. But Seneko, he's looking, but he's not going. So Team Liquid will not be able to easily claim a first blood here.
So Timbersaw is pretty good if he can get off to a decent start as an offlaner. He has the problem of like levels 1 and 2, he's really weak. You'll see some Timbers pick up level 2 reactive armor at level 3, but sometimes it does not even get to that point. And he's not particularly good with the Iron Talon.
Seneko got it. He saw the rune. They're going to go for the sentry. Straight into the stun. He's got to walk back in range of the sentry to get around the shards. But Seneko will get away. He is a bounty hunter by day and a thief by night.
So 2 sentries and minus gold for Liquid.
Oh, he's even going to get a CS if he can get the ball. Not going to happen. Okura wants to come up with an end to this.
So it was smart of Fada to buy his own Legion at the start. We'll see a lot of mids ferry over to Salve just like Dendi did. But versus a Bounty Hunter, it's just much safer to start off with that instead of a Fairy Fire or Branches or whatever you're going to go otherwise.
Now, we've seen a team when they run like a jungle Beastmaster have a lot of issues with invis heroes. We could probably put the biggest reference as the DC game versus Newbie, where SA was able to really cause troubles for the Beastmaster. How are you meant to deal with this if you're a Beastmaster? When you've already committed 2 sentry wards, how do you stop Seneko from being an absolute pest? Well, where's the answer? You don't. He's just stealing everything he can. That's experience going with that too. And then Na'Vi with this dual off lane where they commit both art style as well as general together. Obviously General can't really do that much with his Treants up against Matumbaman, who went for an earlier point up in Cleave as opposed to Warcry. But with support of art style and maybe then the rotation from Seneko, this lane could be quite dangerous for Team Liquid.
Sven's too tanky to kill at this point. So I actually don't necessarily agree with this. I think the General could have zoned out Jerax very easily as 2 melee heroes versus a Nature's Prophet. So you can just get early phase boost and just right-click him down.
So you prefer to actually see the VS go down a bottom lane and do something about mind control?
I think he should like stick around the area just in case they go for a kill attempt on him. But he's not doing that much to limit Matumbaman's farm. Matumbaman is still far ahead of the NP in terms of CS. And looks like Seneko did drop an Observer ward below that initial Sentry ward, but it was eaten by Fada. And that especially hurts because you get a double regen against Dendi's level 2 Shadow Strike.
And we've almost had like our permanent small cam on just Seneko and Korra battling inside the jungle.
Oh, he's getting rolled on top.
Yeah, Tusker goes for Seneko. Jirax brings Dust along with him. Seneko will try the run, but again, the Penguin slides out, putting up the shards. And Seneko, no real way to survive this unless he can last for about 2 more seconds. He goes invis, but that'll be Fast Blood going the way of Koro. He had about 1.5 seconds left until that Dust was going to dispel.
Man, I think that's a small melee range buff. It got buffed from like 128 to 150. That's an effect right there.
That's still a decent commitment. Like, you bring the Tuskar over, you make sure you at least buy up some space so Koro is able to be a little bit left unchecked inside the jungle.
It is, but it makes up for the 2 sentry wards early, and they don't have any observer wards in the
Seneko! He just walked under the tower and went for the courier, but not only just the courier, it's the contents of the courier. Seneko and Denny will back out of this one, but it's the bottle of Fada that has just been lost.
So disruptive.
He's not in the game. Oh boy.
And sooner or later they could TP General down to the mid lane. He just used both Spirit Siphons, so they might be looking to kill him now that he doesn't have that many charges left. And Seneko back down a hunting Kuro.
I was actually wondering if this is one of these games where you want to see the Nature's Prophet go for higher levels up in TP so he can come and join the Bounty Hunter and just come and kill Kuro inside the jungle.
He has Blight Stone plus base. I think he could have maybe done it already. Kuro no Stout Shield on him. And if his Iron's Talon's on cooldown, he might be in a lot of trouble versus the Sprout, although NP's not level 4 yet.
Yeah, he needs to have both the Sprout, the TP and the Sprout. Seneko's coming back, keeping eyes over on Fada. The mind control's having the time of his life. He's 26 for 2 up against Didi Ra. Obviously, Didi Ra is still getting some CS of his own, but this is just fueling the fires of the Timbersaw.
Yeah, I think it's just going to continue to get out of hand. You can't use the Wolves to harass at all. They'll die very easily to the pure damage.
Something about that, and maybe Dendi, maybe that's where we see his first rotation as well. The major thing that Timbersaws are susceptible to is that big burst damage combo, and that's something which a Queen of Pain offers in droves.
But Mind Control can just get a TP to deal with that.
Middle lane, Fada initiated on. Seneko was waiting just for the right time to strike, and they kill him off. General came in just to say hello, but he really wasn't even required at the end of the day. And that's Na'Vi's first kill on the board, up against the mid, so no bottle. He'll be able to actually get it when he comes back to life again, because the courier respawns up in 3 seconds time. Didi Ra close to death. But this means Fighter will come back at a decent strength to the mid lane, aka having regen from bottle.
And Kuro being very efficient, he was using his board to stack up the Ancients, and he's not forced to commit a hero to that.
Well, he's still going to lose the Sata. Seneko is here to try and steal it. Okay, maybe not. Jump back inside of the invis. He really wants it though, but he won't get it.
Yeah, very annoying for Kuro. You'll see some beast masters hit level 6 at this point, but he's only level 3.
It's kind of like the upside about having the VS on the top lane too. General can be a little bit more like open to TP off to the other lanes because R-Style's still going to be here, still taking the farm. Or probably more importantly the level, so you've got swap available.
Yeah, he's very low on mana at this point. R-Style in general looking to play very aggressively behind his tower, making a move on Jerax.
Maybe he can find that kill with General here. They there's the shards flying out. It just splits up the two Na'Vi players.
Oh, there's a courier coming in, so they go very close to it.
He shows himself to Kuro, however. R-Style's in the neighborhood. Prophet's going to TP over Kuro. He actually doesn't have access, so he can't break free of his Sprout, but General deciding not to use it, actually body blocking him up with the Treants. Kuro will get back behind the tier 2. Interesting committal, not an easy execution there from Na'Vi. But Seneko is hoping. Like he slips around the back lines, and this is the reason why Kuro is not going home. He understands the bounty is on the prowl. They're wasting so much time just trying to avoid the paths of this bounty.
But look at Mind Control CS, 45 CS.
Yeah.
By far the most in this game.
They really need to get something quick over on Dendi. I don't know if this is even like the straight Orchid game for him.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe even skip the treads for it. And Didier Ra just moving onto the jungle. No, he can't really do that much in lane. And Timbersaw not the greatest at pushing tower. He can creep skip, but that's about all that he can pose as a threat.
Dendi has Arcane Rune plus Sonic Wave. So he's going to trigger the Arcane Rune for the moment. 150 mana cost Sonic Wave. Seneko, don't walk into the blades. But Mind Control's having a great time. Seneko will leave a nice Observe Ward behind. He understands that Mind Control is alone. But there's no real gank that's going to come the way of Mind Control. As we've been saying, like, they can't kill him off.
A kill on top on R-Style.
I don't know if they can wrap around. Yep, R-Style, there's your stun. Jirax in the neighborhood too. Snowball forward, all the stuns they require. R-Style, well, okay, maybe not. They required more. Dendi also TP'd himself up to be involved in this. But Liquid bailed out quickly.
Yeah, R-Style's build very good, just very defensive with the casual belt. And the Magic 6 that survived that burst damage. Surprised he didn't die, but I guess that's what happens when you set up there. Free level 5 on him.
Fada's going to contest the top room with his Exorcism coming down. Jirax, okay, Dendi has to blink away. He wanted to wait for that 8-minute rune, so he gets something as he rotates back off the top lane.
They really need the level 6 on the Beastmaster before they can really make moves. There's some plays coming up from the Tusk, but really the lockdown I think is going to be their main tool of initiation.
It's been difficult to get that level 6 over on Kuro, just because Seneko's been such a disruptive force. But then Seneko is now taking up the bottom lane, also finding a little bit of farm of his own. They're trying to get his level 6 middle lane. Fada initiation comes in, but with double Spirit Siphon so quick onto Dendi and R-Style. Snowball's coming forward, is headed over towards Dendi, but they don't go up the hill with the Snowball. They're caught on the ground, and now with the Sprout, Fada the Sonic Wave's committed, and say goodbye to your dead Prophet again. 2 kills coming the way of Na'Vi, and both of them have been over on Fada, and this is the power of the Na'Vi lineup. Now they can push into the tier 1 tower. With the power of the Liquid lineup, the counter push comes in from Mind Control.
I'm not sure if that was planned by Dendi or not to make them
to sit on the edge of the cliff.
Yeah, I think the Snowball might have just expired before then, as opposed to it shattering onto Queen. But still, that's the ideal scenario for him.
Back to that moment. Just stand in front of the arrow. Just stand in front of the arrow. Stand in front of the arrow.
And the Ice Shot was slightly off the mark and push him out instead. If they had caught him inside it, he would have definitely died.
Right, so we're 10 minutes in with 3 kills on the board so far. No heavy pushing. Fada's first Exorcism committal did a little bit of chip damage to that tier 1 tower in mid. Thanks to the quick response from Team Liquid, the tier 1 tower of Liquid is very, very healthy.
We see an immediate line drawn towards Didier Ra into the Radiant jungle,
and it's a schmuck.
And I think Mind Control is going to be a very very large issues soon.
Well, DD-Ra walks straight into it. He doesn't have ulti form to actually trigger the dust. I think your bounty hunter's there, but he was just around the corner of the cliff. DD-Ra, the roll will be committed. Support's going to come in, or will it? It's actually not coming in fast enough. DD-Ra puts the walls up. He's tanking up so long. And Seneko, they'll track over on Jirax. He snowballs. He's going in deeper. He's going up the Lycan, but you've already lost your Death Prophet. They just keep battling, and now it's Liquid. They find themselves in a little bit too deep inside the Radiant base, inside the Radiant jungle.
Didn't they smoke 3 heroes? What happened to the third one?
Disappeared up on the top lane. That's where the Death Prophet died.
Kuro's probably wondering what happened there.
Top river.
That should have been an easy kill on the Lycan, but Liquid just, I guess, a miscommunication. It was right around the 10-minute mark. Maybe Death Prophet wanted to go for the top rune instead. That's a very costly mistake.
Liquid fortifies straight away. Seneko scouted out the triple stack of Ancients too. Seneko, he's walking, he's right next to Jirax. The TPs are on the way, they trigger dust. Jirax realizes something's awry, hoping to find Seneko. The Shuriken toss damage is a little bit, but it will be Fada claiming a kill back.
And it looks like Mind Control might be able to take down his tower by his own will. And the Bounty Hunter is level 6 at this point. And you're looking to turn up the aggression now.
Is anyone going to TP down here? Profit even for attempted denial. Probably not the greatest idea battling anywhere here, Mind Control by yourself. So tier 1 tower, that's the first of the game.
Sven, armlet up. Not quite in fight-ready position.
He will be once he takes that stack. But that's why the Observer Ward's also down here from Na'Vi. They want to know the second that stack starts. And in fact, they're already rotating up. Smoke maneuver from Na'Vi. They're going to go into the deeper part of the Dire jungle and then loop around. But this is the exact same time as Matumban wants to rotate off the lane.
What a play by Matumban, man. That's huge, dodging that gank. Now I think they can take the...
They actually don't see it. That Observer Ward position doesn't see this Ancient stack being done. They get it. Okay, now they... it just would have been an edge getting a glimpse of Matumban, but it's the middle lane where potentially... Nope. DD-Ra gets... sharded up, but there's no real follow-up. Snakeo's just Shuriken tossing and being a very big nuisance with that 3-point up. So you take the stack, but you lose your tier 1 tower on top lane.
A lot of damage coming out on bottom.
Yeah, right behind that tower. There's the stun coming in from the VS. They need a little bit more follow-up with the swap. They might be able to get it. Timber Chain will drag Mind Control away. He's got 15 reactive armor stacks up at the moment. The Sonic Wave, it manages to reach out to Kuro. And now DD-Ra, he wants to battle up against Mind Control, but do they have enough damage? A 31 regeneration a second, a short-range Timber Saw, and maybe with the shards coming in, DD-Ra still going to go in for more. He'll avoid the Timber Chain off to the left. Seneko still in the back lines. Jirax, he's got a lot of life to work with. The Crypt Swarm is a little bit off target. It doesn't hit DD-Ra, who'll TP out in the trees. The Courier is also going to go down to General. This is just Sparta locked inside this round. He'll turn for the silence because he's got the support. The Sven has come into the fight. And Na'Vi do not want a bar of this. They've actually smoked up Seneko, caught by the shards there of the Tusker. The Wolves are still in the neighborhoods. They see everything that's happening with Liquid's movements.
Man, this early game has really been off for Fada. 2 chicken kills at that point. He didn't have enough mana at that point to Exorcism, which they would have easily won that fight with.
Well, they're going to come back for the tier 2 tower and bottom lane, and Na'Vi, they will not defend this. So Liquid, they haven't taken that tier 1 tower down the mid, but when it does go down, Na'Vi's jungle is going to be a very dangerous place, even with the Bounty Hunter moving around.
On the bright side for Na'Vi, they did block out that Ancient run, so Sven can't power farm that. But they don't have control of that area, and Lycan needs access.
Dendy needs a little bit more mana than what he's currently got, but he might be able to get a kill here on Kuro with the help of Seneko. Remember, this is track kills as well. General will come in. They just want to split this money 3 ways. The Wrath of Nature will ensure the kill. And that's another successful kill the Bounty's been involved in. Already up to level 8.5.
And it's pretty big that Seneko got the kill on Mind Control before he could suicide. I don't think he saw the Shuriken coming as he was Timber Chaining out. And he is level 11 at that point, so that was huge experience for Seneko. But Na'Vi, they need to regain control of their own jungle. They need the Lycan to be able to form the area. Lycan and NP both just need access to jungles, Ancients, whatever you can. And of course, they need to be able to take down the Roshan. Liquid, they can commit to it with the Exorcism. Inner Beast, also very huge damage coming out from Kuro.
Seneko, where are you off to? I think they understand that Mind Control is still moving around inside their jungle. They're going to get rid of some of this vision from Team Liquid in front of the Roche pit.
Yeah, Sinico or DOTA has the ideal Roche build, the Blaz and the Medallion. They need some window for him to take it.
He's also got the ideal teammates when you've got VS as well as Nature's Prophet together. Roshan doesn't take you long. The issue is they still haven't taken out either of the tier 1 towers in mid or bot lane. So Liquid can bring support very quickly.
And they have the Sigil, they have the Hawk, and they have the Ice Shards to lock him in the pit in case they do go for it. So right now it's far too risky. I wouldn't even consider it if I were Na'Vi.
Seneko should be very careful here. He has to understand, okay, he's going to try and D-ward the other D-ward, but he didn't realize the other second sentry ward is planned a little bit further north. So the agents will still be able to spawn up here from Team Liquid.
Maybe he can body block it with the Wolves. They really need to limit this Sven's farm because Lycan was really hampered by that Timbersaw in the
You're down a long way here, Mind Control. There's 4 heroes from Na'Vi grouping up on this. He Timber Chains up, but Artstar swaps him back in again. They need the stun, they need the control. Reactive armor charges come, but it doesn't matter. Then he commits with the Sonic Wave. Liquid were bringing in reinforcements, but they just don't arrive in time with that much burst damage. And now it's down to 5 Bloodstone charges on the Timbersaw.
And Timbersaw is a good pick in this scenario, but they haven't really been able to utilize his strength. It's not a lot of small skirmishes. Every time he's been fighting, he's been heavily outnumbered, both last fight and this fight, and he hasn't had time to pop his Bloodstone.
And when you come and you commit like this also shows the other weakness. The split push isn't really that great from Team Liquid. General's already up on this top lane, harassing into the tier 2 tower.
It's not that good when you're versus a bounty hunter. No one can be off on their own. Everyone has to play like there could be a bounty hunter on me, there could be a Queen of Pain that's about to blink on me, and there's a Nature's Prophet that can definitely TP in on me.
Yep.
So it could be 0 heroes there, and then suddenly there's 3. They can't give away free track kills like that, and because of that, just force the farm very safely. They really need this mid T1 down if they want to regain control of their own nations. Right now, it's kind of a hotly contested territory.
Well, that's because Na'Vi understand that Batomerman, he needs that flash farm. And looks like Liquid are going to slip themselves inside the pit. The question is, will Na'Vi be ready for this, or can they actually go for a trade-off? They don't really have the fastest Roshan lineup unless you're going to commit Exorcism. And that's, in fact, exactly what they do.
The Wolves are going over there, but if the Exorcism, there's no way they can fight. They'll scout it out, and it'll be at about 20%.
They actually have a sentry. They have a sentry a little bit further to the south.
Maybe the Wolves can steal it.
The cleave from Batomerman actually took out the Wolves, so they can't steal it there. But General's trying to apply the pressure towards top lane, and who is that? It's going to be Fada coming on the back of his Exorcism. So tier 2 tower in the top lane will be defended. Liquid don't have to go for the trade.
They still have way better mobility on Na'Vi. They can fight in this window where the Exorcism is down. Aegis did go the way of Sven. Sven does have a blink, but he's not really in fight-ready condition at around half HP. Not enough sustain.
We give massive props right now to Na'Vi supports. As far as finding levels, it's also because Na'Vi made sure they got the space. But you look at the difference between it. It's 7 and 9 versus 9 and 10 for the supports. You've almost got that level 2 swap over on Artstyle, and because they also gave space to Snako, and Snako has such great rotations, you're looking at that extra money coming in, that second level of track.
And Artstyle looking to build that very tanky Vengeful Spirit, going for that Crimson Guard again, and he almost has it complete.
Got so much money. Because they gave him the bottom lane. The second that tier 2 tower dropped, Artstyle just sat there, just continuously farming.
But the Crimson Guard isn't particularly good versus Liquid. I guess it may be a little bit of armor, but Timbersaw doesn't care about the Crimson Guard. Sven hits so hard that the damage block doesn't really matter, as well as a cleave not really mattering. It doesn't block the Death Prophet Exorcism Ghost, so maybe just a little bit from the Beastmaster summons. I suppose that's what it's most effective versus. It gets her HP too.
We've got a smoke maneuver coming out from Fada as well as Jirax. At the same time, Na'Vi will try a little bit of a smoke maneuver of their own, and again, well, Kuro is probably going to be the one on the end of this. The track comes in, there's nowhere to really hide. Even if he tries to make a break for the tree line, he can roar over on General. Support won't get there in time, and they also mop up the Necros. So easy money coming the way here of Na'Vi. When you group up with so many, maybe there's a revenge kill for Liquid. And they do have the jump. Having that Blink Dagger over on the Sven means at least they got some way to just jump in and just pound into whatever hero they find.
I think Kuro was able to pick up his Necro 2 in time, but that's the second time he's been caught out of position and giving away 3 track kills, or 3 track gold rather. I think he's just really desperate to get his Necro 3 so that they don't have to fear the Necro as much. They want to be strong enough to carry out generally. You want to always scout out the Lycan Wolves and it's very good versus the Bounty Hunter, but right now they're very hesitant to move around the map. With those T1s down, there's a lot of area to cover.
The net worth board is a little bit, I don't want to say it's deceptive. We're about to hit 10k over on Sven as far as net worth goes, with the Timber Sword just behind him. But there's a lot of other heroes from Na'Vi just chomping at the heels of that, to a point where Na'Vi actually hold a slight advantage. So about 1.2k in the net worth, just shy of 1k for the experience. Obviously, Mind Control, easy TP out. Obviously, the Bounty Hunter does kind of swing this a little bit harder. But it's the fact that Liquid are still getting so much out of the map, even if they are 8-3 down at the moment, up against the Bounty.
I really like the early BOTs pick up from Timbersaw. We didn't see it last game from Na'Vi, and they had a real hard time pushing out the lanes. This game, Liquid are up against a very similar sort of thing. They have Lycan with the split push out lanes, the Nature's Prophet that can split push out lanes, and they need to be able to get to the point where they can 5-on-5. I believe their 5-on-5 is way stronger than Na'Vi's at this point, especially with the Aegis on Sven.
Who do you want to go on here? R-Style swapping out. Mind Control is actually in the top river as well. The Colonel loses one, but the Wrath of Nature bounces through. Lycan down quickly. Jirax with a snowball, protected for a bit, but Shakur and Toss bouncing their way out. And now Fada, Exism is on the field. R-Style wants to run away from this one. He's got a stun. He can hold Fada in position, but Matamaman catching Snako on the back lines. They're able to just mop up Na'Vi underneath the tier 2 tower. So there's still a 3-for-2 trade-off. You got a good pickup in the top river.
Yeah, that's about even with
the tier 2 as well.
And Liquid finally get their hands out on a 5-on-5. Still, there's no TP on this man. They need to apply pressure at multiple points on the map. I think this T1 mid and the T1 bottom especially, so they can secure next Roche for the Lycan. The Lycan isn't able to do that much damage in fights, nor is he able to split push that much. He is keeping it very well in terms of farm.
General's going to try and slow down Matamaman, at least drive the creep wave off the tower. He was actually waiting on bottom lane to push that one out, because that's his easier tier 1 tower to try and just do a little bit of chip damage to.
So then he had his Orchid up, very good versus Timbersaw, but it looks like Mind Control is looking to counter that immediately with a Yule's pickup, and he's very close to it. Orchid also very good versus Jerax. Jerax normally, I think, is the mech carrier, but this game, there's no mech in sight for him. He's forced to play the hard fight. Look at his net worth, 1,500.
Yeah, he doesn't really have anything.
Yeah. He really wants Greaves. Greaves is just excellent versus the Queen of Pain. It's also good for dispelling the track.
Greaves, though, was like a long dream away.
Yeah,
like Liquid need to get so much and then buy him space to farm. Because it's not as though he can be part of like the Na'Vi kind of lineup. It's like, hey, we got track, just be involved in the fight and we'll give you cash for it, just for an attendance fee.
And Kuro is not that farm to make up for his lack of farm, as opposed to the Na'Vi supports. They're very well balanced.
General. I'm not quite certain if this is really a creep skip when he summons up that early, but the bottom lane gets pressured in. They attack into the tier 1 tower. Fortification's not available for Liquid, so they know they're going to lose this one. The ping actually comes from Liquid to the tier 2 towers. The Snako is already there waiting. So Matamaman TP's in. Fada is here. They can just track up on Matamaman, and they keep track of what's going on. Even the mid tier 1 tower is being attacked by just the catapult wave that's there. And then there it is, General, creep skipping out the top. So no matter where Liquid look, no matter where Liquid want to fight, it just seems like Na'Vi is just in a better position. General kind of needs to get himself out of here, however, because Mind Control is on the run. And now starts his TP. Well, a stun would be useful, but is not available.
He'll have his heals very soon. I think it's already coming out on Chicken, so that play won't be possible, and Nature's probably has to be very careful about that.
Snako has a small little opportunity here. You'll see Matamaman just walking over the river. And like it, yeah, he's like, okay, he's going to cross the river. You come into our territory, R-Style, swapping his teammate in so he can actually get close enough for the swap. The Yule Center, however, now has arrived. Jirax in close, and be careful of Mind Control. He's got a big spin with the chain out. They're doing terrible damage to Na'Vi at the moment. Even the Raw is keeping the Bounty Hunter out of this play. Maybe, no, he's actually, yeah, he will go down. He'll give the gem over, and Na'Vi lose 4. A triple kill for Fada. Mind Control with the perfect spin, and Fada having all the time in the world after that Yule Scepter went off. Just let the Exorcism do its work.
That was huge plays by Fada. He stopped the Lycan from finishing off the Sven, and he also silenced Denny so that Denny couldn't get a Sonic Wave off and burst down that very low HP Sven, allowing Sven to get off his armlet again and almost walking away to safety.
Well, Team Liquid, they don't have the greatest push lineup now with Exorcism going down, and the Necros have also timed out. But they still take a great fight at a tier 2 tower to follow it up, and the gem steal.
It was a nice try going to Sven, but Sven is absurdly farming at this point. Look at his armor. They don't have too many ways to deal with his armor. Oh.
I was going to say, hey, let's see that again. General and Snako. Like, General, like, the second that fight ended, he's just like, okay, that's it. We go top. We push it in. Mind Control is able to counter that one up pretty quickly. Bounty is able to get a little bit of vision here, but Snako knows he can't do anything. He needs more help.
All these heroes feel safe to farm though now. Matama Man and Timbersaw especially. Matama Man with a Warcry can just survive so long. They don't have that much magic damage output. Maybe needing a Veil at some point. They have the Maelstrom for the Nature's Prophet and a little bit from Dendi.
Roshan ping. Both teams should be aware in just a bit that Roshan's alive. Yeah, the Hawk from Kuro is now in range. So the Wolves from Na'Vi scouted it out. Next point of contest. The only way to get around this for Na'Vi is probably adding enough. Oh, hello. Cancel the TP of Mind Control. Cheeky from Snako with his Blink Dagger. Making it so Mind Control can't just push out the bottom lane, which is probably his desire as well.
Kuro looking for an easy kill. It is a little bit awkward that he's controlling his Boar and his Hawk at the same time, because that makes it very obvious that there's usually a hero there. Most of the time it's microed separately.
Is Liquid confident enough they can go inside the pit? Or do they even need to? Because it kind of gives an opportunity for Na'Vi to potentially counter into them.
I think they can. Their team fight is way stronger. Exorcism around the pit, as long as Death Prophet stays alive for 6-7 seconds, gets a couple seconds off, or spends in the front line. I don't think Na'Vi can take a fight to them. They're pretty close in terms of net worth, but they have just absurd amounts of armor on Liquid.
Mind Control can TP himself down now if he wishes to. There's no bounty hunter to mess with him this time around. And Liquid, they are 3-man smoke. The jump forward, actually looking for an illusion only. So Matumban's already committed his Storm Bolt. And Snako gets the track over on Jirak. So they start getting some vision towards Roshan. Same with the Lycan Wolves. They get scouted out other ways. Now Fada finding Arstyle, starting with that Spirit Siphon. Support Matumban, blinks himself forward. And Na'Vi, yep, they understand. Arstyle is dead. Accept the fact and move on.
And both teams addressing the T3 issue at the top. Mind Control and the Nature's Prophet just add a standoff in the top lane. Both heroes can get to that fight, so one hero just waiting for the other.
And here it is from Liquid. They don't even need to commit Exorcism because there's no pressure coming in from Na'Vi, and they have enough damage that they will work through Roshan. The trade-off is the tier 1 tower mid lane, which Denny was able to claim. And a little bit of chip damage coming out from General towards that top tier 3 tower. The Roshan now belongs to Liquid. Question is, what do they now do with the Aegis the Immortal?
Try and look for team fights. And Na'Vi should try and dodge and split push. I don't know how Lycan's going to get involved in these fights. At some point, he's going to need
This is one way. Koro finds Didira. Didira walking into his hands with an Necro Bork. He can't actually have enough mana to get the ultimate off. So you can say goodbye to Lycan. He brought up his Assault Cuirass recipe. Plus the chainmail before death, so there's no money on the Lycan for a buyback. This is a 52-second window. He should be okay because of the pressure being applied through top lane, but Liquid may not care. They're coming in for that tier 3 tower. There's no fortification available from Na'Vi, and there is available from Liquid, and with Exorcism not being able to use for Roshan, Liquid are just going to melt through this mid-Rax.
Yeah, there's God Strain, there's Inner Beast, there's Exorcism. How do you compete with this split push? T3's not even down on the top.
They're coming back to defend the top lane as well. General, he's going to get caught out, so he'll die up there. Meanwhile, Fada and Matumban, they do all the work on the bottom. The stun from Arstyle. Matumban will return it with his own Storm Bolt. You've taken out 2 melee sets of Rax. Now, can they get out of this one scot-free? Swaps available from Arstyle with that level 2, but he's just not in range. The ball from the Beastmaster slowing him up so he cannot reach Fada. And then Fada turns for the double silence. Have they got any kind of stun, any kind of disable? No, they don't. The 2 people he silenced are the 2 people with the stuns.
Outplayed by Fada. And I think earlier the panel was talking about, oh, there's a couple heroes that you can, or carries that you can first pick, and a lot of teams have been experimenting with the first pick Lycan, but Liquid seem to have developed a perfect strategy to deal with the Lycan. Lycan can't hit anyone. He can try it on Timbersaw, he has tons of armor. Just pops Warcry.
Okay, that didn't go the way I thought it was going to. Prophet's going to TP over as well. They commit the drum charges with a scrounge. Jirax will be caught. The Orchid's there, so he can't snowball himself out this one. Even with the extra track on Matumban, they Could have thought about going a little bit harder, but there's no way for Na'Vi to know what is behind.
He was 34 before with just brown boots and some support items. Now he has Blink and Arcane. And Mind Control with a sight.
Starts moving up. That Hawk. Koro gets a glimpse of Snako. Snako quickly blinks up, and now they actually find the Timbersaw. You can track him up. Prophet, he's starting his TP over as well. So they think about going a Mind Control, but that new side device going to work. Not to mention the wall from Koro catching down the back line. Dendy's gone. They lost the Queen of Pain. They lost their magical burst damage. There's no way they can kill Mind Control. And with the rest of the heroes coming over from Liquid, Mataman looking to cleave through. The Valiant may end at one streak, but it's just the buyback. They just had the money. They just had the manpower. Team Liquid will just keep walking all over Na'Vi. Catching now inside the river, spin him around, drop him down. Diddy Rara is gone, and the last player being chased is Mataman versus Arstal up on the top lane. Where's that armor toggle? There's still the Aegis Immortal, but Arstal's got no chance. 5-hero wipe in favor of Team Liquid. You did buy back once, and you did lose that Beastmaster, but still, now you go for the mid lane, and it looks like they can just go for, well, they can't go for the top lane because the tier 2 tower's still there, so they just go for the GG. Isolate Artstyle, he's hexed up, Kuro's on top of him. This could be it for Na'Vi. They're losing too many players. Snako can come back into the fight, but the rest of Liquid are on their way. The double buyback from Dendy as well as Snako. But the tier 4 towers are under siege. Dendy does have Sonic Wave up, but he doesn't have his BKB for another 15 seconds. He doesn't really even have an opening.
Game quickly spiraled out of control. Na'Vi, no solution to the mass team fight coming out from Liquid.
They are really almost ending this game. 8 seconds until the Lycan is alive. 10 over on the Prophet. If they lose any more heroes, just like that, there it is. Quick picks and GG. Na'Vi are eliminated, and Team Liquid will advance themselves through into the next round where they get to battle up against FNATIC.
Still a pretty good run from Na'Vi. Liquid showing why they're many people's picks for top 1 in this tournament.
Yeah, they are such an amazing team, such solid play as well. Na'Vi tried to throw them off a little bit with that Lycan first pickup. You could definitely see the strength of their push, but it never really happened. But win or lose, this crowd still gives a lot of respect to Na'Vi.
Liquid still with a very shaky early game, I would say. Beastmaster struggled a lot, gave away a few picks, Fada especially, but they really pulled through in that 5-man team fight. Few teams can match them in that aspect.
Yeah, that is, it's still a beautiful, beautiful display. Na'Vi, they did well to get this far, 4-0 in the group stage. Everyone was like, hey, are they back? But then they got a really tough draw. You get OG, and then you get Liquid. That's a rough road for anybody. OG are looking amazing. Liquid will pin to be the #1 until they get knocked down by MVP. And now, Liquid, they start the run through the lower bracket, and they're looking very good to keep progressing through. Up against FNATIC and up against the winner of VICI REBORN LGD MVP Phoenix kind of style. So it's a long road to get back up there, and then they may still be facing up against OG or up against Nubi. Like, we can see so many great rematches. There's so much great Dota here.
I noticed you left out Alliance when you said tough road.
It's not intentionally. All right. You paid me for flame. What are you now, Charlie? Let's go back to the real
Your
Charlie.
words, not mine, or lack of words.
Let's go back to real Charlie. Back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Toby and Malini, or Charlie as we're now going to call him, on the commentary for Series number 1. Let's wrap up the series with our panel. Charlie, comprehensive victory in the end for Team Liquid. They've dropped down early to this lower bracket, but they've looked very good since they've come back down.
Yeah, they went back to what they were used to, very tank-heavy cores, pushing lineup, hard to kill. You saw that even though Na'Vi was ahead on kills, it wasn't enough. They invested so much into killing just the Timbersaw or just the Sven. But when the team fight happened, use all your spells on one hero, and then it becomes so difficult to bring down all the rest.
Yeah, it was another, I don't want to say typical game from Na'Vi Winter, but in some ways it kind of was, wasn't it?
They didn't even make any major mistakes at all. They did whatever they could. They got a lot of pickoffs, but the only hero that suffered the most for Liquid was the DP, because they went for this greedy jungler. But I was wrong about them being too greedy, because with the last pick with the Timbersaw, they were actually pulling so much attention towards him. Like Charlie mentioned, they needed so many heroes to kill him. So when they were using that time to kill the Timber, DP and the rest of his team were actually just farming and just catching up. And when the real team fight comes, it was really difficult for Na'Vi, because like once again, they need to be very ahead to be able to take the team fights, and they weren't ahead enough.
Black, what do you make of Navi's performance?
I think even though they were ahead in kills, like pretty much all game long except the end part of it, they just got completely outfarmed by the Timber, by the Sven, by the DP. The DP was really shut down early on, but the Timber just made so much space. Sure, he got caught out 2 or 3 times, but they needed like 4 heroes to kill him.
I think he was meant to get caught out though. Like, look at him, he was like, no one was on the map. He was like farming so far away. Like, he was trying to draw the attention to him so everyone else could farm.
I mean, yeah, of course, but you never want to die, especially when you have like a 12-second Bloodstone, you know. But of course, it was their plan. Like, Timber was the space creator at that point. Sven was just farming, DP was just farming. Even though they got a lot of crack kills, Liquid was always ahead gold-wise, just because they farm much more efficiently. And that's the Liquid we used to see as well. They're really greedy while still being aggressive, and they just completely outfarmed them, even though they were behind in kills against the Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, this is a very good example about being greedy at the right time. Yesterday when we were watching the FNATIC series, I kept going on them being too greedy, but that was at the wrong time. This was at a very, very good time from Liquid.
Okay, let's take a look back at some of the highlights. Liquid fans will enjoy this, no doubt.
The
the early part of the game, Na'Vi did very well.
They did. Like, as we said, they got a lot of kills. The Bounty Hunter got a lot out of the map.
And
Even more than I thought
lanes too. Their lanes too, because they were able to actually, they picked the Prophet last and they left the Lycan alone because they knew that there was no way they could have zoned out the Lycan if they chose to have the supports at bottom lane. So they sacked the Lycan. They used the BH to actually try to get an advantage out of the other lanes, and he did a lot in that game.
He did a lot, but in the end, we saw the same problem as the last game. They just didn't have the damage to kill all the tanky cores. Matumba opted to go for the AC, which gave the whole team like plus 25 armor in conjunction with the Warcry. And they only had the Lycan for physical damage and the Quap for magical. And it's just not enough. They lacked that third source of damage.
Na'Vi played so well this game, I think. Like, there was hardly any big mistakes that they made, but it was just not enough because Liquid had a very, very good plan, very good lineup, being greedy at the right time. That was the key for their victory this game.
Yeah, we mentioned that greed, but I think Na'Vi didn't have the heroes to correctly capitalize on that greed. Yes, you had, you know, the Queen of Pain for damage, but something that Fog mentioned in the very beginning of this tournament is that you have to have heroes that scale. Yes, they had a Lycan, but Queen of Pain falls off really hard late game. Prophet, if you're not utilizing him in the right way, doesn't do enough damage, doesn't do exactly what you need him to against really tanky cores.
Yeah, he went for the mech. He went for the mech, so he wasn't like heavy on terms of damage.
Yeah, and then we have the Bounty Hunter as well. All he does late game is track people, throw one shuriken every like 9 seconds. What's the goal on that? But it's like 350 magic damage every 9 seconds. He can't go in and hit people. He would just die from that. And in the end, they really just didn't have enough DPS.
Yeah, Lycan wasn't like that farm because he was sacked. He had a lane. And he had a lane that was tough for him. Despite being sacked, he still had a pretty good net worth, but it wasn't enough for him to actually carry the game.
It was mostly from track kills. He spent a lot of time running around with his team, and he didn't spend a lot of time pushing towers. It's really interesting to note that Na'Vi had a Furion, they had a Lycan, they had a Venge, but Liquid was ahead on towers for the greater part of that game.
I think that was mainly due to the Timber. The Timber pick was really, really good at the end. Because you just had to put so much resource to killing one hero, and he pushes the lane so fast. Yeah, he died, it was a bad thing, but he actually made so much space for the whole team.
Yeah, something I know a lot of teams really prioritize when they're up against the Nature's Prophet is wave clear. And if you'll notice that Team Liquid's heroes, their cores, they all had wave clear, with the Timbersaw, the Death Prophet, and the Sven.
And on top of that, we spoke about how only the Timbersaw would get a lot of farm, and it was true for the
It was true for the most part.
For the most part.
For the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, but then as soon as he got an item up, everybody just started farming because they needed to address the Timbersaw, and then everybody just went after him. And the major problem of the Lycan is if you fall behind really far early game, the only way you get back is through pushing towers, and they didn't really have the chance to. They got a lot of kills, yeah, but they couldn't transition into objectives after.
Yeah, because they constantly had to run from one lane to the other because those 3 cores are all pushing waves really, really quickly. And so when they kill one hero, they can't really transition to another objective because the waves in the other 2 lanes have already been pushed out.
They have too much to do, basically.
Yeah.
So it was really, really hard for Na'Vi, despite Soneko being brilliant on the bounty in the first 10 minutes, but it was just very difficult in the mid game.
It's a good
very,
game
very
from Matumba Man.
Yeah. I really liked his itemization. Like he saw they didn't have enough physical DPS. He went for the AC over the BKB simply because they didn't have magic damage as well. and then they just couldn't kill him anymore. He just like cut through them.
Yeah, they barely had control either.
Beastmaster Hawk, you know, just providing so much again. Like, Liquid just very good strategy this game, just really, really good. Have to commend them on that.
Yeah, pretty much both games as well. It wasn't just this game. Yeah, solid stuff from them. Solid stuff from Matumba, man. Let's talk about Na'Vi as they're now out of the tournament. They finished top 8, Winter. Can that be considered a good run from them?
Yeah, I would say so. I think that for them it's
outside of the top 10, didn't they?
Yeah, I think it was a pretty good run for them, and they showed a lot of potential. I think that's the more important thing. They showed that they could go further. There's still a lot of room for improvement for them.
Sure. Does it set them up nicely for a run at TI?
I think it sets them up for a good mentality going into practice leading up to TI. I don't think it's exactly enough yet, but you know, considering how the beginning of this tournament started for them, when, you know, before the actual group stage matches started, but in scrims, now Dendi said, you know, we lost almost everything. This is probably unexpected for them and a nice little boon.
Okay, we'll talk more about Liquid in just a moment, but there is a man on the floor who's waiting for his interview with Sir Action Slacks, and he is Jerax.
Ladies and gentlemen, here with Jerax. Congratulations, Team Liquid, still in it. The crowd had some Na'Vi love, but now you guys have won. They're still cheering for you, man. Any apologies to say the crowd for taking out Na'Vi?
So sorry, guys.
But hey, you got somebody else to cheer for now, right? Can we give it up? I mean, I feel like you guys, come on, just really give it up to Liquid. Can we get some? Yes! There we go. I feel like they're on your side now, huh?
Yeah. Fans now.
Liquid fans now. All right, sounds good, man. Let's talk about that last game. You finally got to showcase that Tusk. You're known as that, you know, Earth Spirit player, but you got to go and Tusk out. What you enjoy playing more?
Well, when I play Tusk, there's like 4 farmers in my team. It's kind of annoying, so I'm like 10 position. I don't know, man. I'm buying wards.
Yeah, yeah. It's more like Crystal Maiden for you then, yeah?
Yeah. I wish I had them on Aura.
Yeah, that would be nice, huh?
Enjoy.
All right. Everybody would be having a better time then, for sure. All right, man, let's talk about footwear. Now, we've seen some teams go in there with no shoes. We've seen, like, casual shoes, but these kicks are so fly. Can we get a shot of these kicks, please? Oh, yeah, look at these. Oh, yeah! Talk to me about footwear, man. How important is winning a game of Dota come down to the sneaks?
I think it's the comfy part, you know, you have something nice to wear, and I don't think it matters how it looks like. It's just,
Yes, you took that question 100% more seriously than I would have ever expected from Jerax. Thank you very much.
Well, you put a very serious question on me.
Indeed, I did. All right, so let's talk more about coming up matches. You're up against FNATIC next, I believe. What are you worried about most in that next game?
I think that game we played against them, the 3 games, warding was the biggest issue for us, and maybe the aggression they put.
Oh, wow. Yeah, another serious question. Who are you, man? That's so serious. All right. Last question for you. Let's talk about my favorite thing is hair MMR on Team Liquid. I feel like you're one of the leaders in hair MMR. You're very beautiful up there. Rank your teammates. Where do they fall under the hair MMR?
So from bottom to top or top to bottom?
Please, yes.
This is a hard one. I think Matu is very low. I think he can step up.
Okay.
Guys?
Yep, yeah, I believe so, right? Wow. That's the saddest thing ever. My teammate has bad hair,
sorry,
right?
Matu.
Woo! Okay.
I'm sorry, Matu. I think it's like Kuro and MC has very similar kind of style. Always very casual. I kind of like that. And Fada is like more fancy way sometimes.
Yeah.
He puts his hair, so.
But you're still on the top, right?
Oh, I was meant to be there.
Yeah, there we go. All right, man. There you go. Fantastic. All right. Well, thank you so much, man. We can't wait for your next game. Oh, somebody loves you. Somebody out there, man. Thank you. Woo! All right, man. And yeah, we hope you do great. Thanks a lot, buddy. Hope you go nail them. Thank you so much. And we'll see you back on the panel.
Unbelievable. Hair MMR now. Where will the memes end? We'll never know. We'll end this particular segment in just a moment. We're going to take some social media questions as well. But Charlie, I just want to wrap up the series as a whole. Liquid moving on 2-0. They now face FNATIC in the next round. Still looking very sharp for a top 3 finish.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going back to their original style that they have a lot of confidence in, and they should. They showed it here that they can make a few mistakes, but their draft, their execution, their understanding of the game will pull them ahead.
You are now 6 for 6, by the way, in the predictions. Winter, you sucked.
Yeah, I know. I sucked.
It's as simple as that. You get another one wrong.
You made me predict before the draft starts. What do you expect?
I know what we're supposed to do. That's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to be the experts on.
We all had to predict before the draft started.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Charlie wanted to do it differently in the group stages because he was getting more right after the drafts, but
I sucked then.
Yeah.
I suck now.
What about me? What about my predictions?
You got it right.
I don't know. How good am I?
Do you want me to check?
I think I'm like
I can check.
I think I'm like 6'4" now, or 6'5".
I don't know about that.
I gotta be in the positive now.
Charlie's now 6'6". Black is 7'4". I don't know if that's really worth that. Was it really worth that much of a celebration? I don't know. Just wrap up on Team Liquid. Good performance, and again, like we said to Charlie, do you still feel like they're top 3?
Definitely. They went back to the old style, and on top of that, they refined their gameplay. There's not a lot of mistakes left. They're scary again.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Let's start taking a couple of social media questions. They have been coming in all week. In fact, right since the group stage has begun. If you want to send in, you can do so at PGL Esports on Twitter. We've got one right now. What has surprised you the most out of the Manila Major so far, and why, Charlie? Could be anything. Doesn't have to be the games. Doesn't have to be the teams. Could be anything.
I want to say the level of performance that we saw in MVP versus Liquid Game 2 and the shutout that we saw of OG versus MVP. I didn't think I'd see something like that again for, I guess, ever.
Yeah.
But, hey, you never know.
Such an extreme as well for one team to face inside of 2 days.
Absolutely.
Same question.
Yeah, I think the level of play here has just surpassed my expectations from all the team. Like, everyone has stepped up their game. The amount of strategies used, the heroes picked.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Put that down to what? Coaches? High level of practice?
Coaches?
Coaches definitely get big props this tournament, with Sebastian for OG, Blitz, Heen for Liquid.
Synderen
Alliance has changed up some of their stuff as well.
Yeah. Having that outside perspective is a big plus.
Okay, Vaded asks, what hero are we not seeing as much of as we thought? Could be one that hasn't been picked. Don't start on the anti-mage. We're not going there. Okay, just leave it out, Black. No, seriously, is there someone that you thought we would see more of, or a hero that hasn't been picked that you thought we would see? I mean, CK is one of those that we've been talking about seemingly every day.
Personally, I played a lot of TB before this tournament, after the patch, and I thought he was an amazing hero. And coming into this tournament, I thought he would see a lot of play, but so far we have seen him only twice. I think that surprised me the most, because I really thought he would be like a meta hero at this point.
And he's shown in the 2 games that we've seen him in, he could be pretty devastating, Winter.
But for me, I think Ursa has, for me, been a surprise. I thought the hero would have actually seen more play.
Yeah.
Similar like TB.
I've only seen 1 game from Ursa as well.
Yeah.
1 game in the entire tournament.
Who played there?
I think that was Liquid.
Yeah.
Matumba.
Charlie?
I think I'm gonna go with Slark. We have seen him, but I thought it would be much more popular. It's a very active carry that is hard to deal with.
Okay. Our third social media question comes from the master memer himself. So Action Slacks asks, if you guys all had to fight to the death right now, who would win? I think it's more like who would come second. Charlie?
I might be like physically the biggest here, but you don't know these guys. Like, they're incredibly nice on the panel. Everybody loves them. They have this. Black is like staring daggers at me right now. Like, these guys fight dirty, especially Winter.
Yeah, anyone that's played Werewolf or Mafia with Winter will know that he's just not worth.
I think I finish at the bottom.
You finished last?
I finished last.
Really?
On this panel.
Even against Old Man Red Eye?
Yo, you got some tricks up your sleeve?
The ninja moves?
I don't trust you.
You got the experience, though.
Good point. I like that. All right.
He lynches me every time, the first round.
Yeah,
This
because
guy-
we don't win your play.
He manages to work like 16-hour days every single day on these panels, and I'm like tired after like 2 shifts or whatever.
You're just lazy, come on.
I'm
Hey,
with Winter on
wow.
this. I'm with Winter.
Now you bring out the flames.
Now we bring out the savage. So who wins, Black, out of the 4 of us?
I
Who
mean,
wins?
I'm pretty much top 1, it's obvious.
Right.
And then, I mean,
He's pretty fit.
he placed himself on the bottom already,
Yeah.
so it has to be
So it's between me and
you
Winter,
two.
a fight to the death?
I give you the experience, I give
Right.
him the sneakiness. What's going to be better at the end?
Yeah.
What do you think, Winter? Are you going to beat him?
I'm going to outsmart him probably, but I won't win a straight-up fight.
Wow, okay. I'm happy with second place in this stack of 4, that's for sure. All right, enough of this nonsense on the panel. We're going to be moving on. We've got our second series around the corner, but more nonsense going on because a visit to the secret shop is in order.
Now, if you guys are at the event and you want to know where the secret shop is, it's relatively simple. It's right on my right at the SMX Convention Center across the street from the Mall of Asia Arena. You head on in, you go up the escalator, and it's over in F5, up the stairs. So you might be wondering, how does it work here in Manila? Because things are a little different. Well, let me explain it to you. 3 different boxes. We got common, rare, and legendary, the very secret one. But to learn more, how about we go and play everyone's favorite game show? All right, guys, hello, welcome. Calm down, please. Now, you got to choose. You can either have the common box, the rare box, or the legendary. Now, the common's got some good stuff. Got it a common. Anybody got a common around here? Where we got? Oh, here we go. Woo. There we are. The common, beautiful box, very small, very compact, easily fits in the luggage. You got the rare, that's what I'm talking about. That's the big sell. This has got the real goodies in it. Then you got the legendary. I don't even know what the heck is in that box. They won't let me see it because it's a big secret. So which do you want? What are we going for here today? The 1 rare. Do I have 2 rare? Can I get 2 rare? Can I get a legendary? You got a rare or a legendary? A common or a legendary or rare? What do you want? A rare? 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 I got rare. All right, we got rare. Here we go. 1 rare, 2 rare, 3 rare. Is it good? You like? Good? All right, open it up. What do we got? What's inside? Oh! Yeah! Free to play, man. Great movie, man. A lot of good stuff in this one, huh?
Yeah.
Did you say the man who made it is there? Man, gracious. All right, man. You enjoying the secret shop so far?
Yes.
Have you seen what you got in your special box?
Yes.
What is it?
Some.
No. You're not supposed to say. This is a secret thing. They have to find out. Just tell us, is it worth getting the secret shop box?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything that's not a yes? Are you having a bad time at the tournament?
No.
Yes! All right, good job. Whew, that was a close one, man. Thank you very much.
Next matchup, VICI Gaming Reborn versus LGD Gaming.
Welcome back to the Manila Major. It is day 4 here in the Mall of Asia Arena. We are losing teams very quickly now. We started with 8, we're down to 7 already. And like any George Martin novel, we're about to kill off another one. There would be 6 left after our next matchup as LGD go live against VICI Gaming Reborn. We've also abandoned our original panel, and instead we've replaced them with 3 new men. We've also got a new man and a new face to the panel, so let's introduce you to them now. Purge is with us, Wagger, welcome back. And Fogged is also with us. Wagger, for the first time, we're reunited, brother, from TI5.
Been a while. Nice to hear you.
You good?
Yeah, I'm happy to be here, Paul.
Great to have you here as well. Purge, straightforward win for Liquid in Series 1.
Yeah, not too surprising, but Na'Vi had a great run to get to where they did. They definitely surprised everybody. They with that, maybe even guarantee an invite to TI5. Especially with the recent, or TI6, especially with the recent developments that have been going on.
I was going to say, you've got some sort of time-traveling machine. We're going to go back and win TI5 and do it differently? I don't know.
It's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
It would really increase the viewership.
Different outcome this time, maybe? Fogged, first game Liquid have dominated the matchup. We thought they would. In a similar kind of way, LGD come into this match in similar form in what we saw in the previous round. Do you expect the same thing?
I do, but I do think that VICI does have their niche type heroes and niche type strategies that might be able to pull something over on LGD, but I'm just worried if VICI is able to address LGD's other, like their most powerful heroes, like the Tidehunter, the Invoker. I want to see how they really have planned for that.
Okay. Wagger, what have you made of VICI Gaming so far? Because they haven't really impressed that much. They've won 3 games out of the entire tournament, and other teams have won many more games and aren't in the tournament anymore.
They're quite versatile, and they have many different styles they can play, so that's the thing. They're hard to prepare for, but I think they also don't really know what's strong in their playstyle yet. Yeah. So I think they're a little bit unpredictable, and LGD much more predictable. They're a team that we pretty much know exactly what they're going to do, but you struggle to stop it anyway. As Fogg was pointing out, just the Enigma cooldowns, the Ravage, all these spells, that's what they play around. So I want VICI Gaming to play aggressive, use something that doesn't rely on the heavy cooldowns.
Okay. First couple of days that we were out here in the Philippines, we heard a lot of things from different Chinese players and administrators and managers and so on, Purge. They all said to us, LGD are playing so hot right now. We really don't want to play them early in the tournament. VICI Gaming said yesterday in their interview, they really don't want to play a Chinese team because they know how good they are right now. And here we are. They've got to face LGD. Has that not already given LGD a mental advantage?
Definitely a little bit. But I feel like VICI's been playing better and better ever since they started in the lower bracket. I didn't have a lot of faith for them there, but watching their last matches, I think they're getting better. And LGD is kind of on the same path, though. They looked pretty good in the group stage. They looked a little weak in their opening match, but the ones after, they've been playing super, super well. So it's going to be a pretty competitive best of 3, I think.
Yeah, I think VICI's also, like Kevin was saying, they've adapted quite well through as this tournament just progressed. And we could see, like you were saying in the beginning, they struggled heavily, but now they seem to be kind of finding a bit of their groove.
And I want to point out as well that adapting is really important in this tournament because of Lifestealer and some of the trendy picks that are coming up here. You need to adapt not only by your draft, but also by itemizations. We're seeing many teams pull out the quad 4 staffs and stuff to deal with Beastmaster, Lifestealer, these kind of heroes. And I think that's where VICI Gaming have their strength.
Yeah.
Do you not think that they've been a little bit behind the meta at times with some of their drafts, especially in the group stage?
In the group stage, they were struggling, but I actually think they're trying to find. I wouldn't say they're behind. They're trying to find their own approach.
Yeah, very clever some stuff. Yeah, like the Terrorblade versus the Lifestealer. We did see FNATIC pull it out as well, but they do seem to have like a couple of these heroes that just are a little bit out of the ordinary that people aren't expecting.
Okay, critics might argue that they've only faced Evil Geniuses and DC in the lower bracket, and LGD are a completely different kettle of fish, completely different tier perhaps as well. What do you say to that?
I actually think that DC is a pretty competent team and played really well at this event. All their group stage games were amazing. They also played pretty well here at the main event, even though they lost, as fast as you could. They still gave a very good fight in these best of 3s they played. So you could argue it's a different matchup they've had, but I think they proved themselves.
We're waiting for the teams to get ready backstage before we bring them out. Just want to pick your brains on the entire series so far, the main event itself. What has stood out for you? Is it the MVP performance against Liquid? Is it OG's performance yesterday, Wagger?
Yeah, the 24-0 is hard not to favorite, especially as a TA picker. It was a good match. I also think that maybe has stood out again. Yeah. We were on panel together at TI5. We talked a lot about him back then. He is showing good form here again. So LGD, they have some good stuff to play around with, maybe with aggressive, with Xiao 8. I think that's a pretty strong trio of players.
Yeah. Now, I think the flip side of that, of course, is that are they going to win for a change? Because we always talk, it seems we always talk about how great these guys are and how well they've played in particular matches or even throughout tournaments as well. When's the delivery coming?
This one's really hard for them because they're going all the way through the loser bracket.
Yeah.
So that means they have to play against they have to beat like 3 really good teams. They can't just go through winner bracket, let those other teams get beaten by somebody else. They're going to have to beat VICI here, then they have to beat Phoenix, then they have to beat the winner of FNATIC versus Liquid, and then they have to beat the loser of OG Newbie, and then they have to beat the winner of that. That's a really long road. I think they have the talent to win the tournament, but that kind of series of matchups, at some point, surely you lose one of those best of 3s.
Right. Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to play OG or Newbie at some point because they're in the top 3 right now. I think what we're doing right now is searching for that, the third best team and which one will come through on that. FNATIC are in there, Phoenix are in there, and Liquid are in there. That's a tough ask, isn't it, for LGD?
Yeah, it definitely is, but I think we've seen it many times in Dota. Teams go really far in the lower bracket, so maybe if they find their style and start just picking up these best of 3s, they could do it. But as Perch pointed out, it would be incredible to go and take out the entire tournament, but definitely could get into the top 3, I think.
I don't want to get too carried away with VICI. I've tried to be reasonably balanced by pointing out that critics would probably argue that EG and DC might not have been the strongest 2 that they could have beaten in the only 2 rounds, but there are some similarities here with what happened to OG in Frankfurt, and ever since that happened, I think we've all been a bit more on our guard as to never write off the lower bracket round, best of 1, round 1 people.
Liquid's doing it as well right now.
Yeah.
They're making their
well,
way
they came
through
from they were in the upper bracket, of course, so
yes.
they could drop down 1. But OG did it from the very first
beginning.
best of 1s, finished in 3rd place in their groups. Were horrible. They were rubbish in groups. Suddenly, they just flick a switch and go through the entire bottom. And VICI Gaming Reborn are on the verge of being able to do the similar thing. They came in round 1. They've beaten EG. They've beaten DC. If they win against LGD, does that not alert other teams in that bracket that they suddenly go, we can't underestimate these guys?
I think more than alerting the others, it would probably give them that confident boost that you need to go all the way. Because as they, as we pointed out earlier, they're scared of LGD. They know that they're a strong team, competent team. But if they can take them down, they'll probably feel pretty immortal.
Yeah.
They really are in a perfect position to be the sleeper team as well. Like you said, they're coming from the lower bracket. The first match, they could have gone home that day, and they were even losing that game. But if they beat LGD here, definitely that's a team to look at on the radar. And as a whole, though, I think most teams would be content with that. They'd be like, thanks for taking LGD.
Yeah.
That's pretty nice. Because it's just clear that LGD has the higher individual skill. And compared to like OG's run at Frankfurt, VICI just doesn't quite look the same.
I think not only just LGD has more individual skill, but they have that teamwork. They have Zhao Wei bringing them all together. VICI does have FY bringing them together, but they are not as team-like oriented. It seems like they kind of need their strategy straight up, and they need like we were saying, that niche pick in order to really pull out ahead.
All right, we're going to get more from all 3 of you in just a moment. But ladies and gentlemen, we do need our teams for the arena. So here they are.
A glimpse into the future. This dynamic lineup unites the old guard of FY and DDC with a trio of breakthrough Chinese talents. Boasting some of the would-be stars of tomorrow, they play a cunning game of strategy and reap the rewards of greedy drafts. This is a team with a bright future.
Welcome on stage, VICI Gaming Reborn!
The return of superstar Zhao Wei to the battlefield has placed the expectations of a nation on the shoulders of this Chinese organization. With a world-class support player in MMY and one of the most experienced captains in the scene. This team is here to prove they are still a Chinese superpower.
welcome on stage, LGD Gaming!
LGD 7-3, VICI Gaming 3-5. Their records respectively in the Manila Major so far. We'll find out over the next couple of hours who makes it through to lower bracket round number 3. The two teams are the last two teams to play in this part of the bracket, of course, and the winner will go through and face MVP Phoenix tomorrow. Let's get our thoughts from our panel now. We'll start with you, Wagger, and we'll start with VICI Gaming Reborn. In terms of the way that they line up, how do you like the way they've come together, such as a new team with some experienced old minds in there?
I think it really works out well for them because they've proven here at the main event. You said they haven't had the best record at Manila Major, but they've also played elimination games here on stage, and they've had one game and they're out. That has been the circumstances they play under, and that's when they win. Yeah. So probably that experience coming in, they're not looking too nervous on their newer players. Playing on a massive stage and just facing the threat of elimination, still playing good.
Yeah. Having F1 DDC in there, helping tremendously. Folt, you've played with some experienced players in the past. What does it do to the mindset of the younger players?
It helps a lot. You know, you look up to that player and you really respect them. You humble yourself at one point. You're just like, you know, I might think one way, but Dota is such an expansive game. You know, everybody has their own opinion. So you look at these players and you're like, they've made it this far. You know, they got to know something better than I do. So you have to respect them a lot.
Yeah. So when FY says, "I'm picking a Rubik,"
you're like, okay.
I think whenever, if he ever says that, then yeah.
Yeah, especially Rubik, you know.
Yeah. I don't think it really matters what team you're in if he says that. Purge, what do you make of them, both in terms of composition and their performances so far?
I think they have a lot of potential. It's great to see up-and-coming players join the scene. And I think one good thing that they have going for them here is that LGD has been forced to react to what the meta is for these 16 teams. You know, if they're back in China playing regular matches, they have their internal meta, and everything's changed a bit since then. So I think that should help them offset strategy a little bit that LGD may have an advantage of just by playing them all the time.
Okay, let's take a look at LGD's lineup. It is a bit of a storied lineup, and we've said already with Fog, we're waiting for them to have that breakout performance, but it seems every year we're saying the same thing. Xiao 8 has now come back to help yet again form what he considers to be one of the most incredible lineups he's ever played in, but I'm pretty sure I heard that from him last year before TI and the year before.
It's true. He always seems to come up with a very strong team, and this team does look really, really competent, but I do worry a little bit after watching Sepp on his Doombringer. He had a really tough game, definitely looked nervous, the way he got Doom on Tide, who ravaged 1.5 seconds ago, not being able to cancel that even after Refresher was used and a second ravage, and just after Sunder, a lot of nerves in that game, but then he redeems himself afterwards by playing a phenomenal Phoenix game. So I think there's a lot of up and down performances, and you just got to peak when it matters, I guess.
Yeah. We talk a lot about maybe. It's perfectly reasonable to talk about maybe, I think, but is he above or below Miracle? I think that's the only other thing I've been asked in the last couple of days. Which one do you rate higher?
I knew you were going that way when you started talking about it. I was like, is he as good as Miracle?
Yeah.
And
because it is the most popular question right now, because he's had such a great performance. I mean, statistically, he's the best player in the tournament right now. Which is incredible.
More, though.
I mean, well, come on.
Everyone dies.
Everyone
more
does.
than
But does the aggressive things that he does, is that better? I feel like he takes way more heat than Miracle does in an average game. He takes pressure and still super succeeds. And Miracle can do that as well, but I feel like maybe does that without any help some games. And I feel like that's one really big benefit that he has.
Yeah, and that's also, that's where I'm a bit concerned for VICI is how is that mid matchup really going to be? Nono versus
versus maybe.
Versus maybe.
Yes. I mean, we're talking about it right now.
Yeah.
You know.
No, it's something to really be concerned about. Like, I really don't know how they're going to adjust because, maybe, like Kevin was saying, maybe is completely reliable on himself. He doesn't really rely on the rest of his teammates too much.
Because we talk about maybe almost too much. Let's talk about one of the other important players in both teams, and those are the carries. Aggressive has had a solid tournament so far, a couple of really outstanding games as well. And End, really, he's shown up when he's been needed by his team at the moments they've needed him.
How does he have stats like these when they went through the base level of the loser bracket? That's incredible.
Yeah.
It is.
It is incredible, but at the same time I want to highlight aggressive. The way he plays, watching him play Ember Spirit, for example, he goes in. He's just in there creating space for his team a lot. He doesn't always play together with his team, very similar to Maybe. They just are out there in the face of the enemy. So he plays much more risky than End, and sometimes you end up with less kills and more deaths, you know, but the amount of time you wasted from the enemy team might have netted you a tower on the other side of the map.
Yeah. Alan would tell you that stats don't lie, but we know different.
We've also been commenting about something like time and time again throughout this tournament. At some point, you have to be able to take a fight and win these big fights. And this is where I feel like VICI might actually struggle, because they've been drafting these very like high skirmish drafts where they don't really rely on these big cooldowns, big team fight ultimates, while LGD is the complete opposite. So I wonder if that's going to really work out for them. Are they going to really be able to pull LGD so far out of their comfort zone and be able to run away with it?
Yeah, we call that the Blitz meta now.
Yeah.
Are you on board with the Blitz meta, the low cooldown era?
I think it depends. It depends from team to team. Like LGD really plays super well around Zhao 8's ultimate cooldown, so it really depends.
I saw Wagger with a wry smile there.
Oh, just
he's having none
Blitz
of this.
meta without a storm? I'm like, what? Then you gotta name it something else, dude. But I think the thing about playing low cooldown heroes against high cooldown is you have to somehow bait them to go into you. You have to somehow make them commit Ravages. And we have seen games where Zhao 8, for example, will whiffed Ravages at some points or use them just for one kill. That's when you have to turn up the heat, go for towers, go for objectives. And I wonder, can VICI Gaming do this?
And I think that also comes down to what you were saying is, will the nerves really hit? Will like those things really happen? Like you were saying September with the Doom, is that going to happen again here?
That's a good question.
Yeah. Do you want to take it?
No, I don't. Because I don't know. I've been watching Sepp a lot, and sometimes he plays amazing, sometimes he doesn't. I can't really tell what it is. The games seem to be very similar. It's probably just nerves. It's how he feels that day. It's very important, Dota, feeling on top when you go into that booth.
Okay, let's talk wider, broader, because I'm told we've got about 6 or 7 minutes until the draft is ready and the players are all in and ready to go. So why don't we talk about Chinese Dota, because Shanghai was not good for these guys. There was a lot of criticism about the scene, a lot of criticism about the movement of players, a lot of criticism about having multiple teams as well and players chopping and changing. Have things settled down, do you think, Wagger, in China? And is this performance a key moment for them? They've now got 3 in the top 8 here.
Things normally settle down before TI, but you know it's not always the case. I'm not sure. We'll really have to see after this event, and the way you perform at the event is definitely going to impact it, right?
I think things are definitely going to be settled in China. You can't chance open qualifiers in that region consistently. It's the one region where there are not enough slots. Like the qualifier winner for this tournament was Newbie, and they're about to play the winner bracket playoff. Like, you can't chance going through opens. Even playing regionals is pretty much a gamble. It's so important if you're in this region to get your roster finalized leading into TI. So I think roster swapping for any of the teams that don't get direct invites is really dangerous.
I'm really happy to see the 3 Chinese teams are in the top 8, because look, we were saying they kind of have something to prove after Shanghai. They had a really big letdown, and now coming out here, we've seen 2 of the teams, like LGD and Newbie, are looking extremely powerful. VICI struggling a little bit, but they're definitely going to be able, they're like here, you know, they're proving something.
All right, time to put your predictions on the line. Predictions have been going a little bit off, actually, for you, Purge. They started badly, then you bounced back at that 5 run. Now,
I think I'm even. I think I'm like 7 and 7 or something like that.
I can get you the final stats, but you tell us who you're going with this particular game, and I'll find that out.
I'm pretty confidently going to go with LGD. I feel safe saying that. I think they have the better players. They are more consistent. VGR's lows are way lower, and I think LGD can take the set for sure.
Okay, you're 5 and 6 right now.
I don't believe that. I'm even.
That's from Nox. Hey, don't argue with Nox. I'm just
I'll
a
look at the
messenger
numbers.
here.
We'll have to argue with him.
Wagger, you're 100% so far, so good job.
We're just predicting who's winning, not the
series,
result. All right.
Series, yeah.
Then, yeah, I think that LGD are showing more strength going into this, and I just believe in them more. The only thing that makes me worry is really, are the nerves going to kick in? But they have Zhao 8, who should be able to calm down any player, I think, playing under his lead.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Fogged, you're 3rd right now with 5 and 3.
5-3. Yeah, see, I was talking to Nox about that. I don't know. He's messing something up. I swear to God.
I actually think he is.
But I'll take that. I'll take that anyway. But yeah, I have to agree as well. LGD just is coming out a lot more consistent, a lot more like just team oriented and everything. And yeah, I'm gonna have to go for them. Vici's gonna struggle quite a lot here.
All right, clean sweep for the boys here on the panel. 3 out of 3, all going for LGD. I do wonder, with 2 Chinese teams in here, which way Twitch and Twitter are going to go. So let's take a look at these social media predictions.
It's going to be 6 votes.
82-18
6 votes,
in favour of LGD on Twitch, Purge. And 66-34 on Twitter, a little bit more in favour of VICI Gaming Reborn. If you've ever followed their social media, you'll know that their social media is pretty fun as well.
Yeah.
They're going to be having a field day with those results right now, that's for sure. We are moments away from the draft, so let's start talking about predictions in terms of what are we going to see from the 2 teams? How are they going to lead into these first drafts? What do they do game 1, Wagon? Because it's one of those where they can experiment a little bit in game 1.
Yeah, I really think that LGD are probably going to go into Beastmaster and play that again, even though we have seen them play a lot of Enigma and Tide. It's come to a point where enemy teams are respecting it and banning out the Tide in the first phase. So I think against LGD, first phase ban probably going to be Tide, and they're going to let through the Beastmaster again.
Yeah. Okay. Probably the Tidehunter and the Invoker ban. That's what we've been seeing a lot of teams. Just you have to fear Maybe's Invoker. It's absolutely devastating.
You have to fear all of his heroes, though. I mean, his hero pool's not as wide as Miracle's, for example, but I'm equally scared of his Dragon Knight, his Ember Spirit, his Invoker. He has a lot of heroes that he plays at that super high level.
And Tinker and Shadow Fiend are 2 of his heroes as well. He plays amazing.
Let's just ban those 5.
You know, I loved it, though. I was talking to Kevin yesterday. It was so funny. He was just like, wow, this Dragon Knight is terrifying. And what do you he's doing so much physical damage, and what do you really expect that out of a Dragon Knight? Like, you have Aggressive, who's like, of course, this iconic carry, but then you have a Dragon Knight just coming in, and he's like, wow, he's actually doing a lot more in the fights than their actual carry, and it's very terrifying to see.
Yeah, he got to a point on Dragon Knight where he could just say, hey, Death Prophet, you're not coming close to me because I will kill you immediately.
Come at me.
That normally doesn't happen.
Yeah, we saw a very cautious style of play, Kevin, from LGD in the last round. Worked fine, there was no problem with it, but do you feel like that cautiousness could cost them against a team like VICI who want to get in there and get stuck in?
I think that was just the matchup. I mean, it's Team
Empire.
They
just respected the fact that it was a CI's team and they're very fighty.
LGD was definitely the favored in that matchup. Any game loss is very dangerous because it puts you into that best of 1 range, essentially, where you could just lose another game. I feel like a lot of tournaments, a lot of sets this tournament have really been determined by that, where a team loses a game that they shouldn't, and it gets to that 3rd game, and they just play bad that game, and it's over. Like, they lose sets.
I love the way LGD did it, though. It seemed like a kind of a change-up from what they were doing throughout this entire tournament. They were like, okay, we're playing versus Empire. These guys are extremely aggressive, and we're going to adapt. They didn't really pick any heavy cooldown reliant heroes. They picked all these quick skirmish heroes that we've been talking about.
And that's where Beastmaster really excels as well, having the Hawk always scouting. It was a great pick against Empire, and Empire, after that first game, they just panicked, and in the second game, they didn't know what to do. They just reached out for anything.
Well,
so they didn't
Tide was banned.
They didn't ban the Invoker, though.
Didn't ban the Invoker, so they're basically saying, come at us.
They could pick it too, but...
They could. Lifestealer getting a first ban for the 3rd game consecutively.
Good.
Starting to creep up there.
Good.
As you don't like Lifestealer at all, do you?
Just getting, you get kind of tired of seeing it all the time.
You're a Lifestealer hater, Fogged. That's what you are.
I mean, it's okay. I don't think anybody really minds hating that hero.
Nope.
So VICI taking some time. They have, there's obviously the Beastmaster one that sticks out. There's the Earth Spirit, which we've been seeing grabbed a lot in the first pick lately.
There's also Wisp.
There's Wisp as well. But they have picked it. They did pick it yesterday, but I don't know how much LGD really plays around it. I know MMY does, and they picked it yesterday, but it's a little bit different than what they usually do.
MMY plays a monster Wisp.
Yeah, he does.
I think you have to steal it just to not give it away here.
Good call. Yep, very good call.
He got some insane saves. Probably the best Wisp save I've seen in the entire tournament was MMY yesterday.
Yep.
So you have to respect.
They're good with it too, and it's not like it even limits their heroes. Yesterday they played, or the last time VICI played, they played Wisp and Rubik with FY on the Wisp, and they still played the Rubik at a really good efficiency.
Okay. So we get an Invoker Earth Spirit combo, followed by an IO Alchemist, which we've also seen before.
This is the similar start to what they picked the versus Digital Chaos the other day. So
I love the reaction coming out from LDG. They just see Wisp, okay, we need to have some damage that we can lay into the Wisp, because one of the hardest things to do is play against a Wisp who sits back and just gets to bottle up his carry, keep healing him. But if you can get in on the Wisp with the roll from Earth Spirit, you have the Sunstrike to follow up, you have so much AoE damage with the Earth Spirit, magnetize in teamfights later on. I really like the approach here.
I like it as well because Invoker, he's not really that super strong mid hero anymore. He kind of needs a little bit of help, and Earth Spirit is one of those heroes that, of course, he's just going to amplify the Invoker so much.
I mean, they're teamfight heroes, but they don't have an insane amount of burst just yet. I mean, they have burst, but he can relocate for that. And after they initiate on Alchemist, and they use those initiations, I feel like they don't have more ammo in their gun, so to speak, to finish off the Wisp and close the gap afterwards. So in some ways, I like the IO opening here. Not to mention because it can react to the lanes. Wherever Earth Spirit goes, IO can TP and show up and still be useful.
Yeah, I still agree with Vici. They had to go for the Wisp, but yeah. I think LGD just have so many tools to deal with the Wisp now. You can Cold Snap to stop the relocate out, you can Tornado, you can stun with the Earth Spirit. You just have so many tools. And Earth, or Invoker, actually does quite well against Alchemist mid if you go down the Exort path. I do not like all the Crosswax Invokers that we see that just fall behind in net worth later on. But if you go for Exort, you can deny the Bounty Runes just by sending your Forge Spirits, hitting him, denying it if he doesn't come there exactly at time. Yeah. And the damage for last hit.
Yeah, Alchemist and Io are extremely low armor heroes where Exort Invoker really excels. And now, not too much of a surprise, the Disruptor, MMY has been playing it pretty consistently. Not more than his Lion or his Dazzle, but it's been coming out a lot more in this tournament. Yeah. We've been seeing it, like even first pick Disruptor from time to time.
It's definitely on the rise.
It's so punishing as well. If they, even just in pushes and things like that, if Disruptor shows up, just leads into the easiest kill ever.
It really helps them, like, in a way, kind of outnumber in the fights too. If Vici's playing with the Wisp actually relocating into team fights, you can always just glimpse the whoever he brings out, and then you're fighting in your completely number advantage.
Mm-hmm. I'm just wondering right now what aggressive is going to play for LGD, even though it's Vici's time to pick up their third hero, so maybe they haven't decided yet.
Well, he usually picks
PL is
Ember
still
Spirit
there
into like 5 silences and still gets away with it. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, this time he has the silences on his team, and Ember looks pretty great here against Wisp and Alchemists. You can play around that so easily.
Mm-hmm. So they do go for the Lion here. Just a safe pickup.
Yeah, this makes it a little bit scary to pick something like Ember, since Lion can go anywhere on the map, set up the stun, get the chain stun, and possibly kill him after.
It really helps Alchemist get off his unstable concoction on the right target in teamfights later on as well. You need someone who reliably holds the enemy still while you're channeling up.
LGD goes for it. So Slaughter has also been seeing a lot more popularity coming out. He has pretty good win rate, I feel.
Oh, definitely. He's also a strong hero against Alchemist. Alchemist already really low armor until you get the Armlet Assault Cuirass, Armlet Shivas, later on. And even then, with Amplify damage, you're going to struggle.
It also gives them, what they were kind of lacking a bit for like Roshan damage. Of course, the Invoker is there, but then of course amp damage for Roshan is just extremely good. And then now they have even more lockdown. They have an incredible amount of lockdown across these 4 heroes.
It gives them great teamfight initiation too. If they can blink Slaughter Crush and then get Disruptor combo off afterwards, that teamfight is won as long as Wisp doesn't relocate one out.
Yeah, and with if you get amplified damage on the target when they're and Vici tries to retreat in any manner, glimpse, you always have the vision for the glimpse from that.
The thing I feel is that Slardar always gives your team great skirmish. We see it from MVP very often. It just works out so well. But what they also have now is an Invoker, which again is going towards what MVP draft. They love doing the Invoker and Slardar together for the main reason that Alacrity solves Slardar's issue. He doesn't really hard carry that well later on, but if you give Alacrity to that fish, he hurts so much.
Yeah, and LGD right now, they were kind of like magical heavy, you could say, and that Slardar just completely changes that entire draft. Vici goes for a Juggernaut, so now they have Healing Ward with a Wisp Alchemist, so massive amounts of healing coming out from that.
It's a really good pick. Like, it just protects them against a lot of the early game LGD ganks. They can't initiate with Rolling Boulder because he'll spin TP. They can't initiate with a Glimpse back. It has to be Slaughter stun into stun combo. So him farming solo in a jungle, it could negate a lot of the early LGD ganks.
I see an issue though for Vici. Normally when you pick Juggernaut and Wisp even and Alchemist, these are healing pushers that you just want to take down towers and go high ground pretty early as well. Whereas if you do this against LGD, it's going to be extremely hard. You need to lead with pickoffs somehow. Probably it's going to be very important for Lion to get his Blink Dagger early so you can enable these ganks from relocate. because it looks really hard to push into Earth Spirit, Disruptor, Invoker. If they ever get levels, this is going to be a hard game.
And we've also talked so much about how LGD, these guys are one of the high ground kings at defending, so it will be definitely very hard for VICI to go for that. Last bans coming out for both teams.
Offlane hero for VICI.
What really ties together everything that you think that they need?
Tidehunter.
Tidehunter?
If it still existed.
If it still is there, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Tide would be quite good, I think. Except for Disrupt ulti, obviously, but...
It's hard to say. You can't even substitute that easily. There's Darkseer being banned out as well, so sometimes people go for Enigma instead of Tide, but in this game it's going to be near impossible to get a Black Hole off if you pick it as VICI. There's so many ways to cancel it. I'm not really sure.
There's still Beastmaster.
Yeah. He has gone to the last pick a lot.
Yeah. Recently as well, we've been seeing him coming out 5th pick, which is extraordinary when you think how much he was banned early on at Epicenter and early on in this particular group stage as well.
To go, oh, okay.
Pretty much like the Doom as
all
well.
Right.
I like that.
I like that. If they Doom Invoker, then
Whoa,
the fight's
okay.
straightforward.
Big change up from LGD.
Okay, only the second time we've seen an Ursa at the Manila Major. And
Last one did not do so well.
It didn't do very well at all. So we'll quickly get the thoughts of all three of you in terms of where the draft has gone. What do you think?
I love the Ursa. I think LGD is the better draft.
I'm down for LGD. I like the switch they do, putting Slardar offlane there. It's always a good switch.
Yep, I have to go with LGD as well. I really like their draft. It just has everything they need.
Clean sweep on the analyst panel, not just in the series, but also in the draft. Let's find out what our commentary team think of it as we hand over to Mort and LD.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome into our lower bracket match between LGD and VICI Gaming. We are here with a chance to see who moves on to MVP Phoenix and who is done in the tournament. I'm Mott, he is LD. David, we talked a lot about, of course, LGD having a huge advantage in terms of, I think they are not the underdogs, VICI are in this situation. What do you think about the draft coming out from both of these sides?
A little greedy for VICI Gaming Reborn, finishing off with the Doom, but the gold strat has worked before, and VGR, I think they can pull it off.
And we'll see. We'll have to jump into the game to find out.
VICI Gaming Reborn versus LGD Gaming.
So the last interesting thing we saw during the draft was obviously the Ursa pick, which is not a hero that we've seen LGD run. I mean, and to be fair, we haven't seen much difference in their drafts recently either. They picked a lot of Lifestealer, a lot of Ember Spirit coming out as well, but now they pick up an Ursa, they pick up an Invoker, so completely different type of lineup for LGD here, David.
Yeah, the knock on LGD coming into the lower bracket when they dropped down was that they looked a little one-dimensional, almost always relying on the Xiaowei team fight here. There was something that Empire was talking to Wog about yesterday while watching the games up in the lounge, and something that other players had mentioned to me as well. It seemed like LGD just really loved the 5-man, but they've been giving different looks lately. It's much more pick-off focused, a little bit more spread offense, kind of snowbally drafts. I would say almost like MVP-esque in terms of the hero picks. Now, going into that last pick, it looked like VGR were expecting a hard carry. They ended up banning out the Slark, something that could have matched up really well later on, even against that last pick, Doom, but LGD want to up the tempo here. They're dire side. They really want to secure Roshan. It is going to be very difficult for VICI to contest into the pit. They don't have a great vision hero. They're a very greedy draft. All of these heroes need levels. Quite a few of them need farms. So look for LGD to be the team that's playing up tempo, that's trying to snowball objectives. VICI Gaming Reborn more trying to find pickoffs, dodge fights, and just head for late game.
Yeah, I mean, if they do find that farm, though, for VICI Gaming Reborn, they will be in a very good position. Alchemist will find that farm pretty much regardless of what happens, even maybe with a couple of deaths in that mid lane or wherever they decide to send him. He will still find his stacks in the jungle, but he will still get his farm with the Grievel's Greed. So it comes down to aggressive, having a good laning phase, maybe doing as well, but he's had a pretty good tournament so far. Maybe I think has been probably the best in terms of mid laners. Meanwhile, Rolling Boulder not finding anything coming out for the side of LGD just yet, and already the IO rotating mid. Nono's going to put some pressure on maybe, and so this Quas Exort Invoker will have a little bit of struggles here in the early stage of this game, LD.
Yeah, so Doom starting in the off lane here for Yang, so it is going to be a core Doom, and he got the D ward. His camp was blocked. Sep tried to body block it, a bit late to get the hero in position. So Yang will have a pretty good start here in the jungle. He'll have access to both big camps, and it's going to be 2v2 mid for a large part of this. Earth Spirit more hanging around to protect the Invoker and maybe go for a kill if the IO's out of position. But this dual lane, very strong for VGR. You can expect to see them stacking up the jungle for the Alk later on, and for them it's more about just not giving up the IO kill early, but FY, ooh, close call.
Almost gets caught by the Sunstrike with the rotation in from Sep as well. Maybe going to work now with his point in Quas. Body block coming through. There's the tether. They shouldn't be able to bring him down. They're going to get some extra chip damage in, but for VGR, they'll back up and avoid that first blood onto FY, the IO.
Yeah, so looking at the Doom off, oh, they're rolling it again.
No's going to get caught. There's the tether coming through, and they just can't find it. They can't find the body blocks. They can't find any further damage. Obviously, Sep's still level 1, I believe, so he doesn't have that kick just yet if he needs it. But a lot of action early in this mid lane. I think we'll have to keep our eyes there.
Yeah, as for top, Yang has managed to hit level 2. He started with the boots here, but this is a very killable Doom lane, especially at these early levels. They have the Disruptor, already taking the point Thunderstrike. Hasn't taken the second skill point yet, waiting to see if there's an opportunity with Kinetic Field. But Ursa, one of those safe lane carries that can kill almost anyone, even with, just level 3 or so. So he's going to have to play this one very carefully. And also worth keeping an eye on here is the bounty runes. Will Nono be getting them as an alchemist? For now, he does not get the 2-minute rune. LGD, I think they'll be very vigilant about trying to guard those, and that's the beauty of having a roaming Earth Spirit.
Yeah, he's going to be the bodyguard in the river, essentially, just making sure he can, number 1, set up pickoffs, find ganks, things like that, and number 2, secure those runes like you were talking about. So you do have at least the Doom coming through, so Yang can maybe even help out regarding those runes, but he's right now just sitting top lane. Io will have to do some work there as well. Xiaowei down bottom, he's doing okay. 2 last hits right now. He'll find DDC with the stun of Slithering Charge, but he's going to get Earth Spike. He'll back up and away. It doesn't do much damage. He doesn't have his sprint enabled, so he's fine. He's going to actually just trade away, and N's going to come through threatening with a Blade Fury, but Xiaowei's not going to walk too much further
Top lane,
forward.
though. This looks to be the first blood. Yang caught out. There's the roll in from Sep. In a lot of danger. Scorched Earth, not enough. LGD get it done, and it wasn't even the cleanest initiation there, but that just shows you how much Ursa can do in the early laning stage. And he is leveling up the Fury swipes, generally what you'll see from a safe lane Ursa, which is normally where the heroes run. And with that, Doom is going to have a very difficult time staying in the lane. He may just have to resort to jungle, but that's where MMY will pull ahead. MMY, I think, probably the most consistent support in this event at getting farm, as oftentimes the only laning support for his team. Up there, I guess, with Liquid's Kuroki as well. These two always find their farm, always get their fast level 6. For Disruptor, it's more about the levels, but MMY, you can see just chain
Boulder in mid. No's going to get caught with a cold snap. They get the Boulder Smash off as well. He's tanky, but he's not tanky enough, maybe. They get the tether coming through with FY. They're going to turn it around. Sep, the right click from the low ground, and FY will get the job done.
Great rotation there by the IO. It's something you do have to respect. LGD, they certainly know how the IO runs, as they do have MMY, who's played it for them a few times this event. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Xiaowei.
Blade Fury's going to come through. They have the Earth Spike as well. He's going to get hexed up. One more right click will do the job and end. His Blade Fury spin is more than enough. DDC kind of dangerously close to death there, but now they will find maybe an initiation. Nam to glimpse back. Yang is going to get kinetic field up. Aggressive going to work. They have the overpower coming through the tether. Now they keep him alive. Another roller smash coming through. One more right click and Sep.
Oh, he's got phase boots, Mod. He could chase this little IO 0 base armor. FY tether cooling down. No one to tether to. See ya, IO. 3 dead, as they also lost the Lion while that was happening. He did suicide to neutrals, actually, so wanted that free fountain trip.
MMY with some great kinetic fields to set it up, but you have obviously the Earth Shock to slow things down coming out for LGD, and the damage coming out. You talked about it with the Earth. The amount of damage you can pump out with the Overpower, with the Fury swipes is dangerous and aggressive. Well, he's being just that early on in this game, being very aggressive, finding those kills in his own lane, finding plenty of farm as well. 30 CS leading the way. Sure, End has gotten the kill down bottom, but he's a couple of CS behind aggressive on that Ursa.
Yeah, the good news is they have an Alchemist. You can see they're starting to stack up the jungle here. Triple stack at the medium camp. Not too much else for the time being, but do expect them to prioritize that as well as Ancients later on. And they have Doom, obviously, with Devour. Even if you're giving up a few extra kills, as long as you don't chain feed or lose your stacks early, give up a free Roshan without any sort of trade, VICI Gaming Reborn, they're okay with even trades or even slightly disadvantaged ones because of the nature of their draft.
Seth is going to be able to scout all these stacks out, but the good thing for VICI is the fact that they haven't really lost the Alchemist. He's got plenty of farm. He has 24 CS. We've seen some terrible starts for Alchemist in this tournament when you're going up against a good hero, but right now maybe he's kind of struggling. You have the IO helping him out with Tether as well, so Nono is getting plenty of CS. He has those stacks to fall back on. He's doing very well as he gets to maybe that maybe 7 to 8 minute mark, starts getting that armlet very quickly, and that's going to be troublesome for LGD.
The big thing for VGR, I would like to see them try and contest the bounty runes a little bit more, at least as long as they have eyes on the Ursa. For the time being, they seem more interested in just jungling. Yang hasn't helped to get the runes yet. Nono's going to risk it for the top one. Let's see if he gets lucky.
He wants that bounty rune. He wants that 6 minute bounty rune coming out. Down bottom, it's going to be secured by Sep, and it looks like he will pick up the Arcane Rune, which is, it's not the worst thing in the world, but meanwhile there's going to be a Hex. It's going to be on to Xiaowei. He will be able to get out bottom. Rolling Boulder from Sep as he's been scouted out in the jungle. He's just dropping some wards down, getting some vision, and FY should be none the wiser.
So Aggressive already has the Morbid Mask here. He's gone for the casual infused raindrops, and Curious to see when LGD move towards the pit. As soon as they have amp damage, it's a very fast Roshan, but it could be a bit risky. As Sepp, leeching experience here from No doing his first stack. FY there to protect him, so it's unlikely to be a kill outright. They do have a Sunstrike though, and MMY is moving that way. He's already level 5, and Xiao 8 comes in.
Rolling Boulder, they're going to go for it. They get the slow down. They have the stun if need be. The Boulder Smash will come through. The Slithering Crush, it's on time. They get the Sunstrike off, but there's the tether. He doesn't take that much damage. He's just going to turn this around. They're going to get the Acid Spray off. They get up another Earthquake coming through. One dead. It's going to be 2, and Sepp is going to get hexed up in LGD. And that aggressive play did not work out for them in the end.
Such patient IO play by FY. A lot of Wiz players would have just immediately tethered the Alchemist, tried to keep him alive from the start, but he knew the Chemical Rage was still going. He did not want to get caught by a Slardar stun. He stayed very far back, and then he tethered in only once the initiation began. So good recognition there by VGR. I love the way that N comes to protect the jungle. A lot of safe lane carries would just sit there farming. I think that was one of the big issues we saw with Secret, was that they weren't rotating their carry enough to fights, and were comfortable doing so, but VGR showing this is how you have to play as a carry now. FY bottom rune though. Ooh, close call.
Slithering Crush, it does hit him, but he was able to tether out just in time and make it away. So no danger there. He'll actually take some damage, but it'll be just fine. Sepp's going back to his side of the river. He is currently level 3, so lacking some experience. It's the big thing when you're roaming around on this Earth Spirit. You want to get 6 as quickly as possible, but right now, that doesn't seem likely for him anytime soon.
FY with the early Gloves of Haste here on the IO. Very unusual pickup. Are we going to see his patented Midas? You know, one of the first big games I ever saw from FY was when he's playing Disruptor. He got an early Midas. He ended up with Aghanim's Refresher, and he basically won them the game solo. I've never seen a Disruptor carry harder since, but we'll have to see. For now, just the casual gloves.
DDC walking in, looking for Xiao. You talked about MMY and his ability to find farm, and we often forget about FY and his time on VICI Gaming and how he's been able to find farm. He'll often get these blink daggers at super ridiculous times when he was with Fenrir. Now with VICI Gaming, he's playing more of a defensive support role, but if he goes for Gloves of Haste, that kind of leads me to believe that something crazy is going on with that IO. Not a usual pickup you see from that particular hero.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it could be something like Treads, but generally you'd start with the belt. The attack speed doesn't really offer you much, so I think he might be just leaving his options open here. Who knows? Armlet IO. We'll have to see.
The attack speed's so useful. Oh, it's going to be great.
Machine Gun IO. Here we go. But yeah, they're already worried about the Roshan. You can see FY now just trying to scout into the pit a little bit. It's only 9 minutes in, but there's an Ursa, there's a Slardar. They can see he's not level 6, but they know Xiao 8's close. At some point, LGD almost certainly will get a Roshan this game. The question is, like, what do VGR get in return? Do they find kills? Do they take objectives instead? Is Alchemist able to clear a big stack of Ancients? I don't think LGD just outright wins because they're getting Aegis, but if VICI Gaming aren't getting something in return, that's where the game can start to get more difficult for them. So they at least want to know if a Roche attempt is happening so they can stall it or look for other objectives.
The problem for VICI is that they don't have the best objective takers. They're not great at pushing, unfortunately. They don't have many good pushing heroes, with the exception of the Juggernaut. You drop down the healing ward, just go to work on the tower. So they'll need some help in that regard. But if there is Roche happening, they could easily take down the tier 1 tower. And that trade that you see so often when you're on Dire side is that you take Roche, the opposing team takes the tier 1 tower top lane. That's probably what we'll see in return, or just farming for the Alchemist, because he's now top of the net worth, which is not surprising. He'll continue to jump up there.
He's not that far ahead, though, Maud. He really hasn't gotten many bounty runes. They haven't been stacking that much for him. Now, what we've seen out of No is he's not afraid to play more of like a utility Alchemist at times. We have seen the Solar Crest. Wings was doing that the other day. So he goes Armlet for now. I'm expecting the Radiance build, but I think that is an adjustment you can make if you feel like you're hell-bent on fighting. You already have Doom, Juggernaut, even Lion. All of these all of these heroes scale great in the late game, especially if you're going for a Battle Fury Jug. So I think VGR is still flexible as far as itemization here. There's some decent Aghanim's upgrades to be given. Probably the Doom one, the main one, but here comes that first move towards the Roche pit. Ideally for LGD, you find a pick. MMY has the level 3 glimpse, but they might just try to take the Roche outright, and honestly, I don't see VGR taking a fight there.
Yeah, they're going to head into the pit. They have the Mask of Madness newly completed for aggressive. He's going to be able to use his Enrage once they get a couple of stacks of Fury swipes onto Roshan. They'll be able to take this down within seconds. They have the amp damage, so this goes so quickly that VGR don't really get anything in return like we were talking about. So LGD, they find the Roche, they get the Ursa, the Aegis, and it's just like that. Maybe a 10-second Roche maximum, David.
Yeah, absolutely. And with this, plus the Ursa already having Enrage, you have a hero that can die very confidently, can even initiate over the likes of the Slardar. You also have Earth Spirit to start fights, so this is going to open up the map for Maybe, who has been right up there with Miracle as an Invoker that can take over late game. You don't think of Invoker like, oh, necessarily the hardest carry, but the hero's been buffed time and again over the past, I guess, 6 to 9 months at this point. And we're at the stage now where really good Invoker players can almost carry the game on their own come 50, 60 minutes. So really, it's all about aggressive creating space for maybe here. And that has kind of been the adjustment for this team as they found their footing over the past couple months.
I can't tell you how many times I've seen an Invoker with his team behind suddenly get a Midas, get an Aghanim Scepter, and then change the game just based on one team fight alone. Maybe a Tornado Meatball combination, Deafening Blast on top of that. So maybe once he gets a couple more minutes to work with so he can get his Midas really kicking in, get a couple more levels, he's going to be in a very good spot. But for now, they'll probably just use this Aegis maybe to farm. We'll see if they're going to be a little bit aggressive down bottom. Speaking of aggressive, he's up top currently farming as well, just looking to push into that tier 1 tower. But
I'm really worried about FY here, though. He's only level 4 at nearly 12 minutes into the game. They haven't snowballed too much. Would like to see him maybe leeching some experience from the Alchemist when he is farming the stacks. At the very least, they're going to need relocate, because LGD are going to jump heroes, and they need that defensive counterplay. Bottom lane.
Get the Static Storm off the Sunstrike. Is it going to hit? Boom! They get the job done for maybe. Yang gets stunned up as well. They get off another beautiful Magnetize they'll turn to. It's a double kill. They might continue to chase after DDC.
Oh, and they got him. This amp damage into Glimpse combo is devastating. LGD making plays, and this team knows how to play the objectives, Travis. They get the Roche, they go straight for kills, they transition into a tower push, and they defend mid lane. Ursa blinking in.
He's going for the fight. They're going to have another TP on top of the FY, just getting chewed through. He actually gets right on the way out. The tether was not in time. Nono trying to save him. And they turn 4 for LGD. They get a triple kill from AB, and we were just talking about the plays he can make on the Invoker, and he only has a Midas, for God's sakes.
Well, you say that. He just bought a drum.
Yeah.
Basically farmed the whole thing off of that bottom fight. Is he gets 3 kills, they take down the tower. That goes to Xiao who now has a blink, so they have double blinks. And from here on out, LGD is going to be constantly in VGR's face. They've taken down the tier 1 bottom. Expect to see aggressive wards getting dropped. Expect to see constant dives under towers, at least zoning the Alchemist and the Doom out. So for VICI Gaming Reborn, the natural movement is towards the top side of the map, where they still have a tier 1 there in mid. It's a bit harder for LGD to flank, but then LGD will look to start squeezing them in other places. So the mid tier 1, probably the next big objective, along with this tier 2 bottom. And the clock is going to be ticking. It looks like Alchemist is going Radiant. LGD know this is a big window of opportunity to punish, to take objectives. Even if Alk gets Radiance, they can still crush that Alk in the mid game. He needs a lot more farm. He's up against heavy minus armor, heavy burst damage, and IO alone, especially only a level 5 IO at 13 minutes, cannot save him solo.
Meanwhile, top lane, there's going to be the Ensnare coming out. The Maximum Madness is going to go for aggressive, chasing down Yang. They get the tether through, and everyone is rotating from VICI Gaming Reborn. While this is happening, they took that tier 2 tower down bottom. It's already gone as LGD continue that push, and they are very happy with that.
This is Boa Constrictor Dota here. VICI Gaming are going to be choked out a bit. They need to find some sort of space on the map, and they try for the 5-hero rotation of that bounty rune. They get it, but it feels a little late. This is something I would have liked to see more early in the laning stage, but now LGD still about a minute and a half on the Aegis, so it will be the tier 1 mid, their next big objective. Possibly going to press in on top a bit. They have the double Blink Dagger bros here.
Aggressive, ready to go with that newly minted Blink Dagger. You can see behind the tower, the Lion DDC might need to be a little bit careful. He's going to back away closer to his comrades, and they're actually going to group up together here towards this Ancient stack and smoke up and look for maybe an initiation either top or mid. We'll see where they head for VICI Gaming Reborn.
Yeah, the Aegis is going to be ending in about a minute, so I'm going to stay away from the Ursa, at least for the time being. Or if you go, you better send the whole gang to see a Doom this game. It's been rather passive from VGR. The analyst touched on it. We talked about it a bit more. It's a greedy draft. A lot of heroes that require farm and levels. I'd love to have a Lion blink at this stage, but oh, he's up the cliff. He does get scouted.
Smoke will break. Sep sees it. He's going to back away.
MMY is Glim. Somebody's going to be in trouble. Who does he go for? No, doesn't have the vision.
He's not going to go for it this time around without that Observer Ward down towards that Roche pit. They won't be able to find the initiation they're looking for, and they just give more room for Xiao top lane and aggressive as well. He's going to continue to jungle Xiao. Now it's his Blink Dagger like you talked about, and LGD, they just avoid the gank. They're completely fine, and aggressive is going to pick up double Blade of Alacrity for what seems to be a Diffusal Blade on that Ursa.
Yeah, this is a fantastic pickup. It allows you to snare and chase heroes down better. Obviously, Ghost Scepter is probably the #1 item that people like to get against an Ursa, and of course you can just purge that Ghost form off. So FY does end up completing the treads here at long last. Very poor, but they're making a move. LGD, they've got the Glips. They get a ward down. FY is looking rather tasty.
It's a perfect ward. They're going to jump right in, looking for FY. They get the static storm off. It's on to 2, but they avoid the kinetic field. The silence, the rolling boulder, the glimpse back in. Yang in trouble, and here comes DDC. Hex up the Blade Fury. Xiaowei getting caught out. He might fall first, and it looks like he will.
What a great counterplay there. Not able to burst down the IO. They got a bit greedy. Tried to go for the secondary kill. Now MMY. Second hero down. LGD getting punished. That looked like 2 just gimmies, and they couldn't even kill a drastically underfarmed IO. Impressive stuff from VGR to keep him alive.
Missing that kinetic field was crucial for LGD. They needed to hit that. They would have probably gotten both of those pickups there, but unfortunately, they couldn't quite hit the abilities from the Disruptor.
Yeah, he wanted to get that 2-hero static storm first, go for the double kill, but a bit slow to follow up. Xiaowei just went a little too soon for the Disruptor to take full advantage, and as a result, a lot of opportunity, a lot of space here. For a team that gets this much gold through Devour as the tower gets denied top by end, nicely done there. As well as the Alchemist, Radiance coming. One mistake feels like 20 mistakes against this draft.
Yes.
So you really have to be careful if you're LGD.
Yeah, I mean, the Radiance up now. You have End going for a Manta style as well. They're starting to increase their farm. You can see the net worth grab jumping back up to about only 2,000 in favor of LGD. Still, they have the advantage now. They can maybe wait for the next Roche. They're going to have some more farm here on maybe pretty soon. They're going to have that Diffusal Blade up for aggressive. So there is still a lot to look forward to for LGD, but VGR, they can easily bring this back with a good Doom, a good initiation from DDC. We'll see how they can turn this around over the next couple of minutes here.
Yeah, looking forward for the Alchemist. No, completed the Radiance up to 1,300 gold. They really need armors. It's incredible physical damage from LGD. We talked about the Slardar, the Ursa, but they also have a Quas Exhort Invoker who hits very hard, will bring the Alacrity to the table. Now Exhort nearly maxed out, so itemizing for heavy armor is very important for this team. Something like the Doom getting a Vlad's would be a nice pickup this game. Juggernaut is going towards a Manta style to deal with the amp damage. These are the type of pickups you really want to be getting for VGR. Items that will help you sustain and not get blown up instantly. Later on, once that next round of items come for LGD, Io's not going to live if he gets jumped like that, unless he has some defensive utility items on his teammates.
Not to mention the Treads is going to keep him a little bit more tanky for Io. No earned this game just yet, so it's not going to go down that route. But for now, LGD grouping up towards their own Ancients. It looks like they might be keen on smoking. It looks like they have one, I think, on MMY. No, nothing on them currently, so no smoke setup yet.
They're actually spending a lot of time grouping together, but you can see LGD, even while all 4 heroes are very close by, they're still farming 1 lane and 2 creep camps. So doing a good job at keeping the farming patterns relatively even, but you can see that graph stabilizing, and it can't be a comfortable feeling for LGD. They don't see the graph, but they do realize after that last fight that VGR are getting a lot. They're going to smoke Mott. They don't have a blink on the Lion, though. He has a very hard, really, like, 5-position Lion. They're there together with the IO because of the greed of the cores.
They kind of just have to run into LGD and then relocate on top. They have the IO and the ALC together right now, and they're looking behind this Tier 2 tower currently. They'll drop an Observer Ward down deep towards that secret shop, but nothing else. It looks like for now, LGD seem to know something is up. They're going to back up, though, here. And Sep is going to roll away, and they don't get off that Earth Spike in time.
They might be able to get the glimpse off here as their Dire Vision. Got to be careful. DDC gets Vision.
Aggressive just blinks in, and he's going in. They get the silence off Sunstrike. It's going to miss, but barely. Still, they're relocated, but they get the Static Storm off in time. Sep getting chewed down. Meanwhile, the Magnetize on top. Omnisize will go. Takes down 2 for LGD. Magnetize not bringing down the Doom just yet. He's healing through with the Scorched Earth.
Oh, that Healing Ward plus a Tether combo is really strong, but they do manage to snipe the Healing Ward. What an interesting relocate by FY. Was actually quite close to the battle, but just relocated his buddy a little bit to the south. It ends up working out. They're not able to burst these heroes. That Centaur stop, but aggressive. LGD, known for being disciplined and fighting as a team, are giving up solo kills here, running in 1 by 1, getting picked off and punished, and the graph is going to spike dramatically upwards. They're also, even if VICI Gaming Reborn don't get the Aegis here, this is time where LGD is not starving them. They, by not having the Aegis, are not up in VGR's face. They haven't taken the Tier 1 mid yet. At this stage in the game, 20 minutes in with this kind of draft, the way they've itemized, LGD, they have some late game insurance for maybe, but they really want to be in the driver's seat here, Travis. They're not getting nearly enough done.
VGR are starting to be in that driver's seat. They got the wards down, they got that vision and that engagement, of course. LGD, like you said, chain feeding, aggressive, going in against 3 or maybe even 4 heroes and just getting caught with a Centaur Conqueror's knock.
You can understand, right? It's like normally Ursa in that situation is able to jump in, instantly find a kill, but it was really close. The IO just barely surviving time and again. It's little things like having strength treads that do make the difference. Yeah, he's under farm, but the items he has are the type of items that keep you alive.
And for VICI, like you talked about, they continue to just pile it on in terms of their gold coming out. You have now the Boots of Travel up for the Alchemist, plus 1,200 gold to the bank. So Nono continues to get farmed. He continues to be the top in net worth. Maybe is trying to get up there as well, but he's just not going to farm as well as an Alchemist. And you look at the Juggernaut, he's actually right behind Maybe on that Invoker, sitting now with a Manta style as well as a Blade of Alacrity for himself. So VICI are in a very strong position. Roche is back up, and this is one thing that LGD can look forward to because of how quickly they do take it down. We saw it earlier.
Yeah, for them, they have to get Roche, whereas for VGR, they don't really need it. But if they somehow manage to win a fight and take the Aegis, LGD are just going to be trapped in their base and playing defense. So looking forward over the next 10-15 minutes, Maybe is the player for me that has to come up big. Xiaowei, we saw last fight, dies to an Omni-Slash while sprinted. He's a bit underfarmed as the Slardar. He's much more of a utility hero. The Disruptor of MMY has gone for a 4-staff. We're not going to see any sort of greed from him. Sep on the Earth Spirit's been a lot of early time roaming, so with your Ursa dying, your Slardar getting shut down a bit in fights, the only hero that's farming exceptionally well here is Maybe on the Invoker. He needs to have one of those spectacular performances, which he has had this tournament. That's why teams were first banning Invoker almost every game. VGR not respecting his Invoker, he's got to prove them wrong.
Yeah, and we'll see. And if they get the Blink up for the Doom, which I imagine is his next item, they have it now. That's going to be even tougher for Maybe. The Blink Doom is available. That's the initiation I think VGR were lacking. They were still winning these engagements, these past two engagements, and won just by running in essentially into LGD. So for VGR, they have the Blink Doom from Yang. They can look for a fight. They can look for a contention on Roche. They can look for a smoke, and that's exactly what they're going to do with DDC and Yang leading the way.
Oh, they maybe expect a Roshan attempt here. Are they thinking about sneaking it? That is real risky for VGR. I don't think they need to go for Roche. They're more just, they want to try and ambush LGD if they're in the pit, and you can see the line being drawn there by DDC. Let's shove in this top lane, maybe sneak into their woods. They do so with the full 5-man squad because they do have relocate.
Yeah, you could see right now VGR just, they're trying to find something here, but it seems as if maybe LGD knew something was going on towards that jungle. They have an observer ward close to Roche and in the lane, but they're going to smoke now, and they're going to try to find the initiation.
Oh, smoke is going to break here. They have eyes on end bottom.
They know exactly where they are. They're going to just go right around, wrap around through the river.
They see DDC too. If the Lion dies early, that's going to be really bad for VGR. They've seen the move into the trees, Travis. Not looking good. Don't heed HY's advice this time, VGR. Get out of those trees. It's a death
They know
trap.
exactly where it is. They're going to jump right on top of them. The Sunstrike's not even needed. Great Earth Spike. Now the counter initiation from Yang. They get the Doom off.
They're coming in with the Alchemist, moving on to MMY. They instantly bring down the Disruptor, but they glimpse that Alchemist back out of the fight. So Io's left alone. Can the Doom do it alone? Yang is quickly dealt with. Io makes it out. DDC, not so lucky, isn't brought back by the Io. FY not able to save his friend. And in the end, no, too late to rejoin that fight. He did manage to catch out the Ursa at the tail end, but still a win that might allow LGD to move into the pit.
They get the gold exchange advantage coming up for LGD. Yeah, they lost the Ursa there to Noto, which gives him even more farm. He actually got 749 gold from that engagement, but that's still pretty good for LGD. They can't quite take Roche off the back of that because they needed the Ursa, but they're allowed to get more vision down. They're allowed to put pressure on that bottom lane as well. Not a terrible fight for LGD. In fact, pretty damn good.
No. What's he going for here? We're going to see. I imagine this will be the Octarine, but there's that slight chance of an early Ags.
He's going to buy the Soul Booster? Yeah, there it is.
Okay. So yeah, it is going to be an Octarine. I don't think there's really anyone who's a fantastic Aghanims candidate. The Doom Ags is pretty good. Jug Ags is quite nice to give him like that 7-8 slotted status later on. But for now, Alk is such a strong fighter. He just needs to stay alive in these fights as well as just apply pressure on the map to drag the game late. VGR want a 50, 60, even 70-minute game.
He's the one dishing out the damage in these engagements for the most part, obviously without the finger or the Earth Spike. So no, he has to be the big damage dealer. He has to continue on with his items. Octarine Core will help him obviously with the split pushing on top of the Manta
They see aggressive. That ward could be huge.
Charging up the Unstable Concoction. Yang has his blink, but it looks like Nono will just stun himself.
Oh, and then he runs in. The luck.
He actually flicks to the high ground, in fact. This is maybe not a great idea from aggressive, but there's the Boulder Smash. VGR have stayed too long. The Chemical Rage is about to run out. He's actually going to pop the minute. Still gets silenced. Xiao with the great initiation. Magnetize on top. The Kinetic Field will come through. Boulder Smash coming out. Just kicking back MMY. Unstable Concoction long range still. Nobody dead yet. And they're going to chase down Yang. That will be the first casualty
Chuck has
so far.
Omni though, and Aggressive has already used his ultimate here. Sep's got to get out. These heroes in trouble for LGD. They're getting outlasted. They're not able to kill the Io. They can't kill the Alki when the Chemical Rage is going. The tether won't matter there. LGD do find the counter kill. 2 for 1 thus far.
Shall maybe looking for another jump. Nono has stunned himself again. He's got Chemical Rage, though. Amplified damage is up. They're going to jump in. So they're in cars. They get off the meatball. There's the cold snap coming through. Pops the Manta, relocate out, misses. And Nono is in trouble and will fall.
What a great static storm by MMY. They haven't been able to shut FY down sufficiently up until now, but at long last they do. As he charges in back onto them, knowing the relocate's about to end, and he too will fall 4 down. Huge disruptor play there. Also, Xiao8 had a big 3-hero crush that looked like it was going to get them that first kill. They didn't manage to burst FY. He's been staying alive a long time in these fights, but once he falls like a house of cards, the rest of the lineup crumbles. They need that IO to keep the Alchemist alive.
Couldn't get that tether off because of the static storm going through, and that is just a huge play coming up for the disruptor from MMY. LGD obviously having a great couple of minutes there in those 2 team fights. And
I mean, that sometimes you're just unlucky in Dota. Like, Aggressive did not know they were there. He runs up the hill. The second the smoked Alk stun hits himself, if he does that a half second earlier, Alk stuns him. They kill the Ursa off the bat. Either Ursa buys back, LGD take an objective, or rather VICI Gaming are taking objective, or LGD end up taking a fight 4v5. So, you know, so them's the breaks, man. Sometimes you're a bit unlucky, but great reactions there, blinking over them. And now Ursa has BKB. He is going to be an absolute beast in these fights. His sustain is absolutely ridiculous with an Aegis, Enrage, as well as the BKB now.
And the thing that I'm concerned most about is the Omni Slash, but he gets to Enrage right through that, I think, if En just decides to use his R button on him. And so there's plenty of just tankiness for this Ursa. It's really hard to bring him down now. With that BKB on, you lose all that damage coming out from the line, obviously. The only thing you could do is maybe Doom him so he doesn't use the Enrage, and then you can bring him down. But you don't really want to use the Doom on an Ursa, I think, on Aggressive. You want to get that Doom on Invoker as much as possible.
Invoker, maybe the Slardar, because Xiao8 is a source of sustained lockdown for this team in longer fights. But yeah, ideal target is going to be the Invoker. The big thing that's hurting VICI Gaming Reborn, they still don't have a blink on DDC. We're 28 minutes in. We've seen blink daggers as fast as like the 13-minute mark, but when you're running Doom in the offlane, Alk mid, and a Juggernaut safe lane, 3 farming cores who need a lot of space, someone's going to suffer if you're not snowballing and completely crushing, and that man is DDC, so it falls to an Alk an Alk unstable concoction initiation. Normally that's a follow-up stun, not the one that starts the fight.
And that's the big difference, I think, right now for VICI Gaming and when LGD decided to pick up the line for MMY. MMY on the line, notoriously known for getting that Blink Dagger super early on in the game, maybe 15 minutes in if you can. Obviously, it's very quick if that's the case, but still. LGD, they have the 4 staff, obviously, for MMY and the Disruptor this game, so there's really just that, it's that Blink Doom initiation coming out for Yang at this point, and I think that's about it. And you talked about the Unstable Concoction. It's that and the Doom coming out for VICI Gaming R.
Yeah, as good as that last sequence was for LGD, though, you could actually see the gold graph slightly tipping upwards, and I do feel like LGD need to get something done with this Aegis. Still a tier 1 standing mid. VICI Gaming were in position to defend that because they know as long as those outer towers are up, they can take some risk with farming, and even if they get dove, they have the chance to turn fights. We'll see a Ghost Scepter now in FY. There's a Diffusal Blade on the Ursa, but it could potentially help him if like Slardar jumps him on his own, so still a pretty value item pickup. And still LGD, the way they're itemizing, only one here that's going to scale that well into the late game, unless they get, you know, a bunch of kills, and that is the Invoker. And there's a Doom, so he goes Linked Sphere, maybe realizing that he will be public enemy #1, and there's not a great defensive support. There's no Dazzle, there's no IO on their team, even a bench swap out, so LGD don't really have the tools to keep maybe alive on his own, so he's going to do it himself.
LGD will use the scan, see that there is someone over towards that ancient stack farming away. Of course, it is N currently on that Juggernaut. By the way, another big item coming out is the Octarine Core. We talked about the Soul Boost that was picked up for the Alchemist, but now that that is available, you have the Chemical Rage off cooldown every 20 seconds or so. You have your Manta Illusions going to pretty much every lane possible. It is so frustrating to deal with. It's kind of like a Naga Siren in certain ways when you have that Octarine Core on the Alchemist.
Yeah, they still have not built much armor, though, against the Slardar. It is a level 2 amp. They have 1 plate mail, and the Alchemist Doom has not picked up a Vlad's. Juggernaut, he's getting a lot of agi items, so I think he's okay, but the supports become paper if they get jumped, and LGD, for them, the jumping is all about vision. They need to ideally start the fight with either a Blink Crush just to get a kill, or even better, just amp someone so you can see where VGR are, and then you can find the pickoffs. Once that happens, the Glimpse counterplays come into vogue, and I would like to see more armor for VGR. You're up against the Slardar, you're up against an Ursa.
They could use the ice armor creep from the Doom, which we've seen a lot actually in this tournament, where you just get Yang, you get a Devour off in the Ogre Frost Mage, and then you start
bottom lane.
throwing it.
And getting comboed a bit, but does manage to just hit that Blade Fury button. Still, though, getting run down. He might need relocate
He's so
help.
fast. The tornado coming through. He drops the healing ward. That shouldn't bring him down, but it was close. The healing ward will bring him back up.
And this is like a taste of things to come. This is where, yeah, the rest of LGD might not scale well late, but if maybe can find those solo kills once he gets like a Scythe of Vice, for example, later on, some sort of lockdown, that could make the difference.
They did take the Aegis off of aggressive there in that mid lane. It looks like it was just the Alchemist going to work with maybe an unstable concoction, some right clicks. So aggressive getting caught out, but no big deal. They still can't get that tier 1 tower mid that has been standing so long. That is a huge access point for VGR.
I actually can't believe VGR have held this tower. They look at their lineup. They have Acid Spray. That is it. They don't really have deep push outside of Acid Spray, but LGD very tentative after that one bad fight where they lost, I think it was like 2 or 3 heroes, but they just know the dynamic of this game and how much is given up. 1 kill in this game is worth like 5 in others because of the Alch farming time, the Doom farming time that it creates.
Similarly, if you killed the Alchemist, though, and he's down for a long period of time, he's not farming, maybe even forcing out a buyback, but the problem is that there's too many towers still up, that tier 1 mid. Unless you're fighting bottom lane, you can push directly in after getting a kill.
And they say, let's kill this thing! But
finally, they get it done. Man, it took forever, but here's the Blink Doom initiation onto aggressive. He's going to get forced out. They'll keep him up, rolling boulder away. LGD, they just want to get out. Good static storm to recover the retreat.
They have a relocate forward, and it's going to play game, gets up the Omni. It's a big one.
Yes, the spray's down as well. Here comes NOTO. They've got 1, 2 now. Aggressive will fall as the Doom does tick him down. They get off the Magnetize, but Sep is the last man behind for LGD. Sunstrike will come through, will not do anything for Maybe, and LGD lose 3 in that initiation.
Yeah, if LGD aren't going to force the fight while they have the Aegis, VICI Gaming Reborn is going to punish them when that Aegis is down, and they're not getting enough done. They're not taking objectives. That's what this team is known for. And even game at 32 minutes is a horrible game for LGD. They are going to have to all eggs in the Invoker basket. Maybe he has to completely outplay them, and he's going to do it from a significant farm deficit.
And there's 36 seconds where there's no aggressive burst, and they use their glyph on the tier 2. I think if VGR want to try to maybe think about forcing out a buyback or push into that tier 3 tower, they can. They'll continue onwards right now. They're going to Sheep's Guard, clear out the creep wave, and looks for some tier 3 damage at the very least.
Yeah, maybe going to be working those fingers overtime to slow down this push. The Meatball, Ice Wall, Forge Spirit. For VGR, it's just don't get overconfident here. You can farm. You have 4 heroes that scale really well. Even the IO, just a great defensive support. And FY, maybe more importantly than core items, he's up to 1,700 gold, so we could see him get a bit of plus armor. Maybe he works towards something like a BKB, just so he can deal with the Invoker combo. There are some key items even an IO can get that will allow them to scale better into late game, but this Alchemist, he's getting to the point where he can start trading out the armlet, look towards an even bigger item, grabs the Shiva's Guard, and against heavy physical damage, this is probably the #1 item. The AC is pretty good as well, but the movement speed slow, forces out the BKBs early, and can just completely waste them in the fights.
Yeah, kiting out Xiao 8 as well as aggressive on the Ursa is I think, at a premium for VGR right now. So
they're feeling a little desperate here, Travis.
They're going for an aggressive push down bottom with the gank maybe in mind.
The way they're positioned here, Invoker sees a big wave top. He's not farming it. They're, I think, debating between trying to force an objective, potentially go for high ground if they get that pick, or just farm those waves. But he's missing out on gold and experience here, and you just see LGD.
Oh, the smoke from VGR, though, they're going to counter-initiate, it looks like. They did scout out the fact that Xiao was there. They know exactly where they are down bottom, and for LGD, it's just time to back. They know that this was a mistake, I think, to stay down here too long, and maybe we'll be able to TP out. No initiation there.
And blinks forward, though. He's got Omni Slash as well as the Diffusal. He can start the fight.
Sep, rolling boulder away, gets out in time, but they're looking for more. Blade Fury forward, avoids the boulder smash, and Sep should be able to get out, actually. He gets the TP through.
Still no blink on DDC. It's 34 minutes. They got to get this man a blink. Too bad Al can't pull it to him.
Oh, that is very frustrating. That would have been a great pickup for them. And
can we start a donation fund?
I mean, he needs it. He's
Come on,
sitting
guys.
at 1,400 right now.
It's not even like a few pesos shortly.
It's not even like he's at like 1,800. He's sitting at 1,400. He's still got a ways to go. If he gets a tower, he's still not there yet. He's still like a couple hundred from that blink dagger at some point.
It's actually incredible to me that, or we're talking about how poor they are. The LGD supports are not any richer, really. In fact, FY is the leading farmer when it comes to supports, but this is just a game with outrageously poor supports, and LGD getting siege now. No up in front. Tough to go on this Alc at this stage.
Speaking of the Alc, BKB is going to be popped. Xiao 8 uses it, and actually that's a BKB, a full 10-second duration one, I believe, at that. So Xiao 8 is just going to have that down now. They might think about pushing. And on top of that, Nono buys himself an Aghanim Scepter for whoever.
Doom, probably, maybe the Juggernaut. I don't really think
one of those two, I would agree.
This is only a level 10 Lion, so I don't see him giving it to the Lion. Who knows? Maybe he's selfish and gives it to himself. No, don't do that.
I think it's still in the courier. It's coming currently.
It looks like
It's probably. I think it's going to be the Jug.
The Jug eggs is quite
there
sweet.
it is. And he has level 3 ultimate, so the jumps, the cooldown specifically as well, which I think is 70 seconds with the Aghanim Scepter.
70 seconds.
Is pretty nuts as well. So that's actually huge for him. That Omni Slash is going to do just even more work now.
And LGD don't really have a goal mid lane. Tornado to start it off.
EMP, they're going to drop the ice wall as well. No, he's still very tanky. Now they get off the range of the BKB. Unstable Concoction relocate out, but it's only right in front of him, and he's actually going to die.
MMY with the perfect glimpse counterplay there. Instantly drags him back in right as the relocate went up. Then Chow ain't going to find FY. There's the Sunstrike. LGD needing the heavy outplays to pull back into this game. And boy, do they get it from Momoya.
He just bought that Axe too. He doesn't have buyback. He's dead for 60 seconds. This is perfect for LGD to find whatever they need to get done. The tier 2 tower, if they can get that, maybe even the tier 3. Try to think about forcing out that buyback and see if they can get some tip damage on that tier 3 tower.
I mean, it's an Alp. You don't know that he doesn't have buyback. And the guy just poops gold out of every orifice in his body.
That's very true.
They can at least take the tier 2. This should set them up for Roshan. I don't know that VGR will be able to contest it. Still, one more bad fight like that, Travis, with the tier 2 down mid, you could potentially lose 2 Raidens of Rex. So this is the stage of the game where VGR have to start thinking about buybacks, knowing that LGD are the ones feeling the pressure to end the game. And they aren't even going to get the tower. They head straight back towards the pit.
They're okay with this, I think. And on top of that, maybe gets an Octarine core as well. So he is the one we've talked about it the entire game, LD. He is the one that's going to have to do work for LGD. He did in that last engagement with Sunstrike. You saw Aggressive doing some damage as well. It looks like maybe we'll be able to carry this late game if they can get to it. They'll get the Aegis as well on top, or maybe. Or for Aggressive, excuse me.
Yeah, he's the one who will have, for the most part, the bulk of the load on his shoulders. But again, MMY, that was just a godly glimpse timing there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you think of Disruptor as a counter to IO, but it's normally for when they relocate in.
Yeah.
You just glimpse the one here out. You don't normally pull one guy back, but timing was there, the vision was there, and it makes FY's job even harder. Now he's like, God damn it, how do I outplay MMY?
I honestly thought that was just a mistake from FY. I thought he just relocated him like half of a meter forward. I was like, that isn't right. No, the glimpse came through, and that was just really well played from MMY. So
it's where it's nice to have a Slardar because you have the amp damage for the vision.
Yes.
So if someone's even slightly too far forward, you can just completely punish.
By the way, DDC did get the Blink Dagger on the Lion.
Huh, double Shiva's here for VICI, so no one building an AC yet.
Is there Vlads either?
No Vlads, no AC. I would really like to see at least one of those items. I don't think we're going to see a mech at this point, nor do they. FY could have bought it if he had a lot more farm, but obviously he's had a rough game. They do have Lion Blink now, though. Don't think we mentioned that yet. Lion Blink, and he's scavenged up a gem that No has pulled him. So hey, No can't buy Blink's first teammates. He can feed the mags, and he's going to be their favorite support as the game goes along. Buy the wards, buy the gem. Let your supports get some items.
DDC is just happy. He's like, all right, I got the one item I need to actually do work in this game. So he's level 11 on top of that. He has level 2 Finger. And LGD are playing kind of passively. They're playing together as 5 for now, but I think they might have smoked here. We'll see.
Yes, they did. El Shawait up in front.
Did they do that on top of a ward? I'm pretty sure they did.
Yeah,
they're all packing from VGR.
And VICI Gaming are going to get out. So, bit of a missed opportunity here for LGD. They might be able to get a deep ward down. Let's see, do they have any? Yeah, Sep is carrying some, but there's a gem on VGR, so they can just as quickly look to de-ward it.
Yeah, they're going to maybe put on the high ground here with Sep. And
that's one of the first places a support will normally check because the tier 2 is still up in the top lane.
Which is where LGD are headed towards right now. They're going to pull out the creep wave, make sure they push into the tier 2 tower and try to take the last outer tower, which is very important. If they get a pick, they can keep the lanes pushed in for LGD. Maybe they can find some chip damage or even that full tier 3 tower. So LGD will play together for now. I mean, the problem is, though, that for VGR, they were playing pretty aggressively. They weren't getting, like you said, constricted inside of their base, inside of the river. But now it feels like they are in that same position again, where they're not able to move past the river. They will together as a team right now, but they're not finding much else other than that.
Yeah, they're the team that doesn't want to take too many risks here, but the result is they're struggling a bit in the level department. You can see Invoker with the Midas already up to level 22, closing in on. Actually, he does now have the AoE Deafening Blast, so. Things will get a little bit harder for VGR as the game moves along. You look at their lineup, they only have 1 BKB, and they have actually they don't have any. They just have the Blade Fury, I mean to say. So they don't really have many tools to straight up deal with an Invoker late game. I think they may have to buy BKBs, or maybe could just take over in fights.
Do you feel like N's damage is a little low right now for a Juggernaut in this position?
He's got the egg, so I think it's deceptive a bit. Yeah. But if he doesn't hit a really good Omni Slash, then yeah, he's not going to be able to easily man-fight an Ursa on his own, especially not when the Ursa has Aegis to work with. And also worth mentioning, Ursa does have the egg, so the CTY build that he pioneered, we've seen pretty much every Ursa player since then go for it.
I don't think he needs the damage. He has Diffusal on top of the fact that already Ursa chews up a lot of damage anyways.
Yeah, Ursa just needs to be able to get on heroes and stay on heroes in fights. Jug is a carry that needs to build damage. So later on, Butterfly could be a great choice. Ursa's a bit slot limited. Getting an MKB is difficult for him. I think Butterfly's one of the big ones, but here comes the smoke.
For initiation, DDC gets off the Earth Spike and the Hex at the same time. Doom comes out, Xiaowei in trouble. Omni Slash comes through. Now the Inferno Blade aggressive. He pops the Enrage. He's still in trouble. He's got that Aegis. He's getting chased down, however, but nobody dead just yet for anybody. They're getting the Sunstrike off the time. There's the Aegis finally going down.
That's a lot to commit for the Slardar. They got to keep him under control. Or for the Ursa, rather. Aggressive coming back in with the BKB. There's the Tornado. Maybe arrives. This could get ugly for VICI Gaming Reborn. Welcome to the Maybe Show. FY in trouble too. He's going to drop. No next. That's about to be 4. They get run over. You can't commit that much on an Ursa when he's got Aegis and he gets off in rage, completely denies the Omni Slash. Then the fight turns, and it turns hard.
They just couldn't find that initial kill when they jumped in with the Omni Slash coming through. It just wasn't enough damage for VICI. They are forced to buy back on No. They have no IO for 32. Same with the Doom. No other buybacks coming in. Aggressive pops the Enrage again. There's the Glyph finally down. And Xiaowei is still up looking for a Blink initiation. This is very troublesome for VICI. This is going to be tough to hold. They have Acid Spray. That's about as good as it gets. And it looks like LGD decide they don't want to overextend. They'll back up for now. Maybe wait for the next creep wave or just back altogether.
Yeah, if they see an opening to go back in on No, that will be an instant transition into a hard push, but barring that, they've gotten what they've come for, and with that, for the first time in a while, gold advantage is going LGD's way, and you have to remember that's with a lot of money invested into, heroes that don't scale as hard. The Alchemist, the Doom, yeah, they farm incredibly fast, but these heroes have abilities devoted solely to getting more gold that don't offer any other real direct benefits, so especially at this stage. We'll see Juggernaut completing the Abyssal Blade here. Gives them more lockdown on the Ursa, and they need that stun to prevent him from just completely man-moding on them in the team fights. I think for LGD now, look for the next Roshan. You can see how powerful they are when they have that second life on an Ursa. If they don't, the fight's a lot different.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, they brought him down once. So they have the capability of doing it, but if he gets the Aegis, it's just impossible. And I mean, he can drop another item for that Aegis as well. I wouldn't be surprised. Xiaowei looking for blood right now.
Maybe has a refresher coming in.
They get the stun off onto FY. Now coming through counter initiation. Yang's going to jump with the Sensor Conqueror Stomp. Great Tornado is going to hit onto 2. Unstable Concoction. Here comes No, but Yang getting caught up. The Magnetized Static Storm. Deafening Blast. Is it enough? Yang's about to fall. Finally they'll get FY on top.
Oh, more damage. No. Waiting for the Chemical Rage to cool down the Omni Slash. Very ineffective. N's got to blink and run. Al coming back in. He charges into 5. The Chemical Rage, he didn't get it off. He didn't pop the Armlet. He finally does, but it's too late. LGD burst him down.
They get the finger kill on Sep, and DDC might have to pay with his life for that. And his glimpse back coming through. They're going to have Xiaowei stun. They Tornado him up. The Sunstrike will be there. They're just going to clean up this line. 4 dead. No buyback on the Alchemist. He's dead for 85 seconds. That might be a game-losing fight, LG.
That's a lane of Rax, possibly 2. They've got 80 seconds. They have an Invoker who now has the refresher to work with. Didn't even have to use it in that fight. Man, MMY making the plays there. He Glimmer Caped and Force-Staffed the Slardar back after Xiaowei was committed on. They really wanted to doom him, then maybe got up a Tornado as well. So LGD basically completely reset the fight. They knew where the IO was at that point. They didn't lose their Slardar off the bat. Maybe's never getting focused because his positioning is so far back.
They're relocating in. They really want this Rax mid. End was going to work. He pushes the creep wave in. And they might get this tier 3 tower, but it looks like LGD, I don't think they care. They're going to TP back Invoker finally. He has the Octarine Core, so he has very low cooldown in his bots. It's 28 seconds now. Looking for more. End's going to be able to Blade Fury away. He's going to get caught. They don't have any stun available as he Blade Fury's out. And he will make it away, but now back towards the Blade. Aggressive's going to get doomed up as well. He's going to get Fury Rage. The Static Storm comes out. FY pop the Ghost Scepter. They catch out 2 with the Kinetic Field. An Earth Smite catches Aggressive. Can they bring him down? The Omni Slash on top. Aggressive gets forced with the Glimmer Cape, but it's not enough. And they'll lose 2.
Xiaowei blinking in. He sees opportunity. Kaboom! The meatball. The Deafening Blast. They bring down the IO out for 60 and chasing forward.
Tornado doesn't catch. The MP pushes N back, though. They forced out the buyback, by the way. Aggressive just is walking down mid. He's not even close to the engagement, so he seems like he doesn't care. The Alchemist has respawned finally now. After 80 seconds, they've only lost one set of racks. They got a tier 3 tower.
There's no Doom here, and they have buyback on the Invoker. LGD, I think they could force this one a bit, Travis.
Sep just rolls in casually, not with any vision. He's going to miss. He's going to get Unstable Concoction, get forced back right now, and he's actually going to stay alive. There's going to be EMP on top. Guardian Groups coming through from LGD. They might just back up together. I'm not sure if they want to go for this all together at this point.
Yeah, these Alkalusions are being a bit pesky, slowing the push down, but bottom lane's moving in. As someone goes to defend that for VGR, which they likely will soon, LGD are going to pounce on mid.
Deafening Blast, Nono getting jumped on. He gets off the BKB, but look at the damage coming out from Aggressive. He pops the man to the Chemical Rage, the Abyssal, one more Raikou. He stays alive! Stays alive the last second. There's going to be the Sunstrike on Yang. Another Deafening Blast coming through. Another Sunstrike, another Meatball. Is it enough damage? LGD getting low. They're about to fall.
They want to get out of here, but the 4-step comes in. There's the Shivas to the rescue, looking for more. They only get the Earth Spirit and Cressy flipping away.
Maybe.
Kill that bear. Maybe's the bigger one. They force him down, out for 100. Doom had to buy back for that, but that ends a godlike streak on the Invoker. They hang on to the melee racks mid, and despite the buyback, they come out slightly on top there as far as net worth goes. Now, can they transition this into an objective? That's the big question here. Still 2 minutes with no Alk buyback, 6.5 minutes with no Doom buyback. Ursa did use his. He's down for 5 as far as the cooldown there goes. But I think it's either going for Lane of Rax here to force the Invoker buyback or going to Roche. It looks like Roche might be the choice.
I think that's a fine option because we talked about Aggressive with the Aegis. Yes, you can blow him up once. You cannot blow him up twice. So VICI will try to take that out of LGD's hands. LGD know they're heading over there, and they're getting themselves in position already. They can buy back with the Invoker if they want to try to contest this.
And because they took the Lane of Rax bottom, this bottom lane is always pushing, so there's a perfect delivery spot. That creep wave right outside the pit.
There's the buyback. They know this is happening.
Gotta get out. This is real dangerous with 2 key heroes not having buyback. They did force it though. That's big. Aegis likely gonna go here to maybe, I would say, though he is a little slot limited. Not sure what he would drop. Maybe the Blink. But the Blink is so nice to just sit, ensure you're always in the backlines and you don't get doomed.
The thing is, you can't switch out the Aegis for the Refresh Orb, unfortunately, but that would be pretty nice if that were the case. But
yeah, he could like leave the Refresher on the Courier and just drop the Blink when he wants to use it, something like that, but it does make things a little more chaotic in the fight. So far so good for VGR. They don't lose the second lane of Rax. They're definitely not out of this game yet. They have still a lineup that scales well in the late game, and they haven't given up the Aegis. They force LGD to play back a bit. This game is just really going to come down to execution. Who gets the jump? Does MMY outplay FY in the fights? Do they get off the Chemical Rage at the critical moment? Is there a relocate save? Something that will help VGR now, though, as the smoke comes, Travis, is the BKB on No-No.
They're wrapping around. They have Showit. The BKB comes in. They get off the overcharge as well as the ear spike. And now No-No gets blown up instantly. The Static Storm Sunstrike. They get the Meatball down. He's down for 84. Still no buyback. They find the Tornado. They get the Ice Wall off as well. And End is in trouble. He gets off the Omni Slash. And here comes Yang.
Good stop there from Yang to follow up that Omni Slash, but it's just not enough. The Juggernaut had to blink out. Yang's going to drop as well. LGD, it's straight on towards objectives. Creep streaming in top, middle, and bottom. They have outlasted VICI Gaming Reborn. They have outfought them, and now they're about to ransack their base.
Alk just gets enough for buyback, gets it up, and he is going to be alive. But there's still no Doom for 63 seconds, and Roshan is still up and available for LGD. They will not push into that Rax. They will not make the same mistake twice, and they will wait.
That Alchemist did not get off Chemical Rage in the last fight. He BKB'd, but then he got chain stunned. He absolutely exploded. I'm not sure what it is that they need. Maybe Solar Crest. I still think an Assault Cuirass would really help this team, even a Vlad's. Like, generally, these are the Doom items you'll see, especially if Alk is already getting Shivas, but he just drops too quickly to physical damage. Shivas is nice, but on its own, it's really not enough. So, again, it comes down to getting the jump. If he gets off the Chemical Rage, likely a very different fight.
It's kind of crazy when you have 25 armor and you're still getting destroyed by physical damage as an Alchemist in this game. So they definitely need more. I agree with you there completely. The AC would be huge for them. LGD, though, this is their time to push. No Doom for 15 seconds. They'll go right for the Rax. No pops his Manta style. There is the alacrity on Aggressive. His attack speed and damage is nuts.
Yeah, Jug is cutting the creep wave mid. He wants to slow down this push, delay as long as possible. But they're still here in position looking for the pickoff.
Oh my god, DDC from that Sunstrike almost melts and evaporates.
The siege continues. LGD looking to be patient. Jug Illusions dragging this back, so very nice play by End. just wants to delay, stall as long as possible, but doing so for the entire duration of this Aegis, which still has 4 minutes to go, is going to be a tall order.
And it's just the Manta Illusions as well on top of that from the Alchemists that are going to be sent out. They still have to keep bottom lane pushed in. Otherwise, that backdoor protection not kicking in for VICIR. And so LGD will back up just based on the fact that the Jug Illusions push the creep wave back all the way towards where that tier 2 was standing.
You know, we're at the point where I'm not sure dooming the Ursa is the way to go. Certainly not while he has the Aegis, but even without it, the hero's just so damn tanky and still hits very hard. We don't see an Aghanim Scepter on the Doom, so Ursa's still dishing out a lot of damage in these fights. It's about getting the Invoker. If they can kill Maybe, without losing 3-4 heroes because of it, I think VG Gaming Reborn easily win the fight, but Maybe's positioning has just been really solid this game. He's died twice, and that was with heavy commitment from VGR to bring him down. A buyback on the Doom in the previous fight. If they can't get Maybe, though, perhaps even one of the supports taking out Sep or MMY, these are just much easier heroes to kill, and then you can turn your attention back to the Ursa.
LGD will try again for another mid push. No creep cutting this time, at least not yet from the Illusions. You can see the Manta Illusions from the Jug heading towards that top lane now, but here comes the rest of LGD streaming in. They want to go on this Rax. They have an Observer Ward down, so they have the vision. The Acid Spray will come through as well.
Only the Jug has a buyback here for VGR. LGD playing with a lot of extra lives. Aegis Cheese and 3 buybacks.
Oh, they just blow up the IO. FY was there one moment, he's not there the next.
Deleted. And with that, LGD, they'll take this melee Rax. I don't see VGR defending it.
No, he had the Chemical Rage and BKB now, and coming through. I think he has an Omni Slash ready, but he's still silent step and aggressive. It's actually a little too in far. He has that Aegis down, a Deafening Blast. And Omni Slash is coming through, but it's not enough. They will finger down at least Xiao 8. They still have lost 2 on the side of VGR.
Maybe just shrugs off the Omni Slash with the help of his team. He refreshes here, he rearms. He's going to look for more. The Sunstrike goes splat! DDC explodes. Maybe coming through in the clutch, showing why his Invoker is first stage ban material aggressive, still holds the Aegis. Maybe still sits in the backline. The 2 stars from China.
They can't even bring him down once. The Illusions will finally do the job. It takes forever. They purchase up another Aghanim Scepter. Nono says, I have to do whatever I can at this point, or we're going to lose another set of Rax 3 down.
And
now they jump on Xiao Wei going to work with the Slithering Crest. They have another Sunstrike. It hits, but he is very tanky. Meatball coming through. Now the Deafening Blast on top. Nono will fall. Chemical Rage will not save him. He's dead for 108. That looks to be GG, David.
LGD, I really don't think they had the better late game draft on paper if VGR itemized and played correctly, but maybe shows that his Invoker might just be one of the hardest carries in Dota. Outplayed every step of the way, even MMY with that glimpse to counter the relocate earlier. This was a tough one for VGR, and I think they're just going to be sitting back and saying if we just played a little bit better in the fights, we could have had it. LGD just played better.
We were concerned about the late game coming out from LGD, but you said it. Maybe played outstanding on the Invoker coming through, and VGR, even with that super farmed Alchemist, they just couldn't take the late game. They messed up in a couple of engagements towards the ends there.
And the other big thing was LGD, they changed up their target selection. We talked about like who should the Doom be focusing for VGR. For LGD, they realized killing the IO was of absolute importance, and as the game went along, they got better and better at killing him, partially due to Maybe's farm, partially due to MMY's play. FY had a good early game impact with terrible farm, but as the game got later, he just got shut down.
Yeah.
And with that, the Alk becomes food.
The Ghost Scepter wasn't even able to save him in a couple of instances, especially at the end there. FY got deleted from the game very quickly. So VGR, they'll have to look to reset in this next game. I mean, I feel like that's kind of what we expected from LGD. They are this super strong team. They're up 1-0 now against VICI Gaming Reborn, a team that we expect a lot from in LGD after their performance in the group stages. Is this what you expected from them, David?
I didn't necessarily expect LGD to rely so much on individual performances. They have a lot of star players, but traditionally Xiao 8 teams are much more about the overall strategy, about the team play. At times their team play has felt a little suspect for what you would expect, but it seems like they're gelling more. You can see as they walked off the stage, Xiao 8 just putting his arm around his teammates. They were kind of high-fiving each other. Morale seems to be good for LGD. I think they're gelling, and that's scary for anyone who faces them in the lower bracket, including VGR.
And that's going to do it for game number 1 of this best-of-3 series. Remember that the loser of the series is out. Winner moves on to MVP Phoenix, and we will see what the panel thinks about game number 1.
Thank you very much, Morten LD in the commentary box for game 1. Of course, we will go back to them for game 2. LGD coming out on top, but VGR didn't make it easy. Let's find out from our panel what they made of it. Purge, we'll start with you. Good performance by VGR, even though they've gone down.
Yeah, it was really good performance by both teams. VGR definitely kept it very close, but LGD just kind of showed that they have the better players. I think their strat as well was maybe a bit better. The Ursa just provided so many good solutions against what VGR wanted. They had two tanky cores that are weak to tons of physical damage, and Ursa just brought that. It also offsets Omni Slashes just by pressing his R button, among other things. So I just felt like the picks there were perfect for LGD. They had the strategy, and they also had the performance.
Yeah, and I think like a lot of the burden was on Yang in this game because he just has to get the Doom off like perfectly every single time. But even if he does, we saw like the force stabs all over the place from LGD. Like as soon as he gets doomed, it's like, oh my god, get away! We're gonna force stab you guys. We're gonna glimmer you. And also LGD's lineup was just. It felt very single target heavy in comparison to LGD's, where they had massive team fight, massive AoE all over the place, and it just you could see what ended up happening. Maybe's Invoker just took over the game at one point because he wasn't the Doom target.
Yeah, definitely. And I also think it's a hard job for a Doom. You can't really Doom with a Blink Tagger if you're going on an Ursa. It's so hard because he's going to get their rage off every single time. Yeah. And it's not just that he mitigates the Doom damage then. Normally you want to burst him really quickly. You have Juggernaut, you want to bring him down with the Omni Slash. You can't do this, so you have to chase. But then the Force Staff comes into play, as you said. And I just love to see LGD the way they picked here because they're showing a lot of elements of MVP and showing great versatility. Playing different and understanding their draft as well. They're not relying on long cooldowns at all, just playing chaotically.
Yep. And they're looking better every single game they play. The more they play, I feel like they're one of the contenders to go to grand finals.
Spoke about them early on in the group stage in very much that vein, but then when they dropped down, you sort of felt, well, maybe they've been found out, but they've showed some great form throughout all of the games that they've played in this lower bracket.
Yeah, and even the one that they lost to FNATIC, I think they still played extremely well. It's just FNATIC outplayed them a little bit. The thing to say about that, though, is FNATIC's not as consistent, and LGD's been playing at that same level consistently, and it looks like they're getting better. Like, MMY constantly looks like the best support on every single hero he plays. He plays amazing Wisp games, and then he plays the hero that counters Wisp perfectly. It's like he always knows what the other support player is going to do.
Yeah, in these team fights, a lot of the time it looked like it was VICI favored, but then as soon as Maybe hits that like level 23, level 24 with the AoE Deafening Blast, you could see how quickly it just flopped onto LGD's favor.
And I think the coolest part about his Invoker play is once he gets refreshed, he doesn't just throw all of his spells out in one timing. He actually gets perfect value out of every spell constantly. Like the one mid-Rax fight, he did like a great Deafening Blast Meteor combo, and then he saved the second Deafening Blast. He doesn't waste it. He saves it for the nuke and the disable.
The only mistake they did really was when they pushed mid on like 45 minutes-ish. They were trying to go high ground and led with the Invoker. They kind of have to follow up on the Ursa either with the Abyssal Blade or the Crush, because then he can really destroy everyone. When Invoker goes in first, it's a little bit hard for the Slardar to catch someone. But they played phenomenally, and there's not much to criticize at all when you look at these.
Both teams played very well, but just like David was saying, VICI just need to make a little less mistakes, and LGD they looked really good. Honestly, they had so much teamwork across all 5 of them.
What about the Alchemist pick, Purge? I'm going to pick your brains a little bit. In under 40-minute games, it's 24-15, 61% win rate. In games that go past 40 minutes, it's 10-17, 37%. Trash late game.
I wouldn't say trash, it's not puck. But I think Alchemist is pretty good. I just feel like LGD had all the good solutions.
Such
honestly.
a sick glimpse.
Like, the Wisp with Alchemist, it gives you good laning stage because you can rotate around. It gives you this, like you said, the 40-minute game timer where he can just get stupidly far ahead. But against these kind of cores, LG had a lot of good solutions. Slardar's quite good against the late game. It makes him less tanky. IO keeps him killed a couple more times early game, and Invoker gives a lot of control. And then Ursa on top of that, a hero that actually can do a ton of single target damage in a safe way, unlike other heroes that have to pop BKB or something like that. It just gives you really good options at like the beginning of the game all the way to the end.
This was a huge play by Maybe right here. 3-man Tornado, 3-man Meatball, everybody gets hit by Deafening Blast and just cleans up the fight. But it really helped also that LGD was on Dire, I felt like, in this game, because they were constantly going for that Roshan, and that's pretty much their win condition. If they have the Aegis on the Ursa, it doesn't really matter if he gets doomed. He's just like, okay, well, I'm doomed. I'm just going to die. And I felt like they had those 2 heroes which needed to get doomed in these fights, and it just wasn't possible.
And they took the first Roshan pretty early as well, which you can't really do with every single team. But when you have amplified damage, you have the Electric coming in, and you have an Ursa in your team, you can do it. And the reason you can't with other teams is just the experience that you lose, right? Yep. Not being on lanes.
Well, at this point in the game, did you feel that just maybe VICI could make a comeback? Or had it got away from them at this point?
I felt like it was already away from them here. They had an amazing defense after this. I'm sure that we'll see the clip in a moment. One of the best high ground defenses I've seen in a long time. But
Aggressive's happy.
It was definitely difficult from this moment on.
Yeah, it was, like you can see right there, he couldn't even get his Chemical Rage off. He couldn't get BKB off. Xiaowei getting really good crushes, and just the burst potential from an Ursa and an Invoker. Like, this fact that Invoker's abilities all just keep scaling because of that intelligence change which we've had recently. Sunstrike pure damage just goes through everything. Then Ursa with Enrage just absolutely demolishes the poor Alchemist. And I really like the way that they drafted that. That Ursa pick was absolutely perfect in my opinion.
Yeah, Alchemist, who always aims to outlast, he just cannot do it against these heroes. And I gotta give credit. They tried really hard and they played really well, I think, VICI, but they just don't have the proper tools. In the end, I think Doom has a really hard game here. Alchemist has a really hard game. And Juggernaut, it's not that easy to find pickups either, because Ursa is not a viable target for you really to go on due to the Enrage. And Slardar is just running around looking for initiation. So he's also not an easy hero to catch. You don't see him on the lane that much.
AoE Deafening Blast. What a spell.
Yeah, he just saves everything so well. Yeah. Even like he's busy doing other stuff, still gets the Sunstrike off. Like the amount of spells that he casts per second during a team fight, that's a stat that I want to know. And maybe you could like cross it based on how much damage he does with each skill. Like you could get actual data metrics showing that maybe's Invoker is insane.
So they have to ban it. Yeah. I think
they picked it first round, did they not?
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of teams have been first phase banning it
too.
Against LGD.
I think you have to.
Yeah, I think it's a fair ban.
But his other heroes are also really good.
Can you not just ban Maybe?
The thing about Maybe though,
that's illegal.
While he plays a lot of other heroes good, I think Invoker is just one of those heroes that takes over the game, right?
Yeah.
He's always gonna get a hero that's really good, but Invoker is in a great place. It suits the way that LGD play, whether it's around big ultis, then Invoker's great, and in these skirmishes, you always have Sunstrike as well. So I think it makes a lot of sense to ban it out.
Yep. Players back returning to the main stage, heading to their booths once more for game number 2. MVP, do I need to ask?
Nope.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think I need to ask. I'm getting quite bored of him now. Just gets MVP every game.
Well deserved though. Like, it's just so it's so impressive to watch.
Yeah, joking aside,
really
he has been absolutely immense this tournament.
His positioning in all of these fights was almost perfect. I think maybe like one mistake, and you could see like he has 2 deaths. Like, how many deaths has he had in this tournament? Maybe like an average of 2 per game.
It's less than 2 per game.
Less than 2 per game. Yeah,
exactly.
You can't not give it to this man.
So you're saying that was a worse than average game right there?
That was a very average game.
Very average game.
Statistically, a very average game. It was almost on point with the averages that
Just
you see
another day at work for Maybe.
Yep, no problem at all. 34-23 and MVP once more for Maybe. So let's look ahead to game 2, Kevin. Ban Invoker, we've already agreed on that.
I think they have to move away from the IO Alchemist strat. I think just they dismantled that very clearly.
And it worked for them in the previous series that they played, of course, and that's, I guess, why they felt like, okay, we found some comfort now in the hero choices. We'll go with that. We'll see how it runs out in game 1.
I mean, the Sunstrike and the other disables that Invoker can provide are problematic, but even if you get rid of that and you still go IO Alchemist, they're still going to grab a Disruptor, or there's just too many good heroes. Like, that's the problem with putting Invoker in the first round ban. It just opens up all the counters to those 2 heroes that you often open with. So I think they have to go for a different strat. The problem is that that's their bread and butter. That's what they win with. Once you alter it a little bit, it's going to get a lot harder.
I don't know. I kind of agree, but I also kind of disagree because like I felt like this game was just a lot about the execution. Like LGD just played a little bit better at some times, and I felt like VICI definitely had a chance to win this one with this draft.
So what if they banned Ursa, same draft, but they banned Ursa last round? Something? Do you think that would have been a solution?
I mean, you can kind of say that in hindsight, like the bird's eye view.
Well, but that's the problem in a lot of these sets, in my opinion, is that they get these drafts that look pretty good, and then that last pick carry comes out, whether it's Terrorblade or Ursa, and it just counters the whole draft. And it's hard to see, like, what's the one hero in the pool that's rarely played but completely counters our draft? And I feel like it's a valid point. If it wasn't an Ursa, it's harder to kill Alchemist, it's harder to kill Jug.
I think what they need to do, though, is take a little bit of a different approach to drafting. I think there's a lot of heroes that LGD just makes so good of use of, right? They counter the Whisper very well, but they play it really well as well. They want the Invoker and they want to Tide, and they're going to get one of these 3. You can't prevent all that. But I think they play so heavily around their mid player always. They have had Maybe play the carry and aggressive play mid sometimes as well, but no matter who they put mid, they rely heavily on them in the mid game. Maybe they could take an approach like putting a Lich or even playing some Enigma. Different teams have done this to shut down this individual player. It's very effective, but it also comes down to what VICI want to do.
But they are a team that plays tons of different things, so they could pull this off.
Are they going to pull something out that we haven't seen yet? We have 97 banned or picked heroes. 97 banned or picked. Only 3 of those.
I don't see them picking Meepo or Techies, so I don't think that's gonna happen.
We're not gonna.
But you love Techies.
I love it, but it's not gonna happen.
Wagger was in his element at TI5.
Oh yeah, I was happy.
Every time Techies came out, he's yay, do a little jig.
And then they ban him from all play forever.
Good.
3 of us. Well, I don't know. 3 of us agree.
Warren
to
agreement,
this?
good. Nah, I actually don't. I don't care about playing against techies that much.
Really
I feel like there's solutions, and people just don't do them well.
All right, okay. Let's take a couple of social media questions while the teams head back to the booth. We're just waiting for VG to return. You can see they are doing exactly that right now. Our social media has been busy, as you will have seen. We have another question here. Talk about the playstyles of each of the regions. Interesting. Purge.
I like that South America is included.
I guess a couple things I would point out. China generally, they're very homogeneous. They stick to the same kind of stuff. If you play pubs in China, they pick only heroes in the meta in their pubs, whereas in other regions, people try out heroes they like. They're more creative. They're willing to push the envelope of what they think is good rather than fitting to what everybody else thinks good. That sometimes is reflected in drafts. I feel like Chinese teams very countered sometimes by those typical pub heroes, and this is going all the way back to like TI1.
Yeah.
Pulling out the Pudge, the Techies, the heroes that become first-round banned, which is unthinkable in a lot of cases.
What I like is that right now we see a China that is not just playing one similar style, they're also adapting at a tournament to stuff that they haven't done that much before, just going in and playing Korean-level aggression here, MVP style. And I think there's some differences across the regions, sure, but they're very similar right now. The only ones that I would really say stand out is DOTA is more chaotic to me when I watch it. It doesn't look very organized. There's a method to the madness, but sometimes the method is not very good.
Yeah. I have a question about that. Do you feel like South American teams play very similar to C teams? Because I feel like I see that sometimes.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it's completely sure, but they do a lot of aggressive dual lanes. They do a lot of super aggression stuff. They drop a lot more items in South America than C, but sometimes there's some crossover.
Maybe
a little more taunts. Yeah.
But no, I like that though. Like Wago was saying, recently in the past we've said that each of these regions are kind of broken up by how they play. But now, as the game's progressed and more people have like more understanding of the game, you kind of see this full blend of everything kind of coming out. So all the regions, they may have their like strong points, but it's really becoming just all kind of into one kind of like play style. It's nice.
That's what you get. The more lands you have and the more international tournaments you have, Epicenter, you have the majors, the more it's going to come down to one style. And I think that's a good thing because then you get the best possible Dota.
Yeah.
We're too far away from the draft. Do we have another social media question?
I mean, we could talk about that one all day, I'm pretty sure.
We probably could talk about that one all day, actually. Yeah, I mean, you can carry on talking about it.
I think we covered all the main points. We could break this down for hours, but that was the main one.
I think it was nice to include the South Americans, obviously not represented here, sadly. Who knows? We might get.
Could have been South African Dota, though. What if that was the intended one?
Oh, they got one here.
They have a server.
Don't start on South African Dota with me. Don't start. They're coming. I'm telling you. They're coming. They're going to be here one day, and you're going to regret saying things.
Scancer will lead the team, I'm sure.
Yeah. Nox will be in the team as well.
Nox. Oh God.
I don't think they'd be able to. I don't think they'd be able to play. They just argue the whole time.
Okay, one more. Should TI invites be based solely on results of Manila Major? Absolutely not.
Absolutely
there's
not.
no way.
I could even answer that one.
Paul, take it away.
I mean, there's tournaments coming up next week, that are maybe not the same. It's not the same level, but it's still a very prestigious tournament, and there's more going on until then.
Yeah, there's a ton between now and TI, which I guess many of the teams are going to use as a way of saying, hey, look at us, we deserve an invite.
Although there's not a lot of time until the qualifiers.
Yes, that is true.
Basically, this tournament and the next one is what you base it on, so that person's actually almost right.
All right, okay. All right, we'll backtrack quickly then.
Okay.
Yes.
It's just everything's a lot more clumped now. Now that the majors exist, everything's more clumped.
I think you definitely need to take into account some of the achievements throughout the year. Just looking at the majors who won and placed really high consistently throughout the year. Of course, if there were big changes recently or something like that, then you have to take that into account as well. You can't just go, oh, this team had a great result a long time ago, and then they changed 4 players since then, so let's invite them. That's not how it works, but obviously not just Manila.
This is another one of those we can talk for a long time about, but the draft has started, so we'll shelve this for now. We might come back to it, though, because I like the idea of rankings. I like the idea of point system of some kind, maybe, that decides some of the invites, or maybe all of them.
Hard to
like I
decide,
said,
but good.
Yeah. So again, we could argue about this for a long time. Draft number 2 is Underwine. It's a tied first pick this time around from LGD. Not surprisingly, because it wasn't banned.
I think you might be surprised there's no Invoker there, but I feel like Tide is the fixture of their playstyle.
Absolutely.
Like, while his Invoker is amazing, the Tide is really the more straightforward hero that fits all their pieces together in a cohesive way.
And Zhao loves the hero. I mean, he's played it, I think,
if they get any chance
here.
to take it, they will take the Tide. That's simply how it goes with LGD. And it gives them this unstoppable force, and they love playing around it. They almost guarantee that if the enemy fight them, they will win that fight and take an objective. If they don't fight them, well, then they keep the threat of the Ravage. So it's a very strong thing to play around.
Yeah, just here alone, he's played it 5 times, and I'm sure the other games where he didn't really pick it up, it was probably banned in the first ones. Yeah.
If it's not been banned first phase, he's picked it.
But interesting approach from VICI, though. They left both. They left the Invoker and the Tide Hunter. They're like, you know what? We don't really care. We're going to go for our own style here.
They get the slug this time, though.
Okay.
I mean, it's surprising it's picked so early. I thought maybe they would open with an IO, since they have the IO counter, and then later they could pick a core that they like.
But it was banned 5th, I think, first game.
Which was the Slark. Okay,
Yeah.
but that's still pretty late. Like,
So they could have left it.
Slark doesn't lane super well against Tidehunter, especially if Tidehunter has a better than average game. He can pressure Slark and deny some farm there.
When he comes out after having cleared some jungle creeps, he does do really well against Slark. It's not a fun lane at all.
Yeah.
But I think it's interesting showing one of your important cores like that so early. I don't think it's necessarily good, but it will put a lot of attention towards, hey, we have a Slark. It reminds me of the way that DC, for example, draft Riki super early, and a lot of teams here at the tournament pick a Riki and say, hey, let's counter this, and then they pick a lot of other stuff that just doesn't get countered that much.
Yeah, sometimes it can be a really good approach. You just, like you were saying, you put it out there, and the teams just look at, wow, it's a Slark, and you may overthink it. You're like, okay, we really have to think about this Slark, and you're like, okay, we overthought about this Slark. Come on, guys.
Yeah, we picked 3 heroes to cover it.
Yeah.
You also never want to get into a position where you only counter-pick the enemy too much. You want to go towards your same comfort style, play stuff that you are used to, and pull out your cards. So that's what LGD are going down here, picking up the Earth Spirit as well.
Yeah, very good versus the Slark. Disruptor, pretty good versus both heroes that LGD has right now, so I really like that pickup from them.
Is anyone going to ban the IO, is my question, though. Sort of works with Slark, but Slark's a more independent map roamer, so it's kind of covers what he already does well.
I feel you could pick Wisp into VICI Gaming's lineup. In early game, it's pretty good paired up with a Slark, and later on, Slark can be the one looking for the kills, and you just come there to help when he holds them still.
So do you feel like that might be part of the reason that they opened with Slark? It's like, here, we have a melee core, IO's always an option, ban it, go ahead.
It's possible, but I don't see it being too big of a problem for LGD as well. I wonder, is there any other hero that they really worry too much about other than the Wisp right now?
LGD have favored these 2 heroes a couple times in this tournament so far, and they usually go for the Invoker or the Dragon Knight with this draft. And I think it's quite strong. Both of those heroes are quite strong right now versus VICI's.
There comes the Darkseer ban, so just removing offlane options. Putting VICI in a harder spot, and they pretty much have to grab an offlaner soon here. They can definitely not wait till 5th pip with it.
I think I like Dragon Knight a lot better for LGD here. A bit more survival against Disruptor once he gets BKB. Against Slark, it gives you high mobility to initiate once you get Blink Dagger, and good lockdown against Slark.
It just suits as well. The style of Tidehunter is really good. So Tide and DK together, you have a natural tower taker.
Yeah, I liked VICI's approach, though, banning out the Lycan, banning out the Death Prophet. It's something similar that LGD was running yesterday and the day before. They tend to pick the Lycan after this Tidehunter Earth Spirit. So I think they just favor having a hero that can kind of go to the jungle if things go wrong with the Earth Spirit, because, if you don't have a great laning phase on Earth Spirit, sometimes you can kind of fall off. So having that option to take a lane from somebody is always really good for him.
And Death Prophet would have been really, really strong as combo with Earth, because that's slow along with Spirit Siphon. We've seen it do so much work at this tournament. Oh, interesting approach. Elder Titan.
Big change up. So LGD's going for something. This is very much this is exactly the same thing that they drafted the other day, pretty much. They're either going to go for the Dragon Knight, I'm thinking, or the Invoker, and then saving their carry for last, which they actually picked Phantom Lancer and Ember Spirit as the last ones. And both of those fit pretty well versus them, but I think the Elder Titan might be kind of a preparation from VICI versus it.
It's a good way to counter-initiate, right? If you just stick really far behind,
with Elder Titan, and if you ever get ravaged, then the Spirit can either counter-initiate the rest of the team that's going in from LGD. So it's a good reaction, I guess. If you get a good setup as well for Disruptor with a Stomp, that could turn a fight around.
I would agree with you fully, but I feel like Dazzle kind of does the same thing on the other side of LGD. So it just kind of comes down to how the team fight goes. If they initiate with Disruptor, for example, and they static field somebody, Dazzle Grave there can keep them alive.
Yep, the Ember. Not too much of a shocker there for them picking it up, but and it fits really good with well with their lineup, and versus everything that VICI has, they don't have any like real sustainable lockdown except for the Disruptor versus the Ember Spirit. And we've seen, Kevin was saying it, aggressive does not seem to really care. It's like if they have a ton of stuns and silences, it really doesn't matter. He's just like, I'm so comfortable on this hero, I can cause so much pressure and everything with this hero, pushing out the lanes constantly. They have to commit so much to really kill me.
And they played this against Slark before. They really like the Ember against Slark, and it's such a good matchup. It's a matchup where Slark cannot catch off
Brood Mother ban.
Yeah, the final ban.
Yeah.
Oh, do you know what? I was going to ask this just before it happened as well. We have seen it a few times, not that much here.
That's why we see so many teams.
At the main event.
Whenever Dazzle gets picked, just the 5th ban is reserved for a Huskar ban.
Yeah.
Most teams will save the last pick, and that's when they will pull it out.
Do you think that was a strange ban, banning the Invoker when they've already got the Ember?
I don't think banning it is weird, because Aggressive plays an insane Ember as well. So they're so interchangeable. Oh, interesting.
Pickup. Axe into Dazzle too.
Yeah, the pure damage is really good against Huskar now compared to before. When it was physical, you couldn't really kill him with that either. It was too slow. But we'll see how it works. It's so hard to survive the front line.
Okay, best draft. Purge.
I think I got to give it to LGD. I don't think the Axe is going to... The Axe has to work like right away, otherwise it won't work.
Okay.
Elder Titan drafts I find hard to say are the best. It comes down to play.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm with LGD on this.
Yeah, I think LGD has an easier draft of execution compared to VICI.
Okay, unanimous decisions once more on the panel. They've been very decisive today. Let's find out whether they're right with the second game of LGD versus VGR.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the lower bracket. It is VICI Gaming Reborn versus LGD, game number 2. LGD taking game number 1 pretty handedly. My name is Mott. With me is LD. We're just going to jump right into the game. Let's go.
VICI Gaming Reborn versus LGD Gaming.
So it is the last pick Huskar coming out, LD, for the side of LGD. There's no counter from the AA. That is a great pick for LGD. They have the Dazzle already ready to go. This is a strat we've seen time and time again.
Well, yeah, again, teams, analysts, I think fairly so coming into the main event. We're saying LGD seems a little one-dimensional. They're picking the same strategy. Now 2 games in a row, Travis, they've busted something out totally off the wall, and I love the way they picked it. They save it for the 5th pick, which is generally where you see the Huskar come out. And most importantly, they didn't ban AA, but they already knew VGR had their support duo. So you can't pick AA. Their offlane Elder Titan is just not a thing right now. And maybe they try to run it, because it looks like Yang is actually going to start in the jungle. But this hero needs a lot of levels and often will struggle to get them.
Yeah.
So I think for me, that's the big question mark with the VGR draft is, will Elder Titan have an impact this game? Because we've seen some games, I know you've cast a lot of him in the North American scene where he's been very successful. DC and Call started running him quite a bit, but there's been a lot of airball performances from Elder Titans as well.
It really comes down to, you, like you said, you need to find those levels, and you need to be effective. You can't just sit on level 1 or 2 forever. You need natural order. You need your points up and stomp as well. The damage is insane. So if he's just walking around mid, not finding the experience, it is just... he becomes an albatross around VGR's necks. It becomes a big issue for them. And on top of that, they already have the greedy Alchemist pickup like we saw last game. They have the Slark in the safe lane, so finding farming experience for said Elder Titan is going to be a little bit more difficult. And LGD, they get the Ember Spirit, they get it for Maybe, they have Aggressive and Maybe that can play this hero. He is so strong on this Ember Spirit.
Yeah, he does start off mid. Obviously, you need to keep in mind you're up against the Spirit Bros here. Sep already rolling in mid. First one's a miss, but as much as anything, this isn't even about winning the lane outright and, killing No-No. It's more about, a little bit of pressure, but also keeping the Elder Titan busy. He's got a lot of jobs to do here. He's trying to slow down Xiao 8 in the jungle. He's also trying to deal with that pressure and that roam towards mid. You can already see Sep is going to be hunting for the Axe. Wants to find out where he is. Sep's off in the jungle. Doesn't see him, but they pretty much know at this point Yang is just straight jungling as the Axe.
Yeah, he has the Iron Talon right now. He's sitting almost at level 2. Yang should have a pretty good time, assuming that they don't find him in the jungle, Seth doesn't rotate in, and they can keep him safe. Maybe even get some stacks up for himself, and maybe for the Alchemist as well. That's the problem, though. If the Axe is in the jungle, then the Alchemist is not taking stacks. Sure, he has the ancient stack to work with, but that is one problem, so that may actually limit NoNo's farm. Although he isn't doing particularly bad in this lane. It's 6-6 right now. This is not a difficult lane for NoNo at this point in time, especially with the Acid Spray being leveled up at this point.
I like this play from Sep. You often have to play the Sacrificial Lamb as our Spirit nowadays if you don't get the early kills. And keeps tabs here on Yang. He confirms that there's some jungling going on. DDC's there, but only level 1, so can't even go for a glimpse back play. It's not really going to slow down the Axe too much, but now they know the full VGR laning setup. They have an idea where their supports are, so they can feel very confident now that it's free farm on Huskar. This will be an incredibly fast armlet. I don't feel they have great counters against Huskar by any means. It's a top rune, though.
They're rolling Boulder in onto DDC. Just some right click coming out from Sep, and DDC getting slowed down as well. They have FY rotating in. He should have his Spirit ready to go, but that's not really going to do that much damage. He's level 2. He has to stomp up as well. He's going to go with the staple gun now, and Sep is actually getting pretty low. The illusions actually block him. Rolling Boulder only into Xiao 8, and DDC gets first blood. Xiao 8 actually kills his teammate by blocking him in there.
Don't sleep on the Elder Titan. Man, that damage is insane. He's only level 2. Oh, that was big. And something they needed, because this is a roaming, like not even laning Elder Titan. You see maybe diving in mid. Wanted to get the chains on NoNo. Isn't going to, but if they're not getting kills, they're in a world of hurt. Disruptor going to suicide to neutrals here. He'll get the free TP. And they're farming well on the Axe in the jungle, as you would expect. Slark doing pretty well in the safe lane, out getting decent CS. As far as the bounty runes go, though, those have both been grabbed thus far by LGD. So another outgame where VICI Gaming Reborn are not securing bounty runes. They may try to later on, but you can see LGD, they have seen what an unchecked Alchemist can do. We saw that from one of the MVP series previously, where I think QO lost his lane horribly, got 6 bounty runs in a row, and suddenly was the most farmed hero on the map.
Maybe we'll try to be aggressive. The Rolling Boulder will come through. He needs a Boulder Smash. He needs a right click as well, but they can't get enough damage to kill him under the tower. If that Rolling Boulder hits, then they get the job done, I think. But in that situation, they just miss a little bit from Sep on that the Earth Spirit, excuse me.
Yeah, that was big. And still aggressive, just totally free farming here. He's already grabbed the Gloves of Haste. We've seen MMY getting good levels, hitting 3 and change, so we will see a very relatively farmed Dazzle this game, at least at the start. FY and DDC, though, doing a pretty good job in their own right of pulling in. Now that lane's pushing in, we'll see the TP to bottom. So VICI Gaming Reborn, they're kind of running this like the Jungle Beastmaster, where they just want to have the experience advantage with that jungling. I won't call the Axe really a support because he's getting a lot of farm, but effectively he's filling that 4-position role.
Yeah, he's done very well. He's level 5 already at 3 minutes. Almost, he's going to have 6 at 4 minutes into the game, LD. That is huge. He can walk out, maybe look for a call into a Culling Blade, maybe waits a little bit longer for the Blink Dagger, but still, he is having a fantastic start and getting a couple of stacks with it as well.
Yeah, that was another missed Rolling Boulder in the mid lane, a very short one from Sep. Has had some fantastic Earth Spirit showings, but this is not his best start here, and it's a lot of wasted time for him. It is slightly slowing down the Alchemist, but he's still even with the Ember on CS, all things considered. And maybe often wins even seemingly even matchups 1v1. So to be even with this 2v1 lane is pretty good for him.
Yeah, I do want to talk about the Earth Spirit. We talked about the Elder Titan and how much he needs levels. It's the same thing for an Earth Spirit who's still at level 2 right now. He's missed his Rolling Boulders. A kill would have gotten him at least enough experience to get 2.5. And he's still struggling. He's walking around all over the place. He's trying to accomplish a lot of jobs like the Elder Titan is doing. He's trying to find the Axe in the jungle. He's trying to ward. He's looking for kills on mid. He's not finding anything here, and he needs experience. And he'll get that top lane as now it looks like Xiao has rotated back down, and he's going to heal up in towards the well.
Buys the infused raindrops. He has the TP as well. But our Spirit's still just barely level 2 at this stage. Your Elder Titan, almost level 4 for FY, and meanwhile DDC, level 3 closing in on 4. So the support duo so far for VICI Gaming Reborn, despite looking a bit awkward in the laning stage, that one kill has really opened up the map.
I feel like this is just a really good laning phase for VICI Gaming Reborn. What do LGD need to do? They need to get maybe 6 on the Tidehunter?
So for them, there's a couple of key things. It's basically just getting Ember up to level 8 or 9 or so, where he can really be an impact hero around the map. Does have his level 6 at this time, but so too does NoNo. Goes into Chemical Rage. Getting the Tidehunter Ravage. Oh, there's a glimpse back.
All immediately, they catch it. There's the Culling Blade. They chop him down. They set that up perfectly, and so NoNo.
Well, Disruptor has been a stock rising hero for a couple of months now, and we saw MMY's just immaculate Disruptor last game. DDC showing off here early. That's 2 kills he's been in on already. But yeah, so the key things are Ember just getting levels, Tidehunter getting Ravage, and the Armlet on Huskar. At that point, expect to see LGD at least go for a smoke play of some kind, try and find a pickoff. Ideally, they'd love to take down the Tier 1 bottom. That would potentially open up a Roshan. You have Dazzle Huskar, very good at fighting around the pit, but it's really hard against an Elder Titan who has levels, Travis. He's so good at stalling around Roshan.
Yeah.
And there's Acid Spray as well. Like, you go in there, you're just constantly taking damage.
You hit a stomp or a call, that's immediately going to be an Earth Splitter coming out, or some form of damage from VCR that is going to be devastating. It's tough to fight into for LGD. We haven't seen Aggressive come to any of these engagements yet, and he will be the big factor, I think, for LGD, along with the Ember Spirit when he gets some levels in farm. But VCR, they're looking pretty poised to take this early game. They might look for another gank with that Clumps back in with Disruptor. They might just keep farming for Nono, and we talked about what he could do. We talked about Nono's Alchemist at length last game. Him getting farm. He has the Medallion now. What do you think about that build?
Their dire side, obviously.
Oh, that Shadow Wave! Jesus! Well, forget about that. He's just dead. So
yeah, I think he just used the Medallion offensively there, and he eats the Heal Bomb. But as far as the Medallion goes, this to me is about being able to fight early as well as potentially take Roshan. It does help you also dealing with the Huskar, who builds Armlet, so basically will negate that bonus armor from the Armlet as there's a roll on FY. Doesn't connect. Again, a miss from Sep, but he gets the Boulder Smash follow-up. Can they kill FY off?
They already used the Shadow Wave, and he's fine. He did take some damage from it, but he was able to TP out just in time. Actually, plenty of time left in order for him to get away from that gank. So the Rolling Boulder really needs it to hit, I feel like, for them to secure these kills. And they've missed like 3 or 4 of them, it feels like.
I think it's at least 4. Yeah, I don't know if he's hit one yet. Sep is having a real off game here, but it's also credit to VGR. This hero has been seen a lot in pubs. They played a lot against it, and at this point, it seems like they're pretty comfortable dealing with the pokes.
Xiaowei is level 6 now. He has the infused raindrops, as you've talked about. So with Ravage ready to go, they might look for a smoke of their own. Meanwhile, top rune spot, you can see the Ember Spirit is getting crowded and zoned out pretty heavily.
Give this man a bounty rune. Come on, Ice Frog.
Yeah,
he did get the last one, actually. But.
He gets an invis. He got the arcane last time in the last game.
I just can't get over seeing that QO game where he got 6 bounty runes in a row after getting first blood. It was getting no CS at all and had like a 13-minute radius.
It's kind of absurd.
In comparison, Nono isn't getting as much help from his team to secure the runes and not having the best RNG when he does.
He's got the Acid Spray, only 1 stack here at the Ancients with the regular creep camp as well. So he will get up in terms of CS. One hero we haven't talked about is the Slark, and he's top in net worth currently.
Slark having a really good time. Silver Edge is definitely your item this game. You're up against the Huskar. That's just a given.
Yep.
And that's like I would say a pseudo counter to the Huskar. If you see the Slark coming in, you can often just initiate on him. They have Tidehunter who could potentially set up a kill with Ravage. But later on in the game, BKB Silver Edge Slark, he could just run at the Huskar. And if he gets like a Basher, some physical DPS, I think they can deal with Huskar. But that's looking later. And there will be this window where Armlet's online, Dazzle sits behind Aggressive, LGD will look to slow siege towers, and VICI Gaming Reborn may just have to give some up and go for split push and stall the game.
And like you said, that Armlet's there, so they can afford to be aggressive. Now that they bring in Xiaowei, the threat of the Ravage is very strong, so in order for VGR to defend this, they would have to commit a lot, and I don't think they want to in this scenario. The Axe is very close to the Blink, however. He's up to 2,000 gold right now, almost 2,200, so that Blink Dagger might be online, and then a Blink call onto 3 to 4 to even 5 heroes is huge, but maybe going in, gets off the Revenant Searing Chains, flips back, there's the kinetic field, they get off the Rolling Boulder, this time it hits onto FY, Ravage comes through, it's on it too, and it's a double kill for Xiaowei, nicely done.
Yeah, one of those Ravages where it may not have been entirely needed to get both kills, but I like the full commitment there from LGD. They know this is the window where they need to be aggressively moving for objectives before the Axe Blink comes online, before the Slark completes the Shadow Blade. VICI Gaming Reborn in a bit of a weak spot as far as the power spikes go. Even Alchemist, yeah, he gets the Medallion early here, but this is not where the hero is scary. It's when if you go for the full Armlet Solar Crest, then he starts to be a very tanky force in fights. If you go back for the Radiance, then it's really after your next item. So VGR, they just have to play cautiously when those big cooldowns are ready from LGD, and it'll be LGD. Kind of similar to last game, they had a much more start in the laning stage, but they're the team that wants to be applying pressure come the 10 to 20 minute mark.
They're okay with farming as well with the Ember Spirit. He's right now sitting behind the Axe at this point. Obviously not having the best start, but still okay. He's sitting at 1,100 gold. He's sitting on a Wraithband, and a kill will be coming out soon. He's got boots, which will be into boss here pretty soon. And they could just wait for that Ravage to be up. They can continue to pressure with the Huskar if they want, but for now, VGR are getting room to work with. They're getting free farming their Slark. He's up to top of the net worth. The Alchemist is starting to build into that that very strong build with the treads into the medallion, into the solar crest later on down the road. So VICI are getting prepared for later into this game.
Yeah, for LGD, Mech is coming on the Tidehunter. The big thing that they are lacking is Sep's level 6. Didn't have the best early start. Finally hit one of his first rolling boulders there in the mid lane, and he does close in on level 6 because of that. So his level 6, the Mech, I think outside of that, just basically whatever aggressive gets is fine. And then levels on the Dazzle. These are the 3 big next things LGD will be working on. But as every time Ravage is up, expect them to be pushing for towers, going for Roshan, taking big objectives. And for VGR, more of the stalling game, the spread offense, trying to find pickoffs with the Axe, buying space for the Alchemist, and potentially moving End around to find kills as the Shadow Blade is now arriving.
And on the other side, Shao, like you talked about, getting that mech, he goes for this first instead of the Blink Dagger. He has a big Ancient stack. He'll clear most of this out. LGD do smoke up. They're going to head down towards the bottom area of the map into that lane. Another smoke coming out on the top side through from VGR. They have the Axe in front with the Blink. Will they be able to find the Tidehunter mid? And is that the hero they really want to go for?
Shao 8 has that deep ward that Sep got down. And sure, maybe he didn't hit the most rolling boulders, but he has planted some good wards. One got dewarded, but one stays up in the Radiant jungle. So as a result, Shao 8 seeing nobody farming really in the woods.
Titan getting caught. Looks like they'll just find an easy kill. They had that smoke up. They ran aggressively towards that tier 1 tower. And maybe in aggressive were able to find that jump.
Yeah, they know where it's safe to dive because of that ward in the Dire jungle. So LGD playing this one really calmly for now. Still though, VICI Gaming Reborn farming well. They've been ahead all game. But LGD are going to start racking up objectives. I'm not really sure VGR can fight into them at this stage, Mod. They are looking a bit outgunned as far as the big items go.
I think they're going to try. They have this Blink on Yang. They have Static Storm on top of it. End's coming with the Shadow Blade. He's going to get Vision first and foremost. Sentry Ward, it looks like it's not there. MMY is going to be last to leave. The Boulder Smash coming through. End's not going on anybody just yet. They're looking for it. They wrap around Ravage onto 3. They get off the Anchor Smash as well. Static Storm coming through. Yang's low. Gets the call off, but will die in the end.
No, trying to counter-initiate. He gets the stun. It's only on Seth with the Acid Spray. Not even enough for a single kill. A 2 for 1. But Shao 8 dropping low to this. Can they finish off that pesky Tidehunter? They can't, but they brought down 3, and Shao 8 may eventually fall Glyphs back, make it 4 if he can't juke his way out of this one, gets off the Anchor Smash, it's not enough. He too drops, and on the far end of the fight, they did manage to kill off the Huskar as well, and just bypassed everyone.
Yeah.
LGD did not bodyguard the back lines. Generally, you'll see the Tide protecting the support, sticking with the team, but they saw an opening to jump through with Ravage. Yeah, they get a kill there on the Axe, but they don't protect the Dazzle. The Huskar gets jumped early by the Slark, and they end up losing that Huskar. That's the hero that needs to stay alive in the fight.
That Slark just went to work at the end of that fight. You could see it. The amount of damage he pumped out in that engagement was absurd. The Axe, they didn't even need him, and so that you have to wonder what type of initiation VGR can get if they get a call on top of all of that. If they can keep those heroes alive, they were very low in health from a VGR standpoint once that Ravage as well as the Flame Guard and Searing Chains came through. So they continue to stay top of the net worth, and now even the Slark gets further ahead at this point with 7.3K, and he's going to be going for the Echo Saber first before he gets that Silver Egg. LD.
Yeah, I really like the way the Alk is itemizing this game. They know LGD are going to be pushing the tempo, playing aggressive, mostly 5-man Dota, and speaking of which, they're already at it again. Maybe's out in front.
They're looking for that Searing Chains to start things off. The Sleight of Fist first. Rolling Boulder is going to connect on Sybil Concoction. They push him back, and he's got the Chemical Rage going. Good call, counter initiation onto 2. The Static Storm on top. Sep and aggressive are low. Sep will fall first. Still, it is a 1-for-1 trade. They get off the Grave, and here comes that Slark, but look at the damage. Gets off the Shadow Dance. The Calling Blade comes through. They take down aggressive.
Chasing for DDC. Maybe wants a bit more aggressive on the Huskar. Kills the Slark from beyond the Grave, but maybe cleans up the backlines this time. And they did that without a Ravage. So first it's VICI Gaming Reborn's turn to win a fight without Axe contributing. This time LGD coming out on top without a Ravage. Very odd game, but it's one of those fights where even when you kill Huskar, if he's dumping damage in your team while Grave for the entire duration of a Grave, you're going to be in trouble anyway. And they ran back in to kill him, but it was after the Grave end, and that just buys a lot of time for Ember to do his thing. So LGD cruise control for now. They have Ravage back up, the mech ready to go, the whole team's bottom. They're looking once more for big, juicy objectives.
VGR thought that was a bad fight or a hard fight. It's going to get a lot harder fighting into that Ravage, that mech as well. Without Static Storm available, the Tier 1 will surely go down in LGD's favor. Will LGD continue to pressure? They'll back up for now. Almost a Blink Dagger for Shao 8 if he wants. He's got 1,800 gold after the last couple of engagements. That's a huge pickup for the Tidehunter right now.
Now VICI Gaming Reborn losing that tower means less access to the Roshan pit. They do have level 3 Acid Spray on No-No. He's already bought a Radiance recipe, so he's going to go back for it. unfortunately, despite buying the Solar Crest, does die. You get this item early, it's to ensure that you're winning fights and not giving up too many kills. As FY pokes his head out here, but maybe he's going to catch him.
Sleight of fist steering change. The stop will come through. Cancelled by the boulder smash. Geomagnetic grip, and maybe comes up and cleans house as well.
Good job there by LGD finding another pick. They're not the fastest Roche lineup. Even though Huskar can do it, they don't really have much in the way of minus armor, just the gush. So it's not like that Slardar draft we saw last game, where Slardar Ursa, you can just instantly go into the pit, even when all 5 are alive.
He does have the lifesteal, but it will take a long time for LGD to bring that down. The Elder Titan would be back up by the time they got it, maybe even to half HP. So LGD will not look towards Roshan. Instead, they'll go back to farming, try to get towards that Battle Fury from Maybe. That is a huge item. He's sitting on Perseverance right now. Gold-wise, sitting on 550, not to mention the Corn
And
Blade.
is hunting here. He's got backup incoming, smoked on VGR down in the river. They're trying to set up a pincer attack on the axe, on the Ember, but he's already backed away.
Good vision from VGR to find that Ubercliff wards. They actually see the rotations from LGD towards that top lane. They know there are a lot of heroes there. Instead, they'll make their way towards bottom. Looks like they want to go for an objective, either Roche or that tier 1 tower bottom.
They do Roche quite a bit quicker here with the Acid Spray, potentially the Solar Crest. It's a little dangerous, though. LGD do have Ravage online and a Blink on Xiao 8. If LGD suspect this, they are going to come marching in, but there's no Radiant Vision mod. They're actually pushing the top side of the map, and tier 1 for Roche is a wonderful trade for VGR.
Yeah, they will take that any day of the week, and right now, it doesn't look like they know. LGD, they're just going to continue to farm.
At this point with the pit dark, nobody's showing on the map. You only see an Elder Titan bottom.
Yeah.
They probably do know, just deciding they can't fight into the pit or it's not worth the risk. Maybe closing in on the Battle Fury, doesn't have it yet, but I still think overall VGR are quite happy with this.
Yeah, they're going to get the Aegis up. They'll probably give it more than likely to the Slark. He'll grab it, and he has that Echo Saber now on top of the Shadow Blade. So, like you talked about, Silver Edge is a necessity in this game, I believe.
Yeah, probably his next item. Maybe gets a BKB first, just to avoid having to deal with the Ravage in fights. Because a good Ravage into like the silence coming out from the Air Spirit could potentially kill him, but once he gets BKB, End is pretty much immortal. But to me, those are the 2 big items right now. BKB, Silver Edge, or maybe a Scotty just to tank up. But they're moving in, trying to catch him out. He's already gone under cover of Shadow Blade.
Blink has been revealed by Xiao 8. He Blink gushes. Now the rolling boulder. FY dodges it nicely. It's actually too far away, but the steering chains. FY will be left to his own devices. The Magnetize even used to get that kill.
That's a tactical death there. They get the tower. The last hit goes to End. He doesn't die. He moves right to mid. You're totally fine with that if you're VGR.
Yeah. LGD still grouped up as 5. They have Ravage. So there is that threat if they decide to push in. But again, there is that Aegis up on VGR as well. They can fight this now, I think, with Aegis, with another item coming through with the Alchemist here pretty soon on top of that.
So End's grabbing the Ultimate Orb, very likely Silver Edge next, and then it's going to come down to armlet toggling as well as the Grave timing for MMY to see if Aggressive will stay alive in these fights. A hero that LGD are known for running a whole lot, but something they'll need to execute well. Late game Slark is going to be also very difficult to deal with for LGD. Like, look at their draft. Very little AoE, some decent man fight, but I don't see Huskar on his own out fighting a Slark late game. You have Tidehunter who could be dealt with by a well-timed BKB or even Dark Pact, so there'll need to be good execution here down the stretch from LGD.
There is a Sange for Aggressive, by the way, so are you thinking more towards Halberd for Huskar in this game?
Yeah, probably Halberd, I would say.
Back together right now. They get the tier 2 tower, so VGR, they just don't want to fight just yet. The Alchemist is not quite at his strongest, but that'll be a while. He has the Radiance now completed up and ready to go.
It's, again, developing into a game where there's a ticking... Oh, Slark hunting for Xiao 8.
He's going to get caught. There's going to be Silver Edge coming through. Look at that damage. Dark Pact, they get the call off. The Calling Blade will be there in time from Yang. No Ravage to counter-initiate. Down for 46 seconds.
They're hunting for more.
They're looking. They're trying to find anybody they can. White.
By process of elimination, you pretty much know they're either huddled in the base, or they're at the towers, or they're in this bottom side of the map.
The Elder Titan, I think, saw Aggressive when the smoke broke with the Spirit. I'm not sure. It came through, but they pinged it out. They know that there's somebody over there at the very least.
This is just not enough fighting for LGD's tastes. Running a Huskar, going for the standard Huskar build, snowbally items that really reward you for constantly skirmishing, armlet, picking up a Heaven's Halberd, now grabbing another Ogre Club with the Dominator. Ember, yeah, going for more of a farming build, but even a mech on Xiao 8. These are just not heroes that really have a plan B, to be fair,
yeah.
But not finding consistent fights and kills is really bad for LGD.
FY is going to run right into aggressive. There's going to be the life break coming through. This might be the first fight that they need, or a first kill that they need to start things off. Unstable Concoction hits nicely onto 2. Rolling Boulder coming through as well. And they won't be able to find anybody further here
They just want to get out.
VICI. They're giving away. Good boulder smash from Seth.
That's huge. Are they going to reinitiate on this? The out's dropping low. He gets gushed. He's down. That is a big pile of net worth to be given away. That one death, 1,500 net worth, Swain. LGD need kills. They finally get some there. And Sep stepping up.
Yeah, that's a perfect boulder smash to stop that TP coming out from the Alchemist.
Yeah. Then they hold on to the Ravage. Maybe Xiao8 would have got it off in time if the boulder smash wasn't quick enough, but...
It's the perfect time for a Ravage too, as Roche is respawning in 20 seconds. Still no Alk for 35. They can take it decently well. They have the Medallion, they have the Huskar with the right click, but it's not quickly enough. Meanwhile, NCERE chains up. He's going to get Gush. He uses the Shadow Blade. Still has that Shadow Dance ready to go. The Ravage misses! He whiffs it. Xiao8, no Ravage now. They need to back, I think. They're going to be a counter initiated on by VICI Gaming Reborn.
Alk is up in 15, so they are still 5v4, but Tide isn't much of a hero with the mech on cooldown. The Ravage as well. There's the Glimpse.
Static Storm is up. They're going to jump it. Stop onto 2. The Earth Splitter will come through. Aggressive.
And he's on the back lines. He's working on MMY, but MMY does get off the self-grave. That means Aggressive is the real target.
Call comes through. It's onto 2. Xiao8 now caught with the Blade Mill on top. Stop coming in. Aggressive blow. They have the Calling Blade, but Yang gets stunned up. They need the damage. They get off the mech perfectly timed.
They can't kill this Dazzle. Somehow he lives and forced to TP out. He's not going to make it. LGD. How do they keep on fighting back from what looked like really difficult deficits after blowing huge cooldowns on nothing? I think VGR got a little overeager there. They saw Ravage on cooldown, but they're still walking in 4v5. They committed a lot on the Dazzle, didn't kill him. Then they tried to commit a lot on the Huskar, didn't kill him. And by the time that all reset, Grave was back up. They had lost a couple of their squishier heroes. Just not executed as well in these fights, Mod.
It's just utilizing the Shadow Wave and the mech so well. You saw Xiao8 get it off there at the tail end when it looks like it was going to be a Calling Blade.
The Dazzle is very big here, the lead.
They just couldn't chew it through anybody. In the MMY Grave, I thought that might have been a mistake. They didn't have the Grave on aggressive, but they didn't need it. He was just able to survive through all of that. Now they're going to try to go for Roche. FY is going to send the Spirit in, but look at maybe on the hut. Remnant forward. He's going to get the damage. Can he get the Searing Chains off as well?
He finds him there? Are you serious, maybe? FY is like, what the hell, man?
He had a haste rune, I think, for a fair bit. Maybe is easily able to bring him down in FY. He just wanted to scout, but instead, he's going to feed away not only the Aegis, but his life on top of that.
Well, they needed maybe to come up big, and big he is coming up right now. 7-1-8. Whew. What a series he's having.
I feel like we expect so much from this guy, and he always constantly
delivers.
They have
aggressive. This guy threw the entire CDEC team on his back at TI and carried them to second place, and it feels like maybe it's just doing all the work here down the stretch, but this is certainly a team effort, and when one player falters, the other will step up. But now Aggressive is back in the saddle. He's managed to complete the Dragonlance. This is a great tower sieging item.
Not to mention the stats that you get. The armor, he's got 23 right now. He's got the extra strength on top of that. Gets him to 2.1k without the armlet toggled. So he's got tons of armor. He's got tons of damage. He's got tons of HP. So now Aggressive is going to be that force that he maybe wasn't in the early stages of this game, LD.
They're going full tank mode here. Standard for the Huskar. The Dazzle even getting a Ghost Scepter. No Diffusal Blade in sight. This will prove to be a big nuisance. He's dunking FY.
Right under the Tier 3 tower. Xiao8 walking in. The Gush will come through. There's the Earth Splitter. They have Grave ready to go. The Earth Splitter will hit. He's going to get low, but he's got the Aegis. Not that concerned, and they do get the kill with the Burning Spears on top. FY will fall, and looking to engage as well. Now another life break, and he's going to have to go further into the base. He's so low. Now the Ravage whiffing again from Xiao8. This time not hitting it, maybe not expecting the acid spray.
Silver Edge back onto Aggressive. They've removed that passive.
Static Storm! The Aggressive gets the Grave off. He still has the Aegis, by the way, so even if he dies, if he gets off enough damage, it's more than worth it. He will finally go down. First life gone. Now jumping in is maybe he's got the real damage here. No getting low. The Chemical Rage isn't going to be enough.
Boy, Xiao8, you sure wrote an exciting script, whipping 2 Ravages.
What a call!
Keeping it interesting, but Huskar chunking them down in the front lines, moving on to end. All of a sudden, that Superstar Slark is looking rather easily dealt with. LGD, they don't need Xiao8. They're doing it anyway.
Yang comes in with a 3-man call at the end. They still can't get the damage done in order to win that engagement. LGD, they do it again. Yes, they lose the Aegis. They might need to be careful here.
Now, they haven't gotten racks yet. They haven't forced buybacks. It's not totally catastrophic for VGR, but losing Nono again, that could be the difference maker for
Force
back.
The spear's going down, but he's got chemical rage. Look at the spins. Yang gets one. He might get two. The tower will finish him off.
Ember trying to clean them up. He can't do it. LGD, they have been denied, and now DDC, he's going to look for the glimpse around the trees.
Good ward. Glimpse back. They get it.
He actually made it out, but the glimpse brings him back in. MMY getting a taste of his own medicine, and DDC makes him swallow a very bitter pill there.
So I think they got a bit too aggressive. They were diving behind towers. They could have focused buildings maybe instead of going so much further. They really wanted that Alchemist though.
They need better Ravages. I mean, you can't whip 2 Ravages in a row and not expect VGR at some point are going to punish. That's pretty obvious, but it shows you how strong LGD are at that stage of the game, that they whiff 2 Ravages. It seems like they're actually straight up winning the fight. But the net result, Mott, is they don't get racks. They don't take that critical objective. They lose the Aegis. They lose most of their cores. Only the Ember surviving. Xiao 8's got to come up a bit bigger. Maybe his Blink Dagger getting canceled a few times, just getting caught off guard. The one, he was a bit late. The Slark just barely out of range of the tentacles, but they need more out of the Director here.
And you are still up against an Alchemist who is farming very well. You're still up against a Slark whose late game potential is going to skyrocket. Maybe, obviously, with late game potential, he's got a lot of it, but still, I think at this point, VICI are very happy with how that went. Sure, they lost a lot of heroes in the engagement, but they showed that they had pretty good team fight of their own. They don't have Ravage, they have Static Storm, they have Call. The Axe has done really well for himself. Yang has been surviving a lot in these engagements, and Natural Order might be the critical ability for VGR down the road.
The big thing that VGR really need to work on, though, is this is the stage of the game where FY can't get caught. They need Natural Order when LGD are going high ground. They need the Earth Splitter, which is a percentage of your max HP. That's great to have against the Huskar. He can't die off the bat. So I think that's the big issue that we've seen from them is bottom lane, maybe, and then they're duking it out.
Sleight of Fist, maybe. Does he have a Remnant? Dark Pack will come through. He is going to Remnant away, but he did take a lot of damage in the process.
Yeah, he can't afford to be sloppy, and I don't think I've really seen a game where maybe has not had that backup Remnant when he's farming aggressively. Yeah. So just solid Ember play as you would expect. And it's getting bigger and bigger. There's the Daedalus on the Ember. It's going to be somewhat dealt with by a nice Eye of Scotty here on the Slark.
And Nono's back up to where he was pretty much last game. He has the Solar Crest on top of the fact that he also has the Manta, the Octarine, the Radiance. So
even goes for the Octarine again with the Manta, so the full farming Alchemist build. What is he going to go for heading later? As far as the Aghanim Scepters upgrades go, Disruptor probably the big one.
The best one, I think, yeah.
I think would really be huge here.
And that Disarm from Elder Titan is definitely not bad against the Ember Spirit.
Elder Titan could be maybe even better than the Disruptor. I would say those are the 2 big ones. The Axe Chop is quite cute, but normally you're counting your Axe to actually hit that first chop.
He is third in line.
Needing the cooldown.
He is third in line for an Axe upgrade, I believe. And that is only looking towards the very late game. If he wants to even go for the Aghanim Scepter, he might go for other items first. I've seen, Butterflies for Alchemists before. The ACs have been picked up. Shivas, which is what we saw last game. So there's a lot of options for Nono to go. He even picked up a Blink Dagger so he can initiate better and move around in fights and look for those pickoffs.
If he can follow up a Call with a fully charged Unstable Concoction, that's a devastating team fight. That's a huge amount of lockdown, but it really just banks on the Axe hitting his initial call. And so far, Yanni's been on point. Can he continue to be so?
Ooh, the Remnant. Do they have the range? Force Blink Call. They're going to find it. Unstable Concoction on top. No Grave is there. They will lose him for 78 seconds. He has no buyback, and they get the glimpse onto Xiao 8.
The Director's called out. LGD. Xiao 8. He might drop here again. Yang's got the chop. He lets it go. Decapitates him once more. He has the buyback. They don't know Ember is lacking it, though. He could well have it at this point.
They have tier 2s as
well. They
may
try to force it, though. At the very least, more objectives for VICI Gaming Reborn. Man, that was so unfortunate. Xiao had just blinked away to go towards mid at the exact moment when they jumped the Ember, so there was really nothing he could do there to save him. Timing just awful for LGD, but VICI Gaming Reborn, credit where it's due. They punished, and they got the follow-up kill. Disruptor has just been, for me, like top 2, top 3 supports of this patch.
Yeah. Especially in the right hands as well.
To be fair, they make him look like a superhero.
Yep. It's just the skill level of the players at this level. And VICI are making it look good currently. You still have 2 tier 2s taken. They don't force out the buyback from the Tidehunter. They don't see that the Ember Spirit doesn't have it, so they don't pressure into that tier 3 tower. But I think this is the right play. You get 2 tier 2s on top of 2 very important kills. You set up later for when Roshan does respawn. And VGR, they continue to hold this game out evenly.
Yeah, I mean, this time around where they struggled to deal with the late game Invoker, this game they have the Slark, and I do not see a harder carry on paper in any sort of man fight. For LGD to deal with the Slark, it requires great team coordination. They don't have a hero that can just snowball and take over like the Invoker on his own. Ember can chip, can prod, but he can't solo kill a Slark. He can't, on his own, instantly kill all these backline supports at this stage. It's going to be more of a team effort from LGD this time around, and we'll have to see if they can pull it together. Still, we haven't really seen Xiao able to get any Ravages off. He whiffed 2, and then the poor guy, he hasn't had a chance now for, what, like 10, 15 minutes?
It goes back to that dive under the Tier 1 tower, like maybe 10 minutes into the game, where he walks in and Ravages on 2 supports that were going to die anyways.
Yeah, it started off great. It started off with like a Killer Instinct, very nice early game Ravage that sets up big objectives. Good dire scan here, though. Does see LGD.
Right on top of where LGD are situated, and of course VICI are going to back up, stay together as a squad. Top lane is pushing in, which forces maybe to TP up and deal with this creep wave and push it out, which will give him some extra farm to work with, but now he is alone from the rest of his team, and VICI are grouping up.
Big items this time. We're going to see an AC on the Alk. Will help them for Roche, will help them against the Ember a lot. And I think more importantly, Travis, it's the double BKB. LGD don't have answers for BKBs, aside from the late game Tide Refresher, if you can just outlast them and then drop the Ravages. But in the mid game, BKBs are just, they basically make these cores gods if they can pop them off.
These 10-second BKB durations will be huge for both End and Yang. On the Slark and the Axe in these fights, so we'll see.
See the power of the Slark here, just constantly taking advantage of Shadow Dance to D-Ward. One of the very underrated aspects of that hero as a carry. Kind of like Spectre, just giving you vision for your team.
Roche about up in a minute here, but here's the Shadowblade Silver Edge, and they're going to find a fight. Blink Ravage, it's on to 2, not the best start, but now the call. Yang has to pop the BKB, gets the call up in the end. He might actually be in trouble, TPing out.
Working on aggressive here, he needs help. MMY has the Grave, holding on to it. There's no axe chop just yet. Looking for it, they can't quite find it. Aggressive stays alive, but End just turned back for Xiao. He's going to kill off the Tidehunter instead.
There's the Yule Scepter now, and looking for more. The kinetic field is down. Unstable Concoction goes, see you later. No Grave this time. MMY cannot save him. He can't save himself.
And the Glimpse, they find MMY2, TP out. No, says no. You're coming right back. It's 4 down with BGR truly looking reborn here as they march down mid, trying to force that game 3.
There's no buybacks. They're really close on Xiao.
There's no Ravage either. This is Rax, surely.
It must be. End's going to walk up to the high ground right now. 29 Essence shift stacks. He hits very hard and very quickly.
Ember split pushing, but maybe there's a tier 2 blocking his path. He's not cutting the wave. VG Gaming Reborn, that's 1 lane. They're looking for 2.
They go right to the tier 3 tower. The Glyph will come out. They have buyback for Xiao, but still no aggressive for 28 seconds, and he is not close to buyback.
That tower drops. The melee Rax is next. VG Gaming Reborn. What a clutch performance it has been down the stretch here. They get the second melee. They're not going to play greedy and go for the range Rax, knowing that heroes are respawning. Sure, there's no Ravage, but why risk it? There's a Roshan to grab, Travis. Right to the pit. That's where they're headed.
2 melee Raxes, 2 tier 3 towers, a huge team fight going their way, and Roshan on top of that. LGD,
look at that graph. Not so much the drop as far as gold goes, just like 20 red dots in a row in the bottom right corner. That tells the story of that last fight pretty nicely.
They've garnered an advantage over the past 10 to 20 minutes, and they have kept that advantage up the entire time. They've got the right items. They've itemized well. They have not lost an engagement. Sure, Xiao missed it. They're looking for him. They're looking for Xiao. They can't quite find him, but the Glimpse will come back. They have the call on top of it. Unstable Concoction. Xiao is dead. Still no buyback.
He has it in 50 gold, but that's roughly about his respawn timer. I don't think it leads to another lane because they have to push these lanes out, but again, it's more just a concern that Xiao 8, normally a very clutch player in big stage matches, he's not coming up big for them here.
He is having some rough Ravages. He's having a rough game in general, getting caught out in bad positions, missing Ravages twice, 3 times. We've talked about it enough already, and Xiao 8 is now down for 60 seconds. Yes, he has it soon with the buyback, but VICI, they just find another kill on top of already getting the Aegis. They're just losing too much. They're getting too far behind for LGD.
And now it's just harder for Tide to have an impact at this point because he's died. Even if he hits a perfect Ravage, you've got BKBs on the cores. Alchemist could potentially even buy one for himself if he's worried about it, but he's so tanky, he probably won't die anyway. They're also just farmed and leveled enough where they're not going to die instantly during a Ravage, and LGD don't really have single target burst. Yeah, Daedalus on Ember, but that's still more spread damage with Cleave than it is instantly killing off any one target. So if you don't kill those targets during the Ravage, all of a sudden Alk is healing up. They can reset with the Slark ultimate. He's got Cheese as well. They have the Aegis to work with. The fight is just it's gonna be like the Ravage never happened because of how far behind they are at this stage.
And it's so hard to keep the waves pushed out too. It's not like the Ember Spirit can just split push because you have an Alchemist with the Manta-style Octarine core continuously sending illusions to other lanes. He's keeping the waves pushed out. They have the mid lane pushed out. They have the top lane pushed out. Maybe he's doing what he can down bottom, but he's not close to that tier 3 tower, and so there's plenty of time.
And, diving. He's thinking about it.
Backing up and away was aggressive
But
just in time.
look at this positioning from DDC. If anybody pokes their head down like past the very tip of the ramp.
There's an Ags on the Disruptor. They gifted it to him.
Yeah, this glimpse back could be really devastating. Let's see if Disruptor gets the big play once more. They leave Slark in front, and the siege begins.
Just send the illusions in and just go to work. They've already gotten the tier 2 tower. Maybe he's forced back to clear out their creep wave mid. And VGR, they don't have to really go right now. They can wait as long as they want.
Let the mid lane push. Bottom lane will push naturally. Ember can maybe BOT out and chip at some of these lanes, try to get the equilibrium slightly more favorable, but VGR, they've got tons of time here. 3 minutes with that Aegis.
More Astrals coming through. Sleight of Fist.
Can he scout out these heroes in the tree line? Often you will see Elder Titan players doing that. That would be really ugly for LGD. Would disable the blink of Chow 8. They might even be able to just jump them at that point.
Yeah, the blink call would be there, I think, from the Axe. And they're just being patient with this. They just send the illusions in one by one.
He's looking for the multiple hero stomp, perhaps.
Boulder smash perfectly onto End, but he gets off the Dark Pact beautifully and then just pounces away.
Look for the stomp. Didn't find it on anyone important there. Everyone moved forward rather than back with the 4-step initiation.
Aggressive Yule's up right now. They're going to back away. End pops the BKB. Aggressive at half HP currently. Has the Lincoln Sphere on him. Now more Sleight of Fist coming through from Maybe, but nothing really being committed yet other than that BKB from End.
Didn't seem like the team was quite ready for that maneuver. I believe it was the Axe who pushed it.
I think so, yeah. Might have.
Actually, they have 3 4-steps. Might have been FY, as the Axe's 4-step is more recently pulled out. But regardless, they weren't able to follow it up. They are down to start BKB. They're going to go anyway.
They're going to jump right in on that tier 3 tower. The Yules will come out again from Aggressive. They get the Static Storm on top of it. Again, it's an Aghanim Static Storm, so it's going to do a decent amount of damage, but Aggressive will be able to just tank through it. Now it comes through Ravage. That will hit onto 4. Can they get the damage done? Aggressive gets the Great Bomb as well, but still no follow-up coming out from Maybe or anyone for that matter.
Give me a chop, says yeah, and he gets one. Looking to end this game the way he's carried it. Dunking heroes all over the place. There's a buyback on the Huskar, though. Re-engaging.
He's going to look for a jump in. Actually gets glimpsed back to the well. He TP'd in.
FY, he used the Aegis earlier and just finessing his way through the LGD ranks, increasing the gold lead, a 2-hero stomp, and jumping in onto Aggressive there. There's the follow-up. They just don't want to risk it. They're trying to carefully siege this one. They know they have the Rax advantage. They know they still have an even scarier late game.
Only buyback right now for LGD is Maybe. If they kill Aggressive, they'll be in a great spot.
And there is no Ravage. I think they can force it here, Travis.
End is in the base right now. There's sentries down, but look at NOTO going right in the Unstable Concoction. They have the Grave ready to go with the call, and they should get the chop through. Yang!
It's on cooldown, but still, I don't know if Aggressive makes it out of here. He dunks his way in. He heads home crying, down for 90. BGR clawing their way back in this best of 3. They are proving to be quite the test for LGD. Looks like they might be able to get the tower now. Yeah, Tide respawns, no Ravage for 75. It's an 80-second power play. Basically 3v5 without the Ravage. I don't see LGD stopping them any longer.
And NOTO just walks right in. He's going to be aggressive enough to make sure they get this melee Rax as well as range down. It's going to be Megas here if they can get both range in the mid lane, which is super low, and then down bottom as well. They should be able to get Megas here, and they have no way of getting Aggressive back up for 58 seconds. Maybe can Sleight of Fist all he wants, but I don't know if that's going to be enough damage.
He buys the Rapier. All right, even if he gets the Rapier, though, you're up against Megas. You're up against buybacks. You're up against a 35,000 gold deficit.
And End is not done. He is looking for the wall. They just GG out. They buy the Rapier, and they say, we can't do anything.
And they lay down their sword. They put it back in the stone. VGR, what a resilient team. After the way they lost game 1, where it looked like it should have been theirs down the stretch, to bounce back against a veteran squad like LGD. Yes, there were mistakes. Chow 8 certainly going to be the one that gets flagged the most for them by a lot of the viewers at home, but VGR also punished that exceptionally hard.
I mean, we could talk about the Slark a lot and how well he played, but I think it was just extraordinarily strong team play coming out from VGR as a whole. All 5 players hitting the abilities they needed to hit. The Static Storms were there, the Stomps were there, the Earth Splitters were there, the Axe played phenomenally on top of it all. VGR looked incredibly strong in that game number 2, David.
Whew. Well, time to see how much that veteran leadership really counts for, isn't it? You know, they were all smiles, arms around each other's shoulders, kind of clapping as they walked off the stage, but VGR have a very veteran captain in their own right at this point in FY, and they had some great shot calling there. Disruptor to me has been the MVP as far as heroes go of this series. I think the Jungle Axe did catch them a bit off guard with the Elder Titan mostly focusing on mid early. Maybe the lane surprised LGD a bit, but still after that, you got to look at those big team fights down the stretch with the Tidehunter Ravages and say they needed more out of Xiao 8.
Yeah, Xiao 8 not looking to have that in a game number 3 performance. We'll wait and see how they do perform up. I'm Mott, he's LD. We're going to send it right back to the panel for their thoughts.
Thank you very much. Yes, we will go back for game 3, of course, to Mort and LD. Thank you for the commentary in game 2. VGR tying things up against LGD. We'll start with Purge. A good performance from VGR to come back into this when it looked like they might be down and out, but you've got to say that's a mistake-ridden game from LGD.
Yeah, I think there were lots of mistakes, but the thing I really want to talk about is VGR's Slark pick. I was really doubting it in the first phase, but the cool thing that it gave them is it gave them solutions against LGD's heroes, namely pick-offs in the mid-game, which limits their 5-man a bit, but it also meant that the last pick that came through wasn't a perfect solution to the game, and they were able to counterpick with an Axe, which kind of gave them a decent Huskar solution. So I really felt like the Slark did tons of work that game. The Silver Edge alone made Tidehunter look like a squishy hero. How often do you see Tide get solo killed by a carry? There's almost no carry that can actually do that, but Slark could that game because it removes his Kraken Shell. It got so many kills that it put VGR in a game that was even, and normally teams don't get that against LGD.
Yep, Vici just seemed very conscientious of what they needed to do in this game. They know, we need to get this Slark super farmed. They used all the tools possible for it, but it seemed like LGD wasn't, even though this was a first 2 Slark, it didn't seem like they came that well prepared to deal with it. They didn't really do their usual 10-12 minute smoke to go to the short lane and really pressure their carry. And they also, a big thing I thought was that they got their Ancients stolen. VGR got like 1 kill and then ran to those Ancients, took the whole stack. So Xiao 8 was a little bit further behind, maybe was a little bit further behind than where they could have been.
That was extremely massive when they stole those Ancients. That was so much farm, and even went the way of an Alchemist after Axe got them low enough. Alchemist just goes in and finishes them off, got so much money out of it. And I think not just the 10-minute rotation was not there for top lane, but they also didn't just bring Dazzle and pressure the lane. But a really good game, and I think Vici Gaming definitely showing here that when they're on the ropes, when they're 1 game away from being eliminated, that's when they're the strongest.
Yeah, LGD, we've criticised them in the past, actually in this tournament as well as previous tournaments, for being a little bit too cautious, Kevin, and yet that caution seemed to be totally bereft in that game.
I don't know if it was fully caution. I just felt like the Silver Edge beat everything they had, including Huskar. Huskar didn't even look like a very strong hero that game, and because they had the right heroes to get him low, they had the right hero to finish the job, which was Axe. And when MVP, for example, picked Axe the other day, their issue was they couldn't get people low enough. But with Slark there, with Silver Edge, it removes his passive. You can do tons of single target damage. They could put silences on top of him, so he didn't have any way to get out. He almost needed a BKB that game, I feel like. Would have been one of the solutions, but they got him low and they killed him, and Huskar just looked bad that game.
Let's take a look back at the highlights of game 2. We're tied up at 1-1 if you're just joining us. It is day 4 of the Manila Major. We're in the lower bracket right now, and Vici Gaming Reborn were on the ropes, but they've brought it back.
Yeah, Nono actually went for a different build this game, which we were Kevin was actually talking about it mostly. He was like, he didn't go for the armlet this game because if you look at LGD's lineup, there's so many constant damage takes that happen from them. So if you go armlet, you don't really have the option to armlet toggle too much. So I thought that was a really good point that Kevin made.
And it gives you way more survivability against a Huskar, because if he hits you with armlet, he doesn't care about the physical damage component. It's the magic damage that accrues afterwards. So if you evade it, you're blocking physical and you're blocking magic. And it's only about 600 more than armlet, so it's kind of a good trade.
It is a really good item, and I think that's the thing as well. Vici Gaming got a lot of good items on their side that they could play around, and especially as a Stark. I think the early game pressure on him could have stopped him from getting this early Shadow Blade Echo Saber, which allowed him to just go so aggressive. We just saw him in the center of a team fight every time, and then Axe comes in to bail him out, and he can just reset, go on someone else, as we see him just chase down on the Dazzle. And he gets so many stacks of Essence Ships stolen in these fights.
Yeah, this one was actually this was one of the Ravages that I don't think actually clipped anybody, but they ended up winning the fight anyway, so it was very interesting to see that.
Not the first time.
Isn't that all of them, though?
Yeah, well, you know, it just seems like I don't know if he like struggles versus the acid spray, because it seems like it's actually versus Alchemist every single time when we're seeing him not really land the best Ravages. So
it happens to a lot of players actually against Alchemist. They very often, you just don't think about it. You're looking at heroes, you don't see the little green stuff on the ground, and boom.
Yeah, you're usually looking for like ahead into the fight and with a better positioning, not like looking straight at your hero. So
I don't know if acid spray works entirely well visually now. It didn't used to show if you were on the low ground and it was placed on the high ground, but it had AoE down on the low ground. You can see it until you got up on the high ground. Some scenarios you can't see it if it was placed in Fog of War and stuff like that.
You were very critical of the Elder Titan pick.
It
wasn't the best FY game we've ever seen, but it was effective, wasn't it?
I think Elder Titan to me is just a hero that can either fail really hard or do extremely well. We see OG, for example, play it and make it work so well. I'm just never really sure what to expect when I see it being picked up.
Did you like it this game, though? 'Cause I feel like it was really good.
I think he did a great job. As I mentioned during the draft, that he can really counter-initiate on the enemy team, and of course Dazzle does that for enemy team, but Dazzle wouldn't set up. That's the thing Elder Titan brings. He sets up so the enemy team are stunned, you can pick who you want to go on. Of course, sort of hard to keep them sleeping when you have Radiance on Alchemist, but that doesn't really matter.
I thought it worked really well. Like, -7 armor consistently on Huskar, that adds up when you have a Slark hitting him. It gave them another disable that they could combo a Static Storm, so even after Static Storm runs out, they can do the stomp afterwards, and because Huskar never got BKB, he just kept getting interrupted, basically. And then after he stops getting interrupted, Slark presses his ultimate, and he's still standing there for another 4 seconds. Like, Grave doesn't offset all that. It only offsets like 1 or 2 of those things.
And we did have one thing that didn't come into this game, but would if the game kept going even longer. Alchemist could have given away an Aghanims to the Elder Titan, which is extremely good against Huskar. Probably one of the easiest carries to target it on. He doesn't reposition so well, and if he gets hit by it, even if he has BKB on, he cannot hit anyone.
Yeah, 3-7-18 the Elder Titan in that game. It's not great stats, but not terrible either.
Involved in lots of kills, though.
But involved in lots of kills, yeah, in the right place at the right time. But I think undoubtedly the MVP is the end Slark.
Yeah.
Those couple early game engagements by Ancients, for example, when he gets like 3 or 4 kills, that was incredible. He killed Dazzle like twice minimum. He got a pick off on Huskar for free. He killed Tide once or twice. He just delayed all of their timings and their ability to push and be strong. And that's what Huskar needs. He's got to hit that timing where he's almost utterly magic resistant. Not as much as before, obviously, but has a big power curve and can push it for a teamfight advantage.
And that's where I really like the Elder Titan even more, because he didn't really have to get himself into like any weird positions. He's just like, all right, Slark's going crazy in the back line, so I'm just going to throw Spirit and follow him around with it. And yeah, you can see how well it worked out.
Oh yeah, it increases the DPS a lot. I also think the Slark had just a nice play in this game, going for the item progressions he did. He got so tanky, and there's not really any hero that could burst him down that quickly.
Yeah.
Yes, Huskar if you get stunned and silenced, but you're a Slark. You're not going to be controlled that easily.
Yeah, they had a lot of trouble locking him down, actually, consistently every fight. Dark Pacting off, Searing Chains, they just weren't good solutions. Maybe they needed a different hero mid, possibly DK over Ember. I could see that of working better. Another important thing was that Ember did get ganked mid by Axe. Axe showed up, he got a dunk off. That adds up. Maybe he doesn't usually die too much.
I think I really like the Ember Spirit, actually, but like the Huskar just felt, like you were saying, it just felt very lackluster this game.
That's true. If I was going to swap one, it definitely would have been the Huskar over the Ember.
Yeah, I think the Axe gank on mid was really good because you bring more attention to mid. You already have an Alchemist who takes a lot of attention from the enemy carries, and that just makes the enemy play what you want. Just centered around the mid lane while Slark silently gets up the Shadow Blade, and then first rotation, when he gets his Shadow Blade, he gets kills, and you start taking over the game. But there was a lot of back and forth, though. The early game, so many of the team fights went completely one way or completely the other way.
Yeah.
So it was definitely a tug of war.
Okay, good stuff. We do have a social media question to answer, which has come from Monty105, just as the teams return back to their booths. He's asked best support duo so far in the tournament. I think it's quite an appropriate time to answer that.
Crit and Fly.
Crit and Fly
I have
for
to.
you?
Yeah, I absolutely have to. Just
Why?
because they're not afraid to pick these out-of-the-box heroes. You know, we were talking about how they picked the Elder Titan, and some people were kind of saying, OG has to steer away from their defensive heroes. They can't keep doing this because it's kind of fallen out of the meta, but they do it anyway, and they make it work so well. Like the Wisp Dazzle, no other teams are really doing those exact combos.
Okay, any other takers?
I would say Kaka and QO are really standout players to me as well.
Okay.
Those are just players who perform well on their positions, and I think QO and MVP just showed the craziness that they can pull off. But also Kaka on this Phoenix.
You don't mean QO, obviously, because QO plays mid. Who are you thinking of, Febby
no,
or?
I'm not saying they're playing the same position.
No, it was the question.
Kaka
was support related.
Oh.
Support duo.
Oh, I just thought it was MVP. Oh,
no, it's
right.
no problem.
All right.
But
I was
now we
like,
understand.
wow,
You make a
Weger's
really
got some
good point,
inside
though.
info.
Yeah.
QO's going
No,
support
I
and replacing Febby.
I thought it was the MVP
It's
question.
best support duo so far in the tournament was the question.
Yeah, then I would go OG for sure. OG played really well.
Yeah.
Perch, any other takers?
Yeah, same thing. I feel like a lot of the teams have one support that's amazing, but I think OG is the only one that has two supports that are pretty close to the same level.
Yeah.
Okay. We've got
All
one
agreed.
more actually. Let's take one more, shall we?
Yes,
Before the draft
absolutely.
comes. I quite like some of these. They get you to think, don't they?
Yeah.
Demonic says, how do you feel like the teams have adapted to the scan mechanic?
I don't think teams are fully used to it yet.
Yeah.
And it's very similar to me from when Smoke was introduced to Dota. People didn't use it very well then. It was actually just a long time before people really started playing well with it. And now Scan is to counter the Smoke, which is even harder. It's very, very high skill cap, I would say, the Scan when you're going to use it and how. But some teams do get really good scans done.
It all depends on if you use it correctly. Like a lot of times you can do pressure into lane, you scan behind the tower to say, is this a turnaround? Do they know we're here? Is this gank going to be successful? And sometimes they're just not there because they've already been a step ahead of you in predicting it. So it has, I mean, it's such a long cooldown. It's 4.5 minutes. If you don't use it correctly, it's gone for a while, and there's other times that it's good or bad. So it's hard to use it correctly, I think, in a lot of cases.
It's a long cooldown, but I like some teams using it early as well, because you do get it online pretty early. And we saw even against the Bounty Hunter who was trying to hide in the tree line, he got actually scanned out, then dusted up, and just died. I can't remember exactly which two teams, but that was just a nice little play to see. And I wish we see more active use of the scan.
Yeah. Do you think teams will, as they get used to using it more, they will? We'll
Oh,
see
definitely.
more often?
It's still a pretty new mechanic in competitive Dota, and it takes a while before you get good scans. And then again, it's also a guessing game, right? Sometimes it's completely going to be a whiffed scan and whatever.
Yeah, and sometimes, it can be like a very intelligent decision, like you're saying, like, you're pushing high ground, you're like, the only way that they can kill us, if they wrap on us, you scan behind yourself, and you're like, oh, okay, whew, thank God, But I think it's a really cool thing, too, especially because sometimes you can't even really notice the scan in some situations. You're like, oh, did they use scan? You see it pop up, but you don't really, you're not always focusing on that. There's lots of other stuff going on. So I'm actually curious about stats. Who has the best scan ratio at this point, at this tournament so far?
I mean, Nox is like a magician, but I don't know if he's, all
Come on,
seeing,
Ben.
all powerful.
Come on, Nox.
I don't even know if those numbers will give you what you need, though. Are they using scan when it's obvious? Are they trying to up their scan accuracy ratio?
Onto them.
They're like, I think there's an invis hero here when my smoke breaks. Let's scan. Yep, for sure. There's times when you could use it when it's obvious.
And it's also times when a scan not showing enemy hero being there is good info for you.
Yeah, that's
right?
true. Like, I feel like
That's
the
a good
only
point.
way you can accurately judge scans is if you understand the game at a tier 1 level. And you know exactly what they're thinking about and what they're predicting,
So
and
this is why you need a coach.
that
on the
one's
back.
tough.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
I'm
maybe.
treading on dangerous water now because we're going down the road, but we can't.
Going
We'll
back to-
continue. Yeah, we can't come back from it. We'll continue to talk about it for hours, and yet the draft is live. We have had one pick already. Those are identical bands, as far as I'm aware, from game 1.
Titus, yeah.
Yeah.
I think all 4.
Yeah.
So I guess the Radiant Tide isn't something that is as feared, and the Dire Tide is... Oh, God, I said Dire Tide.
Oh,
God.
No. Oh, you're definitely fired.
No, but it must just make a big difference, I guess, in the way where the Ancients are positioned, and also, I guess, minus armor for the Roshan and a bunch of other... I guess there's a lot of different things.
It's a lot easier to just get out there and take the Ancients when you're on the Dire side. I definitely think so. And you can stack for yourself. Oh, here we go. LGD opening up with a Ricky.
I
Over
love this
bounty.
hero. I love this hero over into Beastmaster, though. Like, we've been seeing it time and time again. Like, there's a Hawk up, but Hawk doesn't see invisible heroes, so it's like a really interesting pick to go around it.
I also think that Ricky is a lot harder to kill off than a Bounty Hunter. If you get Necrobook on Beast early and you run in, you smoke somewhere, smoke breaks, you pop down the Necrobook, oh, you kill the Bounty instantly. But a Ricky, he can maybe pop his ulti, drop the smoke, try and juke away. He's a harder hero to bring down, and there's an Enigma already.
Yeah.
That's a bit of a change-up, but not too much of a change-up for LGD because we do know that Xiao 8 really likes to play that.
Only had 5 picks. Only had 5 picks on the Enigma for the entire event. So hasn't been picked a huge amount. I do want to pick your brains about the other thing, which, again, Nox has been doing some investigating for me. 51 Dire wins this Manila Major against 29 Radiant. But teams are using first pick.
Small sample size.
It's
also different teams picking different sides, right?
Yes. Well, most when they've had first pick, they've decided not to use first pick. They've actually picked Radiant in the majority of cases. So very strange. Okay.
Like you said, guys, I'm picking Rubik, and it's like, okay, go for it, man.
Yeah.
Like,
FY's in the back there. He's like, guys,
you're
I'm gonna pick
inviting
Rubik.
him.
Yeah.
I'm going to pick it now.
You pick Enigma that early against FY, he just has to take it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Stolen black holes all over the place.
You know,
Alk also banned.
Rubik is actually very good against Ricky as well, because if he steals Smoke Cloud, for example, you can put it down after he is while he's ulting, and then as he comes out, he's silenced. I've played against that once as Ricky. It was pretty tough, actually. But, you know, if Ricky goes on Rubik, Rubik really dies.
You know, the crowd must really like it, though, right here. The Rubik into the Enigma, it's just reminiscent of ESL.
Yeah.
Like we
Double black holes.
Double black
It's all
holes all
good.
over the place.
Maybe triple.
Maybe triple.
For the refreshing. Nice. I like it. I like how you think. Or maybe quadruples.
It's possible.
Uncharted territory.
Yeah. That's going to be so hard to play against, because the thing is, now they have 2 tools that both go through BKB for Enigma, so even if it goes for something like a Lincoln's here, you can still just Spell Steal and Beastmaster Roar, right? You have great stuff to deal with the Enigma in terms of that, but I think LGD's reasoning is just that Midnight Pulse is really strong.
Yeah.
It's very good in the current meta, where people draft so much tanky heroes, the percentage plays, we see it over and over again.
Yeah, Midnight Pulse, and then like the obvious kind of thing is where Xiao 8 just likes to secure himself his lane a lot. You know, he denies the range creep, and you're constantly pulling the lane back. You're pretty much guaranteeing yourself levels no matter what situation you're in.
He's going to need his black holes to be better than his Ravages, though, because he missed a lot of Ravages last game.
I guess that goes without saying, right?
Although on the bright side, if he gets interrupted by Acid Spray, there's no way he can mess it up now, because he'll just be walking in now.
No, he banned it. He banned it. He doesn't even want to deal with Acid Spray this game.
Well, he's going to have some good blinks then.
Yeah. So Lycan banned out as well. They don't want to be dealing with the push lineup with Beastmaster and Lycan by any means. And Vici goes for the...
Maybe Zinvoker gone as well, which makes sense.
They still have the option to just offlane Beastmaster, pick up Avenge as well. Then Avenge and Rubik, you're completely shutting down the Enigma while building your own lineup with the Aura combo.
Yep.
It's a possible way to go down the drafting, but they also get to see one more pick from LGD before they decide.
Yeah, I really like the Death Prophet ban as well. They don't want to be dealing with, like, you know, Ricky's probably going to be focusing a lot on the mid lane, and Death Prophet with an Invis hero in there is extremely detrimental.
Yeah, both teams, none of them have shown their mid hero yet. Disruptor does get picked up here.
Very contested hero in the recent couple games that we've been seeing.
Yeah, more AoE combo as well.
Do you guys feel like they need to combo something with Ricky? Because that's what I'm thinking about here. Lifestealer's obviously gone. Something with big jump, maybe Quap, or if they can't Sunstrike anymore, that's been banned. But do you feel like they need? Do you feel like Ricky can do what he needs to do just by himself? I feel like Bounty's better at that than Ricky would have been.
Yeah, Bounty is slightly better because Ricky, when he doesn't get good ganks off to the mid lane, when he doesn't find kills, we've had games here on the main stage even when Ricky is level 1, 4.5 minutes in. That can't really happen, but I think he can function fairly well if he gets the Bounty runes, just control runes for your team and try to mess with the enemy pulls, disrupt the lanes a little bit. He probably does enough.
What about like mid-game ganking, like 10 to 20 minute mark?
I think Ricky is very strong at ganking no matter what he ganks with. He always brings so much, and no matter what hero you're going on, if they're silenced, they're not going to do much in the early game until they have 4-staff, BKB, any tools to deal with it.
Vici goes for the Dragon Knight, very tanky in the mid lane, of course, and he complements the lineup very well.
It's good against Ricky too.
Yep.
He won't take much damage there.
Yeah, Ricky has barely any damage in the early game, so gonna be hard.
LGD takes the slot for themselves. They have not. They're picking these are 2 new heroes that they have not picked at this tournament yet.
You're talking about
The
Ricky?
Slark and the Ricky. And the Ricky, yeah.
I like the Slark here a lot, though. He's going to buy Silver Edge. It's going to be really good against Dragon Knight. He's going to have to worry about a stage where they do have a lot of stuns, but if he times the Dark Packs right, he's just going to win the fight for his team.
That's true, but it's really hard to time it because you can't always walk in close to the Dragon Knights.
Yeah.
His Dragon Tail is so good against Slark. I really love it.
And this is a classic dual combo that we see all the time. I mean, Dragon Knight Gyrocopter is all the time.
Oh, and Rubik Gyro as well.
Rubik Gyro as
just
well.
lifting into the Rocket Barrage. So they complement each other really well. And they also both benefit quite well from the Beastmaster in a Beast later on into the game. The DPS is increased so much.
Yep. Another LGD bans up Brood Mother. They really don't want to get cheesed by any manner.
I mean, you're down to elimination in one game.
It's a best of one.
Yeah.
Let's get rid of it. Let's be sensible.
It is now. And Tinker gets banned out.
And they go for the Dazzle themselves. Okay, so they don't go for the Venge. They go for a Dazzle instead, which buffs up all their armor, of course, and he's just solid in the laning phase.
They don't actually have any other hero to heal them up, so this will allow them to keep the push going a little bit more. Maybe for those tier 2 towers, this will be helpful. Timbersaw. All right, there's a lot of stuns
maybe
though.
Timber.
There is a lot of stuns, but DK versus Timbersaw mid is pretty tough for the DK.
That is a really good lane, but I think VICI can help out mid quite a bit.
Yeah.
Okay, quick final thoughts, Purge?
I think I'm going to go with LGD here.
Stick to what you know.
Not confident, though. VICI's looking good.
Wagger?
Well, I will keep my bet right and my prediction, but I love VICI's draft.
I actually like VICI's draft a lot, so I'm going to have to go with VICI, but, you know, I'm just happy to see Timbersaw. I love seeing this hero played.
Couldn't agree more. Right, let's head back to our commentary team for Game 3. It's all for the marbles now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to game number 3 between LGD Gaming and VICI Gaming Reborn. A top 6 spot, of course, at stake with this game number 3. My name is Mott. With me is LD. David, let's talk about the draft. LGD Gaming, a heavy favorite in the series. What do you think about the draft coming in?
I don't think they're heavy favorites anymore. This is a very different draft, Mott. They got to prove something big here.
Let's get into the game and find out who will take game number 3.
VICI Gaming Reborn versus LGD Gaming.
It is the FY Rubik LD. We have not seen this, or I haven't seen it personally in some time, and this is legendary. His skill on the Rubik is pretty noted, I think, throughout the history of Dota and what he's done in Dota 2 with it.
He is definitely in the conversation for best Rubiks of all time, and that is a long list of some incredible talents, but look at this, Mott. The level 1 smoke, they want to contest this Enigma jungle. VGR creeping in, but you can see LGD might have expected the invasion play.
They're going to go back to mid and maybe find out. They can dive behind the tower, look for MMY, or maybe this could be tricky. They're just standing around.
Oh, they popped the dust, but LGD were just in the perfect position to reveal it from the safety of the low ground. They even thought the Riki was there. VICI really hoping to jump out to a hot start. But it's going to be a tough Enigma game, man. You have 3 reliable studs, 2 pretty hard ways to cancel the black hole, 2 of which go through BKB if you're able to steal black hole and use it against him, or if you roar him.
Yeah.
You can't rely on black hole to win this game. Perhaps Showite will come up big, but for LGD, a very unusual draft. Like they don't really have a strong 5-man lineup. They're not that good at taking objectives without incredible farm on Slark. They only have Enigma to take towers, really. They're not particularly good at bringing down Roshan. It's a very weird draft from them. So for me, it's going to come down more to individual play and less to, you know, how strong the composition is. Whereas for VGR, at least on paper, it looks like a very stable, solid, well-rounded draft from them.
Yeah, and I think really it comes down to what Sep can get done on this Riki early on. He has permanent invis, he has the XP, the Orb of Venom. The mid lane matchup, I like maybe on the Timbersaw against the DK for Nono. I think this is a good matchup for maybe early on in this game. Later on down the road, once there are BKBs, as you mentioned pre-draft, this is going to be less and less important. But if maybe can get off to a fast start, it's huge for them.
Early jump onto him by Aggressive. There's a third here coming in, the Riki, but DDC is there with the heal. They're going to chase, though. This could end poorly if they stick around too long.
Sep's still here, looking for a counter to shape maybe on Yang. They drop down a Sentry
down.
Ward.
They're going to go once it does. Oh, but like you said, Sentry has been dropped.
Look at the Axe's damage coming through. I think maybe the heal
got
on top.
pounce.
They're going to go for it. They should be first blood. Great Shadow Wave. Can they turn it around? No. Aggressive will draw first blood. Yang gets jumped on, and there's just not enough heals coming out from the side of the Dazzle there.
Yeah, a bit surprised that they stuck around for that long, knowing that the pounce was cooling down, and even seeing the Riki there. There will be another Radiant Observer Ward planted down here, just out of range of the Dire. It's more important to have vision on the Riki. It doesn't really matter if LGD have a Sentry here, so I like that decision not to try for the D Ward again and risk losing your last Sentry. But The other big thing is not only they give up first blood, but they turn what was initially an offensive tri-lane just into a dual lane. So Xiao 8 could have a much easier time. Rubik, Gyro, slight kill potential, but if he minds his positioning, he should be fine.
I mean, he could go back. He can go back to the jungle. He has Eidolons. He can jungle up just fine. He's going to be able to pull with the pull camp that he's got going on currently. So Xiao 8 should have an okay time down here. And mid's going just fine for maybe as well. He's sitting up to 12 last hits actually against this DK. He continues to just crush Nono currently, who only has 6 last hits. And you're not really supposed to win this matchup as a DK, so maybe he's doing just fine.
Yeah, I mean, maybe has been winning disadvantaged matchups all tournament long. If you give him an actually advantaged matchup, he is going to crush. So there's potential here, Mod, for them to win all 3 lanes, as FY with the Haste Rune is hunting for a courier perhaps, but may have been scouted running down the river. You can see that donkey taking the long route home. Actually not a donkey, some sort of weird elf.
FY will be waiting here a while if he's looking for that courier to come back. He's just going to head back to the jungle now. Towards that top lane, he has a Haste Rune, but I don't think they can really do much against Xiao unless he's out of position. They find a telekinesis.
Sepp is also hunting, maybe looking for a courier, maybe trying to scout out where some of these other heroes are, particularly the Rubik. But right now, free farm for Timbersaw mid. Gyro is doing well up top, but then in the bottom lane with the first blood, gotta say Yang's struggling a bit. So I think all things considered, LGD off to a really strong start here, as far as at least as far as the net worth goes. Experience-wise, VGR doing okay though.
And the good thing for LGD, this is not a true tri-lane because of how much Sepp is roaming. You already see him back towards mid. Sure, there's an Observer Ward. I don't think he came in range of that sentry. So unless he walks up, Nono should be able to, I think, stay alive here. And Sepp's just kind of roaming around. I don't think he's getting experience from this. He's level 2 still, but that's it. I mean, he's not finding the best experience, and he will go back down towards bottom.
A lot of the time as Riki, the best thing you can do is just be off the map so that heroes have to play more cautiously. They're missing CS here or there, potentially even not able to grab their items off the courier if you're the mid hero especially. But as I say that, now LGD decide they've gotten a good enough start for the Slark bottom. They're going to bring in 3 on the mid lane. They're looking for No-No.
They get the Thunderstrike off. They have the Glimpse back if they need it. The Kinetic Field is there as well. Maybe uses his Whirling Death. So they're not going to go on this just yet. Nono's going to stay around until the Thunderstrike goes off. Sepp decided to say, okay, you guys are going there. I'm just going to go back towards the jungle. We can't get this kill.
That was a little odd from LGD. I guess they kind of made a call like, all right, we can't actually kill a full HP Dragon Knight. And that is exactly what No-No was at that point. So reassessing, but some wasted time there. As VGR get a little more out of this bottom lane. Yang, despite the early death, he's level 4 on the Beastmaster, so he's doing pretty well. Experience-wise, they're okay. They are getting these constant pulls off top from FY. He's going to TP bottom. He knows that there could be a fight brewing. Yeah, I think they saw the Riki moving through. Sepp just ran past the sentry.
And MMY
FY carries the dust.
On top of the Observer Ward as well. So there are 3 heroes down there. FY rotating in, like you said, with the TP scroll.
They haven't seen FY yet. They might have seen the TP. I think he TP'd in Vision, but as I say that, the Riki, oh, yeah, he's going to scurry around that Sentry Ward range. So I believe this was actually, the TP was scouted at least, and good reaction by LGD to play it safe.
So it leaves a solo lane for the Gyrocopter top, but he's not against anybody now as Xiao is just rotated into the jungle currently. He doesn't want to contest that top lane, especially if he doesn't know where FY is on the Rubik.
Very aggressive position here from Yang. Now LGD feeling like the lanes have stabilized. They're going to try to play a bit greedier, Mott. They bring the Enigma into the jungle, level 5 at 5 minutes. It's not the absolute fastest farm, but pretty solid for him, and they're going to give that top lane to MMY.
Yeah.
Seems like the team that's gotten away with the greedier jungler this series has won all the games.
Yes.
The first game, LGD did it. Second game, it was VGR who pulled it off with the axe. Time around, so far, it's LGD. We're starting to get back on top because of that factor.
And Sepp is even leeching experience down bottom. He's finally getting some room to work with.
Oh, no, getting pressured heavily by Maybe.
Has to force out the south. He has wand charges as well. He's level 6 now, so Elder Dragon form is ready to go. But right now, VGR, they're sitting bottom. They're finally going to start pressuring this tower. They've rotated and down in. They want to go for the tier 1, and they will have another hero. It's Xiao 8. He can stop this push with the Midnight Pulse.
No black hole yet.
He's got Eidolons up. They're down on cooldown for 15 seconds. He's almost level 6. He'll get it maybe from this creep wave, maybe the next creep wave on top of that.
There might be a go here on No-No with MMY moving in, but Dragon Knight Illusion scout him to the top rune. So it will be a DD grab by MMY, but also something that VGR are aware of. So they'll go for the bounty rune bottom. Sepp just driving by. He knows FY has dust. He doesn't know if anyone else is nearby, so he's not going to risk grabbing that
That
rune.
is the smart play. He cannot afford
to go down.
It's
so tempting, though. It's like, oh, man.
If he dies there, he's just even further behind. He's level 3. He doesn't have that much gold or experience to begin with, and now he's just sitting dead for 10, 15 seconds, however long he's going to be down in the dirt. So it's a very slow start for both teams. 6.5 minutes in, we saw that first blood, but the lanes have really shifted since then. Nothing else has really been happening.
Yeah, VGR almost looking Alliance-esque here, at least the way they played at this event, where they ran the aggressive tri-lane to start. They start 5 or 4-manning the safe lane, looking for early towers. Alliance had mixed results with this type of strategy. You tend to fall behind pretty hard in terms of experience, but sometimes the boost in gold can allow you to take a few fights that then leave you with a gold and experience advantage. So I'm curious to see how much they commit to this. Looks like they just want that tier 1, no. Now going to grab the treads and may rotate back. They are camping the mid lane, looking for Yang.
Yang is a lot easily killable in terms of just raw HP compared to a DK, and they're just going to go right on top.
Perfect setup, maybe huge magic damage.
Chakram comes through, the secondary Chakram coming out, gets the kill with the silence on top. He was moving so slowly, it did not matter what happened. The TPs were too late there. Nono will rotate back in with them, but that is another kill going the way of LGD.
But the Corrosive Breath is about to disappear as he turns into a regular dragon. I don't really think VGR are going to... Even if they could siege, it's so slow, it's really not worth it. They should just back off, wait for the Dragon Knight ult again, reset the lanes a bit, maybe just send the Beastmaster to the off lane, try and slow down any sort of push, which Aggressive has been working on this top tower bit by bit. But it is worth pointing out here, FY is also only level 4. They're struggling a bit to get these support levels on the side of VGR, whereas you look over to LGD right now, Disruptor's just hit level 5. Riki still even with those enemy supports. And of course you have the Enigma who's just turbo farming. Xiao 8 up to 1200 gold. This laning stage is starting to favor LGD.
Yeah, it looks like they're in a good position. The Enigma in particular, obviously. You talked about the jungling factor. They just didn't have that for VGR, and they're lacking the experience. You really need that level 6 for the Rubik and FY. We know what he can do when he gets the spell steal, and he can set up some ganks, but he's only going to have Arcane Boots here momentarily.
He wants that experience, but they know it too. They have a ward behind the tower. They know nobody's here to protect FY. But Seth gets a little impatient.
He goes right in, doesn't drop down the smoke screen. Orb of Venom won't slow him enough, and FY with Boots is able to just walk away. Malefice wasn't in position to go and stun him and set up for a kill.
It's only a level 1 Malefice, but I think if he had the double Eidolons, could have killed him anyway. Still though, FY, just all he cares about right now is getting level 6. There's a lot of key spells to steal this game. Of course, Black Hole is the big one, but even the Smoke Cloud can be quite significant. Timbersaw spells will offer a lot of mobility and damage output as Riki.
Oh, is he going to actually scout the smoke out? No, he just barely misses it. So he's going to not know that VGR have decided to TP under the tier 1 tower. They had a good ward there, but I don't think they saw that smoke at the seed.
Well, they revealed the Dragon Knight mid, nobody else showing on the map, and they have a ward behind the tower bottom, so it's pretty damn obvious that they're going for something.
Look at Maybe's positioning. He is right under that tier 2 tower. He does not want to get caught. The only other hero nearby is Sep, but of course he's in Biz. He's picking up some TPs from the side shop for LGD. It looks like they might actually want to be in position to defend this tower if they need to.
They need one of these smokes to work. They're investing so much time. They're down by 2,000 experience already. Sure, you're getting towers, but these heroes need levels.
They're just getting so much space. Xiao Wei continues to farm bottom. You look at Seppi's bleaching experience. You have the jungle farmed up by the Slark. You have top lane being taken by the Disruptor. They're getting everything out of this. Sure, they lose the tier 1 tower, but they are roar on to Seppi's actually scouted out now by the sentry that was placed down. There's going to be the blink strike. Do they have dust? No. And so Sepp will get back to safety with Maybe there helping him out.
Yeah, on the LGD side, Xiao 8 now has items coming out on the courier. The mech well underway, actually completed. So mech is up, Black Hole is ready, Roar is down. Definitely a window where LGD can look for a smoke gank, be it to try and even... I don't think they can roach just yet. You could potentially try if you get the Eidolons and then create a new wave from the old ones, but it just takes so long. I think more likely go for a hero kill, potentially try to take a tower. At tier 1 bottom, the most likely objective is they are starting to creep that way, but they have second thoughts. LGD, not sure exactly where they want to go.
DDC almost met his demise as, of course, they had Sep rotating behind him and maybe was about to walk in and just throw everything he had on him and bring him down before he can even get the grave off. Unfortunately, DDC walks away. They miss out on the kill. They're still making some space for LGD. They're pushing down bottom, but also top lane now being taken by the Gyrocopter, who's also farming very well. Both him and the DK have pretty good CS in comparison to that of the rest of LGD.
Goes for the Dragonlance build. We saw Envy do this in the game that Secret actually got knocked out in.
There was one other person that did it earlier. I think it was yesterday, actually.
And we saw it work yesterday as well, I believe. So it kind of fits with the Dragon Knight pick and the Beastmaster Dazzle, right? Where you want to push more, helps you siege a bit more effectively. It's very cheap and cost efficient as far as stats goes. But generally, we've seen End favor more of a farming intensive build. That's actually been the game plan for VGR 2 games, where they really focus on just accruing a gold advantage as much as possible. We saw the Alk picks working out in one game, not in the other, but still emphasis on farm. This is a total change-up.
very slow start for both of these teams now. 11 minutes in, we've only gotten 2 kills. LGD are starting to pressure this bottom tower, this tier 2 at half health. They have the Enigma putting the Midnight Pulse down. They can make some Eidolons, get ready to go. There are 4 heroes down here. The only hero top lane so far is the Slark, and he might be getting jumped on. Telekinesis. They have the Rocket Barrage, but he just used the Shadow Dance. They want to chase. They get off the Timber Chain. There's the Chakram, and FY should fall here.
They also have a glimpse up. Ends in trouble in the trees. Is he going to be able to juke his way out? He heads all the way, but the glimpse finds him.
He can just TP. No, he's actually going to get silenced up. The Chakram coming through, and he is in trouble. He'll fall instantly.
Oh, the panic spends that unreliable gold, buys the triple TP before going down. Still, though, this is looking really bad for VGR. They have no level 6 on FY. We're now 12 minutes in. No up to 2,200 gold here. Still no Armlet. Still no Blink Dagger. Has been very low impact. Slark has had pretty much free farm. Timbersaw crushed his lane. Is very close to an early Bloodstone if that's the build he wants to go for. Enigma's had a great start. Now picks up a Vitality booster. Map control is going their way, courtesy of the Riki dropping deep boards. Like, every piece of the LGD game plan is fired on all cylinders right now. VGR are going to need to start making plays around the map. I'm not sure where that comes from. Dragon Knight getting an Armlet means that you just have to roar to reliably initiate.
Yeah.
So they may just try to slow the game down and farm, but they're doing so after building a bunch of items meant to fight early.
And I think LGD are okay with just farming at this point in time. The Slark obviously still top in net worth right now. The Timbersaw is having a great time. You talked about him getting that early Bloodstone. And Xiao 8 has... that free farm in the jungle has really helped him out. He had that lane down bottom as well. He has now a full mech and a Vitality booster, like you mentioned. He's level 9. He's got max level Eidolons. If they want to push, they can. If they want to sit back and farm, they can. There's other options. There is a smoke gank coming out from VGR, and they need to find something with this. They need to get level 6 on the...
It's so hard to smoke gank against the Riki, though, because look at the deep wards. The vision from LGD is ridiculous. They see just 2 heroes pushing down the bottom lane. 3 are missing.
They barely miss out on Xiao 8. He's still walking away. There is no tier 1 tower there, but he's about to be under the tier 2, and they just can't dive that deep, or I don't think they'd want to anyways.
And they can't kill Maybe. That Timbersaw is super far.
Yeah. Sepp is going to scout this out. He sees the aggressive play from Nono as well as Yang, and he's just going to say, hey guys, I found them. They're at our secret shop.
Not often you see a team with a Beastmaster lose the vision game this hard, but that is exactly what's happening right now to VGR.
This was a second pick Riki, and it seems to be working out for LGD in their favor currently.
Yeah, felt a little bit impotent in the early stages here, but...
oh my, they are just diving under the tower.
They're pressing way too
hard.
There's
a TP rotation. There's 2 of them now. The Glimpse back, and they found Nono, the Static Storm. On top of that, they get the Malthus off the tricks of the trade coming through. Sure, this is a good call down, but aggressive is going to find FY. They've got 1. They've got 2. They might even get more.
Chasing forward, maybe. Is he going to find Yang here? It's the Chakram cooling down. Even the creeps are hating on VGR. This is looking like a real tough game for the Mott. 6-0.
They just dove
under 7,500 gold and experience deficit.
How do you just dive under a tier 2 like that? The TPs came out. They were even delayed. They weren't even like instant TPs.
They had 3 heroes off the map for like a minute and a half or 2 minutes. Even if LGD didn't realize there was a smoke at first, they're definitely going to realize at that point. VGR are just, they're feeling a little desperate right now.
They're not finding anything. They're losing out in net worth right now. You can see the top 3 in net worth coming out for LGD. VGR just not getting the same impact that they saw last game coming through. They don't have that Alchemist to fall back on for Nono. There's now even almost a Crimson Guard coming out for the Enigma, so...
This is the Beastmaster counter here. All those minions, all those creeps, they will be doing a lot less damage. And top lane, they find End. Don't want to follow it up though, but they're toying with VGR now, dragging him around.
He actually hits that glimpse. They had vision up in the Uber cliff, and now Aggressive's like, do I go back in? I guess not.
They know they're winning the farm war right now, so you don't want to take any unnecessary risks. VGR, very constricted. They don't have a playmaking item right now. Beastmaster no blink, Dragon Knight no blink, Rubik no blink. To start a fight, you have to smoke and walk in, but you can't smoke and walk in when they have the deep wards. After that disastrous move bottom, VGR, they realized we have to deward guys. They clearly know what we're doing. And it looks like they actually found a couple of the observers, but it's still the damage largely done as it's propelled LGD into an 8,000 gold lead, experience lead as well at only 16 minutes.
I feel like you almost need FY to steal either Static Storm or a Black Hole, which is not going to be easy to get either of those
How about
two.
both?
Yeah,
I mean, this is FY we're talking about.
If he gets both of those, then yes, then they are in luck, but that is super unlikely to say the very least. He stole Chakram, which is not a bad spell to steal, but it does cost a lot of mana, and your mana pool for a Rubik, even with Arcanes, is still not that big.
I'm really worried for VGR because they have incredibly underfarmed supports against the Slark, and it's a pretty damn good Slark game.
Yeah.
There's good stuns, but if he gets off a timely Dark Pack, even if the Cloud gets dropped to prevent the follow-up lockdown, he can just go and kill the Rubik, kill the Dazzle, at least force them to TP out, and then you have the power play in the team fight. Some games you can have underfarmed supports and still have a great impact, but against the likes of a Slark, it gets really difficult.
Sentry might have scouted out the fact that Sep was nearby, dropping down that Sentry Ward to make sure the stack was not going to be in favor of VGR. They're just going to de-ward it real quick and make sure they have that stack still utilized in their favor.
It's just looking like LGD are the shot callers right now, isn't it? They have the Bloodstone on Timbersaw, Boots of Travel likely coming soon if he wants them, up to 1,500 gold. They're playing the map control game well. Fresh Observers planted down. Sep has had one of the highest impact 0-0-3 scores you'll ever see.
He has been everywhere on this map. If you you just constantly look at different locations on the map, and he's just there. You see him there again. He's actually going to be scouted out by an Observer Ward in the Sentry, so he needs to be careful. Yang was looking to initiate with Aurora, but there's another Observer Ward there that they don't see with the Sentry, or maybe they do, they just don't want to de-ward it yet. I don't think it's envisioned.
No, it's not. And VGR, they're just roaming around. They're really unsure what to do at this point. If you go off on your own too much, you're very prone to getting picked off by the Slark, the Riki combo, and if you sit back and try to push, LGD are going to counter-initiate FY.
Yeah, he's been scouted out. The Dust will go. He'll try to get into the sidelines. He's going to be able to get that. Wow, what a blink strike, but he gets glimpsed back at the end, I think, coming through.
They're going to break out the real fight here. Coldam comes on top. It's a pretty good one. They're trying to sandwich Seth, but he's in Viz right now. They can't focus him down. Xiao still holding that black hole the whole while. Doesn't seem like they actually needed to take the fight.
Oh, good armlet toggle, but no, will fall the second time around.
Brute Force moving on to end as well. LGD finding their footing here. They have a pretty damn big lead. Even just slowly working heroes down. They try to chase for more, and again it's the Glyph.
They're going to find the pounce this time, and will get smoke screened up, and he will fall. They have yet to get a single kill in this game, and they lose 3, and they're not done yet. Yang's going to get chased down. He will have to TP away. Is there a glimpse? I think it's on cooldown. DDC getting out in time. He almost goes down in the well to the willing
FY, can he make the counter plays to turn this around? Sep's going to blink in. There's Dust here. If he dodges the Cloud, he might be able to kill him off. He's going to throw out the Shock Room. Not enough.
Tricks of the Trade comes through as well as the Riki gets low in HP. Yes, they finally found a kill and is FY getting it, but they lose so much in the process. Look at that fight recap. It is a 2,000 gold exchange, LD.
The last time we saw a team start off 0-9 was that MVP match. And
that was rough.
That didn't end well. So prospects looking rather bleak for VGR. The key things, though, I guess to point out at this point are they have pretty good farming cores here. Gyro did go back for a Dominator. The Beastmaster farms very well, and Dragon Knight can clear stacks. So if they're able to slow the game down, if they're given some time to farm, these are heroes that can catch up. It's not like you have a very single target heavy carry or like a Huskar who just has to find kills. These are heroes that can come back, but if you're LGD, you're looking to constantly pressure. You still have Black Hole online. Roshan's maybe an option relatively soon with the amount of farm they're getting.
Back up, ready to go for the Disruptor. That fight was long enough that Static Storm pretty much came off cooldown at the end of it. He's got it now.
And farming means splitting up if you want to do it efficiently. And splitting up means potentially giving LGD kills. So bit of a rock and a hard place, but I think for VGR, they have to take risks. Yeah, core may die here or there, but if you just sit back and stick together, limit deaths, but let LGD farm the whole map, you're going to lose by default.
I think if you're LGD, you just push into all these outer towers, take the tier 2s as best as possible, and I don't think VICI can really do that well in terms of defending it. I think you have to let some of these outer towers go, especially maybe bottom. There is the Necro 3 now up for Yang, so he has the extra Necro units to go to work. Like you talked about, though, Crimson Guard, a very good item for the Enigma if he has it.
And they're closing in on potentially a Blink for Nono here, maybe a Shadow Blade, though it's a very late Shadow Blade if he wants to go for it. But look at this. Silver Edge on Slark. Dragon Knight is going to get a whole lot squishier.
Yeah, that armor is going to go bye-bye, and that regen as well on top of that. So Xiao, they're going to push in. Sep is behind the tower. He drops his own sentry to make sure that he has got clear vision here, making sure he can jump in.
They are so ready to jump this.
And this is the problem. VGR, they can't be in a position. And look at FY walking out. He's going to throw the Chakram. Telekinesis will go, but he is in trouble. He's about to get blown up by the Chakram himself. And they'll find 2. Both supports down, and they get the glimpse back.
Oh, a clean tower take is in the offing here for LGD. They want end as well as the perfect hold down, but perfect isn't good enough as LGD are just far too tanky. Run him over. The helicopter hits the deck.
Back to the tower, guys.
Tower.
Back to the tower, everybody. We got what we came for. No need to dive to tier 3 tower.
Don't forget how last game went for LGD.
Let's just slow it down, take the tier 3 or tier 2 tower, excuse me. Maybe go back towards mid, take that, or even put some pressure on the tier 3 bottom. But I think they're just going to back up and farm together as a team.
And losing towers is, when we're talking about VGR, yeah, it's risky to farm, but you have to do it. You're losing your areas from which you can project force on the map to get into your jungle, to clear out stacks, to even create them in the first place.
Yep.
And it means you have more access paths for the Riki, as well as for the Slark here. Every single time a tower drops, VICI Gaming's chances of winning this game drop dramatically.
It just becomes that stranglehold.
It's really looking bad right now.
That stranglehold that you see, that line that you draw, once you get all those tier 2 towers, like you said, the access points are gone, and you don't even feel comfortable walking into your own jungle. They have to smoke into it just to find anything, and right now they won't find a single hero. As Xiaowei has picked up a haste rune, he's already back towards mid. He was the closest. They can maybe think about going for Roche, but that's a bit very aggressive.
This is a pretty desperation move. Bottom lane is pushing out slightly, but like again, if you toggle the LGD Fog of War, there's no one on the map. All the lanes are on the Radiant side. Surely they're either hiding in their base or smoking. Either way, just stick together and you're fine.
I mean, LGD, yeah, they're pushing down 5 mid as a team. They're not going to... They're actually smoked up now, and they actually send it aggressive. He's got the Shadow Blade Silver. DDC dies in 3. Hits he Dark Packs off the Roar. Oh no, Yang is in trouble now as well. The Smoke Tree Chakra rolling. Death, see you later.
FY, no big spell steals so far this game. He needs more. Static Storm getting dropped as well. It's just for end. He will meet his own. And now Xiaowei moving in onto FY. Might even commit the Black Hole just so he can at least get to use it this game. Another clean 3-0 sweep in a fight. And this is what we're talking about with underfarm supports. When Dazzle only has boots, he dies before he could even cast Grave, and he cast it quickly there. It doesn't matter. He dies in just 2 auto attacks on the combo of nukes.
I don't know what happened in between game 2 and 3 with Xiaowei and that team, but they came back out and they came out swinging.
You know, Bruno was telling me during the break, backstage, Mikasa gave the team a real talking to. He was not pleased, and then VGR came back for game 2, but game 3, man. It seems like Xiaowei gave them a piece of his mind, and LGD are liking it at this point.
Glimpse back on the DK, no BKB. Kinetic Field will come through. They still have Black Hole. Xiaowei in position to use it, looking for 2. Decides not to go for it. Instead, they will find No. He gets the armlet off in time.
They don't need Black Hole.
No.
Xiaowei is just a walking fountain for his team here, and I don't even think they... Honestly, they probably don't need the hero at all at this point. LGD are just that far ahead, but...
It is 1-18.
By holding the Black Hole, they enable themselves to threaten for another push, for another objective. VGR could be on their last legs here. 1-18. They claimed 3 towers early. They've done nothing since.
It is a 20K net worth advantage right now at 24 minutes into the game. It does not get much worse than that.
They're getting specced. Let's be honest.
Yeah. And it comes down to that perfect initiation from, or counter initiation from that matter for FY. I mean, he pretty much has to steal one of those big abilities. And I think that's why Xiaowei's not using it. He's like, okay, well, it could just get stolen when we're already running over these team fights.
Right.
Anyways.
VGR need the Black Hole more than LGD do.
Yes.
So that's a really great way to put it.
Yeah.
Is it worth it? Maybe if he's dead or if you know you're going to catch him.
There's 22 Bloodstone charges on a Timbersaw. He's a Blink Dagger. He's getting close to his Shivas. In fact, he's got 3,000 gold.
If you hit that number of Bloodstone charges, same number of Bloodstone charges as there are minutes in the game mark, which he's very close to, that's basically like the stomp meter, and it's off the charts right now.
Yeah, he's getting there. And they will find their last outer tower of the game. LGD will take this down and look to maybe back up, keep the waves pushed out, take Roshan, and then go for that Tier 3 objective Dota.
Roche is up, so like you said, I think back off, take the Aegis. You've gotten all the outer towers. No need to hurry here. We did talk about it early that LG is not a great objective lineup on paper, but aggressive now, grabbing the Hyperstone. Normally this is a Moon Shards on Slark, but I could see an AC just so they have something to help them bring down buildings, also to help with the Roche, and generally improve their 5-man, which is a little bit lacking unless there's a big Black Hole. So I think that's the one slightly good side for VGR is, yeah, LGD aren't great at taking high ground now, but if they farm enough, Slark can just go hit buildings with an Aegis, and there's not much you can do about it.
And I'm surprised they're not taking advantage of Roche at this point. I think they just want to keep the waves pushed out. I don't think there's any real threat of VGR coming in and disrupting that Roche, even with all the abilities they have.
LGD going for the jugular now with the 3-hero smoke.
And is
they saw heroes go
right
for the
now.
Ancients. They know something's amiss. Get back in your base, VGR.
They do have a gem. I think Yang has purchased up the gem, so he has true sight if Sep walks up and he's first contact for LGD.
Streaming in though, Mont. Maybe he can just confidently jump in here.
He's got the illusion sending up first, and here comes aggressive with the Shadow Blade and
they're
Silver
gonna
Edge.
steal this whole thing.
He is a double damager, and this stack will die.
Stop,
very
LGD,
quickly.
stop! They're already dead.
They
Leave
need that
them
to
alone.
survive. They need that ancient stack. It's gone.
Oh.
It's gone.
Oh, it hurts. Feels.
And
feels
it's like, well,
painful.
there's my rapier gold. That's just gone now.
They're cutting up the corpse into smaller pieces, really.
God, this is so difficult for VGR. This is almost an impossible comeback. I feel like, when there's a will, there's a way. But I don't
mean,
see the way
this is what great Dota teams do. When you're ahead and you see your opponents trying to play comeback Dota, taking a risk, you go and punish. Whether it's getting the kills, taking the ancient stack, making them cry, you do what you got to do. And all right, we might see a black hole.
All right, he got the blink dagger. Woo!
Or are we just going to see a blink into a 5-man Guardian Greaves?
I mean,
that would be pretty dope.
At this point, I have no idea. I think he wants to use it, especially as a celebratory black hole if necessary, but he wants to get one off before this game ends for sure. And no better way to do it than just finding a black hole to just win yourself the game at the end towards that tier 3 push.
I am a little surprised they haven't tried for the Roshad, but LGD pretty content farming out the map. Let's see, so what are the big items that they're waiting on? AC is now complete. That's a big one.
Yep.
If they really want, wait for Maybe's next item. He's just completed the point booster. Ag's generally the build at this stage. Maybe a blink on MMY. I don't think there's too much they need, though. Here comes the smoke. This could be the final moments for VGR here at the Manila Major.
They can maybe find a kill on Sep. He's been scouted out. He blinks away. He gets out in time. He scouts the smoke, but he's still getting trailed down. But the rest of LGD is coming in, and Sep is looking to actually set this up.
They're reading them like a book. Now they're moving in.
Going to be a black hole. No, he gets Dragon Tail, and Xiaowei can't get it off. He's actually in trouble getting low. It looks like he might fall. Greaves will keep him alive. Meanwhile, DDC has to TP away. There's the Static Storm, though.
And all of that just for an Enigma who didn't even cast Black Hole, gets nothing to the Rubik, and now they're looking for the Glimpse deck. They find No. Aggressive, very healthy, chunking down the Dragonite. They'll slay him. That's 2. Not the worst fight for VGR. 2 for 1 is pretty damn good, honestly, at this rate. But it's still LGD, not losing a big core. Yeah, Enigma dies, but doesn't give away the Black Hole. They're not giving FY the comeback mechanic here.
It's a top 3 net worth hero. It gives them roughly 500 gold for the Gyrocopter. It's something. It's better than just losing the fight outright.
2 for 1 and losing 2 cores, they still get the net worth win.
Yes.
That's how far behind they are.
I mean, at this point, almost any trade, even if it's unfavorable, will be advantageous unless it's a straight up like 5 for nothing.
Uh-oh. I mean, that's likely coming. Let's be honest. Yeah, so LGD still waiting on the Roche. I think once the Enigma respawns, they'll head in, and he's coming up in 5 seconds.
Yeah.
So we're going to see an Ogre Club on Aggressive with a BKB likely the pickup for him. There is some BKB piercing disable, but there's not that much BKB piercing damage.
Yeah.
And that's where VGR are going to have a very difficult time killing him off.
Once he gets that item, you can just run him up in a team fight.
Also allows you to siege more confidently in front. Now he's going to have 2 lives. The BKB, the Aegis, I think virtually immortal during both. You count the Shadow Dance almost as an extra life, and then just having to kill the hero in the first place. You could argue this guy's halfway to being a cat.
There's an Aghanim Scepter done in 200 gold for this Timbersaw.
Aggressive's hunting though. He finds FY. And he's gonna pounce. It's 3 hits, he's dead.
Echo Saber and then another right click and he's just dead. FY has literally no time to react to that kill. He just dies. There's nothing he can do.
Story of this game, and meanwhile mid, Sep setting up on the Dragonite. Jumping in aggressively was maybe. He Timber Chained up the cliff, and Black Hole, is it coming? Are we gonna see it?
Oh, the Dragon Tail. The silence doesn't
Give us
come out
a Black
in time.
Hole,
He still
surely.
has it. No, he's not gonna use it. Maybe comes in with the chakra and says, listen, let's hold on to this.
He'll Black Hole when the throne explodes. That's when we'll see it.
I would not put it past him in this game.
After the Shiva 8 Ravages last game, you know, she might not have been invited to the major. She's here in spirit. Xiaowei not taking any chances.
He really is. He's being very patient with this Black Hole. And now they'll just go to work. They force out the buyback on No. He's going to have to get up in front here. They jump right in on end with Maybe. They've already taken down the tier 3 tower. They hightail it out of there. LGD are more than happy with that. They can even go back in if they want to.
LGD, the lower bracket dream. Closing in. VGR, they just want that 3rd kill. That's their dream right now.
LGD are just playing this super. They're playing this super patiently. They're making sure everything is. They've dotted their I's. They've made sure that they've pushed out bottom. They've pushed in mid. They've done everything they possibly need to do in order to end this game. They're looking. That third kill for VICI could be huge.
What Mod's saying is push, damn it. And I think with this item, we will see them push now. BKB coming out on aggressive. They have everything they need. Shao 8 BKB, I guess, is what he's working on with an Ogre Club, but there are still ways to cancel Black Hole. So maybe you live longer, but it's not like you're guaranteed to be safe casting that ability, so I don't think it's an item you wait for.
I'm ready for the FY steal. That's the turnaround for VICI Gaming. It's coming, perhaps.
VGR might be put out for suffering. Maybe starts it off.
Wow, that Dazzle died instantly. Shiva's guard on top of the Whirling Death and Chakram is more than enough damage to come through. He blinks in. Now they're going to go to work. No is here on the sideline, just going in on his own. He gets silenced. Somebody doesn't have a BKB. He falls, and that's it. They just GG out.
Black hole. Come on, Shao.
Where's the black hole?
Do it.
No, he's not using the black hole. Yes, he did it. He black holes Yang at the end of the game. Oh, and FY steals it. FY getting off the black hole just at the end, just to show he has some spirit left.
He gave the people what they wanted. LGD favorites coming in. This is not how I thought they would win Mod, but good teams find a way regardless. That's what LGD did here.
After game 1 and 2, it was looking like a very close series. VICI Gaming Reborn having an excellent game 2, but like you talked about, LGD coming into game number 3 end angry.
The people, they were happy about that black hole. LGD looking business as usual. I think, if anything, a bit disappointed with how they won this series, that this is not the level of Dota they need to play to win the tournament, but at their best, they can compete with the big names here. And for VGR, it's been a great run. This is still a relatively young team. They've got a couple of experienced players like ZYF, FY, and DDC, but for me, No did come up a little short in this tournament, especially looking at how well this team did when Mikasa was standing in. So he's been great online for them. I think a good learning experience, but they've got more to prove moving forward.
I think you can look back to that game 2 and say, okay, I did well in the Alchemist in that second game, and I can go from there. For VICI Gaming Reborn, they played well. They have that veteran experience as well with FY, and like you talked about, those other 2 players. But for LGD, they just pretended that game number 2 didn't even happen. They said, let's go to game 3 and let's just win instantly. 20 minutes, 30 minutes.
Yeah, looking back on it, they committed too much to the tower pushes. They didn't spend enough time farming. The early dive bottom, Beastmaster giving up a pretty avoidable kill, and nothing really went their way. So with that, game 3 now a wrap. LGD moving on. VGR, they are eliminated.
Thank you very much to our commentary team. Yes, they are indeed eliminated. Thank you to Mort and LD. Great commentary yet again from the pair of them. And we'll get the thoughts of our panel next up on a victory for LGD as they continue on through the Manila Major. Purge, we'll start with you.
I think that game can be summed up in one sentence. The threat of the black hole. It's like, let's make Rubik worthless. I'll just never cast the spell. I'm surprised he didn't get stats instead, honestly. He had lots of attempts, he had lots of opportunities, he just never wanted to cast it because they were so far ahead that it's like, I don't want to give them any chance to win this game.
I also think it just shows how Enigma can be so useful just by Midnight Pulse, just by Malefice, how tanky he can get with the items that he farms quickly, and the pressure he brings to the towers.
Yeah.
I think that's enough.
I think that just this Timbersaw pick ended up being so good for them, honestly. The laning phase ended up being just a disaster. The Ricky came at 1 of 2 times, but either way, Dragon Knight was already losing the lane, and I really liked how LGD decided to make up their lanes. They did like a pseudo aggro tri-lane type thing, which you wouldn't really expect.
Which confused you greatly.
You just wouldn't really expect it with like a Slark Disruptor and a Ricky, but they did the Slark Disruptor and they forced Xiaowei into like a kind of a 1v1 scenario, but VICI actually did dual lanes as well, so they got punished pretty heavily by it.
Anything that they can take out of this? I mean, they've gone a long way considering they've dropped into the best of one. They were the best of ones.
They did play really good. I think they took games as well off LGD and showed that they can perform against them. But I think what really made VICI suffer in this game is they made some weird smoke movements. Probably scared, again, as Purge said, of the black hole in the big team fight. But when you pick Rubik, when you have FY on Rubik, you should just try and be a little bit more confident the way you push, because you also will have that black hole if it happens. It's just, he's not going to be able to use black hole if you just stay back. And I think their movement was really strange compared to game 1 and 2.
That team fight there just sort of highlighted the fact that they seemed to want to pick on FY as soon as they could. If they saw him, they were going to kill him.
Well,
remove the threat. And if they didn't remove the threat, they were never casting the black hole.
The thing is, even if they killed Rubik, they just still didn't use the black hole. They just used him as as they said in the cast, a walking fountain pretty much. The Crimson Guard and the Guardian Greaves is a super strong build. In fact, the old Vanguard and Crimson Guard build, something Puppy pioneered a long time ago in Enigma, and it's really effective.
And I feel like they got a lot of value out of Ricky as well. Like, I mean, they don't necessarily kill Rubik because they want to kill him first, just because he's the easiest person to pick off. And I really felt like Slark is the hero that might be the carry going into the end stages of this tournament. He kind of got forgotten a bit. He does take a decent lane, and he does need to get a little bit of farm, but once he gets Shadowblade and Silver Edge, he just counters so many heroes, and he gives you the ability to pick off and start fights and create space for your other like semi-carry or damage outputting mid-hero.
The way I see it is that Slark on his own pretty much does what the Ricky Lifestealer Invest Bomb does with 2 heroes, right?
Yeah.
Because you have this Silver Edge Slark just going around. He can kill pretty much anyone as long as they don't have items to escape early game, and you just don't have to commit 2 heroes to this. I think that's about it for me.
Yeah, I really like that point that Kevin made too. It's like it seems like Slark's going to be coming back.
And I don't see why not.
Yeah. Scary fish.
I mean, if anything, you'd argue, why have we not seen it sooner? Teams have seemingly waited until they're at the point of elimination before they're using it.
They're worried about their early games, basically. They say they want a hero that fights better at 10 minutes. But it seems like it's been pushing back a little bit, at least the delay of the game ending. Less pushing heroes, less hardcore junglers. It's more about ganking and things like that.
I also want to point out, in this series, we saw 2 really successful Slark games, but it was also back on smart laning by both teams. Both the times they draw the attention away from the Slark lane and let him just silently get to that point when he farms up. The aggressive tri-lane was not expected, and it put him in a 3v2 where he can farm up a lot, and when they finally rotate down there, he already has the advantage. The power threads are online, and you start to just assert your dominance.
Yeah.
The one man we highlighted at the very beginning of this series was a man that, again, has delivered, maybe once more, proving that he just is absolutely incredible. Doesn't matter what he plays.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise anyone, I think, who has followed this team. They have so many talented players in the team, but maybe is really outstanding in every single game.
And it could just be a good decision if you're playing versus LGD to just really wait on your last hero pick for that mid laner, or set up, like you were saying, a dual lane, like a Lich or something. Because in this situation, they picked the Dragon Knight relatively early, and LGD just waited. They waited, and picked Timbersaw. You can see how dominant Timbersaw is over Dragon Knight in every stage of the game.
Yep, another MVP notched up for maybe yet again. Plenty of great stats coming out from him as well. I was looking at the stats just before with Nox, and I mean, how do you stop this guy? How do you lock him down? He's got over 12 average kills per game in this tournament, way ahead of any other player, and only 2.6 deaths per game.
I want to see him play against OG. It's a hard road. There's a lot of teams that they'd have to beat to get there. I wish we could just pause the tournament and just do like a show match, be like just OG versus LGD. Like I want to see how they play out, because I don't know if they'll make it. Like they've got to play Phoenix next, then they have to play winner FNATIC Liquid, and they have to play loser OG Newbie. Maybe they could do it. I think it's definitely possible.
Do you think they played as well today as they did yesterday when we saw them really tearing Empire apart?
I think so. Game 2 looked poor, but I really felt that was more they just didn't have the right heroes with what they're up against. And they maybe played a bit poor against Slark, so they're going to have to shore up those defenses a bit too.
Okay. A couple of milestones for you. DDC became the most played games at Valve events today with his 130th game. The first man to pass 130. He can still lose that title. There's a couple of players just behind him who are also still in the tournament. And Gel8 equaled the record for the most amount of wins at Valve events. 79 wins, and he's now downstairs with Sir Action Slacks.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello, and we've got here, yes, one of the most decorated and longest running captains in all of Dota. It's Gel8, along with Translator Jack. Woo! Oh, man. I love you, man. How's everything feeling?
现在有什么感受？感觉赢了魏家很开心嘛，因为他们是中国一支实力很强劲的队伍。
Feel very happy to have beaten VGR because they've always been one of the strongest Chinese teams.
All right, thank you very much. I have to agree with you. So you scared us before with retirement. You're not going to retire after you win the entire major, right?
你以前已退役过几次，吓唬了我们和粉丝。这次你们赢得这场特级锦标赛，不会退役吧？
不会吧
？Probably not.
All right, good to hear, man. Thank you very much. So, people are saying that Na'Vi is back. They're saying Alliance is back. But with all these wonderful teams still here fighting in the major, is it China who's back?
大家都说 Na'Vi 复活了，A 队复活了。那么这次比赛那么好，成绩那么好，是不是中国队也复活了？
我觉得中国队现在很强，肯定比之前那段时间强很多，所以我觉得冠军应该是中国人。
Chinese teams are very strong right now, certainly better than recently, and I think the champion of this should be a Chinese team.
All right, good to hear. Woo! All right, man. They've called you Director 8. They've called you Master 8. What is your favorite nickname, and are there any new ones that we don't know about?
你的外号之中，包括八岛、八师傅，那还有什么别的外号你比较喜欢的？
我觉得大家开心就好，我都 OK 。
As long as everyone's happy, whatever.
All right, cool, man. So, one of the last questions for you here. You are one of the most decorated captains in all of Dota history. I just want to know, to you, what makes a good captain?
你在这游戏的历史上是很取得成绩的，比赛很架的队长。他就问你，要作为一个好队长，要有什么性格，什么样的人物？
首先要以自己把自己做好吧，然后再去督促队友。我觉得这是一个队长的职责。
It's first to worry about yourself first, have your own things in order, and then worry about your teammates, and that's what makes you good.
All right, there you go. Yeah, that's good teamwork, I guess. Okay, so last question for you. Do you have any words for the doubters, the people that said LGD didn't deserve the direct invite after all that you've done and all the amazing games that you've been able to give us here at the Manila Major?
你们这次当然表现比较出色，当时有人直接邀请队伍来马尼拉时，有很多人说老干爹不值得被直接邀请。那现在你如何答复他们？
我觉得就算我们现在的成绩还不是我们特别满意吧，因为我们这次来的状态就整体调整的不是特别好，就目前来看的话，所以不用在乎别人说什么嘛，我希望我们能慢慢的打好。
Our results aren't particularly good just yet, but we've steadily been able to course correct, and let's just look at how our results are, how we keep improving.
All right, well, your results seem pretty good to me. You're still in the major, and you're still doing amazing, so we'll see some more from LGD coming up. But for now, the crowd wants to say one more time. Yeah! All right, and we'll throw it back to Red Eye and the boys on the panel.
Thank you very much. Yes, Zhao 8 winning captain, of course, of that game. Still looking for his first Valve title. It almost seems criminal that he doesn't have one to his name, just a third place after all this time, but has now the most amount of wins of any player alongside Sylar, who is the other player on 79 wins right now. Persh, let's just wrap things up. LGD look good. They're in the top 6 now. China has 2 teams in that top 6. That's a good performance.
Yeah, that's really good for them. A small correction, though. He was on newbie when they won, right?
No.
He wasn't? Was he on LGD then?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm confused then. Now I look dumb.
That's all right. You just made me look smarter.
You did. I did. I'm smart. China is doing really well, though. They've had some really good performances here. It was a little unfortunate that they had to knock each other out because maybe they could have gotten a little deeper. But the top 6 right now are looking pretty awesome. It's been a great tournament. Can't wait to see the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. We've still got one more series to go today. LGD, how do you rate them right now? Where do you put them in the top 6?
I had them as my top 4. So
right.
I definitely want them to go up against OG, same as Perch and Fog. I think it could be an amazing fight.
So you were a believer right from when we found out that from all the other teams that they were playing LGD in practice and they were killing everyone. You were a believer because some of the analysts were like, well, scrims are one thing.
Yeah, I just looked at their games and even at the games they lost, it seemed like they played really good and many of them were close. So their past results were kind of deceiving. But yeah, I definitely trust the Chinese team. They know better.
Yeah, they do know well. Fog, two final thoughts?
They had a lot to prove here at this tournament, and they are. They're coming in. They're looking extremely good. I think even VICI looked very good in this matchup. The last game, not so much, but they showed a lot of improvement throughout this group stages. They looked, we could say, quite bad, and then as it progressed, they looked much better. But I think Zhao was on newbie when they won.
Yeah, he was.
He definitely was.
Yep, I'm
really?
right.
Yeah, he definitely
See,
was.
now I
stupid.
look dumb and you look smart.
Well,
See?
more them. I'm going to blame them over you.
What?
You guys
I
don't
guess
have
so.
an excuse, okay?
Fair enough.
You guys should have sided with me.
So you're letting me off?
I mean, I just
shouldn't
remembered
let
that
me off.
image of him standing on stage looking
Yeah.
real bored. I was like, I could have swore that was him.
Looking really bored.
They had some like good calls, but you know that was about it. And by calls I mean shouts. They're like, "Oh yeah, we won," but then afterwards they were just like, "That was about it."
It is a very emotional, heavy time, though. Sometimes it might be overwhelming.
Yeah, and he has been out of action for a while in some ways. So, and especially the way that Newbie fell after that tournament, it's got to feel good for him to come back because he had a good shot at winning last TI, but he didn't cut it.
Yeah, it was a great team last year. Let's also talk about VICI. Have they exceeded expectations in some way after what was a shockingly poor group stage?
I think so. I think it's actually interesting that a lower bracket team didn't go farther this tournament based on the way the last couple majors have gone. But, you know, considering I counted them out, I thought that they were going to lose in the first round. They went 2 deeper than that. That's really respectable.
Yep, I agree with Kevin, too. I was kind of counting them out as well after seeing the way that they did play in the group stages, but they've adapted and they've progressed a lot throughout this tournament.
Okay, let's take some social media questions now. We've had an awful lot of them. Do keep them coming as well, at PGL Esports on Twitter. We have one. The first one is from Finite State. Why do you think people keep letting Lifestealer through? It's a good question. It started to be banned in the last few series, though, I have to say, hasn't it?
Yeah. They don't seem to be doing it so much anymore, and sometimes we just see that at LAN. There's always going to be a LAN trend in Dota in terms of picks, and sometimes it takes a few convincing victories before everyone is like, okay, it's good. We need to get rid of this. And it's normally not a hero you would first ban. Carry heroes normally get through to the second phase, but he's so strong, people are picking him in first phase.
Yeah, I love that transition where he got popular as the tournament started. He's being picked first phase, and finally they're like, all right, too much. Ban him in the first round. He's just too good. He opens up too many strats. It's hard to play against. So, and now he's gone.
He's got like one of the highest win rates here on the main stage. It's like 83%. So I don't blame teams for just being like, you know what, get rid of it. Absolutely get rid of it.
Sort it out. Okay, second one comes from a user called Electric Rage, who says, how relevant are the new cheap items this patch, Purge?
Super relevant. I mean, look at the late game disruptor of that game. He's running around with Tranquil Boots and Windlace. I'm like, shouldn't that be a Dust, maybe a Sentry, maybe a Smoke? It's a late game Windlace just for the 20 movement speed, because that could sometimes be the difference between Sark pouncing on you or you getting outside of kinetic field. There's a lot of reasons that those late game items are good, and not even counting late game, you still have like raindrops and...
I would like to point out raindrops in particular, because that item, I think some of the top teams here use it religiously. It's just, I would like to talk to Nox actually about how much it's picked up in games where OG and newbie play, because they use it a lot. And I think it's a super good item on so many different tanky heroes. Just solves all your mana issues as well. It's even great on Invoker for mid.
Yeah,
using it?
I think those are the two big ones, those two items. I really like the Blightstone as well. It just kind of... it just helps so much, because you used to like, oh man, you have to buy a recipe, but now you actually gain something out of having this item early on, and it helps a lot in the laning phase.
Then we have the least relevant one, the Hurricane Pike. It's just irrelevant.
Yeah, but you like it a lot, right?
It's irrelevant though. But it's only good when you're winning, or when it's like slightly even but you're ahead. Then it's a good item. But then so many good items in Dota, you can pick whatever, right?
It's like luxury at that point.
Exactly.
Usually, yeah.
It's hard to blend a Force Staff and a carry item together in a good way. That's the problem, I think.
Well, it's just a few heroes that use it well. They're not good in the current meta. It's like, it's super good in theory, on OD, on Silencer, on a few of these heroes, but they're, not actually good right now. So.
Okay, third question comes from KG Dota. He says, who will be the new crowd favourites now that Na'Vi is out?
OG is getting some serious support.
OG got good support yesterday. I think VICI got good support today, but they're now out. So that passes on to LGD, the way I understand it in the Philippines.
I don't know about that.
Pass it on to the team that you just lost to, I think.
You guys are forgetting about FNATIC as well.
Yeah, they still got DJ.
Probably the crowd favorite,
That's
I think.
true.
Yeah.
But OG, I would say, might be one. Definitely number 2.
Yeah, OG and FNATIC. DJ just had that crazy chant going for him.
Yeah. Are you surprised by Team Liquid's lack of support in the crowd?
Well,
or is it just that there are so many teams that are crowd favourites here?
I just feel like Liquid hasn't played that much yet, and every game they play every set they play is a 2-0. So if it's a one-sided game, yeah, of course there's not going to be much chance. You're like, oh, they got another kill. That makes 23-6. Like, when it's really close, that's when you find out who the fans really like.
Yeah, indeed. All right, well, thank you to all three of you. We do have one more series to come, of course. It is going to be a big one for the crowd. Their hometown favourite boys in action once again as FNATIC try and make their way through to the top 5 teams. Let's see if they can do it. Before that, though, let's have some more fun with Sir Action Slacks.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another segment. There's so many things to do here at the Manila Major, but one of the best things is to go to one of our signing sessions. What are you kids doing back there? Are you doing? Is it? Hey! Perfect. We're one whole family. Oh, we're a whole family. Oh, gee. All right, one more. Here we go. So let's stop by the Manila Major signing place and see who we got here today. What is this? Cap list? Nobody's gonna go to that. Oh, give me a sec here. Oh yeah. Yeah. Much better. Let's see if anybody just shows up to this. If you put the signing session, they will come. Hey, how's it going, man? How you doing? I got no paper. Sir, who are you hoping to actually get a signature from?
From you, man.
No, not from me. Come on, there's so many good teams. There's got to be somebody better than me.
Oh, maybe it's Dandy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Dandy signature. Well, we are having a signing session with Navi later, I believe. So your dreams might come true. Who do you think's going to be winning this event?
This event, Liquid.
Well, we'll have to see, won't we? Very good. Thank you, sir. Enjoy. We should have signed something, but what are you going to do? Hey, sir, how's it going, man? Hello. How you enjoying the event so far?
It's really great. Real good.
Pretty great, pretty good. What's your favorite part of the major so far?
This
interaction right here? It's been a terrible event for you. I am so Evil Geniuses, what's up, man? How you doing? Are you bummed out about the EG drop?
Well, yeah, but they found a new team, and I hope it's going to be a better year for them.
Yeah. Well, I think we all do, absolutely. Did you want me to sign something? Oh, nice. What's your favorite hero?
Ricky for RTZ.
So we're just going to do a Ricky picture right here. Very good. Draw that out, put the horns in, the dust cloud, and the signature. And there you go, one beautiful Ricky picture. Thank you so much, man. All right, yeah. Hello, sir. Welcome. Who are you hoping to get an autograph from today?
Swindles.
Swindle Melons. Swindle's got a fan. All right, his first. That's great, man. Why Swindle Melons?
Because he's my boy.
Oh, your boy. Oh, man. Swindle's going to love you, dude. What'd you think about Complexity? Got dropped out? Have you moved on to a different team, or are you still a Complexity fan by heart?
I love NA DOTA.
This boy. Give it up, dude. An NA boy. All right. Welcome, sir. How's it going? Enjoy. Who are you hoping to get a signature from here at the signing booth?
Dendy.
Dendy is so hot. Everybody loves Dendy here. Can you explain to me all that Navi love? Why?
Because Dendy is so charming.
You heard it here first. Fantastic. Well, I hope you get that Dendy autograph, man. We'll see you around soon. Thank you so much. And I think that will just about do it here from the signing session. If you guys want to see some autographs from your favorite Dota 2 players and your less than favorite Dota 2 personalities, we'll all be here eventually over at the signing place. See you later from the Manila Major.
Next matchup, FNATIC versus Team Liquid.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Manila Major. Time for our third series now of the day. It's our third and final series today, a very short day in comparison to the long days that we've already had here at the Mall of Asia Arena. But it's going to be a big one. I think the crowd might just have a favourite between our two teams. Of course, it's FNATIC looking for a place in the next round up against the former favourites for the tournament, Team Liquid. Our panel are willing and ready and able and waiting right now. But before we get to them, it's time to check in with Sir Action Slacks once more. This time, he's caught up with a man who is considered the talisman and the captain. This is Mushi.
Hey Mushi, how's it going, man?
Hi, I'm doing well.
I'm doing well. I mean, you're coming off a victory, so of course you're doing well, right?
Yeah, sure.
All right, now I have some questions for you. You recently came back to FNATIC, last month in fact, and I think that's fascinating. I mean, you guys are probably under the most pressure here at the Major just because your roster is switched. And it's such a huge switch for you guys. Is the team dealing with it okay?
Yeah, I think we solved something is very fast, so I think it's, we're dealing some problems pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of teams that have had recent roster swaps, and they're still trying to figure out their problems. You guys not only figured it out, but you're beating some of the best teams in the world already. I mean, why is that? How did you do it?
I think this is the one of the advantage from my experience. I played the competition for more than 10 years, so I think how to dealing with some problem.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about your experience. You've been a carry, you've been a solo mid, you've been a team captain, you've been a coach. I mean, what haven't you done in Dota? What can Mushi not do?
I definitely hate offlaner, but I did it as well, but I don't like it at all.
I did it, it just wasn't, good. I didn't do it well. Well, hey, that's what you got your teammates for, right? Speaking about your teammates, how are they doing? A lot of us guys in like the Western audience, we like FNATIC, but we don't know too much about them. So tell me a little bit about your teammates.
My teammate is all getting bad. I mean the personality.
Right.
They are getting naughty, definitely naughty. Example like DJ, he's the only Filipino in our team.
Right.
And at first he joined our team, he was so quiet, being so good. Right now he start to teasing people. Yeah, learn something bad from us. Yeah.
You think that has something to do with the Major being here? I mean, I know that you guys are most of you are from Malaysia, but it's the same region. You're a little hyped since we're here in Manila. That's pretty close.
Actually, we pretty like Manila, but the thing that I feel very different and I really don't like is Malaysia is a kind of traffic country, but Philippines the worst.
Oh, really? Why is that?
I don't really go out in Philippines. I will just ask, hey, is it traffic time now? Oh, it's like 5 kilometers, you have to take 1 hour.
Right. And the roads, it's almost like a suggestion.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
so scary.
It's a little scary, but it's still cool to see all those stuff. Have you seen the little jeepneys yet?
No.
No, they're great. They're like bling cars, man. You should get a ride in them with FNATIC. You guys love it. But anyway, so let's talk about other stuff coming up. You guys have to face off against LGD. I talked to Ohio before, and he said it's not about beating teams. It's about learning from teams, because you play most of your games.
He's bullshit.
Yeah.
We should have to beat him. If we cannot beat him, we learn them.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good way of looking at it.
Yeah.
So, anyway, he said that you guys had to learn a lot because you play kind of mostly teams in SEA. So what are you hoping to learn from the Chinese scene?
Definitely, we hope to learn something from other teams that we don't have. Example, like kind of a little bit strategy, but it's fine. Maybe some efficiency. Yeah, our efficiency is not very good as others team.
Efficiency, yeah.
Yeah, but we're trying to move on.
Hey man, you guys are killers. I mean, it doesn't matter how much gold and all that. That's all up to Purge and those analysts. I mean, you guys are about getting in there and going crazy.
Yeah.
So, yeah. All right, so you expect to go pretty far in this major? I mean, you've been doing well so far.
I can't expect anything because I come back from C. I have so many fail before.
Yeah.
But right now my thinking is just I want to do the best for every tournament. That's all.
Yeah, of course. Now, so you know a lot about the C region. Can you tell me just a little bit about it as like a Western fan? Like, how would you describe it in general?
C?
Yeah.
C pop is toxic.
What? The Southeast Asian? Come on, like.
Yeah, I don't really feel it in last few months, but recently I just play a lot of game and I never win.
You're not supposed to say that. We're at a major, man. You're gonna win this thing. I mean, you've been beating other teams, so make them feel bad now.
I like the C tournament because I don't like to. I won't be travel so far for tournament, but the pubs is so bad.
Oh, why? What's wrong with the pubs? What's going on?
Everyone is blaming each other. Yeah. It's not fun to play.
I understand. All right, man. Cool. Well, we hope you have a lot of luck coming up. Everybody's rooting for you. And Mushi, man, you're doing it. Can we say, though, I mean, who are you most afraid of facing off against?
Right now, I think it's complexity.
Complexity. That's an interesting choice. Why complexity out of all teams?
We are very close with them. I mean, like we are both friends. But if I'm not wrong, we never beat them.
Really?
Yeah,
wow.
they're always planning some strategy for us. So bad.
That's Swindles, man. Yeah. He's got. Wow.
I hate him so much. Yeah.
This is a rivalry I never knew was happening.
Yeah, he even made me do the push-up because we have a deal.
Yeah.
If in a screaming match, BO1, whoever lose, push up for 15. And then we lost.
Oh no. Well, at least you're getting ripped in real life.
Yeah.
But jeez. All right. Well, anyway, best of luck to you coming up in the major, man.
Yeah.
You guys are gonna do great. And we'll all for sure be watching. But that will just about do it here. Thanks a lot, guys, and back to you. Yeah, thank you.
Just based on the interview there, Swindles no doubt will be looking very buff after this. We do have a new panel that has joined us for our third series. 2 returnees and 1 brand new man, so we'll introduce them. Welcome back to the panel, Alan. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. This is going to be one heck of a series.
It is, isn't it? What are you looking forward to most?
I think this is a great matchup. Liquid, obviously a team that a lot of us had picked to finish very high here. You look at their numbers, they're top 3 in the tournament in average kills, assists, KAD, GPM, XPM. They're dotting the I's, crossing the T's. But you look back to the group stage and these 2 teams played. It was 2-1 Liquid, and all 3 games were a 2K net worth advantage or less at the 20-minute mark. FNATIC matches up very well against what Team Liquid do.
What are you looking forward to, Fogt, in this series?
I'm looking forward to basically exactly what you're saying. They match up really well versus them, and they're not afraid to give Liquid their heroes. They gave Liquid in all 3 of those games. So I want to see if they're not afraid at all. Are they just going to give Liquid whatever they want and just play against it? So I want to see if they're looking for either an adaptation or just, you know what, we're just going to beat you straight up.
Purge, are you good at roof repairs?
Am I going to root for players?
Roof repairs. I just wonder because DJ coming out to this crowd.
Oh, okay.
I think we might need a new roof.
I mean, depends how close it is, really, and that's what I'm most concerned about. Is what is the state of the teams?
Yeah.
Liquid lost in winter bracket. Are they going to continue 2-0ing? Is FNATIC going to be able to recover from getting 2-0'd from newbie? I mean, that was an interview before they even started on the main stage. So is morale the same there as it is now? And I think that's the question that we'll have to see.
All right, plenty of questions and plenty of answers coming up very shortly. But we do need our teams to the arena. Hold yourselves for this one. Brace it. It's FNATIC who are coming out alongside Team Liquid.
The pride of Southeast Asian Dota. Brothers in Arms Ohio and Mushi are veterans of the pro circuit who have stood the test of time. Sacrifices were made to reach this point, but by placing their faith in the ability of newcomers Mid1 and 343, the duo may have masterminded their strongest roster to date.
Welcome on stage, FNATIC.
Silent but deadly, much like their team captain Kuroki, this is a squad of reserved players with a formidable playstyle. Hyper-aggressive against even the stiffest opposition, they overwhelm their enemies. They are the European team of the moment. They come to Manila on the back of 3 consecutive grand finals. They are the definition of all for one and one for all.
Welcome on stage, Team Liquid.
Set for our final series of the day here on day 4 of the Manila Major. 2 more days to go and just 5 more matches after this one to determine the 3rd major champion. We'll focus on the 2 sides right now by starting with FNATIC. Alan, they've played well so far, but it'll all be for nothing if they don't win this one.
Yeah, they have a lot on their shoulders. I think this is a really intriguing matchup for them because of the contrast in styles. Liquid very structured, very disciplined in their approach. FNATIC play a little bit more by feel, but they're able to bring 5 heroes to engagements in these big fights from angles you don't expect, much the way Team MVP were able to beat Liquid the other day. In terms of players to look for, first one I would say is Mid1. Mid1 had absolutely 2 very, very rough games against Liquid in that matchup in the group stage we talked about earlier. He had 10 deaths on his Ember Spirit, and he had an off-lane Nyx in game 3. But of course, on the main stage, there's another player, Purge, that's taken over.
Yeah, it's probably going to be DJ. Is that what you're alluding to? Okay, yeah. He was the reason that they won versus LGD. It was his black holes, his counter initiations, his roaming on Earth Spirit from the beginning of the game to the end. He makes huge plays on their team, creates space, and wins games.
Yeah, absolutely. And he is, of course, the crowd favorite. More so than anywhere on planet Earth right now is a Filipino playing in front of his home crowd. So let's find out more about him.
I'm scared people might just say this Filipino guy is like doing this stuff when he's going to lose.
He was honestly a no-name before he went to Korea, and even when he went to Korea, a lot of people looked down on him.
I went to Korea on like December 2013. I went there alone. I don't know what to do.
He had a really, really difficult experience in Korea, financial difficulties, being away from the family.
I did work abroad before, so I know how hard it is. I told him, is it okay for you to go? So he was saying, yes, of course, Mom. Let me try this.
That time we always lose in tournaments, and we were really trying hard to win. We're like really hungry to win.
He had this 1 week in Rave that, because the prize money haven't came in and they had no salary because they were unsponsored. They had eggs for food for like a week straight.
Morning, I cook egg. At dinner, different kind of egg.
For DJ, joining our team was a very good opportunity for him to be able to be exposed to the international scene. When he was in Rave, you can see that this guy was one of the main reasons why they were really, really good.
I think he made the right decision to be a professional gamer from the Philippines, because right now he's like the #1 pro gamer here in our country, and he gave the country some kind of pride.
Whenever the commentators saying my son's name and they're saying, "Oh, DJ, what a marvelous game of DJ." So I know he's a very good player.
When I was in RAVE, we won 5th place on DAC. We earned a lot of money there, and me and my friends plan to invest it.
I decided to invest in a LAN gaming shop called TNC. He's earning a very, very good sum from the stake that he's got.
I want to cry because I want to tell them, oh, that's my son, and he's really making me proud, so proud.
It's great. I mean, he supports his family. He rented an apartment for them from the money, and then he's just giving back to his family, which is like really nice.
For all ages, a lot of people play Dota here, and for them, DJ is like some kind of a hero.
None of the Philippine players ever had joined so many international tournaments, and being the star of the team, he's been shining through all of our games, and many people call him the best player in Southeast Asia.
The pride of a nation. A player with an awful lot of expectation on his shoulders, but, Fogged, we think he can cope with this.
Yeah, he definitely can. He's proven that even though the crowd here is explosive for him, he's there to show them, you know what, you guys give me the energy. You guys make it even more so possible for me to just make those big plays. And we saw it coming out, of course, from the Enigma, which was spectacular. He broke multiple records. There's really not much else to say about the guy. He feeds off of their energy.
I mean, the clutchest performance of the tournament so far. Yes. 33 heroes hit with 10 black holes. I know I've said that stat before up here, but there's never been anything close to that in professional Dota 2, and I really do believe that for FNATIC to win this series, they are going to need every big play out of him. They're going to need DJ to be their Dota Jesus.
Okay.
Yeah.
Team Liquid, Purge. Number one ranked team coming into this by pretty much everyone on the planet, including the analysts, including the community votes as well. Lots of pressure on them to perform in the lower bracket because they're not going to get any more mistakes. They can't afford any more.
I think them going to lower bracket was actually good for them, though, because they're the tournament favorite coming in. They got 2-0'd by a super sick performance, and I know that gave them even more drive to win. And they had a lot. They haven't had the big tournament win yet. They keep getting a lot of second places.
They won at Epicenter. I don't know who classed that in terms of. I think
they did, and that was a great tournament.
Yeah.
But they haven't won a major. They haven't won TI, and that's what all those players want. So going to loser bracket, that just put the fire in them, and they haven't lost a game since because their group stage wasn't very good. They kept going 2-1 a lot.
Yeah.
And out of all the teams that I think can absolutely handle that pressure of going to loser bracket, I think Liquid is the one that can take it and become a better team because of it.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been talking about Liquid just with their consistency. You know, they're such a structured team all the time, and now we're starting to see, we saw them struggle a little bit from time to time, but now we're starting to see that Liquid that we saw from Epicenter, that dominant team, that just super well-rounded team that is all about, you know, their teamwork. It's not really one player standing out. It's every single one of them doing their role.
Yeah, and I want to pick up on what Purge said because I really do agree with that Liquid has been a slightly different team since they've fallen down to the loser bracket. Sure. We talked about last night FNATIC having played 35 different heroes in 10 games. Liquid have actually played 17 different heroes in 4 games since dropping down into that losers bracket. They've won all 4. They've clearly had some things in reserve. I don't think we've seen this team's best Dota yet.
Okay.
And comparing that to FNATIC, I feel like FNATIC has the better ability to just have an off game. And I don't think it's going to come from DJ necessarily. It could be Mushi picking a weird hero mid, or maybe mid ones, reminiscent of how they played versus Liquid the other time. He just got picked off too many times, not necessarily used to those super, super high-level ganks around the map with Shadow Blades. So they have to make sure that DJ plays just as well as he normally does, which I expect him to, but everybody on their team has to perform at max level for them to win this set.
Yeah, and then alongside DJ playing on mirror image on the other side for Liquid, we need that big game from Jerax as well. If he's got to step up and play for his team and bring them what he does so well.
Yeah, you know when you have other teams that are banding around your 4-position support that this is one of the highest impact players in the world. And of course, Jerax also with the SEA ties, having spent some time last year with MVP Hot 6, going to TI5 with that team, and he has been a different and absolutely dominant player from the support position since then.
Yeah, we're saying that, you know, Liquid is all about their teamwork, but Jerax is one of those players where he's just that playmaker for them. He constantly is going around through all the lanes, just causing havoc throughout the game, and it's going to pay off a lot for them here, and I want to see if he really is able to match versus Jerax.
Okay, we're a few minutes away from the draft. I think we should get predictions from you all right now. I think we're going to put Fogged on the spot first this time and go the other way. I'm
going to have to go Liquid.
Okay, safe bet?
Yeah, I just think that they are, like we've been saying, they're more structured, they're more consistent. FNATIC is a bit all over the place, but they do have their clutch scenario. So I do think they can take a game, but I'm going to have to say Liquid will take the series.
Okay. Alan, just before you make this prediction, you could become an honorary Filipino right now, just with one word.
I can't go against Liquid and the numbers. The thing I want to make clear, okay, I have to pick Liquid here because if you look at their numbers all across the board, they have looked like a tournament favorite, even dropping down early to the loser's bracket. But let me make one thing clear. FNATIC can win this series. They are capable of playing the brand of Dota that MVP used to beat Liquid before.
They're capable, but I don't have as much faith as I have in Liquid performing at their best right now. I think Liquid has the higher chance to win this series. I think it's pretty close, but I would definitely give the favorite to Liquid here.
Okay, so 3 out of 3 for Liquid in terms of the panel right now. Do we have the social media? We do, I think. We'll see that in just a moment. Yeah, so Fogged.
There they are.
Just
100% Liquid.
Just my fault, that one. Yeah, but we do have Twitch and Twitter votes as well. So let's take a look at the Twitch ones right now. 66-34 in favor of Team Liquid. Twitch chat does not believe this time round. However, it switches round on Twitter. They believe very, very much so. 54-46. I guess that's fairly balanced, isn't it? If you play one off against the other,
yeah.
Fairly even. Suggests that it could be an even matchup. You've all said it could be close. Alan in particular.
I mean, it's arguably statistically the closest series of the tournament so far. You can't argue with that FNATIC can match up. I think just all of our comments really about this have been, will FNATIC show up and play their best Dota? If they do, they can absolutely win.
I want to talk about that too, because although FNATIC did have like that incredible showing versus Liquid, I feel like Liquid look at that and they're like, there's no way we're letting that happen again. Like, there's no way we can allow these guys to put us into that position again. So I feel like they're going to learn a lot from that series that they played versus FNATIC earlier.
Yeah, we talk about that a lot, don't we, in terms of GSL brackets. When a team plays a team in the upper bracket and they lose 2-1 and they drop down and then they have to play them again later on in the group, they often win those matchups. Is this a similar situation, although its groups are now a few days, almost a week later?
I think it's similar, but I mean, Liquid did win over FNATIC, but FNATIC put up an immensely good fight. So
yeah.
I'm saying, like, they have to be looking back at those FNATIC replays, like, constantly and just being like, what went wrong? What can we improve on? And I think that Liquid will definitely have done that, especially because they have 2 coaches.
I think Karuki will definitely have done that. I also want to raise another point about nicely leading from coaches. It's not just coaches that we've got here, it's analysts as well. And there is an analyst, Kips, working for FNATIC right now. What sort of impact can they have on the team?
Well, I think that's one of the things that we're going to see going forward as more and more teams successfully use coaches at these high-level events. There's just the thing that I teach my MBA students, right, is think like a manager. Think in terms of the tasks that you can delegate because there are only so many hours in the day. These coaches, they're looking at replays, they're looking at drafts, they're scouting opponents. They need a support staff behind them to get the team the information they need to make good decisions.
I love seeing this from FNATIC. We've been seeing it every single time they've been on the stage. They all huddle up, they're talking, giving each other a boost in morale, anything they possibly can. You know, it's great to see that they're all like so friendly together as well. Just, it's not just about the game, guys. You know, it's about us.
Yeah.
That's what they need to win.
Yep,
Yeah.
it is. You were saying as well, Alan, like they're more of a team based on, like, you could say, like, emotions and everything, and just the feel of the game rather than just straight up strategy. So I love seeing teams do that. Just the huddle up.
Yep.
We definitely don't see enough of it here.
Yeah. It's a fairly American sports thing, though, isn't it?
A little bit. And if I look at Liquid, I would say that they're sitting together the last day or two, getting mad that they sucked and lost, is what raises their morale. They're like, we lost, we're better, we're going to win. So even if they don't give the huddle, I think the practice that they surely put in the last couple of days is what Liquid needs as well to get
It's a different way
different
of
approach.
showing the same thing, effectively. You know, the fire in the belly, as it were, through either the huddle or the general quiet chat that you would imagine that happens with. I always imagine Crocky just says before we come out, guys, I think we can win this. I think we should just play nice and safely, and everything will be fine.
Way too positive.
Let's just do what we do best.
It seems to be like his team chat because of just how calm he is in all situations. Even when they won the other day, just came out the booth, very relaxed. I mean, there's a long road for him. Their expectations are much further on than perhaps FNATIC are. So every match matters to FNATIC. Every game matters to them. If it's not the two that we've highlighted, Mid1 and DJ, we're expecting a good series from Mushi as well, aren't we, Alan?
For sure, but
if they're going to win.
If you made me go to a third player, it was actually going to be 3-4-3 because I think the drafts are going to define so much about this series, and his presence sort of directing traffic in these games is going to mean everything. FNATIC have to react to Liquid trying to get these good trades. They have to pick mobility heroes. They need to run their fear around. They need to bring heroes to fights from unexpected locations and try to surprise Liquid into these big fights. That's where I think they're going to generate their advantage.
I'm going to have to actually go with Paul with saying that Mushi is the one who's going to have to, because looking at the games that FNATIC have played, when Mushi kind of struggles in them, the whole team seems to struggle. But when Mushi has pretty much an advantage, they feed off of it. They see him and they're like, wow, you know, our veterans having a good time. We're all going to have a good time. We're all going to play better from that.
Okay. I think a lot of that as well is that they have to have heroes that can kill heroes and gank heroes, because Liquid has some of the top farming numbers. Mind Control, for example, plays offlane, is not uncommon for him to be the top net worth in a game, even if he's playing Beastmaster. So they have to have the tools and the heroes to be able to get those pickoffs. That's going to keep Liquid even or behind.
Lifestealer ban from Liquid in our first draft, and an IO from FNATIC. Nothing outrageous. Do you think Liquid follow the same route purge as they've been doing, which is banning out specific heroes rather than potential meta heroes?
I feel like the tournament is going that way, with the exception of maybe Lifesteal or IO. Those are pretty commonly played by every team.
Yeah.
They give an advantageous play style, so you have to get them out of the game. But
IO is just now the most banned, by the way. Overtook Beastmaster.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did I put that in my compendium? I think everybody's thinking that right now.
I don't think so.
I had Beastmaster 100%, but
Yeah,
I think Beastmaster might come back. And it's interesting that it's actually been the Lifestealer Beastmaster Open that a lot of teams, in fact, Liquid went to twice when they got Lycan and Earth Spirit banned against them yesterday. That Open is just so devastating in terms of its flexibility. I think a lot of teams have realized, though, we're going to start banning the Nakes instead of banning the Beastmaster. Most picked hero of the main event, 66% win rate, stats don't lie.
Keep going. Keep trying. Keep trying with that one.
Every single time, man. Every single time.
All right. Earth Spirit is in the game.
Earth Spirit's in the game. FNATIC has been picking it a lot lately. They were picking the Disruptor first a lot of the time, and we have been seeing Disruptor having an enormous win rate here up on the main stage. I think over a 70% win rate up just on the main stage, of course. But it's a support hero that's, with that type of win rate, is pretty absurd.
Yeah, that hero is maybe even been more influential than that win rate would suggest. That's a hero that's had a lot of influence in terms of team positioning, setting up fights, has a way to stop the TP. I do like this Open, though, from FNATIC. I think that this is, they need to, especially coming out in game one, I'd like to see them be a little bit more stable. Darkseer, of course, the possibility with the Ember Spirit, and they knew FNATIC did when they drafted this way, they did these bans, they knew they were giving Liquid their Lycan.
Yeah, absolutely. They have a response here. You know, they did the same thing previously. When they played versus Liquid, they gave them the Lycan. They don't really seem to care about playing versus it.
Yep.
And the Sven, though, is the response to the Slardar, is really clever, right? You're going to have this big amp damage minus armor, Warcry on our whole team.
I think versus both of them, especially. You know, he's a tanky strength core. Lycan can't really man fight straight up 1v1 versus a Sven. If Sven gets a stun on him, especially now since we've been seeing like the rise of the Echo Saber, he can really just chunk him down in almost one swing.
And he can clear out the Necro 3, assuming he has a BKB, because he has to worry about the damage reflect. But and the movement speed as well from Warcry, it's all around very good against those two heroes.
Absolutely.
Although their Ancients can be ganked, though. That's one big thing. They can be blocked, so Sven's opportunity can be mitigated a bit. I said that last time we saw Sven picked, and Sven just killed the offlaner 6 times, and it didn't matter. But as long as that doesn't happen, there are tools that you can use against Sven.
There are 11 heroes left in the pool that have a 100% win rate. Many of those have 1 or 2 games on. The 2 that don't are Sven, who has 5 out of 5 at this tournament, and Lich, who has 6 out of 6. Those are the 2.
Wow.
We've got a Sven in the game.
Yeah.
It's a good omen.
And it's similar, not exact, but similar to what FNATIC beat Liquid with previously.
Right.
They picked the Darkseer and Kunkka combo, so this is kind of another Wombo combo type lineup that they're building for.
I like this one a lot better than an early Kunkka, though, or a Kunkka at all, because Kunkka is just so countered by a lot of things.
Yeah.
If you miss the initiation, it's over. Glimmer Cape counters the hero a lot. If you miss your boat, I mean, it's so easy to miss boat. If you're not initiating from range, it's over. The damage isn't there, and sometimes the rum isn't enough. So.
And I actually have to correct myself. They did end up losing that game
Yeah,
versus
the Kunkka
Liquid
mid,
with the Kunkka mid, but they did put up a huge fight. It ended up going over 50 minutes, which is, you know, a very formidable defense.
Well, but the important thing, and I think this is a trend in all 3 games in those group stage, they gave Liquid their liking, and they were able to trade against it pound for pound.
Yep. See if it pays off this time, though. We know Matu really loves playing that hero. With his interview especially, he really focused on that.
And I love the little things that he does on this hero. He uses his wolves so efficiently. He'll basically often have one wolf following around the initiator from the other team. It just doesn't, often you'll see him farming the jungle with his hero solo just so he can use those wolves for scouting. Really neat, creative ways that he finds to use that hero.
Yeah, we do see, like we were talking about, Disruptor is
It's
a very...
block pick, too.
Yeah, it's a block pick, and it's such a good hero that's been coming out on this main stage. So I'm no surprise to see Liquid pick it up, even though it's a little bit of a change-up from what they usually draft.
It's so good here, too. Like, I love the teamfight mobility they're going to have with Glimpse and Slardar. They can leap in, initiate, they can pull somebody back, kill them while Slardar goes on the back lane. And it's really good in lane against Darkseer, because Darkseer's Surge is essentially worthless now. You just follow him, send him back, and a couple right clicks, and you should be able to kill him.
Super good in lane versus Darkseer, but also they have multiple forms of giving that opportunity for the Glimpse. They have the amplified damage, like Alan was pointing out as well. They have the wolves to give the vision constantly, so it just makes the Disruptor's life infinitely easier.
Yeah, and this is really the Witch Doctor pick. This has really been an SEA staple. Both Dubu and 343, their Witch Doctor play is incredibly consistent. They've gone away from it, as we mentioned earlier, recently picking the Disruptor a little bit more often, but I think they're perfectly comfortable going back to it.
Now, Liquid picking up probably saving their Fata hero for last, unless they want to.
Well, DP is still on the table.
Which
so is Urspirit.
Yeah. But
I didn't even.
Yeah, that's a really good point there. So
really
Jerax is still there, and it's a very good one this game.
Very good right now. Silence against Darkseer, Silence against Witch Doctor, Boulder Smash against both of those is quite good too.
Are you surprised they've left that one there?
I'm
Rather
a little
than
bit.
take the Tusk.
Yeah. Jerax Tusk, obviously, we haven't seen as much of it recently,
but still great. Yeah. But you'd probably fancy you'd want to play against the Tusk rather than the Earth Spirit here, wouldn't you?
I think they've got to have left that in intentionally.
I think
because they've got an answer.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I really like.
Well, they're going to go somewhere else anyway.
I like the Tusk ban though, because they're looking at like a type of wombo combo lineup with the Darkseer Sven. So that's one hero that can really mess up everything, because say you do get like a 3 or 4 man like Stormhammer, this Tusk can just grab everybody into the snowball and completely ruin your initiation.
Yeah, could be the same with Cask as well.
Yeah.
If you just get lucky and get 2 heroes and Sven happens to have God Strength on and is nearby, that could be the end of the fight.
Yep.
Yeah, and this is another reason that I really love Jerax's playstyle, that he can turn greedy heroes into aggressive heroes.
Yeah.
You really have this guessing game as FNATIC right now. Is Jerax going to play greedy, take that Doom into the jungle, or is he going to focus on more of those early game rotations?
It is a big change up though. They haven't picked the Doom yet at all, and now we do have FNATIC picking up the Invoker. Wow. And do you think that would be the Exort or the Quaswex? It's really good Quaswex versus Liquid lineup.
I think I would rather see Exort in
probably
this game.
rather Exort this game, yeah.
Yeah, they would have pretty weak offense otherwise.
Yeah, they'd
especially
be pretty
in
much
laning.
just relying on the Sven.
Yeah.
And of course, Sunstrike is a lot easier to land with Sven because he does have a long duration stun, and it helps out the lanes a lot more.
Do you ban the Bounty Hunter as Liquid here? Is that a threat for FNATIC to take 5?
Depends what mid hero they pick.
Okay, fair enough.
I think Bounty Hunter can go really badly though if FNATIC does want to go for it. You are versus a Lycan, so you can get pushed down quite heavily.
Sure.
But at the same time, it can cause havoc amongst the lanes, so we might see them ban it out.
Yeah, I'm just thinking to retain the option of running that Doom a little bit more greedily in the jungle.
Yeah.
The Bounty Hunter can
that is
really play havoc with that. But they are going to go ahead. Liquid are going to ban the Earth Spirit themselves.
And I think we were talking about how when they ban the Earth Spirit, they actually tend to win most of the time as well, which is pretty peculiar.
It was definitely the right time. I mean, they already grabbed Doom, they have Slardar. They would have to do 4 position Slardar if they wanted to pick another support, so that was definitely the best hero left over. Iron Shell with Earth Spirit in their early game. I'm almost surprised they didn't pick it earlier.
Let me just, I just really want to see FNATIC, YOLO, Enigma pick here. I don't know that it would be the best pick, but I think Liquid goes DP for their final pick or Dragonite, but they're going to go ahead and go Axe. Okay.
So this is something that they played versus Lycan previously. They picked the Axe, and it's very good versus Lycan. It used to be just as good because of the physical damage, and it's just obnoxious for Lycan to deal with.
Yeah.
But
and there's the DP.
There's the DP like we were talking about. So nothing too out of the ordinary from Liquid except for the Doom.
Slightly different.
Really even draft.
What do you think?
I think I like Liquid's draft better. They've got all their comfort heroes, and it's Crow playing Doom. I think it'll be fine. So I think Liquid has a better draft here.
Okay.
I think I'm going to take Liquid, but boy, I think FNATIC have given themselves a pretty good chance to win with this draft.
I'm gonna have to go with Liquid as well. Responding with Axe to respond to the Doom like greediness, I think it's a decent idea, but I just it's a Matu doggy. Like you have to go for the Matu doggy.
Okay, thank you to all three of our panelists. We'll hear from them at the end of the first game, but now let's go over to our commentary team. For this one, we have Gods and Capitalist.
You couldn't ask for a better match to close out day number 4 as you have the #1 ranked team in the world, Team Liquid, facing up against crowd favorite FNATIC. Gods, who's going to be cheering at the end of this series?
I mean, well, we're going to know. If FNATIC come out on top, you'll hear it, but Liquid, a very tough opponent for them. This is the team people expected to kind of cruise through the winner bracket. They dropped down, but this is a tough series. It's a rematch from the group stage. It was a 2-1 series. FNATIC, they've kind of prepared something here, it looks like.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's hit into game number 1.
FNATIC versus Team Liquid.
So it is a signature Team Liquid overwhelming style of push from them, facing up against FNATIC's choice of being able to get a lot of team fight. You've got a little bit of wombo combo there with the Darkseer and the Sven combined up with the Invoker, but it's the last pick, DJ's Axe, that is probably the most interesting linchpin of this lineup. Choosing to go from that greedy 4 position, we were talking about it before, it feels like a pretty decent pick. I'm just concerned that Liquid are just going to get just enough in the laning phase and start 5-manning and taking objectives real early.
And Liquid have kind of put together a draft where FNATIC, they make a mistake come mid-game time, you lose a lot. You're going to lose towers, Roshan, objectives, and if you ever lose a fight near your base, that could just be a lane of frags. That's the beauty of this Lycan plus Death Prophet draft, is that you can play slightly from behind. All you're waiting for is that one big opening.
Yeah, if you want to talk about the philosophy of Liquid, it really seems that this team is definitely defined by their pressure on objectives. They're always looking to try and force fights on the enemy side of the base. That way they can turn one fight into an objective, or in a lineup like this, 2 or 3 objectives with so much pushing power behind them.
And what we saw out of FNATIC yesterday against Newbie is that they sometimes are prone to those like late game decision making faults, which is kind of what led to just a sudden loss in game number 2, for example. But FNATIC, they've got to really step up their game here if they want to take down a draft like this from Liquid.
All right, so our lanes are going to be broken down here. We've got the Darkseer facing up against a Disruptor and Lycan at the top lane. Ohio already going to feel some pressure from Jerix. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we've got mid-1's Invoker up against Fada's Death Prophet. And then Mind Control as the Slardar is sitting there in the bottom lane up against 343 and Mushi. So both offlaners going to feel some pressure, but should still be able to pick up a moderate amount of experience. Gods, how do you expect the mid lane to unfold?
For specifically the mid lane, mid one very good mechanically, but Fata, he's on a Death Prophet, Spirit Siphon, just one of those spells, which means you're never going to actually lose your lane against Invoker. So should be a bit of a farm trade. The big question is going to come from the rotations. So does someone like a Doom make an early smoke gank towards mid lane? If he can get like a useful creep, if he can find a nice 2-minute rune, there is potential for that Kuroki pressure on mid.
Yeah, while the similarities are there between our two offlaners, the starkest difference is going to be between our 4 positions. Axe is much more likely to spend his time full on trying to farm away, while Kuro, obviously on the Doom, is going to be trying to pressure the Axe and might just be able to find it here. DJ, he's left with only 75 HP. He's going to try and juke his way through the trees. Eats a tango. Kuro turns the wrong direction and might not be able to get him in time. Chases all the way right into the tier 3 area. but won't be able to pick up that kill and may just have to suffice with just a pick up on that Hell Bear. Now picks up his level 2, but DJ, he's already got the healing salve up. A man fight between the two, but mid-1, he's going to make it a 2-for-1 as now he comes in. The Sunstrike over the top, and this could be our first blood as DJ cleans through with his axe.
Great heads-up play from DJ to turn that around with the salve. And Kuro, biggest issue for him is that he found such a kind of worthless creep. He had the armor aura from the tornado creep, which doesn't really help that aggressive rotation. He was also level 1, so it's a very aggressive play from Kuro. He's mostly just trying to find some XP leaks there, and in the end he gets overextend, very much so.
Yeah, if only he had like maybe even a Satyr Blast could have been enough to finish off the axe as soon as he found that hero, but very clearly a bit too greedy as he dives in too deep. Mid-1 able to punish that with the help of DJ. So that will obviously lean things a little bit more towards the favor of Invoker as he gets some of that experience. Fauna still doing well for himself in the mid lane, and CS though 14-3, well ahead of mid-1 at this point. It seems like he's really seeing the advantage he's got in his hands. He's pushing forward, sometimes past the creep wave, ready to threaten with that Spirit Siphon.
Does feel like Mushi not farming perhaps as well as he should be in this safe lane. He's a good 5 CS behind the Lycan. Still early days, but this is just kind of unexpectedly well-played lane coming out from Mind Control. Normally Witch Doctor, one of those hard to play against heroes, but 3-4-3 not going for any points in the Maledict, which is often that zoning tool that we see out of Witch Doctors against Sladas and just Tide Hunters, whatever tanky melee offlane is you may want to run. And as a result, Sladas got a lot out of this bottom lane.
Kuro looking for a chance at redemption here in the mid lane. Is going to try and rotate in with his Infernal Blade and now has a Shockwave from the Satyr he's eaten earlier. See whether or not it's successful. Wave is going to push into the tower. Kuro still not feeling comfortable with this position. He's going to bide his time. Meanwhile, the axe at the top lane. He's going to be able to find a successful rotation. Jerix is the easy pickup with the Ion Shell as DJ mans forward. Now mid-1 is going to be gone on. The Satyr Blast is going to come through. Kuro picks up the kill there. So the trade-off not fully worth it for FNATIC, as the Invoker definitely the much higher priority hero between the two.
Yeah, we're seeing early pressure from the Axe, much like the Doom, and I think this is FNATIC's way of trying to match the aggression coming out from Kuro's Doom by just getting DJ active and involved. But he needs to be careful, he's very low up top.
Yeah, he's going to be hit by this one. He's going to be blocked in by the kinetic field, and a couple of right clicks will finish him off. Ohio's going to come through, but won't be able to punish with that Ion Shell. So DJ little bit too far forward there. Still able to finish off his Tranquil Boots, though, and that will help speed along his jungle. Kuro, similar story, though that's really just to help his roaming potential as he speeds around the map. Is going to be spotted out by this ward, though.
Yeah, this Invoker start is going to be very worrying for FNATIC. The Doom pressure combined with just Fata completely destroying him in last hits. 26 CS to 11. Mid-1's getting wrecked by Fata here, and
a big difference between the 4 positions. Again, DJ can't really pressure a Death Prophet like this, but he can continue to try and pressure this top lane. He's going in big time. The Sunstrike over the top. That'll finish off Jerix, giving mid-1 some much-needed golden experience, and now they start cutting the creep wave. Matumba Man is fighting back against Ohio, but now he's going to have so much of his lane taken away from him if it starts pushing into the tower, and he's forced to be dove by both these 2 tanky heroes of FNATIC.
I like this adjustment from mid-1 at mid. He's got a point in Wex, so he can go into Ghost Walk.
Mid-1 going to be caught again here. Is going to be hit by the Infernal Blade, slowed down. The Sunstrike right in front of the Tier 2, and Kuro hit by that one, is taken out. Beautiful paralyzing pass from 3-4-3. Another Spirit Siphon will go down, and 3-4-3 may actually get taken out by Fata, who right-clicks him towards the end. 4-3 now as they lose support for support in the mid lane, but they really wanted to be able to pick up that Invoker kill.
Beautiful rotation from 3-4-3 with the TP in, 2 points in the cast, locking them down. It looked like a scenario where mid-1 should have just gone into the Ghost Walk, but he knew the TP was coming. He had the infused raindrops to give him that extra bit of sustain, and the aggressive Cold Snap Sunstrike under a tower just destroyed Kuro TPing in, and that really helped mid-1 out.
DJ again blocked in, but it's going to be a while until, oh, never mind, Matumba's already got his level 6, so he will be able to get here in time. DJ actually canceling his TP, and that just might cost him his life. He goes for the call, but Fata's going to meet him inside the river, finish him off immediately, taking off that Battle Hunter.
DJ, very aggressive play in this top lane. He's died twice now up here. He needs to be careful that he does maintain some sort of item progression, not just prioritize the pressure that he's trying to put on this lane. Lycan's been completely free farming away. Matumbaman's had no problems whatsoever dealing with this dual lane out of the Axe and Darkseer, so I think for DJ it's time to perhaps settle down, farm up the Blink Dagger, and just prioritize creating space a bit less and just getting your own actual items going.
Yeah, it seems like he kind of feels like this pressure of like, oh, mid one, I can't really help him in the mid lane. The only thing I can do, right, is go for those side lanes and maybe set up Sunstrike kills, but that is clearly turning against FNATIC as Liquid are able to play defensively enough around it. And we've seen the way that like Axes can boost through the jungle so damn quickly. There is no real need for DJ to purely sit inside of the lanes, but he's going to try again here in the bottom lane, see if this is a bit more successful. They're going to catch Mind Control, potentially come out with a paralyzing cast. We'll be able to follow this one up with a call. Mind Control hit by the Sunstrike, not quite, but still a Storm Bolt will follow this up, and Witch Doctor's the one to pick up the last hit.
Sunstrike would have been the ideal scenario for that kill with mid one behind the Death Prophet, but still a kill on a very high level Slider. This Slider's managed to hit level 7 in the off lane. Hasn't really been pressured that much by the FNATIC dual lane, but Mushi starting to rack up a decent amount of farm, and once he gets that Helm of the Dominator going and starts stacking Ancients, that's where Liquid are going to have to constantly keep vision of that area and apply pressure to prevent Mushi getting out of control in terms of his farm.
Yeah, and this is why it's so important for them to be able to take that tier 1 tower in the off lane as quick as possible. You could already see Jarek and Matumbaman trying to go for these objectives, but will be repelled as both DJ and 343 going to come in. Immediate glimpse back from the Witch Doctor, only able to get off that paralyzing cask, but DJ alone can defend the tier 1. Oh god, Strength going to be activated here. They're going to go for Mind Control, see if it's going to be enough stun time. They already get off the Centaur stun, the follow-up Slithering Crush. And a nice save there from Kuro.
They didn't communicate. The cast was still on cooldown from top lane. They go in, and I think Mushi didn't quite realize that 343 didn't have a follow-up stun. If they have a caster, that's a very easy kill for them, but they weren't quite ready to go in, and Mind Control tanking up infused range ops. We're seeing this item all across your core heroes, makes everyone just that little bit tankier in the early game, and does force out rotations bottom from Liquid, so it gives mid one a bit of room to grow in mid lane, but until he gets that Midas, he is going to be playing from behind the Fata's Death Prophet.
Yeah, speaking of him, even though he had to rotate to the bottom lane due to some aggression from FNATIC, he's still keeping top of the net worth chart, and will be able to potentially see him rotate to a side lane just to be able to take an objective sometime soon. Most of the time, one of the big advantages of Death Prophet is a mid laner. He ever goes away, you can easily take that tier 1 mid, but in this case, the Invoker is pretty happy to just sit farming between the lane and the neutrals.
The most, I think, impressive part about Kuro's early game plays, he's gotten these 2 very deep Observer wards in the FNATIC jungle, and these spot out and scout a lot because they will be looking to start stacking these Ancients soon. The ward over by the Secret Shot reveals that, and they're spending a lot of time using the jungle camps near the mid lane, be it for the Invoker, the Axe, so Liquid can really keep tabs of the rotations out of FNATIC using these 2 wards, and it helps them find kills when they go for smoke plays like this.
Yeah, 10 minutes in, that top lane is decently pushed in. Same goes for mid, so it could be that Liquid might be able to get the successful rotation out. Meanwhile, Fato's already going on to the Axe. Will be able to catch DJ out. The right clicks are going to be enough. But back to bottom lane. Mushi going to be caught in the kinetic field. Won't be able to escape from this gank, it seems. And Liquid can easily turn this into +1 as 343. He's also going to go down as the amplified damage follows his movements all the way through the trees. And he has real hope of escape. The only thing he can hope to do is stall up Liquid's push into the tier 1 tower, but mid one may still end up going down as Fata's Exodus is not quite out yet. But he does manage to get the Ghost Walk at the last second.
Everything about that gank just so good. They put themselves in a position to get a tier 1 tower.
Oh, he knows he only needs a few more seconds for the rest of FNATIC to be back, but now he's been doomed up. DJ's here, but can't get the call up in time, and now his ally's already dead. He's been glimpsed back to base.
When you dive a tower like that and you've got a Disruptor Glimpse to back you up, you feel so safe knowing that that follow-up, that respawn from the Axe isn't going to be something that can punish you. And FNATIC getting overrun at both bottom lane and even to some extent mid. Fata hasn't even had to go with his team. He gets a solo kill the Exorcism, zones mid one out from the middle lane, and you make that rotation bottom and find the kills. You have that guaranteed follow-up tier 1 tower. You're also not even trading it for a tier 1 mid. Mid one sees the 4 heroes bottom. It's like, okay, time to pressure mid. That's like the counterplay when your team gets smoking like that. But Fata's already there, still with Exorcism up, ready to defend it. Hitting level 11 now. Fata is just getting out of control.
Two-man smoke gank here from 343 and DJ. Matumba man may be caught here. The Wolves trying to do some body blocking, and DJ, as soon as he sees that Slardar with the amplified damage, he immediately backs away, not wanting to take this man fight anymore.
Fnatic are just going to have to slow things down a lot, play the kind of farm reactionary game, and that's something Liquid have the right tools to punch. They can fight very well around the Exism, they can take objectives, take Roshan, so if you're going to be avoiding Liquid, well, they'll be taking objectives.
One of the dangerous things is, again, the aggressive vision laid down by Liquid. It's going to be scouting out a lot of what Fnatic are going to be doing in the jungle now. Fnatic do have the right defensive wards around their Radiant jungle to try and protect it, but still, losing that tier 1 is going to make it a bit difficult to stop these invasions, as once again, you're going to see Jarex pop on through here and try and see if he can catch somebody out. Goes for a counter ward, making sure that Fnatic don't have vision here, but either way, not going to be the case.
Fnatic still looking for their level 6 on Witch Doctor. They're struggling across the board right now as DJ works towards his Blink Dagger. It just feels like everything on Fnatic's side is just being delayed a bit. The Helm of the Dominator timing for Sven. Normally you see Sven having farmed his first Ancient stacks by around the kind of 10 to 12 minute mark, and Mushi, he's got it there, he can go for it soon, but it's very dangerous to do so because of how poorly the laning stage has gone. They kind of have to recognize that if Liquid come in, win a fight with the Exorcism, they can actually clean up and steal those Ancients with Exorcism, with Lycan, the sustain that he provides. Very risky for Fnatic to look to take that Ancient stack or even really take any kind of a fight until they finish off the Blink Dagger at bare minimum on DJ.
Nice play there from 343, finding one of the aggressive wards just laid out by Jarex. If you were in Fnatic's position, which would you rather see here? Would you rather see them try and protect that Radiant jungle, or would you rather see them go offensive and maybe invade the Dire jungle and go for a tier 1 themselves?
Going for the tier 1 top is really something they can only do as a trade. I think they have to react a lot to what Liquid are doing, which is going to be taking back control of your own jungle through de-warding. You can see they've already put down 2 sentries. There's still 1 ward left there, but you want to deny vision from Liquid to kind of regain control over your own jungle and make it harder for Liquid to keep finding these kills, to keep finding these objectives.
Well, might be that a pickoff from this fresh Blink Dagger of DJ could actually lead Fnatic into taking some control of their own destiny. 3-man smoke gank. They're going to go for the double ion shell blink initiation. See if they could just blow up one and perhaps turn this into a tier 1 mid push as well. The Liquid are already rotating 2 supports behind Fada, but it may not matter. First damage is easily going to overwhelm Fada. Jarex, he was quick on the static storm, but it doesn't matter. 4 heroes take out Fada and will now push into the mid tier 1.
Yeah, they did not mess around. The Meteor and the Death Ward committed for that, but with good reason. That is such an important kill for them to be getting. It may not secure them this tier 1 tower with Liquid having heroes there, but Static Storm down and still 25 seconds without Death Prophet.
Yeah,
this will be the tier 1 both top and mid.
Yeah, this is perfect. We saw Liquid do a similar thing about 5 minutes ago, but Fnatic able to respond now at the 15-minute mark by being able to push down both tier 1 towers. Attempted the deny, not quite good enough. Mid one jukes them out there and will secure the last hit with a lowly Fork Spirit.
I mean, all it took was 1 smoke gank with the Axe Blink on a Death Prophet to turn this game around. It gets them 2 towers and a kill, and that early game advantage from Liquid has been entirely negated off of that. This is one of the perhaps biggest weaknesses with the Liquid draft. I like their draft, don't get me wrong, but they don't have that defensive save hero. When you're running a Death Prophet, often you see this paired up with like a Dazzle, even Oracles, Tusk.
Vengeful Spirit, yeah.
Yeah, this is a big reason why the Tusk was banned, but not the Earth Spirit. I mean, I guess by that point you didn't know a Death Prophet was in the pool, but having a defensive save hero when you've got a Death Prophet on your team or you've got a high-value mid-player like Fata is so important, and there's nothing to actually save or protect Fata.
Ohio. Oh, don't tell me he's going to be able to get away from that one. Nice. Very unlucky there from Liquid as they smoke through and get popped on. Ohio is holding hard right side. Wasn't even in the side shop.
With them revealing bottom, this means Mushi knows it's safe for him to farm the Ancient stack. Getting away with this uncontested.
And that healthy jump up in gold. As he cleaves through the Ancients, Liquid are still going to try and take an objective here. They immediately start going for Roshan. Fnatic, we're hearing a lot of cheers right now, but they may not know exactly why. They're pushing in both mid and the top lane at the same time. They may even know about this Roshan and try and just say, okay, it's better for us to trade off at this point. since Liquid are hitting a decent peak with Fata being so large on that level 2 exorcism.
After the Darkseer TP out from bottom, they just didn't have the map vision around that area. They took the 2 towers, which gave them access to the Dire jungle. Now that they've won that one fight, this is a stage where it's like, okay, we took 2 towers, we found our pickoff, we hit our item time, now we want to take over the enemy jungle. We've gone through and weathered the storm of the Liquid early game, and FNATIC's draft matches up incredibly well. The burst damage from both Sven as well as Invoker is amazing against Death Prophet. You kind of have to go BKB against Invoker, but then you've got the Mushi physical damage to tear through the BKB.
And Liquid almost too slow. They do have the Glyph actually stalling things up enough that they will be able to get the potential initiation. Mind Control leading the way here, but look at Mushi. He's looking to be able to make a Quelling Plate initiation perhaps. Mid one is going to be caught, glimpsed back with the Static Storm, and Mushi realizes, no. Can't fight that one. Everyone else of FNATIC will be able to escape. TJ just on the skin of his very teeth. Mind Control just a half second too late with the Slithering Crush.
Yeah, nice catch from Liquid. This is why Disruptor has just been so influential throughout this main event, and why it has been such a high priority support pick. It forces a fight, and it means once you engage, you can't just get out.
Jump in on Ohio. Looks like they're still hoping to be able to get a glimpse play here with the amplified damage, but he's not close enough. And either way, that pick off in the top lane, it was good for Liquid, but at least FNATIC are getting something out of it. Immediately, they had DJ pushing out the bottom lane. He's going to force someone from Liquid to defend that tier 1. And they're actually getting, that's an impressive thing. Liquid is a team that prioritizes map control, prioritizes pushing out waves to be able to get information, but it's actually FNATIC who have been holding more of that control than Liquid.
I mean, so much goes back to that initial axe pick off mid. Up until that point, Liquid had complete map control of the Dire Ancients, of the entire, the Radiant Ancients, as well as the entire Radiant jungle, and that vision has been lost since Liquid had been put on the back foot. Sure, you take an Aegis, but I think in terms of the big picture, you've lost complete map control. You're getting out farmed now to some extent, and the way this game's going to progress is going to look very good for FNATIC. Sven in a game like this against multiple melee cores, a Doom is just going to shine.
Yeah, certainly. Even this one little play, you saw 3 heroes up here in the top lane, like Mushi's just taking away the Dire jungle, purely farming that, doesn't even show himself in the top lane. Lets it push forward because he knows Liquid are so scared. They're just sitting around the mid lane constantly because they have such good aggressive vision from FNATIC. They know they can play a game like this where they just sit pretty defensively, farm up much more efficiently at this point than Liquid are, or have been for the last 3 or 4 minutes.
And that's part of the beauty of this early Blink pickup from Mushi. Doesn't go straight into the BKB or even the SMY, just has a farming Yasha, and he knows that the threat of his Blink initiation with Godstring is brutal.
Yeah, you can see the Blink initiation from TJ here. Matamba Man's gonna get popped just like that. There goes the Aegis, but still, they do have the glimpse back. TJ gonna be pulled back into play as Mind Control should be able to finish him off. Matamba Man now pops open for the vacuum into the Meteor Blast, and that pops Kuro. He gets taken out. Matamba Man trying to challenge, but he's gonna get popped with the paralyzing cast. Good Slithering Crush, and actually allows Matamba Man to be able to make the escape away. Ohio has been doomed up. Fada's right in the middle of everyone saying, hit me. He's got all the exorcism damage to be able to take out FNATIC one by one. And they're going to look for a little bit more. Mid one does manage to get off his Ghost Walk in time. Pulled back into the counter. Gets off the old Scepter, but now it's going to be Liquid surrounding him, able to take him out. That's going to be a full wipe as Liquid take control back by forcing the ultimate team fight in mid.
Yeah, Mushi goes in from the high ground with Godstrength, but they needed to prioritize killing Fata more. As soon as he blinked in, he got thrown up in the air by a Fata Yules. It was fantastic Death Prophet play out of Fata. And without the burst damage onto the Death Prophet, I mean, Fata just reigns supreme. They didn't have the tools to deal with him, and at that point they just kind of overcommitted. The FNATIC's view on that fight is like, okay, we get a free pickoff on the Aegis, but it's never a free pickoff when you're versing Disruptor. Once you're committed, you're going to get caught. You're going to get pulled back in by the Glimpse, and at that point Liquid had all the tools to punish FNATIC's aggression.
It seems FNATIC, who earlier in the tournament we saw in series them prioritizing Disruptor first, and maybe we're seeing them actually getting a taste of their own medicine here in this matchup against Liquid. 7-14, 21 minutes in. Our metrics still looking okay for FNATIC. It hasn't gotten too far out of control with about 2 or 3K lead for Liquid, but nothing that can't be overcome, especially with this Ancient stacking. As you can see, again, Mushi takes the time, clear out one of those wolves while finishing up that Ancient stack.
He's going to complete the SMY. Still a very important game for him to get a BKB, I feel. Just so you don't get Yulesed up in the air, Infernal Blades, Disruptor, Slaughter Crushes. There's so much like control on the side of Liquid. Even things like Necrobook's burning your mana pool can be very annoying to deal with, and you want to be able to kill off that Necrobook, so you need to have the magic immunity. But
yeah, we talked about the fact that Fada doesn't have a saving hero, and this means he has all the more incentive to sit way far in the back, which means you can't rely on Fnatic's other heroes like DJ Zax to make a clean initiation where the Sven's able to go in uninterrupted. Midwan gets popped just like that. DJ hoping to be able to save him, can't quite get there in time, and now he's going to be caught, it looks like, as Matumba continues to go for the kill with just the Necronomicons, and will get the Doom on Mushi, so no counter initiation there, but Ohio managed to get off the mech. Everyone from Fnatic looking okay, but now the Slithering Crush comes on to DJ. Ohio does manage to get past the tier 2 tower, but DJ is going to be the one pursued out. Paralyzing Cask will slow down Liquid enough, it seems, that they are going to be forced back. Still no response from Fnatic, and that all comes down to Kuro getting the Doom off on Mushi, made sure that there was no potential from any kind of counter-offensive play from Fnatic in that fight.
yeah, Liquid are so close to getting multiple follow-up kills there with the glimpse. They just couldn't quite burst anyone down. The Axe tanky enough to survive through it all. DJ now with a completed Vanguard, so good news for Fnatic is it's just the one loss on Mid-1's Invoker, but we're seeing anytime he gets jumped, he just gets completely torn apart. He has no real defensive capabilities. He's still very underfarmed and squishy at this stage of the game.
We are still looking at two heroes that, if you want to look at just purely the objective of these two teams, right? You're looking at an Axe as well as an Invoker who has a Midas. Those are pretty farm-heavy heroes that are just going to get stronger as they go into the mid-game. While Liquid, it's not to say that they're going to stall out by any means, but they have reached a certain kind of peak with that Necrobook 3 and building into the AC on Matumba Men. They want to be able to take these tier 2s out of commission from Fnatic and haven't been able to just yet.
Yeah, like a not really hero known to scale well past the mid game. He's very much a, we've got Aegis, we've taken all the outer towers, now let's push high ground and win the game by 30, 40 minutes. So if Fnatic can weather the storm and trade evenly during this stage of the game, their late game's looking much stronger. You've got the Invoker, the Sven, even a hero like Darkseid who's so good at defending high ground, he'll scale well into the late game because this, like an AC, you hit him with a wall, you're stealing these auras. You've got a free Assault Crest for your team. So having a Darkseid means that Fnatic are just going to get better and better throughout this game, but it's the possible punish that can come from Liquid. You lose one fight, you've lost your high ground. So
right.
Fnatic have to play flawlessly to get to that late game stage.
Yeah, these next 10 minutes are going to be of particular importance to Fnatic. They've done well for the first 20 to 25 to hold this game close, but we've reached that danger territory. Liquid are going to go from taking objectives. They even have another Roshan coming up soon. We'll see whether or not Fnatic are going to go for the split push play or try and contest in the next few minutes. Right now, they are doing a nice job pushing out that top lane as well as mid, forcing Liquid back, unable to take the tier 2 at the bottom lane. So Fnatic, just a small tactical play there of being able to stop a push before it even happens from Liquid by pushing out the side lanes.
Chasing up top, mind controls initiation. Gonna catch 343, just a Witch Doctor if they want to just abandon him. It looks like that may be the call.
Paralyzing Cask, gonna TP out. 343 he's got the amplify damage on him, so an easy glimpse for Jerix. But I think that was very important, the discipline there from Fnatic to not try and jump that, to not try and save the Witch Doctor. Just give him up in a play like that. A pickoff doesn't mean much, especially like a Witch Doctor. Liquid need a whole lot more if they want to be able to take control of this game.
It was kind of funny because it looked like Liquid were almost unsure themselves, like, do we really want to go for this? They stopped hitting the Witch Doctor because they were suddenly like, wait, is this 5 Fnatic heroes? Liquid didn't have their whole team up there. Oh, Mushi blink over to the side. He's actually going to go for Jerix. They will be able to pop him immediately.
Ohio throws out the vacuum wall. Now they're both going to try and escape
got no
with
TP.
ults used. Mushi still got the blink dagger and will be able to TP out, but it's Ohio who's going to be caught there, unable to get his TP off. He does have a blink dagger up in a second and will be able to make the escape. Mind control in hot pursuit, though, does have a force sap as well as a blink himself. Will be able to catch him again off the Slithering Crush. They've got the Infernal Blade as well, and Ohio knows it. He's done for, so he throws the Ion Shell onto the creep. But look at what Fnatic are doing. They immediately start pushing out the mid. Midwan does what he can and then ghost walks himself away. Liquid may need some dust or some gems if they hope to be able to. Necrobooks.
Not going to find Mid-1 who's made it all the way to the top lane, so.
They do need to try and punish this Invoker at least once for a play like that. Make him a little bit more scared.
Liquid aren't quite keeping these lanes pushed out. Constantly we're seeing like be it mid one or Mushi, just split pushing lanes. Liquid getting very close to finding these key pickoffs. Finding out with Darkseer there isn't really the ideal outcome for Liquid. They want to get that Mushi Sven. He just happened to, almost by sheer luck, blink away from Slada's initiation because he was going on Jerex, but FNATIC getting farm out of the map, pressuring the tier 2 mid, and the Darkseer for Disruptor exchange is actually kind of favorable for FNATIC just because they got so much elsewhere on the map while it was happening.
Right. There's the BKB that you wanted to see from Mushi. We also have a Crimson Guard on DJs. Those are pretty big pickups, actually. The damage reduction, really helpful against them, this minus armor, as well as a lot of the summons that Lycan's going to be thrown around between the Wolves and the Necro Book. And I like their choice to group up at this point in time. They can contest Liquid in a team fight, and it's right around Roshan being up as well. So this actually coincides rather well. FNATIC hitting a timing that is perfect if they can get the right kind of initiation in this next one. And unfortunately, they are being scouted out. Liquid are setting up here by 5-man smoking through the lane, wrapping through. FNATIC know what's going on, though. They're going to run into 3-4-3. That's a free pickoff. Let's see what FNATIC do from here. They're actually going to start retreating out. 3-4-3, definitely dead. FNATIC, he do up. Oh, that's pull! Static Storm over the top of man. Almost immediately goes down, but mid one, Cup of the Doom. Now gets hit by the Slithering Crush. There's the trade-up, but Mushi still going forward. Ion Shell plus the BKB. Knows he can't fight this, though. Has to lead DJ behind as Liquid take 4 and will be able to now push forward into the tier 2.
Yeah, they focus everything on the Lycan, which is like, okay, but I think the bigger threat is still Fastest Death Prophet, who stays alive the entire fight. They don't get the Lycan AC aura as well with the Darkseer wall at the start. And as a result, it's going to be FNATIC who have to back off, give up Roshan, and trade a Lycan for 4 heroes. Not the ideal outcome for them.
And this is where the game really starts going the way of Liquid. We talked about how this 25 to 35 minute mark is going to be where FNATIC need to be the most careful in taking these team fights. Otherwise, one bad team fight leads into Liquid getting aggressive wards, starts taking some tier 2s, and goes from there. Now we see this Aegis should be able to allow Liquid to bully FNATIC even more once their ultimates are up.
He needs to, farms any more camps here.
Will be pulled back, blink away, and still going to be caught by this kinetic field and actually hit by the Slithering Crush. Now Mushi is still very, very tanky and has his BKB ready to go, but it may be a bit too late as now Kuro comes in. Sunstrike is actually going to turn this fight around and kills Mind Control. Now Mushi, all he has to do is actually get the escape. Kuro desperate to be able to stop this Blink Dagger. One more second, almost there. DJ with the interference, but still the glimpse back on Mushi will make sure he dies. Now they have a Meteor over the top, will be able to catch, but Tumbaman can't get the Culling Blade, but it's still enough to make it a trade-off. The Sven for the Lycan. And they also got Mind Control Slardar as well. That was a beautiful piece of work there from FNATIC. Nice rotations to be able to at least make that a lot more closer than it should have been.
I mean, that, end of the day, is a great trade for FNATIC, even though it was not the intent from Mushi getting caught out in the jungle. They turned a bad situation into a much better one.
They're looking for more. They know they have that numbers advantage. FNATIC are trying to push it. They've got the tier 2 and mid that was low, but Vada managed to pick up the deny. They start blinking themselves forward, looking for any hero they can. Not going to catch Liquid with their pants down, though.
I really like the Solar Crest pickup on Kuro's Doom, getting items to help fight the Sven and help protect the faster Death Prophet or even the Lycan. Whoever gets initiated by the Sven is likely just going to melt because you don't have any real reliable BKB piercing disable, so having the Solar Crest will just help that one hero tank up a lot.
Speaking of our Sven, I really like the way that we're seeing Mushi really focus on pressing this to a late game build. Normally we'd see like maybe an Echo Saber into consideration or something like that, but not him. He went for the early Blink Dagger, which applied the pressure that you were talking about earlier, which allowed FNATIC to keep themselves spread, and then from that SNY, he's now focusing on the late game items. He's going to go for that Daedalus. He's going to pick up maybe that Satanic or something, something that allows him to tank through a little bit more, and he will be one of the hardest carries that we'll have in this game.
Oh yeah, and I don't really feel like there's an easy way for Lycan to itemize such that he can fight Mushi well in the Lycan. He can get a lot of armor, of course, but being able to actually deal damage through the Warcry, Sven is just, his DPS far exceeds the Lycan once you get to that 40-50 minute stage of the game, and perhaps we see something like an Abyssal Blade build out of Matumbaman to give him some control as well as a bit of extra sustain, but Sven is just going to be king of the late game.
He's just got to hope to challenge, I think, everybody but the Sven. Liquid are going to have to kite Mushi around as much as possible, but that's going to be dangerous because it's not just a single core Sven who's going to be carrying this game for FNATIC. They also have mid one, who's level 16 with completed Ags. We're getting very close to having that AoE deafening blast that makes all the difference in these team fights. But FNATIC, they're actually going to have a very aggressive ward laid out. Their smoke is going to get popped, and Liquid have all the information they need. But FNATIC may still find the initiation. Mid one. Jump in. Fada going to be able to find that Yule Scepter initiation onto DJ. Follow up. Mind Control jumps on a 3-4-3, but Liquid hesitant to jump in past this tier 2 tower.
They have to be. Diving into Darkseer is perhaps one of the biggest traps they could fall into right now.
Yeah.
If they want to try and initiate and get a kill, they've got to do it with just 1 or 2 heroes. They can't commit 3-4 heroes into a fight until they've got the Darkseer doomed or something.
Particularly since this Aegis isn't all too important for Liquid. If they use that Exorcism on the first life, you end up getting popped as a Death Prophet. Second life isn't going to mean much for you. Liquid are hoping that they're going to be able to catch someone out, going for the typical ward or counter ward play near that cliff area. But FNATIC not going to be foolish enough to try that. They're just going to give up their tier 2 and give up their vision in exchange for keeping this game.
FNATIC here. This is perhaps a very risky place for FNATIC to go farming.
They're going to try and push out into the dire jungle. Liquid.
Mushi, he should know there's a gem because Jarek's just de-warded around that mid lane.
Maybe he can just straight out outrun it though. Jarek's may actually show himself in mid. Mushi is kind of being surrounded right now by so many heroes on the map. Still
with a Sunstrike, he can get kills.
Yeah, he can, but mid one may not have the time for that Sunstrike as he's going to be silenced up. Oh, Yule Scepter goes down right as the silence does. Mid one may still be able to make the escape. Another Yule Scepter, this time from Fada, slowing down mid one's retreat, but he managed to get off the Ghost Walk. Now he gets away. Fada going to be jumped on by Mushi. The physical damage is cleaving through, but they can't quite get the hold long enough, and Spirit Siphon is doing its work. Now the rest of Liquid come in from behind as Mushi's BKB is run out. The Centaur stun misses. And that means Mushi will be able to get away, but the rest of FNATIC cannot. That's going to be mid one as well as the axe falling. And tier 1 and tier 2, I believe, are now forfeit. Liquid will take all the outer towers of FNATIC.
DJ misses the call on the Death Prophet when he initiates there because that was the big kill they needed. There's an well, actually the Aegis is actually gone now, but they killed Fata's Death Prophet and Exorcism is down. FNATIC can take that fight, but missing the call meant that Mushi could not reliably deal damage to him, and FNATIC now down 2, and this is the classic Liquid play. They win one fight near your base, and suddenly they're going to be in a position to break high ground.
35 minutes in, that danger zone has come to a peak now. As Liquid force a buyback out of mid one, that hurts. That's going to stall out that refresher, which is kind of like the be-all, end-all of team fight items for the Invoker. So Liquid have successfully stalled that one up, gotten a huge fall of gold for themselves as they now are 5K ahead, 5K experience as well. And they're feeling comfortable. They can even sit back, play some more farming games, and wait for the next Roshan, which will be Aegis and Cheese if they really want to. I would say they've kind of eased up the pressure of late game a bit with that play.
They're going to just be a lot more comfortable knowing that they can hit that next item timing. They're going to have a BKB on the Cumberman. They'll have the Octarine Core on Death Prophet, so they get that lower cooldown in Exorcism, which means there's less room for FNATIC to play around that cooldown. And off for the next Roshan with Aegis and Cheese, they're going to be looking for another fight like that near the FNATIC base. You win a fight, you get that pick off on someone like an Invoker or a Sven at the start, and then suddenly you're breaking high ground.
Even some of the utility items were lovely pickups. I love Mind Control, for example, getting the Force Staff and the Slaughter. That was awesome. Jarek's has one of his own, and he could even go something like a Ghost Scepter if he feels like he's going to be the one targeted in the next 20 gold. Other than that, Liquid seem to be spread out, not really fearing that FNATIC are going to push into them, at least not for now. FNATIC do seem a bit scared, grouping up around that top.
And all these Force Staffs are pretty much to save Fat in a lot of ways. Like if he gets jumped on by an Axe with a Sven follow-up, you need to have some way to help him disengage the Sven, and that's the Force Staffs from Slaughter and more importantly the Disruptor, the tools to do that.
So FNATIC, they push out the top lane a decent amount, but Liquid not really caring about it. They are going to stay in this mid lane, keeping both mid and bottom pushed out. It means they have all the map control in the world because FNATIC are scared to actually head up to that top lane. but somebody still needs to protect that tier 3 tower eventually, unless they're going to let it just take some chip damage from the wave. And there it is, TP back from the Slardar. I like that choice just because that's one of the great things about Slardar, right? He can push out the wave. Okay, he doesn't have the greatest wave clear with just Slithering Crush, but at least he's super mobile. So if there is going to be a push out from FNATIC, Slardar can still respawn in probably about 5 to 10 seconds.
He's already sprinting back towards the Roshan pit area, it looks like, recognizing that FNATIC have been missing for a long time from the map. You have 2 wards right outside the FNATIC base, which means they're either sitting in their base as 5 doing nothing, which is obviously not the play. Well, now the Wolf actually scouts them out, or they're making a move with smoke out and being aggressive. So Liquid already in position to take a fight as 5 again.
Yeah, and you don't really care if that top lane is pushed out. Now you've stopped the momentum, and oh, Fada, this is a dangerous position. He's actually going to be spotted out. Pops BKB, DJ misses the call, and now stuck inside the trees. The Shivas goes out. BKB's on both sides wasted. And now, whoa, blink for blink, mind control. One step ahead of Mushi. Matumba Man's going to pop his ultimate. He wants to take this one. He's going to be doomed up. Glimpse back straight to the Static Storm. And that is a very dead carry from FNATIC. The rest of them trying to retreat. Matumba Man and mind control. Speedy demons they are, but will not be able to find FNATIC in time to get another kill.
Yeah, Mushi just completely misreads the situation. The aggressive blink in after he'd already committed his BKB seemed completely unnecessary. It felt like, okay, you've just wasted God Strength BKB on Sven. Well, God Strength was still up. You don't have to fight. Mid lane, though.
Oh, my goodness. They're trying to make it play, and they've got it, too. Matumba Man is dead, and Jerix, having already used the glimpse, not going to be able to catch more. In fact, FNATIC, they actually think they could just go for this one. Force Staff over the cliff, calls for another Force Staff from Mind Control, gets it too. Stays away from DJ, who's now Static Stormed up. Going to be hit by Kuro by the Centaur stun, held in by the kinetic field. DJ just trying to save his own life at this point in time. Might be able to get more as they get the vacuum between the two. The paralyzing cast holding them in place. Sunstrike, not quite enough. Jerix going to be hit by one more paralyzing cast, but will be able to get the glimpse back on DJ to execute him. And 3-4-3's up next. Tornado hits at the right time, right as BKB falls, and they do manage to hold against Liquid and prevent that being too many pickoffs, and acts for the liking of Matumba Man. That is an okay trade-off there from FNATIC, but it would have been all the better if they just backed away after that kill.
Yeah, they got a bit greedy, chasing for more, and then the Force Staffs kick into play as Liquid get away from the Axe, who was hunting for follow-up kills. Top lane Mind Control does not have his BKB.
Yeah, he's got to be careful here. Cold Snap, Forged Spirits dealing a lot of damage here. He's actually low enough that he gets a little bit more with the Tornado, perhaps a Sunstrike or a Meteor. No, mid one. He's actually scared. He doesn't put enough priority in that kill to risk his own life. So he just goes, walks, and gets the hell out of there. He will have a BKB soon. So in another scenario like that, though, and he can make the full-on initiation and still be able to TP away, Liquid have very little to be able to stop that.
Things settle down a bit here as we'll see what Liquid's next big move is going to be. They are in the Roche pit already, and FNATIC have their whole team alive and the smoke at play. Darkseer, if he can get in there for a vacuum wall in time, could turn this fight in FNATIC's favor, but Roche will drop very fast.
Yeah, and one of the hard parts is Liquid's team, with that amp damage, they can actually take with just 2 heroes inside the pit. So it doesn't even mean you have a positional advantage if you choose to fight into that Roshan area. If anything, it could be Liquid, especially Fada there, up on the top side, able to come down as soon as the initiation comes in from FNATIC.
And I like the way Liquid use their scan there, just to protect themselves from the smoke initiation to the Roshan pit. And I think saving scans for moments like in the late game where you're going to go for a Roche is very, very important.
Now Liquid, they just have to deal with this pesky top push that is going to be coming more and more frequently now that we have that Boots of Travel from mid one, and he knows how important it is too. He hasn't been punished from one of these split pushes just yet, and he's going to continue to try and keep Liquid with one eye to the top lane.
Seeing an unconventional Doom item pick up the Aghanim Scepter coming out for Kuro. I think recognizing that often the Doom target is not someone that's being focused down. They're dooming a Sven just to take him out of the fight, prevent follow-up war cries, prevent him from being able to blink around.
Right.
Here come FNATIC though, smoking up, looking to engage.
Smoke across DJ. This is an important initiation. Will be able to get it to the Sunstrike over the top. Will be able to blow on Mind Control. They can just get a little bit more physical damage, but it's not quite enough. Maybe Sven, he comes forward, goes straight for Mushi. They actually pass off and will be able to help the Sven with the cheese. He gets the stun onto Mushi and they start targeting him down with the amplified damage. But Axe, he gets the call onto both of them. Here comes the cleave damage, but will it be enough? The amp damage is too much, actually. Now Fada, he's cleaned up some of the heroes in the back and will be able to join the rest of his team to make sure DJ stays down 3 up from FNATIC. And that is going to be only for Disruptor, and she's used. Mid one. He tries a little play there with the Sunstrike, but I know he's feeling desperate.
There's Exorcism. This is danger time with Aegis, Exorcism. Matumba Man can just go in the front lines. We'll have another shapeshift soon. Very difficult to defend.
EMP just to lead things off. Yule Scepter will be used by Fauna to dodge that one. And you may see this whole entire bottom lane of Rax just being taken out. The vacuum into the Stormbolt, not going to be fast enough. The BKB is used first. And now they turn and try and take out mid one. He's forced the Yule Scepter onto himself. Unlikely to be able to get away. The amp damage and the physical damage, too much combined. And yes, indeed, Liquid will take that first lane of Rax at bottom. And because Minwan died, they may even look for a little bit more, but that would be greedy. And you could already see they're not even sticking around for that range Rax necessarily. It will be taken out by Cardi. Oh, not quite. They get the Stormbolt just in time, but still. The important Rax, the melee Rax, has been taken out. And FNATIC feeling a little bit more worse for wear as they will continue to feel all the pressure of Liquid. They're not going to give them any free map control whatsoever, it seems.
Yeah. These fights just seem to be coming down to the initiation from FNATIC not getting that insta-kill. But go bottom.
Done.
Mind control.
Mind control pops his BKB, turns around, gets the amplified damage onto Mushi, which has been one of the biggest problematic spells for him, is he can't actually challenge the Lycan very well. Kuro comes in, throws down that Purge, will be enough for the Glimpse to be here, and 3-4-3 very likely to get taken out. Looks like the Wolves. Stormbolt actually right after the Stormbolt, you have to jump in. DJ managed to counter mind control, but it may not be enough. There's the vacuum pulled right back into the wall. Matumba Man gonna have to just take a ranged Rax and runs himself back through mid. A lot of things being used there. It looks like they still managed to get the Witch Doctor thanks to the extra movement speed. And the run down, but they're not able to go for the second lane of Rax. So even they just got a support hero. They blew an ultimate or two, but it's the important one of Fada's. It's going to be a big one, but he's going to be taken out almost immediately. Comboed from FNATIC, and now they're going to be able to get so much more as they vacuum back. Chasing Kuro with the cold snap. Choosing against it though, Midwan. You think he wanted to go, but he was just a little bit scared that Liquid would turn and they'd lose that fight.
Surprised he doesn't chase it. The BKB was wearing off, but that was kind of time to find some kills. You've just blown up a death problem. That's the combo it feels like FNATIC be missing. They're getting the jump like a few times, like in their own jungle early where they get the blink initiation onto Slada, but the follow-up damage has just never quite been there with either Mushi or in that situation, mid one, to burst down that first hero at the start of a fight. Last time Slada gets off the cheese. This time around, Death Prophet blown up from full HP. That's exactly how FNATIC need to approach these engagements.
One of the hard things is it does seem the BKB defeats a lot of the initiation damage from FNATIC, so it almost seems like they have to try and force an initiation outside of the base, make Liquid blow those BKBs, and then try and extricate themselves from that team fight safely. But that just seems so unlikely because we've got the ever-present support of Jerix always being able to make sure you can't escape for free as long as he's got that line of sight. So FNATIC are actually going to be the ones pushing forward here. They've got 15 seconds to get damage on that tier 3 before Liquid are full power again.
Importantly, Aegis expires if FNATIC do want to take a fight and push, but with bottom lane coming in, I think they probably look back at their base and realize we've got to push this out. Lycan or even the Death Prophet with the Boots of Travel could just go for the backdoor play and take our mid lane of Rax with no glyph up, so respecting Liquid's push potential, and FNATIC will have to slow things down here, wait for their next opening.
Unfortunately, the progression of items just will not be there for FNATIC. It seems fast enough for this next team fight. I say that actually BKB being bought out by DJ. Does this mean he's giving up his buyback potentially for the next team fight?
I imagine for FNATIC, it's like you've got to just win that fight off of your initiation, because if it's a long drawn-out fight where you're relying on buybacks, chances are you're losing your base while that happens. You've got a Lycan with Necrobook, a Death Prophet, Exorcism. Buyback isn't going to cut it to keep your Rax alive.
True, and the BKB is one of those items that, you know, it's such a strong defensive item, it may be worth more having that rather than having 2 lives in a fight anyway. That being said, doesn't look like Midwan's going to get his refresher unless Liquid really slow this game down. and don't push in for another 5 minutes. Sven has 3.7 on him. You may see another commitment by him into, I don't know, what would you commit for the Satanic at this point if you actually can get enough gold to, instead of having buyback, or do you want to hold on to buyback? Do you want to see a different item entirely?
His buyback in 2 minutes. The other, I guess, consideration for me is the moon shard, but
yeah,
you'd just be eating it. You haven't really got the item slots for it, so I think with Mushi, there's most likely buyback number 1, and then when you can afford buyback with Satanic, you play around that. He's the one hero who I think having buyback probably matters a lot more on than your initiating heroes like Darkseer and Axe doesn't quite matter as much.
Unfortunately, they don't have the other armor item either. They've got the Shivas on Darkseer, but they're still missing an AC, and that would certainly help out a lot.
They just go steal the Lycans, you know?
Yeah, that's true, that's true, yeah.
I watched it last time, the Lycan illusion just died like to 1 Crypt Swarm though. Like they got the Lycan illusion off the wall, but didn't actually stay alive. It's something worth microing just because it is a free AC aura.
FNATIC will be playing purely on the high ground, it seems, waiting for Liquid to take the first step here to progress this game one way or another. It's been a very tight game, number 1. Few mistakes by both sides, as FNATIC have had just a couple of misplays, such as Mushi's blink in at the bottom lane. But other than that, I would say it's been a pretty good game by them, holding their own against Liquid. We'll see whether or not they can continue to do so for the next 10 minutes, as Liquid may just be able to close out this game. They're waiting for the right kind of initiation, though. They're not trying to just full up 5-man through the mid lane, as we have talked about the danger of that Darkseer with the wall. Mushi is going to be jumped on. There goes the Doom. They managed to purge him as well. No BKB save from him, and that'll be a long one with Kuro keeping his vision on him, but still DJ managed to get the counter initiation. 3 BKB, 3 brawlers running through and just eviscerating the poor Witch Doctor, and they're going to find even more. Mid one forced to pop his BKB, tries to get out. Good deafening blast to buy him space, but will it be enough? The Eul Scepter onto mind control. They have the vision trying to keep up, but Mushi ends up going down. 100 seconds on the clock for him, and that could just be the end of it as Liquid finally get the kill.
His buyback will come off cooldown, so he does have one last hurrah here.
They have the Exorcism. Jerix, he sends one back, trying to get DJ, preventing him from making his Blink Dagger initiation. A second lane of Rock's about to fall, but Liquid, off the buyback of the Sven, will retreat, and FNATIC will not be able to have any catch that prevents Liquid from escaping for free.
And Mushi just kind of off in no man's land again, very similar to what happened at bottom lane with the blink in. He's just a bit split apart from his own team, just trying to get some farm. He's not even pushing a lane out, and that's where I don't like that he's there trying to farm the Ancients, because you're not really helping your team strategically. He's just trying to get some item progression going for him, but he had plenty of farm and economy already, so completely unnecessary situation that he puts his team in, and this game gets a whole lot harder for FNATIC now that they don't have Mushi's buyback for the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, certainly. Liquid could even wait until, Roshan up 20 seconds. So this is perfect for them. They can get Aegis, they can get Cheese, siege the high ground, knowing that 1 kill on Sven is all it takes to end this game. And it's going to be all the pressure on FNATIC to somehow find an opening and be able to win a team fight that's stacked against them, just to be able to stay alive in this game number 1.
Mid one, Lincoln Sphere over the Refresher. I'm not sure how much I like this. He's not actually a Doom target right now. I guess you can apply it to the Sven when he's initiating in, but chances of like a Lincoln's winning you the game to me is much lower than the Refresher pickup.
Right. Sometimes you have to just go the full offense option, particularly now with this Refresher on Ohio. We could see the double vacuum, double walls.
If anything, I would rather see a Refresher Invoker and the Lincolns on the Darkseer. Yeah, double wall is nice, like being able to get the second vacuum right away to help your Sven out, but the Invoker is that big late game playmaker. If you can get the double around the world Deafening Blast, and one of the big things I don't like about mid 1 skill build is maxing out both Wex as well as Exort means that AoE Deafening Blast isn't coming till much later. He still needs 2 more levels before he even gets it.
They are trying to control their own fate, though. FNATIC playing to win, not just to not lose. They're going to push out with this smoke and might be able to take a fight here onto Liquid, but mid one's going to be spotted out first. They get off the BKB on the Doom. That's not going to be a good initiation, as now the Doom falls on his Sven. He's not going to be able to have much impact at all. It's just going to be left mid one against 2, as both the Invoker as well as the poor Axe are just left out in the cold, it seems. The rest of FNATIC trying to retreat, perhaps holding on to just the buyback saves, but it seems like neither one of those heroes have them.
Kuro's just trying to chase and keep reapplying the Doom onto Mushi, who's desperately trying to get back to his fountain. Kuro gets another purge off.
Oh, Mushi, he just wants to get back, but now the Glimpse is also going to be able to catch him. He'll never be able to escape from this Doom as it stays on him all the way through until his death. And DJ will call it for his team. Liquid take game number 1.
I mean, Kuro's axe pickup on the Doom, chasing down Mushi. That was the third fight in a row where I've just watched him completely take Mushi out of the picture. As a 4-position support, when you can negate the impact of your opposing team's super carry Sven, you're getting a lot of value out of that Doom. That is something we just haven't seen from most Doom picks in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely the interesting, Aghanim's was very effective in this regard, and it seemed like FNATIC struggled to be able to find a way to be able to counter it. Mushi, certainly perhaps with the pressure of the stage here in this elimination match, making some unfortunate misplays. FNATIC going to need to clean up their game a whole lot more if they want to be able to take on the tournament favorites of Team Liquid in game number 2.
Yeah, Team Liquid just played the team fight so well. The execution from Kuro was great. Vata on the Death Prophet was just getting tons of damage out. You had the Lycan with a harder Tarrasque by the end. And Liquid just did everything they needed to do.
Yeah, absolute control. It looked a little bit shaky, that 25 to 35. They didn't quite find as many openings, and then they got that one where they were able to force the buyback on mid one, and that eased up so much pressure. They just took control of the map. They continued to farm a little bit more efficiently in FNATIC and built that over and over and over. So game number 1, not the cleanest win in the world for Team Liquid. FNATIC did have some shining moments, but they're going to need a whole lot more if they hope to be able to take game number 2. We'll see whether or not our analysts think that FNATIC can make this an even series.
Yes, thank you very much, Capitalist, in the commentary booth. We will indeed check in with our erstwhile panelists as the teams go off for their break in between games 1 and 2. Liquid taking a first game, but it was a little bit scrappy in places, Purge. It wasn't the cleanest of games for Liquid.
I think Liquid was fairly clean. They had a couple mistakes, but I thought FNATIC played a lot sloppier, personally. 3-4-3 was out of position in a lot of cases where the rest of FNATIC was hiding in the trees, and the fight could have gone well if he didn't die at the start. I mean, he had no items at the end. It was like Tranquil Boots, Wand. That's not good enough.
Yeah.
I'm going to disagree a little bit. I think FNATIC played relatively even there. That game was absolutely dead even at the 30-minute mark. It was just, we've talked so many times about the trades by Liquid. At 16 minutes, Mushi's taking, I believe it was a quad, maybe even a quint stack of Ancients. Liquid, rather than contesting, as we saw some big plays in the previous series, chooses to go ahead and take the Roche, get the Aegis on the Lycan. 4 minutes later, they have a huge fight mid lane and get the Ultra kill on Fata's Death Prophet. And then it was really that, I'm sure we'll see this in the highlight, but it was really that 33-minute fight where they just took over the game.
Whoa, you just disagreed with me. You didn't tell me one thing that they did that was them executing poorly. Other than that, they chose to take a Roche instead of Ancients, and then you said with the Roche, they got an Ultra kill.
No, what I'm saying is this was a very close game. This is much, much closer than the other games that I've seen from Liquid throughout this tournament. I think FNATIC really did challenge them, and if their execution in the actual team fights had been just a little bit better, I think they had a chance to win this game.
You still didn't say the ways that Liquid failed to execute. Like, I get it that the game was close. I totally understand that.
Okay.
But you said that Liquid wasn't executing really well, didn't you?
Okay, so we're going to leave this aside, but I wasn't disagreeing with the fact that Liquid played very clean.
Okay. I'll let it go. We'll talk about this later.
Come on, I just got so
we
excited.
were about to have popcorn.
We were about to
have popcorn and everything. It was looking good. I like that. Bit of feistiness on the panel. Never a bad thing. Fog, which way do you go? Which way are you siding here?
Oh man.
You want barbs in the future?
Oh god, is it like that? No, I'm just gonna. I'm not gonna side with either of them. I'm just gonna give my own kind of perspective. Honestly, I think Liquid just played very well, very disciplined. They seemed like they had a nice, comfortable grip on this game. FNATIC had some moments where they shined, but I just felt like Kuroki's item decision in this game was absolutely perfect. He goes for the Midas, which you haven't been seeing too often on this Doom. Yep. He goes for Solar Crest, which was just a great item for his team. It was a very specific decision versus the heroes that FNATIC had. It wasn't the ordinary, we've been seeing a lot of people doing the Crimson Guard and everything, which definitely was a good item this game for him, but he did not decide to do it. He went for something different because he knew this is what we needed for our team.
Yeah, Sven never buys MKB, basically, and in very rare circumstances. There's just not enough item slots, so if he has evasion on his hero, he's not going to die as often as Sven, higher chance of him getting Doom off, and he can use it offensively to kill Sven.
Yeah, and FNATIC had a very hard hard way to really go into the fights. They had to basically utilize all of their spells perfectly and blow up one of the targets instantly. We talk about it all the time versus the Death Prophet. You have to kill him instantly, but Fata had such an incredible game. We say sometimes Death Prophet can be kind of iffy because he needs multiple different items, and we just keep looking at the replays. This is with the Ultra Kill where they really pull out super ahead, but Fata just had such a great game because he got the Yules very early, and he got his BKB very early, and then he got his plate mail as well super early. And those are all the tools that you need as a Death Prophet, especially versus the lineup that FNATIC has. And also Liquid just did a great job of just keeping FNATIC on their side of the map. I think it was like, I want to say over 18 minutes, maybe 15 minutes, where FNATIC just never crossed the river. They just weren't able to because Liquid forced so much pressure onto them.
Like, if you play Sven, you have to win those mid-game team fights. And they were very close. Mind Control saved the 2 fights ago with the Slither and Crush. But if they don't kill Death Prophet at the start of the fight, they're not going to win the fight.
Yep, and you kind of touched on it a bit too, how 3-4-3 sometimes was out of position. I felt Mushi a few of the times was a little bit out of position as well. Like, right there you saw him kind of getting caught out. Gods commented as well how he was farming Ancients. He's not even pushing the lanes out at that point. He's just in a very aggressive position, and he's not really gaining too much out of it except for his own selfish reasons.
Yeah, so we actually missed the fight that I thought really defined the game a couple minutes earlier. They had a 33-minute fight in the Dire jungle where they tried to initiate onto Fata. Fata backed up into the trees with his ult active. They actually split FNATIC, cleaned up the top 2, and then chased down the lane and got 2 towers on top. And if you look from that point, 33 minutes, in the next 5 minutes, Liquid actually took a 10K net worth advantage to break open what had been a dead even game to that point. So that's what we what we talked about yesterday from Newbie. They're able to identify a point in the game where if they can win a fight, they're going to take that huge advantage.
I liked how Liquid also stayed like very calm and structured in this game, just like normal. This is we always see Liquid. They had eyes of the Ancient stacks, but they were like, okay, we're going to do our own game plan. We're not going to risk going to contest these stacks. We're going to stick with what we know.
Yeah, that's dangerous. If Sven uses his ult and he's going to clear an Ancient stack, by the time he gets to Roche, his ult is gone. There's no way they can contest it then. Yeah. If anything, that's a pretty good trade as long as you get something out of the Aegis in the fight afterwards, and they did.
Yeah,
they got
and
that ultra kill.
The other thing, Fog, you brought this up to me, is that there's a lot of risk there in contesting that Ancient stack. Yeah. When you know that you're fighting uphill into a Darkseer, into an Axe, they have a lot of team fight combo that they can bring to bear. Sven's ulti's probably going to be active because he's doing the stack. Why not just wait, take your Roshan, get your fight a couple minutes later?
Dire prevails yet again.
Yeah, 23-12 now on the main stage is the Dire side. And you really saw why in that game. If the roles are reversed and Liquid are on the Radiant side, they're not contesting those Ancients. What trade are they going to get? It's not clear that they can necessarily go into that Roche pit position just below the Dire Ancient stack.
Yeah, 61-30 to Dire if you include the group
stages.
Over
the whole tournament?
Which is astonishing, really. And we're discussing it with Nox earlier. MVP, Fala?
Yes, because he stayed alive. That's the important thing. If he would have been dying to Sven or Axe in the early game, they could have just lost all their team fights, and then it would have been FNATIC in this position with an MVP.
Hasn't played a huge amount of games, Sven, in this tournament, but he was 100% after 5 games. First defeat. Played against him perfectly, I guess.
Yeah, they had a lot of tools to deal with him. The amplified damage, you could see him. He kind of got crushed down at one point because he didn't have an AC. Once you get amped, you're very susceptible to Lycan just sticking on you, and he was just getting doomed every single team fight as well. He can't really do anything. Kuroki's item decision, like we've been commenting, it was
really good.
Picture perfect.
So good.
Yeah, there was a small question. I noticed a number of people talking about it on social media. Was the Tranquil on Tranquil boots on Lycan wasn't a big deal in your opinion?
Yeah, it's a mistake. He was building components of a Vlad's totally normal thing. You can lock those items now so you can still buy those items without making Tranquils, but he clearly forgot. You don't want to do that on Lycan. It's not worth it. It doesn't increase your movement speed when you ult. It just gives you armor and regen. He doesn't really need the regen once he has Vlad, so not good, but it didn't change the game significantly.
One of the things I wanted to point out here, the parse numbers just came in. Over 16K damage for both Fata and Matumbaman. Nobody else on FNATIC. Nobody on FNATIC over 10K. And it's just straight out of the Liquid playbook. Fata dominates the mid game, and Matumbaman comes on late. They're able to control tempo so well behind their 2 superstar cores.
Man, and I really felt like Fata did even more damage than
How does a Slardar do as much damage as a DP? That's incredible.
You mean Lycan?
Lycan.
Right?
Oh, Lycan. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you said Mind Control. I was like, on a Slardar as a DP?
That'd be
That's great, though.
It's crazy, too. Like, you look at Death Prophet and you're like, the hero, he just clicks Exorcism and runs around. But Fata played his positioning so perfectly.
What he does?
Right? But like Fata's positioning was so perfect in these fights where he got multiple Spirit Siphons off, even if he got initiated. We saw in that top fight, one of the situations, he gets initiated on, he throws 3 Spirit Siphons out, pops his BKB, and he goes from like 25% to 100% life in like a matter of 3 or 4 seconds.
Let me bring a question up to you guys, since we don't have the players in the lobby quite yet here. I wanted to ask you guys, we talked a little bit about it, Echo Saber on Sven this game versus the SNY. We've seen a lot of Svens in this tournament. Paul brought up the perfect record. Go with that Echo Saber, the new item this patch. Mushi opting for the more traditional SNY build this game. Good decision?
I was very torn between it, but Kevin brought up a good point to me. I was like, you know, I like both. I like the SNY and I like the Echo Saber. I particularly like the SNY this game because he kind of needed movement speed to get away from them in those situations. But then, you know, they really do need to blow up the Death Prophet. Right. So maybe the Echo Saber could have been better, but that's kind of just, you know, we're kind of nitpicking.
Thinking about it now, especially watching those last 2 fights, I think early game Echo Saber was better, late game SNY was better. If he had movement speed, he could have gotten away from Doom just by walking. Obviously, Doom had a blink and other mobility, but it's a hard choice. Echo Saber is a lot less expensive. If they just got a good cask or a good chain stun, he could just kill 2 heroes in a fight, but it just never really happened. And that's one of the volatility things about picking Darkseer Sven.
Yeah. Okay. The teams are returning to their booths. We'll take a quick social media question while they're doing that as they get set up for draft number 2. First question is, how much do patches or meta affect teams' performances? I think it's a pretty good question.
I mean, hugely, right? Hugely. You saw, I mean, there's a reason that Alliance was the only team to win 2 Premier LAN events in 6.86 when you look at how good Chen, Lone Druid, their signature heroes all were Nature's Prophet in that patch, and now maybe a little bit weaker that the meta has shifted away from those heroes.
With that said, they also adjusted then. Like, they were the one team to pick Naga heavily going into that tournament. Everybody else didn't see the value in it. They changed the item builds and things like that. They got the value out of Naga that other teams didn't. So yes, it has to do with playstyles, but it also has to do with how innovative you are. And like we talked about earlier when Alliance is playing, they theorycraft a lot of stuff, and sometimes that gives you an edge over your opponents.
I'll extend the question a little bit for Fogged. Okay. Is it partly why we're seeing Alliance, EG, struggling a little bit? Some of the signature heroes that people, for instance, Arteezy, would like to play and just aren't valid right now in the meta for him?
Perhaps, but also we do see them maybe just lacking a bit of synergy. I don't know if it's just because of the patch and the heroes that aren't really in the meta again.
But does it play a part?
It does definitely add a little bit of a part for sure. Yeah.
Okay. Very interesting. We're going to move into the draft fairly shortly. We've got another one though. Is this patch more push-based or teamfight-based?
That's team-specific.
Yeah, I think it's
I
both.
thought that too.
I think that's the really neat thing about both 686 and 687 is that we've gone through a sequence of patches before this that were fairly balanced, but it wasn't balanced in terms of strategies. There was one dominant, either death ball or split push. Right now we're in this place in the metagame where a lot of different approaches to the game are all viable, and I think that's what makes Dota very entertaining to watch right now.
Yeah, it's very, very special right now. It's also 94 heroes picked at this event says everything about the fact that almost every hero is valid in some way, that you can try it out in different ways, and depends on the draft and play styles and the players that you've got in your armory and how deep your hero pools. I mean, it's really rewarding some of the teams that have deep hero pools like OG.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it is team specific, but also we've been commenting about it a bunch like on the panel. I know Charlie would love to say it, and he was saying, you know, you have to be able to take a fight at some point. You can't just be. Wow. I guess you could just push down if you're super far ahead, but you do have to be able to fight at some point.
Yeah.
No, but I like the point actually that you've made several times on the panel, Fogged, and that's first of all that scaling supports are very important because of the gold dynamic, right? That's why MVP is such a high variance team. If they lose a fight with that style they're playing, they're giving a lot to the enemy 1 through 5. And the other thing, of course, I had just had a senior moment. I forgot my second point. Please save me, Fogged. No. The other point was initiation. The other point was going to be initiation, where the team that has the better initiation and initiates first does tend to win that team fight. That's, of course, been true in previous patches, but it seems like it's even been more true on the main stage at this event.
Yeah, we were talking about it a bit in the lounge, but we saw it a couple times from multiple different tournaments where whoever gets kind of like the better initiator does come out ahead. And now we do have the draft underway. Bans are out.
Oh, boy.
Wisp, of course, not a surprise to be banned. Lycan is, of course, as well from FNATIC, but this time,
Disruptor.
the Lifestealer
Disruptor ban through as well, which is not that common, it has to be said. It's become more popular in terms of picks, but not that common to ban out in the first phase. But, as you rightly said, it's left the Lifestealer come through.
Yeah.
And just has such phenomenal win rate stats right now at this major.
FNATIC did have...
Okay, this is, by the way, this is the most important thing here. I don't think you can let Liquid have the Lifestealer Beastmaster open. By doing this, I think you had to take the Beastmaster first phase.
What about Lifestealer Ricky? Did they let them have that?
That's exactly what I'm thinking instantly. Like, it's been super potent versus the Beastmaster, especially on the main stage. We saw multiple times. These are two very safe picks as well. They're on the dire side for FNATIC now. Liquid just really been heavily favoring that Slardar on my control.
Instant pick.
No hesitation
He
whatsoever.
played it really well. I think one of my favorite things about that last game is that they were always anticipating DJ counter-initiating when somebody went in. One hero would go in, they'd approach, they'd back off for the counter-initiation. DJ would only catch one hero, and then they would punish with Disruptor repeatedly. They got so many Disruptor kills.
FNATIC had interesting ideas, though, versus the Lifestealer. We saw them bust out the Medusa, I think, multiple times. I think 3 times so far this tournament. And they also were the ones that pulled out the Terror Blade. And they ran both together in one lineup, which I think nobody would ever expect that.
Well, mid-Medusa is an idea that FNATIC has explored, I think, 3 times in this tournament, and even before now. It makes a little sense, especially because really Liquid has yet to run the Lifestealer on anybody but Matumberman. We saw a newbie run it off lane with KP yesterday, and the point is going to be they can't really take an AM right now against the Medusa, so their options to directly counter that hero are a little bit more limited.
Yeah, I like Liquid's approach, though. Yeah, definitely banning out the Draw Ranger. They don't want to get, I guess you could say, cheesed in any manner. It's dire. They have multiple auras already. Definitely banning out the Draw Ranger is a good decision.
It can be really good against Lifestealer, too, as long as you don't let him get too close to you.
Yeah.
And there's especially the 2 respect bans, the Phoenix and the DP. You can't argue with that after the last game.
Yeah, absolutely. Death Prophet I think Fata is one of the, if not the best Death Prophet right now in the world.
Yeah, I think so, too.
Oh, yeah.
Fits their playstyle perfectly.
Yep, they play super well around it, and he's just one of those players that he's super consistent. He's always in the proper position. You very rarely see him out of position.
Yeah, I mean, he and Super, I thought for a long time, were the 2 mid players that I think are the most team-oriented and the best positioning around their team in engagements. I was going to actually, you guys brought it up with the Death Prophet, but I was going to mention that for the Slardar too, that the Slardar really allows them to pick and choose their targets in these team fights. They used it very, very well in the last game.
We also said the Death Prophet and the Phoenix respect ban. Now we have the Enigma respect ban. They don't want DJ coming out with what he had yesterday.
It's good against Lifestealer if he rages.
Yeah.
That's how you lose games, man.
It's also these clutch moments, Clutch moments can really mess you up. FNATIC goes for the Earth Spirit themselves. Pretty decent pickup. It can be very good versus Lifestealer, but it can also be very costly versus Lifestealer. It depends on if you get your silence or your stun pre-rage.
Block pick on Jerax, of course, as
Block pick on Jerax as well.
GJ is no mean Earth Spirit player himself.
They need stuff that can react to that, because he will be roaming a lot early game. I guess they don't really have greedy picks yet, so it isn't that big of a deal, but they can go anywhere with their supports right now, except for Disruptor. So.
What fits really well with their lineup right now? They still have their Tusk if they do want to. They do have 3 melee then, but the line is just much safer. Can't argue with that at all.
They might be prepping slightly for a possible Medusa pick here. Since line has mana drain, it can be a really good solution.
Yeah, really good point.
There's even a secret game once that they played against a Medusa where Misery was playing line. He went 1-1-4, and I thought about the damage that does to a Medusa, and it's something like 600 damage per second if you calculate how much value you're getting from a mana point. It's really incredible.
Difference here, though, being
really
FNATIC has a lot of options to get in there and stop that channel. Of course, Lion's not necessarily a hero that you want to use your disable on, but the thing I like about this FNATIC draft so far is they've got 3 heroes that can jump in there and initiate and make those fights happen, and as you guys have been pointing out on a lot of the panels, it tends to be the team that gets that first initiation is going to take the fight.
That also gives them a lot of evenness amongst their draft. They have a lot of physical damage right now and a lot of magical mixture, so they don't have anything really lacking. The only thing, I guess, is a little bit of deep push, but I'm sure that they will address to that pretty soon. And Phantom Lancer, another hero that we've been seeing picked a little bit more versus the Lifestealer, but I think that this hero has actually, I want to say he's lost majority of the time. I think he has a very low win rate here.
Mid 1 has played it for FNATIC. They've run this safe lane the majority of the times. Some other teams will tend to run this mid against the Invoker, but this probably is going to be safe lane PL. Although I think they will mix it up a little bit.
Yeah, he's 1 for 4 on the main stage so far for Phantom Lancer, that is.
So I'm really wondering what Fata's hero is going to be.
So there's the Riki like we were talking about. Incredibly good versus the Beastmaster, with the of course with the Lifestealer infested. You were the one even who brought it up. You know, a smoke screen with an infest bomb with the open wounds. It's pretty much a 6-second stun until people have BKBs.
None of these heroes have solutions except for having Avenge stand nearby, and that kind of works, but not for ganks, because ganks, you're not always going to be there with Avenge.
Yeah. Were you expecting the Riki to be banned out alongside the DP?
I don't think,
no.
I was thinking about that, but I don't think you can argue with any of the 4 bans that FNATIC have made. Those heroes,
I agree.
You know, Liquid's so dangerous with all 4, and that's kind of the thing. You have a team that's capable of playing this many strats at this level. You got to let something through.
Sure. I guess what I'm saying is when you weigh up the odds, is it better to let the Phoenix go through than the Riki?
Nah, I think FNATIC are okay against a Riki. It's a scary thing to play against, but again, with those 3 initiation options, they're not going to have to ball up during fights. This is a team that I think when they're playing their best, again, they're playing by feel, and if they position properly relative to one another, I don't think Liquid is necessarily going to have an easy time getting those multi-hero smokes.
I like the DK ban. It's exactly what I was thinking about. Liquid needs something to just round up their whole draft together, and I think the ones that stood out in my mind was Dragon Knight, Alchemist, or even if they want to go like very different, it's like the Leshrac, who's extremely good versus Phantom Lancer, or I mean Fata used to love Razor, but he's kind of been drifting away from it.
The Alchemist was the one that occurred to me first, and that's a hero that Fata plays very, very well.
Alchemist,
there you go.
Like we were saying, Alchemist or Leshrac were the bigger options there.
Yeah, and FNATIC's really lacking single target damage right now. I think Invoker's their pick here, because they need a way to kill
Can we go
Alchemist.
back to a Mushi PL with mid 1 on the Invoker? He's an Invoker play.
Yeah, I guess that could happen
They
too.
need burst. They have physical damage, but they don't have any type of big burst damage unless the Beastmaster gets extremely farmed with like Roar and a Book 3 really early.
They may not be the best picks here, but I want to see FNATIC with a confidence pick here. I kind of want to see either a Medusa or a Shadow Fiend from Mushi. And I know the Shadow Fiend play looked a little bit uneven yesterday, but it's a classic hero. It's a hero. At this point, FNATIC need their comfort picks.
I'm just going to go back to what Charlie said, though, and that's that Arteezy said he can't play Shadow Fiend right now, and if Arteezy can't play Shadow Fiend, then...
It's kind of okay here. It has a minus armor aura. It's not super terrible versus Lifestealer for that reason. If they're hitting Lifestealer and they have that extra minus armor, it helps it a lot. And it does give you a lot of nukes. It gives you some team fight. I don't think the hero is amazing right now by any means, but Mushi has been playing it okay.
Yeah,
Medusa is definitely the comfort one, but like Kevin was bringing up, there's going to lack damage, and Lion they pretty much prepped for that initially in the draft from Team Liquid.
And there's the Medusa.
And they do the Medusa, but
I just feel like this wastes the Beastmaster. I don't know.
Yep. So
I like Liquid draft better.
I have to agree, honestly. I like Liquid's draft a lot better.
I actually think FNATIC can take this game. I really do. I think they have the right way to get into fights, and I think they have 2 cores that scale very well that they're comfortable playing.
They need Mushi to do well in the laning phase, though.
Absolutely. They really do.
They really need him to crush the laning phase.
Look for that first 8 minutes.
Yep.
All right. Thanks very much, all 3 of you. We get more thoughts from them, of course, at the end of our second game. Regardless of how it goes, FNATIC are on the line, though. They need to win this one to stay in the tournament. Let's find out whether they can do it with Gods and Capitalist.
That's right, Paul. Elimination match indeed. A game left away for FNATIC from being taken out of this tournament, and they go back to what they know the most. Comfort picks, you could say, but Gods, is it going to be enough? A Mushi Medusa, a DJ Earth Spirit?
It's comfort picks, but I feel like Liquid have put together like one of their just classic Liquid drafts, which I mean, it's tough to beat.
Potential strategic win. We'll have to see. Game number 2 starts now.
FNATIC versus Team Liquid.
And we are going to start off with some action almost right away, potentially, as FNATIC go for the 5-man smoke straight up to the top lane. They may be going for the wraparound to see if they could pick off Mind Control, who's already heading out to try and get his ward down. Looks like they want to try and contest the Liquid's Alchemist as best as possible, see if they can deny him that bounty rune. But Liquid may not be so easily sniped. They do get at least a good aggressive mid ward that is unlikely to get denied. Most of the time these mid wards are farther on the right-hand side, so could be that one's going to be missed entirely. FNATIC not finding their first blood opportunity will instead just bounce back and wait for some information perhaps from that ward before deciding where they want to go for the bounty rune.
All right. A lot of early detection on that dire side. Sentries on both Ohio and 343 where they've split the 2 sentries, and a dust on DJ. So they're ready to deal with the Riki early on. If you can catch him with an Earth Spirit roll,
that
ward, a fast kill.
It was a good read, but is it going to be good enough? It looks like they may still be able to get that bounty rune, and sure enough, they do pick it up on the Alchemist, but they may still get the first blood. They slow mind control down. DJ trying to catch up. He's got another roll in 4 seconds, but not going to be good enough. 343, not close enough. Seemed like Liquid did choose at just the right time to start bursting through that top lane and pick up the Bounty Rune for Fada. Despite FNATIC having the information from that mid ward, they just weren't fast enough to be able to stop the Bounty Rune being picked up, and it turns even worse as they actually give away both.
Yeah, double Bounty Rune. Gonna keep looking for the roll in mid. DJ does not have the Orb of Venom, so the amount of pressure he can apply is somewhat negated because of it. Partly also why they can't get that first blood without the additional slow coming out from an Earth Spirit. And Vata going to be very comfortable against those early rolls with the starting Poor Man Shield.
As you can see, our bottom lane is being completely abandoned. The Beastmaster is already full-time jungle against a Riki that will have certain dangers inherent to it. But it also means Liquid are actually very free to start pushing out the bottom lane immediately. It looks like almost like Jarek's did just a single pull right away.
Oh no, he wants to just farm. He's going to do the pull through.
Yeah.
And I think for Jarek, it's about getting CS as well as just levels here, and it means you're spreading more farm and XP to your carry because you're not in the lane leeching XP. And Lifesteal is a hero with Feast, with a stout shield. He doesn't mind taking the creep wave a bit. He's got Tangos as well as a Salve, so they're just kind of being as efficient as possible using the pull camps.
So Jarex will try and clean up the rest of this medium camp, maximizing his jungling potential while Kuro tries to play the harassive role. Will throw down a counter wards. They're going to be traded away, but that's the advantage of the Invis hero. He doesn't care if his counter has been taken out. He'll just continue to try and sap half the experience and see if he can harass Ohio out of endeavoring to do jungle entirely.
Ohio, good news is you get the extra HP regen, but bad news is you've just lost your safety. Kuro snipes it. Ohio not getting the XP and farm he'd like in this jungle thanks to Riki.
Kuro got to get some more damage on Ohio as he sees the opportunity to man up against him. Ohio turns with the help of the boar, but Kuro thinks he can actually win this man fight a little bit more. And he is just being that overall nuisance. Meanwhile, let's check out the mid lane, see how that one's going, as it seems Mushi is 13-8 against Fada's 5-1. CS incredibly good. Oh no, the courier! No, it's gonna be sniped out by Kuro. He needs one more hit, but he can't quite get another block from. Oh, beautiful timing from Ohio. He'll pick up the counter. No, not quite enough. The counter ward laid out. They have the vision. Kuro does end up going down indeed to Ohio. It comes down to the last second. Now the top lane, Mind Control's going to be up next. He does get hit by the magic missile. Fakes out the slithering crush to force Midwan to go for it, but may actually still be able to get the kill. Not quite enough though. Off the back of 30 HP, he will be able to back himself away. Forced out at least that mango from Midwan.
Yeah, great animation cancel on the crush to bait out the doppelganger. And Kuro going down for first blood. It almost for a second looked like they were trying to bait him with the courier, but it was actually more likely to miss micro, but FNATIC capitalized, but Kuro's already back being aggressive once again in the jungle. Ohio has more sentries here, but this is a big gold investment to deal with a Riki.
Bottom lane, DJ is going to be caught. No opportunity to roll away. Combination of the Lion and Lifestealer. It's too deadly for him to deal with. And Kuro is falling behind now, even though he's sticking with Ohio. That loss, that first death, does give enough space that Ohio is actually able to just sit, keep farming away, and maintain high enough HP that Kuro can force him out.
And this bottom dual lane for Liquid is just doing so well. Top lane though, Mind Control in some trouble here. Mid one's going to need a couple, at least one more lance, and
the kick is going to miss.
Yeah. Without the kick, this is not going to be a kill they can get.
4-minute rune, Kuro will be able to snag it here, double damage, and Mushi is actually in some serious trouble against that rune specifically. He's man-fighting Kuro to try and force him out entirely. They will be able to get the mistake. Plus, now the slowdown of the dust as Kuro goes back to Invis, turns and fights as best he can underneath the smoke screen, tries to get away from the right clicks, will be able to just in time as DJ goes for a kick, almost nails Kuro, but he sidesteps that one, and the healing sound will bring him back up to full.
Kuro, he doesn't know any chill.
He pulls it, now realizes the counter ward is down from FNATIC.
Liquid are just getting so much more out of the lanes, and most of it's coming from this bottom lane. You've got a Lifestealer free farming the lane, and a Lion who's free farming, like, not really farming the jungle, but he's getting XP as well as levels himself. He's going to hit level 4 already very early on, and Matumba Man is huge as a result.
Yeah, even using the Infest there to quickly clear through this stack a bit faster.
The efficiency from Liquid in this early game is just what really is most impressive right now.
Yeah, particularly for the Lion. Mid one, top lane in some trouble. The smoke screen's going to be particularly problematic as Mind Control might be able to finish him up even after the Doppelganger as they go for it. Mid one gets the farthest jump away and will be able to healing salve himself to safety. But still, they put the pressure required and will be able to keep his farm down in comparison to the Lifestealer. He's actually sitting at half the CS.
Laning stage, a huge win for Liquid. Mid one has just not been able to get any farm whatsoever. We saw this a bit last game where Mind Control just did not get zoned at all. This time around it's Avenge, which is an even weaker zoning hero than the Witch Doctor of game number 1, and Liquid putting a ton of pressure on FNATIC early on. They're not done here at top lane as well.
They'll try and go in again with mid one quite low. Sprint comes out, Mind Control not actually gunning for it. And instead, it will just be the FNATIC supports trying to secure that rune for Mushi, filling up that bottle. They're actually going to try and cut across. Moving the DOTA with them is something that is a bit unusual, but it may just end up
anticipating a Lifestealer TP, I think.
Jump in, Mind Control is going to be hit by that rolling boulder, immediately wiping him out with Mystic Snake, and now they're going to reveal Kuro as well. He's got the jump away, but nothing to jump to as there's no TPs whatsoever from Liquid, but it doesn't seem to matter. A dive all the way into the tier 2, but that's where FNATIC halts. Back up and maybe try and go for this tier 1 as a full 4-man force.
Fortunately, mid one didn't have the mana for one more Spirit Lance to get this follow-up kill, but if FNATIC get a tier 1 tower, it's a good rotation, but Slider's TPing, Lifestealer has a TP, they could try and fight this one.
In the meanwhile, there it is. TPs start coming in, and they'll back away just off of a Kuro TP, because you never know what's going to be following that TP as well.
And is a Lifestealer invested inside of him? If you haven't seen the Lifestealer recently, he was in fog while that was happening. You're always a little bit concerned, but the Matumba Man will show himself once again at this bottom lane.
He just wants to be able to finish up his armlet, and it may cost them their tier 1 offlane tower, but it's not the biggest loss in objectives in the world. Phantom Lancer will be able to pick up that last hit. It's still costing FNATIC their Medusa sitting in the top lane, the same lane as the Phantom Lancer. This is very clearly not very efficient farming pattern, but it does work to get at least a little bit of space in the top lane. DJ is getting his levels in mid meanwhile.
They're going to bring Mushi back now as DJ probably going to go on the roam, but more importantly, Beastmaster's hit level 6. So we can look for our first couple of raw rotations from Ohio. Needs to find some kills off of this. Has the dust for when this smoke pops.
Yeah, and he's got the, yep, there it is, the smoke. Now, the dust, Ohio? Oh,
oh
no,
they see him though.
All right, they still got, oh, maybe they don't. They're going to need a kick to be able to stop Curl the follow-up magic missile, and they will indeed kill him. No primal roar required. Wasn't the cleanest kill in the world, but they do get it anyway.
Yeah, small little plays like that just make you kind of like question FNATIC as far as where they stand after that first game, because that was a very slow reaction to pop the dust out of Ohio, and at the end of the day, like, that was just lucky that they still find that kill.
And it was the same kind of problems that we saw in game number 1 as well that cost FNATIC much of their lead past the 35-minute markers. Too many mispositions, too many missed spells, or even just pickoffs that should have gone their way, but ended up going awry. Now Mushi gonna be dove on here, managed to get off the ultimate. That's important because that stun might be enough. They turned him all to stone, but he's still slowed down. They will have TPs coming in. 343 is here, ready to go to help
Lion was like
his carry.
mid-cast animation for either a stun or possibly a finger. Jerix has hit level 6 at 8 minutes into the game because of that efficient dual lane at bottom, and that was a sure kill on Mushi if he got that off. Luckily for FNATIC, they dodged that one.
Mushi's quick reactions does save his own life, and FNATIC will have a bit of space it seems to work with. Mid-one, the only one able to use that space, the rest of his allies actually have to head back to base. Seems like that 4-man smoke gank all the way, deep into that tier 2 area to get the Riki, and then that play at mid. It cost FNATIC a lot of room. They all had to just kind of waste a lot of time essentially getting a pick off like that, while Liquid can afford to be a lot more efficient with their movements. if this Lifestealer gank works out, Liquid, you could say, very easily won the laning phase, but...
And Mushi's not going to farm any further away from his tower, I'd like to think, at this point in the game.
Yeah,
he will go for a 10-minute rune.
He may come out just thinking that the rest of the supports are going to be here soon, but it may not be fast enough as the Finger of Death makes that look very easy for Liquid. FNATIC, unfortunately, just not quite close enough to be able to save their core. They leave the double damage there in place, hoping to be able to bait something out, and they will be able to get him. Kuro, he took it, chomped down on that double damage, and will pay the ultimate price.
It is still just a Riki that they're killing with the smoke rotation, so it's not the biggest kill, but importantly for FNATIC is they're getting towers and objectives. The tier 1 mid will go down. Whether a deny can happen from Jarek's, off the way to see. Not the case.
Liquid are still holding the top 2 net worth. Now the Alchemist is kind of expected, but it is the Lifestealer's lead that tells a lot bigger story about the way that Liquid have been able to utilize this laning phase to get their cores ahead. He's over by 1,500 gold ahead of the Phantom Lancer.
And I mean, Liquid have a level 4.5 Riki who's behind, and they're still up by over 3,000 experience here at 10 minutes in. That is just absurd how well this Liquid early game is going. They're crushing the lanes. Alchemist is already a big problem. The Lifestealer with the infest into the Riki is going to be a complete monster as well. Liquid are looking really strong here. They can just keep making these infest plays with Kuro and Matumba Man, and it's going to get so difficult for FNATIC to farm the map with the pressure Liquid can apply.
Yeah, when he's such a low-value kill, right? Kuro will always trade himself for these smoke ganks any day of the week. It means the rest of his team is getting so much more out of the map. He may be caught again here, but FNATIC... No, the whole crowd saw that one. Double Observer Ward misplay there, no counter ward in place. They will still be able to pressure tier 1 tower, but this is what FNATIC kind of have to do in some ways to be able to catch up back into this game in gold, and also be able to take objectives before Liquid hits their peak, because they're really about to with this Lifestealer completing the armlet, and is now going to go around the map with the help of the Riki. Invised up. See if they can jump on it. Mid-1 will be able to get the silence. That means the Lion gets the follow-up disables. And Matumba Man gets another one.
Such a good duo to gank heroes like PL and Medusa with, because you can stop the Stone Gate, stop the Doppelganger escape, and those kinds of pickoffs. You're doing this all with an Alchemist farming. Liquid are playing 4v5 right now, and the 4v5 scenario is like trading evenly, and then you've got this Alchemist free farming away, who's going to hit Relic already 12 minutes in. He's going to have Radiance in no time at all. FNATIC need to find a string of kills and objectives.
Yeah,
here.
they need something big, and this might just be what turns the game around a little bit for them. The silence combination, Primal Roar also being used. They want to make sure there's no hope of Matumba Man being able to escape from this one, but he might actually be able to do it. Pops the Rage, gets the Finger from the side, and they've already taken out one. Matumba Man hungry for more, will have the help of 3-4-3, but no, they're actually going to be able to get a beautiful silence. Another armlet toggle, but Matumba Man, he can't survive through it. Kuro gets in this just in time to dodge the magic missile and gets his level 6, but he may still be caught as they've lost his other support. FNATIC, though, seem to be out of counter vision, and it will just be a 2-for-1 still, though. At least FNATIC get some hold in this game.
And they're finding these kills.
Oh my god! Mystic Snake maxed out.
It's still just where, like, I mean, I talk about it being 4v5, it feels like even 3v5. Mind Control hasn't even gotten involved. He hasn't had to. He just wants to hit that Blink Dagger timing pre-15 minutes. He's going to get around that point. Varta's going to have Radiance at 14 minutes. I mean, Liquid are doing everything. Like, they're slightly behind on a couple of kills, but they're playing, like, a man or two down. And that's going to change once we reach that mid-game point. And at that stage, like, FNATIC, whether they're going to have the damage to deal with a Lifestealer and an Alchemist still remains to be seen. And it's really looking like the answer is going to be no. Like,
yeah.
You raw someone. You haven't even got like an obvious follow-up spell to burst down a hero who gets raw.
Right. They don't have the levels on some of these supports to actually get some real damage out of them, like DJ. He's only level 7. So it's going to be a bit lacking for quite a long time. Liquid, until that last smoke gank where they actually got caught on Matumba Man, everything was kind of business as usual for Liquid. When Kuro goes down, they're like, that's fine. That's more time for us to be able to farm up. And now this may be first time for Liquid to be the one to ward Kuro. He's going to get kind of baited out by this ward, but the real bait might be Mind Control's initiation. He's looking for it, but still doesn't find the opening. He's a bit scared, not wanting to throw away his life if all 5 of the FNATIC were there.
Yeah, Liquid's play at this stage of the game is to find pickoffs, and as soon as you see FNATIC engage on you with 3 heroes, potentially more, you don't want to go into that one. You're looking for the one-man farming, like the PL pickoff that we've seen happen before, and Mind Control's been scared.
And FNATIC actually dive into this tier 2, though, to be able to take advantage of this knowledge. They slow down Mind Control, definitely knows he's been revealed now, but it doesn't really seem to matter. They can't dive into Fada with the Acid Spray already out, so FNATIC back themselves away.
Jarek's 15-minute Link Dagger on his Lion.
Jesus.
He has played a phenomenal game here with Matumberman in the safe lane, and Liquid going to remain aggressive. They know, like, these kind of aggressive ganks that they're going for, they don't have to come up with kills. If they find a pick off or even trade evenly, as long as their Alchemist is farming, it's a net gain for them.
Jump in, here's the Infest Blink. They will be able to get the immediate swap off from 343. That'll certainly help out, and they actually might be able to pop Kuro. He pops the ultimate, immediately stops it and goes for the blink away. Not gonna make it away. Finger actually coming up, but 343 survives, and now they get the burn damage still from DJ, who looks for more. Jarek's, he pops the blink and will be able to jump away to the right-hand side over the cliff. And FNATIC know it's a useless pursuit. At least they get a little bit something. The important thing is they saved Mushi's life. Really great positioning there from 343.
Yeah, he was ready for that jump, and Liquid, another unsuccessful smoke rotation. Jarek's maybe getting a bit greedy here. The Urn will stop his blink, and
he gets the silence, hits him. Now he just needs the stun follow-up. Will be able to hit Jarek's. That'll nail him for the rest of the team to be able to follow up. It's the Mystic Snake again, stopping that blink dagger. Still has the Urn on him. The Axis cut him down.
There's like a half a second window when you first get hit by the Urn where you can still blink, but once you've missed that, you're a dead man walking, and nice rotation from FNATIC. They find another pickoff, and these kills will add up bit by bit. It's still Liquid who are out-farming FNATIC.
Oh no, mid one! He gets caught while trying to TP away. Still has the Doppelganger though, and the Life Stealer now enters the battlefield. Can he find the right one? Looks like he does successfully get it, but he backs away. Not wanting to challenge that. The Phantom Lancer actually being farmed up enough thanks to that very early Diffusal play that he could take a fight like that.
Yeah, fighting these melee front lines like Slaughter, Lifesteal with Diffusal, very effective.
The stun lands, but can they actually do this one? They swap him back into the silence. Will be able to get a little bit more. Fada now hit by the Primal Roar. The stun misses. Nice dodge from FNATIC, and they surround the Alchemist. FNATIC heating up, look for more. Jarek's gonna be the target. He still cannot get that blink away. The team looks to be able to break down those trees. Finds the double for mid one and pressures the mid lane. Unbelievable how many pickoffs were just kind of useless for FNATIC in the first 10 minutes of the game, but now they're actually finding the important ones.
Yeah, they're finding the big ones. The vision game has just been so good for them. The Sentry Observer combos around the Secret Shop killing off the Riki, and the vision in the Radiant jungle is just completely preventing Liquid's ability to farm. They're going to fight like small trades on the map. Matumberman getting a tier 1 top, but it's FNATIC getting the much bigger kills and objectives in the form of the tier 2 tower mid. Really strong start to game number 2 from the Southeast Asian squad.
This looked like it was going to be very cut and dry for Liquid, the way that they were getting. You kept on talking about, like, okay, the Radiance is almost here, you've got the Armlet, this Life Stealer's about to come into play, you've got the Blink Dagger and the Slardar. Everything seemed to be on the precipice of going Liquid's way entirely. But then, FNATIC just keep on finding the right kills. They might still be able to do what? Oh no, that is so much damage! That is an Echo Saber for you, folks. That jump in, stun, amplify damage, and Matumberman almost one-shots him from there.
There's no real solution to that as a PL except to just get more tanky items. You're likely going to see, like, typically when you go into that Manta style, but even that's not, which isn't going to make you that much tankier to that kind of initiation.
Liquid, they're done with this. They're going to try and get some more, and they're going to find it too. DJ smoke screened up. Not really a hope or a prayer to be able to get away. They might be able to get more. Nice block out there from Jarek's. Hope to be able to keep Ohio in place long enough for Mind Control to get here. The swap goes down, and now Ohio turns around with a Primal Roar, but he gets hit first by Fada's unstable concoction. That'll be a twofer.
Found up the Necro books. They're going to get Roshan. That Liquid initial pickup at top and the play at bottom, it's all coming out from Mind Control Slaughter. He gets a kill top and instantly he's in the bottom lane with Sprint chasing down FNATIC, and suddenly it's 4 kills in a Roshan. That's all it's going to take for Liquid to pull back ahead here in the game 2 decider for them if they can win this.
Minor speed bump for Liquid in the last 5 minutes, but they might finally do take that control that we were setting up And now FNATIC are going to have to find another way through. Is it going to be continue to try and be aggressive, or do they dodge Liquid for the time being?
I don't think you want to play passively against an Alchemist, as well as against a team that is going to continue to use those Infest Bombs with Slide. If you're trying to farm the map and play the economy game, you're going to get picked apart. You're going to get not only picked apart, but out-farmed as well by the Alchemist and the Greevil's Greed. So FNATIC, you've got to use smokes where you can. You're playing into an Aegis, but I still don't think they can just sit back and try to farm despite Liquid having that Aegis advantage.
Well, it seems you're absolutely right, Guns. At least FNATIC, at the very minimum, they're going to group up as 5. They're going to start making their way through the Radiant jungle. And not able to find anything just yet from Liquid, trying to protect their DOTA. This does kind of suck, the fact that they have both DOTA as well as the Phantom Lancer, 2 heroes, big late game heroes that want to be able to farm up, but they need every single hero they can to be able to protect one or the other. So it means our Phantom Lancer is just going to have to take care of some neutrals at best. They will still be able to put some pressure on this bottom lane. Liquid are actually hesitant to jump through that lane. They will be able to get the amp damage on the courier. Jumps away, but not able to get fast enough. Mind control has it locked on. And that'll help him complete his 4-staff for some max mobility. FNATIC, though, I like this play. If they can force this push in and make Liquid TP back, and FNATIC can still back away and not actually get into a team fight, that helps them get a little bit more control of this map. But
fortunately, it looks like Alk alone is enough to deter FNATIC trying to push. And Liquid's ready to jump in mid.
Yeah, so sure enough, TP into mid lane.
Might try bait an illusion.
Bait an illusion, but Kuro, he sees the real one, and Jarrett can leave with a Hex. Mid one will get popped just like that.
For a second, it looked like he knew what was going to be awaiting for him when he used that preemptive doppelganger, but he just didn't micro the illusions instantly and revealed which was the actual Phantom Lance to Kuro.
Now FNATIC don't really have anything to defend that tier 2. Liquid just really reading them like a book now. Knowing that bottom lane push was just a feint, they sat there in the mid lane with their smoke waiting for FNATIC to inevitably make the defensive rotation back, whether it was through TVs or maybe they all back through River. Either way, they were going to get caught by something from Liquid's positioning.
Liquid getting very close to hitting some scary items with the Assault Press almost complete on Life Stealer. Mobility items like 4-staff coming on Mind Control, and Schwarz kind of reached that farming trinity with the Manta Radiance as well as Boots of Travel ready to go.
So the inevitable Naga Siren suffocating style push from the Alchemist is just going to make this map look more and more closed off for FNATIC as they struggle to find space for their cores to be able to farm. They still have 3,200 though on Mushi's DOTA. We've seen this time and time again, the Manta style and Linken's guns. Is this a game where you want to see a Linken's from this DOTA?
Like an okay defense time. I almost prefer just straight into the Skadi though, because it gives you a little hiding potential to help deal with the Lifestealer and fight him. As far as looking at spells to block, it's like okay against the Lion spells, the Hex, the Finger, the Alchemist stun potentially blocked, and the Open Wounds, but I mean, knowing Mushi, like, it has been his strong, stable go-to build. If you're FNATIC, I mean, you can see it with their draft. They're just picking to their comfort zone, so if anything, I would expect Mushi to go to the item build he's most comfortable with.
Even just blocking a Hex could give him enough time to be able to get off his ultimate before the follow-up. And
great scan. They see FNATIC coming towards the top lane.
That's perfect. They may still get caught though. The silence not going to be on time though. Matamba Man still hit by the Primal Roar. They're going to be able to get the kick in. But Mind Control does get some control of his own with a Slithering Crush. Matamba Man almost going down here underneath that one. Fights against Necronomicon, gets the Infest. But it's Kuro who's going to be able to get revealed out, take it down. Matamba Man finally does lose his Aegis. But Fana and Mind Control are still plenty healthy. Mid one fights up against Fana, does have to back himself away though as Matamba Man comes back into play. 3-4-3 and the Phantom Lancer both going to end up going down. Mushi just trying to escape back to his tier 3 tower, but Liquid knows there's nothing left from FNATIC. They just keep on trucking all the way into the base if necessary, but it's just not. Fana picks up the triple kill, and they now look towards that tier 2.
You scan the FNATIC rotation coming in. Oh my.
They're not even going to let DJ try and get away. They even TP back from Fana. He is going to stun himself though. DJ could hide.
As soon as he sees the Radiance damage, we'll roll on out, but having Matamba Man positioned such that he met the FNATIC rotation towards top, and he's got an Aegis, so they throw a ton of spells on him. They don't even kill him all that quickly. The Beastmaster's the first to fall, and by the time they bring down Matumba Man, the fight is already heavily in Liquid's favor.
DJ is just looking for a lane to push. It means he's going to have to traverse the map here to get to bottom lane if he wants to try and do something there. But decides against it. The rest of his team is about to come back up. And Liquid just took a tier 2 at top lane. Didn't get too much more, but this is getting nastier and nastier. The Alchemist is about to get that low cooldown item in the Octarine, which means Chemical Rage almost always up. And it means those Manta Illusions are always split pushing.
You go back to the FNATIC draft, where's the burst damage come from to deal with an Alchemist? And a farm Phantom Lancer perhaps gives it to you later on in the game, but other than that, a lot of their damage is just like overtime damage. You're DPS from the Medusa, you're magnetized from an Earth Spirit. You've got these auras which give you this like decent physical damage, but there's no like one hero burst which is going to help kill off an Alch.
They're going to show the Dusa in the bottom lane as she attempts to stop this push. The rest of FNATIC will go for a 4-man smoke up, and they're going to cut through the river, but they're going to run straight into Liquid. Yet to see whether or not this is fortuitous for them. This smoke does get popped by Kuro. Not looking good. Microtrol gets a stun with the infest out, and already one down from FNATIC, and they're going to lose more. Ohio's going to be pursued out. Open wounds not letting him get away from that smoke screen. And Liquid, take 2, are going to lose Jarix, but Minwan is going to be caught. Both the smoke screen as well as the slithering crush makes it all too easy for Vada Matumba Man's physical damage to cut right through him. And now they're going to try and go for those Necronomicons. They can look towards towers, and even, I'm not sure how much longer until Roshan's up, but that is an objective that it seems like Liquid should have well in hand in the coming 5 minutes or so.
Liquid, as far as like vision and positioning go, they just seem like to be the best in the tournament. They position on the high ground, they use their scans so well. The Riki of Kuro just constantly providing scouting information to his team. Even when he's gone down and died, he's died 6 times this game, but it's never really felt like he's died in vain. He's dying to gain his team a farm advantage or a vision advantage, and what we're seeing now is a Liquid team with a massive lead here in game number 2, looking to knock FNATIC out of the tournament. And Kuro, as well as more importantly Matumba Man, he's not done. Anytime he's got Infest, he's either inside of Kuro or inside of Mind Control looking for kills.
Yeah, and it's not slowing down his net worth one bit because they have yet to be punished by this jump. They're just making the right decisions every single time. They'll see a potential pick off that they could go for, but it's always the times when FNATIC are sitting behind that Liquid choose not to engage. And as a result, Matumba Man, very clean game by him, has only died once. 7 kills, 7 assists.
Will be a Mushi Skadi now, just 100 gold to go for that. Look by this time, much better at dealing with that initiation from Liquid, where you might not be able to get off your Stone Gaze if you're caught inside the smoke. So this is a very tanky item to have, and also good at fighting into the Lifestealer.
You know you're desperate when you just start throwing a random dust out. DJ, hoping to be able to catch the Riki somewhere between their tier 3 at both mid and bottom. But not going to be there. They finally do reveal. Matumba Man pops out of the Kuro as they go for the push. Bottom tier 2 tower. That's going to be the last remaining outer tower of FNATIC given up. And FNATIC now have to play the very long and grueling defense of the high ground against Liquid's much more farmed heroes.
Yeah, and Liquid going to have a potential Aegis to push high ground with as well. We saw what that could do last time on Matumba Man, and it just comes down to this big problem for FNATIC. It's like there's this lifesteal on the front line who you can't even really easily engage on. Same for the Alchemist with how farmed and tanky he's getting. Bata's already got the plate mail, so a Shiva's Guard going to come up to help negate some of this physical damage out of FNATIC's side. And at that point, not only is Alchemist incredibly tanky, but he's got all this lifesteal from the Octarine core that he gets from all his spells that, I mean, he's constantly regenerating HP through these fights, and I just don't think FNATIC can bring either him or the Lifestealer down if there's an Aegis.
Careful, Mushi. He sees Spada, but there is always 4 heroes. 4 other heroes. When you see Spada, there's 4 heroes that could jump on Mushi. An infested Blink Bomb or Blink Strike Bomb if it's inside the Riki. You've got Jarix who can blink in as well. So there's just sort of this potential of just instant death for any of these heroes. But FNATIC, they know they can't give up too much control, and I love this decision. They're actually going to go for the swap, trying to get the Mean of Silence. They will be able to get the Primal Roar at least, and they might just kill. No, they get the Infest out. Matumba Man looking okay with that range. Now the stun, Slithering Crush, follow-up Hex, double Impale as well. Matumba Man gets his hands on those cores and starts ripping them asunder.
Wow, that rage reaction from Matumba Man, so good. It meant that only physical damage was there. Beastmaster can't use like the Mana Burn from the Necrobook, they can't use Spirit Lances, they can't follow it up with a Boulder Smash as well as the Silence from DJ, and that rage just wins Liquid the fight. They don't even finish off Roshan, they're already breaking your high ground. Liquid love to punish teamfight mistakes, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
They get the stun, Manta pops out there for Mushi as he goes back to his tier 4s to try and defend, but Liquid with that little poke realize they're not going to get anything for free. Not anymore. They're just going to go for that tier 3 tower at least. Stun goes out. Now the jump in, Slither and Crush. They immediately turn around. And what a punish. FNATIC, they're going to lose both their heroes it seems as Mushi gets drained of his mana, drained of his life. And the mid laner Brax about to fall. FNATIC just getting drawn out into the opening for Liquid to continue the punish, as they're now going to look for even more. They've got the tier 2 at the top lane already gone, so they can push this tier 3 now and see if they can force yet another numbers advantage spot for them inside the push. They get DJ, there it is.
Tried to come around from behind, probably to snipe Lifestealer, who's starting to get low on HP, but now another lane exposed. Top Brax likely to fall. Liquid have all the answers to this FNATIC late game draft.
They certainly do. FNATIC not able to get any holds here to defend their barracks. Are going to be left with just one lane it seems, as they're not going to go for yet another 3 versus 5 fight. And this means that Liquid actually still have the space to go back for Roshan if they want to. Now, what FNATIC desperately need is some sort of catch here before Liquid can get outside of the base, but that's just not going to happen. 3-4-3 couldn't get the swap down in time, and even then, you're unlikely to win that fight anyway. So 2 lanes to Rax by 30 minutes. Liquid with the largest lead, one of the largest leads that we've seen by 30 minutes here at this tournament.
Alk's already back to farming. He's going to pick up an Aghanim Scepter for his team, it looks like. We'll see who gets rewarded by this one. But as it stands, FNATIC in a desperate position. They need some kind of huge play around the Roshan pit, I'd say, to give them even the slightest chance of not even winning this game, but just staying alive in this game.
Roshan cost them a lot last time. They are going to see that this is an illusion. They're going to try and take Roshan for themselves and force Liquid here into what could be our final clash between these two teams here in Manila.
X-Lion, here we go.
Kuro with the Infest Bomb ready to go. He's going to jump on Ohio, take out the Primal Roar out of the equation, and get 3-4-3 saving mechanism out of there as well. FNATIC now left their 2 cores, but they're not going to be big enough to take this fight alone. DJ, he tries to get in, gets a decent ultimate, but it just doesn't seem to need enough. The smoke screen goes out, there goes a finger. Mushi left alone against the world is Liquid. They all get stoned up, but it doesn't matter. They persevere and take out Mushi, forcing the quick GG. The crowd favorites, they love these guys, they love DJ, but they're gonna have to wave him goodbye as this was their last game here on the main stage.
A top 6 finish for FNATIC, very formidable, but Liquid kind of living up to the expectations on this team. One of the tournament favorites, played absolutely immaculate Dota here in this best of 3, and they had 2 series today, but it didn't seem to phase them. They didn't look tired. It was a clean 2 over Na'Vi and now a clean 2-0 over FNATIC as they get themselves into the top 4 of this tournament.
Yeah, clean really is the defining word, right? Game number 1, it was very few mistakes from Liquid, and I would say even fewer in game number 2. Liquid just looking like easily a top 3 team here in the lower bracket, but we'll have to see. FNATIC, a respectable finish. And a respectable fight as well against Liquid in game number 1 for sure.
Yeah, this lower bracket Liquid does not look like a lower bracket team with the way they're playing. Anyone who's going to meet them is going to be scared at this point. But the teams you're looking at now that we get into the top 6 with, well, another team eliminated. Anyone left in this picture can still win this title here at the Manila Major. So Liquid still have a long road ahead of them, but man, did they play well today. This is a team who I definitely can see going the distance.
Do you think they can actually take on some of the tougher teams that we've seen in this tournament? OG and Newbie both look just as dominant, if not more so.
I think they're excited about the idea of a rematch against MVP because that's they've seen how OG dealt with them. They can probably take away a bit from that, and then looking forward, like they've done historically very well against OG. Newbie they beat recently in the grand finals as well. So Liquid definitely a team who can go the distance.
All right, well, Liquid knocked down to the lower bracket very early. How far can this lower bracket run go for them? That's something our analysts will have to decide.
Thanks very much, Capitalist. And Gods bring us the final series of the day. We'll wrap up the last series and we'll talk about day 4 as well, and we'll make a little look forward to day 5. Just 5 more matches remaining here before we crown our 3rd major champion of the season. And one team, Liquid, are maybe on their way to that title. They are still in the hunt, but FNATIC have fallen by the wayside. Not without crowd support, it has to be said, though, as they leave the stage. Let's catch up with our panelists right now. Purge, we'll start with you. A comprehensive performance in the end from Liquid. If you'd seen the result afterwards and seen 2-0 and seen the times of the games, you'd probably thought, okay, that seems pretty standard kind of Liquid. And as God said in his wrap-up, they are not looking like a lower bracket team.
Yeah, they're really not. When they got knocked down, it was a little surprising. Group stage, they looked a bit weak sometimes while winning, but they're going 2-0 all the way through the lower bracket so far, and that's going to give them a guaranteed top 4 finish, which is not surprising at all for them.
And they might even get a chance, Alan, for a rematch and a bit of revenge, depending on how MVP get on against LGD tomorrow.
I think everybody would pay to see that. But the thing for me in this game, we talked about it on the panel, how we thought the early game was going to be critical. It was, maybe not in the way that we thought. Matumbaman was level 7 just after 5 minutes.
With no items.
Yeah, well, of course. Thank you very much for screwing up my stats.
The Lil strat. The Lil strat.
Exactly. No, well, if you bought like 5 hands of minus, it'd be the Lil strat.
Yeah, that was mangoes. Mangoes.
That was mangoes.
That's right. No, but the big thing for me is that Matumbaman was allowed almost complete free farm bottom. GJ got forced out of lane. Their Beastmaster was jungling. Ohio was. GJ got forced out of lane after giving up a kill early. They were actually stacking the upper right Radiant jungle camp and using Infest to kill it off, which is what got Matumbaman off to that just great start. And he was able to have such a heavy influence throughout the game.
Yeah, Ricky all over throughout the game too, following around the Beastmaster, getting his levels. Didn't really pay off so much in like the first few minutes of the game, missing that courier kill by 1 auto attack and then dying. Really unfortunate for him, but he did the general theme of what he wanted to do as a Ricky Morrow. Not getting kills or anything, but keeping an eye on the Beastmaster, slowing down his level ups, and just putting pressure on FNATIC.
But that was the other half of that trade, though, that I was mentioning, that you leave the bottom lane open. Ordinarily, the trade-off would be, okay, we're fine, we've got a Beastmaster in the jungle, but Ricky was actually even in levels. They were both level 3 at around 5 minutes with the Beastmaster.
And he got a lot done by dying, and that may seem weird to say. I'm not flaming or anything. He forced a lot of them to move after him. Even him dying first blood here wasn't terrible. That's a TP from an Earth Spirit who's now not somewhere else. And he might have even lived. He had a Fairy Fire in his inventory. He didn't know where the sentry was, obviously. But in a lot of these times, he was one of the few people that died in the fights, and he had no farm, which means he doesn't give as much gold to his opponents.
This was such a big turnaround as well. The Roar was used on Matu. He ends up living. He gets his rage off, turns around, gets a kill, dies, unfortunately, because of the rotations from the majority of FNATIC, but still. They expended a lot of resources to get those kills, while this entire time My Control is farming up and finishing up his Blink Dagger.
Yeah, and that was the best part of FNATIC this game, was that for the first 15 to 20 minutes, they were usually the only ones getting kills. But at some point, they stopped being as successful against the Ricky room.
This was such a huge
bad
turnaround.
fight.
Yeah, this is really the fight where, if you look at the gold graph, this is the fight where it started to really spiral out of control for FNATIC.
Yeah, and Fata did struggle a bit in the laning phase, but it's an Alchemist. You know, you're going to struggle a bit, especially versus a Medusa, but he ended up having incredibly good farm. They had some stacks in the jungle for him, and he did what Alchemists do. You know, farm up your Armlet, farm up your Radiance, farm up your bots,
I think
be that huge carry.
There's a good shout here for renaming Alchemist to Black.
Black? Why not Fata that game? Didn't he have a Radiance, Armlet, Soul Ring at 13 minutes?
Yep. Yeah. And that's after being up against a hard lane, right? You could see it in the replays when they put the net worths up. The liquid cores were just so far ahead for most of the game, and even though Mind Control was a little bit underfarmed in the slaughter relative to what we've seen him do on other heroes, his influence on these fights was just awesome.
And I love the point that Kevin actually made up. Is if the Medusa does get jumped on, even if he gets stunned up or anything, and Ricky puts a cloud down, he can't get Stone Gaze off in these engagements. So you're pretty much fighting without the Stone Gaze majority of the time.
It even saved Jax in that previous fight with the Beastmaster. Like, almost everything FNATIC does for damage is right-click based. It's Beastmaster and it's Venge. It's all about the right clicks. Ricky was the perfect support to throw in to give him a hard time early game.
Yeah, and we were saying how they kind of just they lacked damage in a way, and you could see in some of those fights and some of those engagements they really couldn't bring it down. Matu gets the rage off there, and look, they tickle him. I mean, at this point they are quite a bit ahead, but Liquid's decision making is also just absolutely impeccable in this game. they can take this fight outside the Roche pit, and they don't go back for the Roche pit. I think like 50 or 60% of teams, you could say maybe even more than that, would go right back for that Roche. They go straight for the jugular. They go to that melee racks and they take a fight at the racks, get a couple more kills, and net themselves 2 racks, and then they can go back for the Roche.
It's a great point, and if they end up playing LGD, it's like counter opposites, isn't it? About LGD would absolutely have gone back for the Roche there.
Depends on the circumstance, and I think that's a sign that Liquid is growing as a team, because I'm sure they've had games where they do the ultra safe play.
Sure.
In that case, they're like, we can actually get a racks. It's generally seen, it's like the turnaround. Lower level players will be like, oh, I can get a free barracks, and they go for it, and then they lose. But sometimes and occasionally are these opportunities where you should go and take a barracks.
Boy, it just is. It's reminding me so much now of OG at Frankfurt. Liquid has just looked like almost a different team since they've fallen down into the lower bracket. Not just in the crispness of their execution, but they're now showing us some new looks. Right, 17 different heroes in the 4 games coming into this series, and then they're showing us the support Ricky, a look that they hadn't run very much before this. This is just a dangerous team.
Maybe it's a strat to drop down into the lower bracket to learn more. No, definitely not. But still, they are learning a lot, and they're progressing a lot throughout this lower bracket. It's really impressive to see.
I mean, when you looked at the teams in that lower bracket, you definitely didn't want to be down there. Another MVP for Matumba, man. He's having a great tournament, Kevin, isn't he?
Yeah, he's been doing really well. He's been a little inconsistent occasionally. Sometimes he gets picked off too much, but I think he's been doing really well in this tournament.
When he's on the proper hero, I feel like he really just excels at it. And he gets super involved with his team. He's not like one of those carries that's just kind of like chilling back and farming a lot. He's always just in their face. And I think Alan was the one who pointed it out too. He's like, I think he has like 80% kill involvement with his team.
That's the big stat that I always go back to for him, and I think I feel a little bit bad, right? We should be giving MVP to the supports every so often, but the last couple of games that I've done for Liquid, he's just been, I mean, he was in on 23 of their 26 kills that game and still had a net worth lead. Of course, you got to adjust the Alchemist downward a little bit for most of the game. He's achieving such a good balance between farming and fighting, just getting things done all over the map.
All of Liquid they look so solid right now.
Okay, we're going to catch up with one of the members of Liquid right now. It is the MVP himself, Matumba Man.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got Matumba Man here. Man, congratulations. Great game against FNATIC. And now that you've won, what are you going to do tonight to celebrate?
Play DOTA. What a relief. Oh.
Beautiful. All right, thank you, sir. So in half of your games here, almost half, you've been playing Lifestealer. I want to know, in your own words, what does it feel like to play Lifestealer in Dota right now?
I mean, it's kind of a like, and you know, you get in there, hit him.
It's almost as good as liking?
Ooh, almost.
Almost, all right. It doesn't have that same oomph, right? That same, I hear you there. Okay, anyway. Sorry. All right, so moving on. Not a lot of people know this, but you used to be on FNATIC before you formed your own team for Anchors and Sea Captain. So I wanted to know, what is the difference between being on Team Liquid and being on Team FNATIC to you?
I mean, we have more Germans and Koreans, Blitzing. That's their difference, pretty much, you know.
Oh. Just where people are from? Not play styles, not anything else?
I mean, it was such a short stint in my career. I didn't get much out of it, so.
All right. Well, no worries. That's an honest answer for me. Okay, so another question for you. Not a lot of people know this. We talked about 4 Anchors and Sea Captain. You used to be in Sea Captain school before Dota 2. Is that correct?
Correct.
If Liquid was a ship, you were at Sea Captain, what would you do to make sure that the rest of Liquid's journey was a nice, smooth sailing?
Bring a lot of rum to the ship.
What the hell is that? What? What would you do? What?
Rum. You know?
Bring the rum on the ship. Oh. Rum is not a nautical term, but okay, I'll take it anyway. Well, it looks like Team Liquid is going to continue their full sail ahead further in this tournament. Thank you so much, Matumba. Any words for this stadium now? It seems like a lot of them are going to be cheering for you now, now that FNATIC is out. Oh, there they are, speaking of which.
Absolutely amazing.
All right, good to hear. Well, it has been an amazing time. We'll send it back to Red Eye and the rest of the boys over at the panel. Thanks a lot. Thanks, man.
Thank you very much to Sir Action Slacks down there on the main stage. Good job we're not on a ship with Sir Action Slacks right now. We'd be swimming for our lives, no doubt. Gentlemen, we're going to wrap up the day, and we're going to wrap up the game and the series itself. Put into context, if you can, Alan. Liquid, into the Final Four. It's what we expected them to be, but it's a different route.
Yeah, and I think in a way, you look back at exactly OG's run at Frankfurt, and you say, was starting off in that losers bracket, having their backs against the wall from the get-go good for them? I think you can make a good argument that it was, and I think it might be the same case for Liquid. But Paul, we got that OG newbie series coming up.
We do have that OG newbie series tomorrow. There's the updated bracket right now. That upper bracket final awaits as we lick our lips over that particular matchup. We're going to start with MVP and LGD, of course, tomorrow. That's our lower bracket semi-final game, and the winner of that will take on Team Liquid and guarantee themselves a top 4 spot. Are we going to have 2 Chinese teams and 2 European teams, I want to say, but you know, a mixture of different nationalities. It's nice to see that mixture in there.
Paul, I got a good stat.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, wait, what?
You've got a good stat?
Got a good stat.
Okay.
I'm not 100% on this, but I'm pretty sure that Complexity consistently loses and gets knocked out by the eventual tournament
The last
winners.
4 tournaments.
Yeah.
That's a good stat.
The last 4
That's a really good stat.
Yeah.
Happened at Epicenter, happened at ESL Manila. They lost to Wings.
Yep.
I don't know who the last 2 were. So basically,
Well, it was
they're
Alan. I got
consistently
that stat
second
off.
place.
I got that stat from Alan, and you then got that
Did
from me. So it's actually a regurgitated Alan stat.
that was my own volition. I was looking at it, I was like, wait, doesn't that always happen? Did I steal the early stat from you? Were you going to let that?
No, I did that in the group stage on the first day when we talked about Cole going out.
It was way back.
Yeah,
I wasn't on the panel.
But I stole it from Alan because he did it like two events ago when he was like, hey guys, have you realised what's happening to Complexity? And I was like,
well,
I'll steal that one.
It's a lot more likely now that Liquid has gone like 3 more series deep. So.
Yeah, true. Yeah, much more likely. Your final thoughts on the series?
I think it was just kind of what we expected. You know, Liquid playing just consistent, and that's what they displayed here. FNATIC looking a little bit up and down, and that's exactly what we expected from them. But they shouldn't be disappointed. That first game was very, very close.
Yeah, 5-6 again, Alan. Shanghai and here. Disappointing at TI last year, of course. Have they done enough to get a TI invite, do you think? Are they on the bubble?
I hope so. I really do hope to see them at TI, just because if you look at how much better this team has gotten in a short period of time, top 6 in 2 straight Valve events. If you look at what they were doing last year, they were qualifying for a bunch of LAN events, showing up and just getting absolutely crushed. And the improvement that this team has made with Kenshi coming back to be their coach and manager, using these analysts as we've talked about, I think this team is absolutely a TI caliber squad.
Okay. Good day in the end for Team Liquid. Unfortunately, not quite so much for FNATIC. We're going to take a look at the schedule now for tomorrow's matches. There are 3 more coming up, and they look something like this. We'll start off with MVP Phoenix versus LGD. Liquid will want some revenge from one of those 2, and that one is in the form of MVP. But LGD playing very well today and showing their class. We'll also then have the upper bracket final, OG versus Newbie, a repeat of the matches we saw at Epicenter just a couple of weeks ago. And the final game of the day will be a best of 3 between Team Liquid and the winner of our opening match. That'll be the 3 games. Just let's wrap up the whole day. Day 4. Only 2 more days to go. It's just flown by, Alan, isn't it?
I'm almost shell-shocked, but I'm looking at those first 2 series tomorrow, and that's just absolutely sick. I think as good as Liquid have been, the talent on LGD finally coming together, they're going to have to play on another level in that first series tomorrow. And then, of course, OG Newbie. I still go back to that Epicenter series. I think that was the best Dota I've seen this year.
Okay, including the MVP game too against Liquid?
Disagree on that one. That was the best series.
Don't start again, you two. Don't start again.
I was actually about to ask for this.
We're going to finish off with a look at the predictions between the community. You may remember, if you haven't already seen it, at the very beginning of the Manila Major, we asked the community to vote, and they did vote in their thousands on their top 16 in order. We also got all of the talent to do so from the English panels, more than 20 people involved in that. And these are currently the alive teams right now, the lowest of which the community had at number 14, which is LGD.
Quite a disparity between
whereas the analyst had them at 9. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the top 9 correct.
Yeah, but again, I think what Purge is going to bring up is that, remember, we have that information about the scrims.
Yes,
we did.
Teams are talking internally. Did you guys, I was looking at Knoxville's spreadsheet, the highest ranking English talent at the moment. I don't know if you've told this stat yet.
No, we haven't, so you can go ahead and tell it.
OD Pixel is currently in the lead. Earlier today, I think Knoxville was number 2 because, stats don't lie.
Yeah.
But Fog, you and I were tied pretty close.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that
I'm
means,
top
we
five.
we
take
kick,
those.
Oh, yeah, I
everyone
think
else
you might
off
have been
then.
tied to.
Kick
Sorry.
everyone else off and get Odie Pixel and Knoxville to sit on the panel.
It'll just be you and Odie Pixel.
And Waga. Waga's got a 100% prediction rate.
Well, I screwed up on the Zhao 8 thing earlier. He's never going to forgive me, by the way.
Oh, definitely not.
I don't
I've
think
hardly
he's
talked to him
listening.
as it is, and the few times he's going to be like, that's the guy that forgot I won and 2, I thought.
But you know what? We didn't correct you quick enough, though.
Well, you didn't, and
We
I'm
sat back,
surprised.
yeah.
Well, Purge should have stuck his ground, really.
We were just
I wasn't confident enough. That was the problem. I was pretty sure.
We both glanced at each other. We're like,
I was sure enough to bring it up, but not sure enough when you instantly said no. I was like, I'm wrong.
See, it's a classic werewolf play. What are you on about?
Yeah.
that actually is a classic.
You've been playing werewolf.
You're too
you should
good
know
at this.
better. Yeah, you should know better.
You're way too good at
You
this.
should know better. All right, well done. Thank you very much to all three of you. And thanks to all of our panelists today, and of course our commentary team, our observers, Scriff and Wepas, and of course a shout out to Knoxville in the back as well. We'll be back tomorrow for more Dota 2. It's going to be fantastic. Day 5 at the Manila Major.